Chapter 1. In the vast expanse of the boundless sea, nestled deep within the East Sea, a solitary island rests, surrounded by an ethereal blend of the essence of heaven and earth. The forces of creation swirl around, infused with a dense aura of Yin and Yang, yet a faint malevolent energy lurks, intermingling within the mists. A young Taoist sits cross-legged upon the cliffside, enveloped by the swirling runes of the Tao, the dual energies of Yin and Yang coiling around him. His breath surges, and the plain robe adorned with black patterns billows without wind, exuding an air of ferocity and menace. Behind him, a colossal divine manifestation looms, half concealed and half revealed, its thousand-zhong form encircling the entire island. It gleams with golden radiance, its scales glistening ominously, and its fearsome head, crowned with a single horn, exhales clouds and mist, its golden eyes shimmering with a supernatural allure, like two blazing suns suspended in the sky. This is none other than a golden dragon, born of the dual energies of Yin and Yang. As the dragon's true form dissipates, the young Taoist opens his eyes, their once majestic golden hue now flickering with a crimson glimmer. After a prolonged moment, clarity returns, and his turbulent aura calms into tranquility. The convergence of Yin and Yang is known as the primordial. The transformation of Yin and Yang is termed change. Primordial change is his Taoist title. Suppressing the restlessness emanating from his very essence, Yuan Yi exhales softly. The malevolent energy, deeply interwoven with his being, proves impossible to expel, often influencing his emotions, breeding a violent temperament that is difficult to control. Not long ago, he had been unable to restrain his fury, resulting in the slaughter of several dragonkin who had sought to provoke him. To his surprise, the flesh was exquisite. The reputation of dragon meat is indeed well-deserved. Of course, this brought him certain benefits. Specifically, the mixed energies of Yin and Yang, tainted by malevolence, possess a significantly greater offensive power than pure Yin and Yang, endowing him with formidable destructive capability. This place is indeed the primordial chaos. How unfortunate. Yuan Yi mutters to himself, his gaze piercing through the mist, surveying the expanse beyond the island. It has only recently dawned upon him that he has traversed into the world of primordial chaos, becoming a primordial being himself, a Yin-Yang dragon born from the dual energies. Despite lacking any extraordinary treasures or systems, his foundation is still commendable. Born of heaven and nurtured by earth, he is a manifestation of primal essence, ranking just below the innate sanctified beings, surpassing countless other life forms. In fact, amidst the myriad primordial beings, his essence could be deemed powerful, albeit muddied by the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, presenting a troublesome predicament. However, upon discerning the broader implications of a situation, Yuan Yi recognizes an even greater threat: his own fatal calamity. Indeed, the dragonkin who had come to oppress him also constitute a nuisance, though comparatively, this trouble seems less significant. After all, this is no longer the era of the three clans. The dragon lineage has already declined, retaining its heritage but having significantly tempered its presence. Nevertheless, even so, Yuan Yi, mere golden immortal, lacks the qualification to provoke them. Thus, he resolves to flee, aiming to depart this East Sea expanse post-haste. What truly vexes Yuan Yi, however, is the looming threat of his destined calamity, which originates from a future saint. The master of the Jijiao, Tongtian saint. Speaking of the Yin-Yang dragon may elicit unfamiliarity, but invoking another identity brings to mind a renowned name: the Golden Dragon Cutter. Indeed, that is the very corpse of his Yin-Yang dragon. According to legend, the Tongtian master slayed the dual Yin-Yang dragons beyond the East Sea, seizing their bodies and the essence of their Tao to forge the supreme offensive treasure known as the Golden Dragon Cutter, which was later bestowed upon the Three Heavens Fairies. The Three Heavens Fairy, with her iron-head children, even wielded it against the Taiji saint during the investiture of the gods, a display of considerable prestige. Merely contemplating that the Golden Dragon Cutter is fashioned from his own remains instills in Yuan Yi a sense of dread. How can he possibly evade this calamity? Fleeing? That seems futile. Seeking a powerful ally? That appears plausible. Yet the reality is fraught with uncertainty. Currently, Tao Ancestor Hongjun is expounding teachings at the Zhixiao Palace, having completed the second round. Those primordial saints are all at the level of the Luo Golden Immortals, especially given that many matters have already been predetermined, such as the positions of the three purities. How many can guarantee Yuan Yi's continued existence? What justification do they have to protect him? Yuan Yi counts on his fingers, beginning with the Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the mightiest figure in primordial chaos. Regrettably, he lacks even the qualifications to approach the Zixiao Palace. How can he hope to cling to such a formidable figure? Who would attend to him? Next are several other future saints. As he enumerates them, he realizes that not a single one offers a reliable support. Setting aside the fact that these future saints have yet to establish their teachings and take disciples, could he even approach them to seek mentorship? As for Nuwa, he might as well forget that she does not establish a sect and thus does not accept disciples. Tai Ching is similarly out of reach, leaving him with little hope. What about Yuqing Yuan Shi? If possible, Yuan Yi would indeed wish to ally with this formidable figure. It is said that while Yuan Shi has many rules, he is protective of his own, which would undoubtedly be advantageous. Yet, with his body suffused with malevolent energy, can he even gain entry? Then there is the West. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Yet as a mere golden immortal, the likelihood of dying before reaching there is far greater. Here, deep within the East Sea, traversing east to west, may take an eternity be the time he arrives. The opportunity may have long since passed. Moreover, he is a dragon, a Yin-Yang dragon. At that, could he possibly transition to the role of the joyful Buddha in the future? It seems that might not be entirely impossible. As he reflects further, he realizes that the only potential sources of protection in the short term are the three major factions. However, a moment's contemplation reveals the improbability of this, along with the unpredictable consequences. Firstly, there is the Witch clan, which might offer him some protection, but seeking them out would be akin to delivering himself to slaughter. Then, there is the Celestial Court, soon to be established, alongside the Heavenly Court of the Demon clan. Infiltrating either as mere cannon fodder should not be overly challenging, yet that could lead to an even swifter demise. What a predicament! After much contemplation, he finds himself devoid of any viable escape routes. Is he truly destined to meet the fate of being slain and turned into a treasure? He has committed no wrongs. Perhaps if he refrains from misdeeds, Tong Tian would spare him from being slain for his essence. Such extravagant hopes are beyond Yuan Yi's daring to entertain. The interwoven threads of cause and effect elude his comprehension. Rising, he adjusts his robe, transforming into a radiant streak of light that descends upon the beach, where he skillfully begins to carve dragon meat for preparation, summoning the Tao fire to commence roasting. The aroma is delectable. Dragon meat is indeed exquisite. He wonders if his own essence bears a similar flavor. Yuan Yi's thoughts whirl as he contemplates his survival. Although he has meandered through this world for several millennia in a daze, he truly feels he has not yet lived enough. Despite being an immortal golden celestial with boundless lifespan, seemingly free from the specter of mortality, the prospect of an untimely death looms ominously over him. How can he accept such a fate? I wish to survive, if possible. I wish to thrive. This is the fervent aspiration of Yuan Yi in the present moment. Yet how might he extricate himself from the impending doom of being slain by the future Saint Tong Tian? Confrontation? Such notions have never crossed his mind. It is utterly beyond his capabilities. Especially as Yuan Yi realizes a pressing concern. Born as an immortal golden celestial, he is utterly at a loss regarding how to cultivate further. The path of future cultivation appears shrouded in darkness, a vexing dilemma. The dragon clan likely possesses the legacy of the ancestral dragon. Yet as a Jiao, not a true dragon, he cannot undergo transformation, a concept that would be utterly misguided. After all, he is distinct from those beings who transform into dragons to elevate their life essence. He is a naturally born Jiao, the most perfect manifestation of his existence. To seek transformation into a dragon would not only fail to replace the ancestral dragon, but would also yield him no benefits whatsoever. Recently, however, a group of self-proclaimed true dragons, those foolish loaches, dared to belittle him, viewing him as a mixed blood lineage of dragons, and brazenly approached his domain to bully him. Even more audacious, one of the female dragons attempted to seize him, intending to abduct him as her slave, which incensed Yuan Yi greatly. In a moment of uncontrolled fury, he unleashed his malevolent energy, dispatching them all and feasting upon their flesh. Did they truly believe that he, a Jiao imbued with natural malevolence, would possess a gentle temperament? He had not even considered such matters of desire, and yet dragons sought to impose their will upon him. How absurd! Wait, why am I being so obstinate? Since my calamity originates from this future saint, he himself is the one most capable of alleviating my destined tribulation. Who better to prevent Tong Tian from slaying him for his essence than himself? Ultimately, he has not wronged the saint for the other party. Eliminating him would merely be a casual act, devoid of necessity. If that is the case, then there exists an opportunity to ensure the other party harbors no intention of taking action against him. As he counts the formidable allies within the primordial chaos, yearning to ally with one, he momentarily forgets that Tainted is also one of the most formidable figures. To navigate the primordial chaos successfully, one must possess both cultivation prowess and a powerful backing, relatively speaking. Allying with Tainted seems the more plausible option. His cultivation requires guidance. If he were to attain a disciple status, he would gain a legacy and a protective backing surely. He cannot be slain for his essence as a disciple. Such occurrences are unheard of in primordial chaos, and perhaps the threat of his fatal calamity might dissipate. As for the subsequent investiture of the gods, which may become his new tribulation, Yuan Yi cannot afford to ponder such matters first. He must navigate the immediate crisis. At worst, if fortune does not favor him, he might secure a position within the celestial court, obtaining a stable livelihood with a chance to strive for more. After all, the lower limit is already guaranteed. What is there to worry about? He is certainly not destined to perish. What if I get ambushed the moment we meet? Yuan Yi, who had just risen to his feet, furrowed his brow for a fleeting moment. But I can't dwell on that now. I might as well go all in. If I win, I'll revel in a million years of freedom. As for losing, so be it. After all, this life is a mere gift, and there's no need for cowardice. At least I still have the chance to take a gamble. Having thoroughly excavated his birthplace, he swiftly transformed into a golden arc of light and sped away. Yuan Yi possessed no innate treasures or spiritual roots. Such fortunes were the privileges of the primordial divinities. His most formidable asset was the mixed essence of Yin and Yang, infused with the ominous energies of the world, which, if properly cultivated, held promise for the future. Despite his efforts to amend some old habits, the results were less than satisfactory. He sought your understanding. This is not a conspiracy theory. I am not adept at crafting plots, and my narrative construction has always been a weakness. To mitigate some conspiratorial elements that drive the story, certain settings have undergone original alterations, which may diverge slightly from conventional mythological narratives. However, you need not worry about the logic of the worldview. Moreover, the protagonist's role is more pronounced after the conflict between the witch and the demon. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the vastness of the primordial realm still exceeded Yuan Yi's expectations. After flying for several hundred years, he found himself still within the borders of the Eastern Sea. As far as his eyes could see was an endless expanse of ocean, with no sign of the primordial land's boundaries. The only piece of good news was that the dragon clan had not sought him out after all. He had swiftly vacated his old lair. Immortal by birth, having attained the status of a golden immortal, laden with the primal essence of Yin and Yang and surrounded by the world's malevolence, he was not short on time. He was in the process of adapting to the concept of time in the primordial realm, and while journeying, he was also exploring the path of cultivation. Although uncertain about how to proceed, Yuan Yi had never ceased to explore how to wield the foundational powers of his own realm. Strength was the absolute cornerstone of his existence. Lacking strength forced one to seek alternatives. Yuan Yi understood that his greatest asset was the primordial Yin and Yang energies tainted with ominous essence. Thus, he focused his research on this aspect. The Yin and Yang energies excelled in offensive techniques, and Yuan Yi aimed to maximize their destructive potential. In addition to offensive methods, he devoted considerable effort to the art of evasion. If he could overcome an opponent, that would be ideal. If not, fleeing was the only viable option. It was said that the art of Yin and Yang evasion was rarer than that of the five elements, and with his innate advantages, he aspired to develop in this direction. Whether due to a lack of insight or the inherent difficulty of cultivation, while he did make some progress in his evasion techniques, his speed had increased several-fold compared to when he started. Still could not grasp the true essence of the evasion technique, leaving him somewhat disheartened. At the same time, as he traveled, Yuan Yi wondered if he might stumble upon some treasures. After all, was it not said that the primordial realm was rich in treasures? What if fortune smiled upon him, and he discovered a few innate treasures to accompany him? Yet, he was overly optimistic. Lacking the status of a primordial divinity and having emerged into this era so late, the chance of finding treasures was slim. After hundreds of years, he had seen nothing of value. At most, he had collected a handful of ordinary herbs and materials, none of which were related to the term innate. Especially since the Eastern Sea was not a desolate land, within its depths resided the dragon clan, which had seen better days. However, now a multitude of primordial divinities had occupied this territory. Based on the information Yuan Yi had gathered, he surmised that a group of primordial divinities, led by the male immortal known as Dongmu, had taken control of this area, establishing themselves on the renowned three immortal islands. Yuan Yi dared not approach even a fraction of the vicinity. From what he knew, Dongmu was the first to initiate significant undertakings and also the first to meet his demise. Even if he were to be captured and used as cannon fodder, he would absolutely avoid being ensnared by this faction. Dying too early would prevent him from enjoying any rewards. As for the destination Yuan Yi had set for himself, it was naturally the Kunlun's sacred mountain, where the third sermon at the Zhixiao Palace had yet to commence, and the sages had not yet returned to their positions. The three pure ones still resided to the east of Kunlun. Whether he would achieve his desires remained uncertain, but he intended to give a try. His own ominous essence was indeed troublesome despite being a primordial being. He had faced numerous encounters where others nearly regarded him as a means to accumulate merit. What a stroke of misfortune. This era was a stage for primordial divinities, yet there were quite a few primordial beings like him, rooted and grounded. Among the primordial beings, many had already birthed their own clans, a fact Yuan Yi had witnessed on an island. However, Yuan Yi was relatively certain that among primordial beings, his strength was not insignificant. Many had lower cultivation levels than he did. As a divine rainbow pierced the sky, it abruptly halted in the high heavens, revealing a youthful figure clad in a simple robe. Yuan Yi's golden eyes turned towards a particular direction, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed a substantial fluctuation of magical energy in that direction. A battle of magic was occurring. Although Yuan Yi was intrigued by the spectacle of combat, he did not feel compelled to join every commotion. What truly captured his attention was the inexplicable sensation that there seemed to be something related to him amidst the chaos. He could not disregard this impulsive intuition. Could it be that his luck had finally arrived, that some spiritual treasure had found its way to him? Yuan Yi tuned into the distant waves of energy, attempting to gauge the cultivation level of those engaged in battle. Soon, he resolved to investigate the situation. Based on the magical fluctuations, he estimated that those involved were at the level of fellow practitioners, with no seniors present. Hence, there was no reason for concern. What if he actually stumbled upon a treasure? He had yet to see what an innate treasure looked like. Yuan Yi concealed his presence, shrouding himself in the primordial Yin and Yang energies, stealthily making his way towards that direction. Before long, he approached the site of the magical duel, only to find himself sorely disappointed. There seemed to be no innate treasures or spiritual roots to entice him. Hiding in the void, he observed the two parties engaged in battle. A dozen or so mountain spirits transformed into primordial bodies, alongside a primordial being exuding an innate aura. To Yuan Yi's astonishment, those non-primordial beings were surprisingly close to the golden immortal level, with a few of them being true golden immortal beings. It quickly dawned on Yuan Yi what was happening. These beings must have received teachings from a powerful entity, embarking on the path of cultivation rather than relying solely on innate talent. So, these individuals had a backing? Yuan Yi pondered. The target of the dozen or so pursuers appeared peculiar: a mass of white, a mass of yellow, and a mass of green, all of which seemed to be pure primordial beings. The three strange entities darted about in a panic, desperately trying to escape from the encirclement of their pursuers. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon the three mysterious entities, an inexplicable sense of connection emanating from them, as if they were these three enchanting beings. They resembled cotton candy. Could consuming them enhance one's cultivation? A fleeting glimmer of crimson malice flickered in Yuan Yi's eyes, but it was swiftly subdued, restoring his clarity of mind. The thought of consumption, driven by instinct, momentarily overtook his rationality. Allowing such primal urges to govern his actions could surely lead to calamity. Intelligence reclaimed its dominion, and Yuan Yi began to speculate on the true nature of these three cotton candy-like forms. Their shape, quantity, and coloration were all too telling. Given his limited understanding of the primordial realm, the possibilities were few. Remarkably, these three entities corresponded perfectly with his unmanifested knowledge of the three celestial sisters, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. Yuan Yi felt a profound sense of disappointment. It was not his own fortune that had arrived, nor did any innate spiritual treasure take notice of him, enticing him with alluring gestures. Instead, it was these three individuals who were supposed to have a karmic connection with him, more precisely, with his lifeless body, the masters of the Golden Mantis Scissors. Indeed, it was an omen of ill fortune. Yuan Yi reflected upon his unfortunate circumstances. Yuan Yi searched all around, but did not encounter the legendary figure of Zhao Gongming, the esteemed elder brother of the Sanshao. Had they simply not crossed paths yet? Yuan Yi gazed calmly at the pursuers in the distance, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. However, just as she intended to turn away and observe from afar, she halted her steps, her attention captured by the three ethereal clouds yet to take form. A flicker of thought crossed her mind. While she herself was uncertain about encountering Tongtian, these three seemed almost destined to cross paths with him. Could they serve as her navigators? Furthermore, if she cultivated a good rapport with them, would her chances of emerging victorious in her endeavors be significantly enhanced? Might she secure a safe identity, thereby evading the grim fate of being hunted for her treasures? Yet, on the flip side, she was merely an innate being. While Tongtian was on the verge of ascending to sagehood, what reason would he have to venture into the depths of the Eastern Sea to eliminate her? Yuan Yi cast a glance at the fleeing Sen Shao, wondering if the original Yin-Yang twin serpents had bullied these three clouds before. He wasn't entirely certain, but there were whispers that their elder brother Zhao Gongming had sacrificed his own Dao foundation to protect them before they took form, impairing his future cultivation, this being the very foundation of their profound bond. Could it truly have been the doing of the Yin-Yang twin serpents? Had he unwittingly become the villainous elite monster in Zhao Gongming's heroic tale? Perhaps even facing retribution later, with Tongtian slaying the twin serpents and forging them into the spiritual treasure Golden Scissors, bestowing them upon the San Shao. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, Yuan Yi arrived at a resolute decision. Regardless of the circumstances, he would embrace this role, for he found great joy in assisting others, and the prospect of reciprocity only heightened his eagerness. Do not be alarmed, my three fellow cultivators. I shall help you extricate yourselves. His voice resonated towards the three clouds that were hastily retreating. Enveloped in the primordial forces of Yin and Yang, Yuan Yi raised his hand, and the dual energies coalesced into two ethereal swords, one black and one white, which he then wielded to strike down upon the group of more than 10 individuals. Who dares to meddle in matters that do not concern them? At the moment Yuan Yi made his move, the innate being of the golden immortal realm turned to gaze at him, unleashing a powerful shout, its magical energy surging forth. Yuan Yi remained indifferent. As the primordial forces of Yin and Yang coalesced into a sword that assailed with ferocity, entwined with the malevolent energy of heaven and earth, exuding an essence of pure annihilation. In a single encounter, he repelled all others, sending them hurtling backward, gravely injuring them in the process. Even the golden immortals were not exempt, for even among golden immortals, disparities existed. Yuan Yi is currently unable to amalgamate the primordial Yin and Yang energies into a singular entity. He can only condense them into swords, yet their formidable power is undeniable. Upon landing a strike, Yuan Yi did not pause for an instant. With a mere thought, the dual swords of black and white surged forward, aimed directly at the only being that had thwarted his attack, a golden immortal from the primordial realm. With a resounding explosion, shockwaves ravaged the surroundings for miles, leaving a chasm-like sword scar upon the ocean's surface as his adversary was sent crashing into the depths. I shall lead you, do not resist. Yuan Yi continued to communicate telepathically. In a flash, he appeared beside the three celestial maidens, swiftly enveloping them within his sleeve. For a fleeting moment, they seemed to hesitate, but soon acquiesced, allowing Yuan Yi to effortlessly gather them into his robe. Without a moment's delay, he harnessed the reclaimed primordial Yin and Yang energies and tore through the void to flee. He altered his course several times along the way, keenly aware of the possibility of being pursued. It appeared that his opponent had formidable backing, potentially a primordial deity lurking in the shadows. Thus, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow, his sole focus on escape. With the blessings and fortune accompanying the three celestial maidens, he believed they would not lead him to a path of utter despair. Yuan Yi harbored doubts regarding his own fortune, yet he held a considerable belief in the luck of San Shao. Meanwhile, the group that failed to intercept San Shao was quite incensed. After an unfruitful search, they swiftly stumbled upon a new target, a primordial being born of a gentle breeze, which they pursued in another direction. Upon an inconspicuous isle, Yuan Yi concealed his presence through a formation, while three clouds emerged from his sleeve. The yellow and green clouds nestled behind the white one, maintaining a slight distance from Yuan Yi. Thank you immensely for your assistance, esteemed Taoist, Yin Shao expressed with heartfelt gratitude. We as sisters shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Her gentle voice was melodious, and her words carried a sense of earnestness. It is of no consequence. When one encounters injustice, it is only natural to lend a hand. As fellow primordial beings, this is but a duty. There is no need for concern, Yuan Yi replied casually. His gaze scrutinized the three clouds before him. Could it be said that they truly embodied the essence of primordial beings? Even in their untransformed state, they possessed an alluring charm, evoking a delightful anticipation. Yuan Yi averted his gaze, sweeping his consciousness around the vicinity, and let out a sigh of relief. He had launched a surprise attack, and given that his opponent was merely at the Taoist friend realm, he managed to escape with ease. It seemed his ability to flee was indeed commendable. However, at this juncture, would it not be more effective to feign immense exhaustion, thereby ingratiating himself in their minds with a sense of gratitude? Yuan Yi pondered this. His current objective was to follow the Sanxia and encounter the future sage Tongtian. To secure an identity, gain the transmission of the great Tao, and evade the calamity of death. With a life-saving favor in play, it would become significantly easier to cultivate familiarity. The classic trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress was timeless and undeniably true. Yuan Yi sat upon a, savoring the delectable he had harvested. Nearby, 3 clouds of varying hues drifted gracefully. The white cloud was gentle and dignified, a pleasure to engage with. Xiangxiao spoke little, exuding an air of tranquility, yet Yuan Yi often sensed a hint of cunning beneath her serene exterior. The youngest, Bai Xiao, chattered incessantly, her words flowing freely, which ultimately led Yuan Yi to quickly grasp the situation at hand. The 3 sisters had attained the realm of golden immortals, otherwise, they could not have escaped the clutches of those pursuing them. However, they wished to reach a state of perfection before manifesting in the world, causing their transformation to be delayed. Unfortunately, just as they approached this pivotal moment, their birthplace was discovered, prompting a group to attempt to abduct them, thus initiating their flight. From the words of the 3 sisters, it became apparent that their plight was not an isolated incident. The beings of this realm had all been targeted, particularly those like them, born of primordial essence. They claimed to wish to impart their teachings and share profound truths, yet refusal was not an option, their approach decidedly tyrannical. The sisters suspected that more than one primordial deity was orchestrating this, aiming to consolidate all beings within this realm for motives that seemed dubious. Though Yin Xiao refrained from naming the suspected perpetrators, Yuan Yi formed his own conjectures. Here in the East Sea, it was highly plausible that the instigators behind such grand maneuvers were the likes of Dong Mu Gong and other primordial deities. Were they preparing to establish a celestial court? Did they intend to cultivate a cadre of lesser beings? Otherwise, it was difficult to fathom why they would go to such lengths to provide these beings with what could only be described as compulsory education. Yuan Yi, filled with skepticism, pondered the idleness of the inherently divine beings. It seemed that lingering in the East Sea was no longer an option. Pray tell, where do you intend to go? Yuan Yi inquired. After a momentary pause, Yin Xiao spoke. My sisters and I seek a tranquil sanctuary to complete our transformation. As you have aptly noted, we can no longer remain in the East Sea. Thus, we must journey westward to seek refuge in the vast wilderness. Yuan Yi nodded, sensing the intricate web of fate, while Yin Xiao felt a sense of discomfort and wished to escape the entanglement. This was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Those who instigate chaos often meet their demise first. I wonder what your plans entail? Yin Xiao inquired. Upon learning such information, he had unwittingly offended a few individuals. Moreover, he had previously encountered trouble from some members of the Dragon clan, which forced him to relocate. If you do not mind, might I suggest that I accompany you 3 for mutual support? Yuan Yi proposed, naturally articulating his desire. The need to flee was imperative, as the imminent first clash of battle could very well erupt in this eastern sea region, with its aftermath potentially leading to his own demise. Then I shall be much obliged for your companionship, Yin Xiao replied without hesitance. Yuan Yi found great satisfaction in this outcome, believing he had taken a significant step closer to evading the calamity that threatened his life. By the way, have you encountered any other fellow practitioners? Yuan Yi asked once more, eager to ascertain the status of Zhao Gongming. However, his indirect inquiry only confirmed his initial suspicions. The 3 sisters had not yet met the tempestuous Zhao Gongming. Nevertheless, having these 3 companions was sufficient for now. I didn't expect you to appear fierce, but actually be quite amiable, one of the sisters remarked playfully, while a peculiar green entity unexpectedly bestowed upon him a good person card. Bai Xiao floated gracefully, seemingly appraising Yuan Yi, her tone lighthearted. Do I look fierce? Yuan Yi expressed his discontent with such an assessment. Despite his efforts to cultivate a friendly demeanor and project a positive image, this vibrant creature insisted he did not seem like a good person. Indeed, the aura of menace surrounding you is quite pure and intense. It is rather intimidating. Yuan Yi could not retort, feeling exasperated as his carefully crafted amiable image crumbled before him. This malevolent aura does not stem from any intent to kill. It is not of my choosing. Merely an unfortunate circumstance, he explained with resignation. The sister only responded with a melodious laugh, displaying a certain familiarity. It was not until Yun Xiao called her away that Yuan Yi found a moment of tranquility. His exchange with the three sisters not only enriched his understanding of the Eastern Sea's dynamics, but also yielded considerable insights into the cultivation of the Tao. Is this the essence of having a Tao partner? Engaging in discourse truly allows for mutual verification and personal growth. It is no wonder that the tradition of visiting friends for philosophical discussions flourished in the primordial chaos. However, time was of the essence. Their conversation was brief and did not qualify as a thorough discourse on the Tao. If only they could delve deeper, the gains would undoubtedly be more substantial. Yuan Yi felt a persistent anxiety regarding his slow progress in cultivation and his inability to find a clear path forward. Despite his earnest endeavors to comprehend the Tao and accumulate merit, he felt as though his growth was akin to a tortoise crawl, often stagnant. It was said that those innate celestial beings were born with knowledge, emerging as great Luo, naturally embodying the Tao, truly enviable. Now, with the Tao ancestor imparting wisdom and illuminating the path, it was particularly disheartening to possess knowledge of a road ahead while being unable to perceive it. Lacking a guiding light to illuminate his journey was a profound discomfort. It became increasingly apparent that finding a reliable support system was essential. One needed guidance to traverse the Tao, for relying solely on oneself proved to be a Herculean task. After all, he lacked the innate aptitude and insight required to forge his own path in the Tao. He was still grappling with the foundational stages of understanding. Fortunately, he was not alone in this predicament. Such struggles were common among all beings. Yuan Yi reclined upon the azure stone, his eyes gently closed. As an ethereal rhythm of Tao flowed around him, enveloped by the innate duality of Yin and Yang, entering a state of profound enlightenment and cultivation. Not far away, three colorful clouds mirrored this phenomenon, their forms shifting, and one could faintly discern the emergence of their primordial Taoist bodies taking shape in haste. They were merely a step away from transformation, born of heaven and nurtured by earth. Although they did not possess the innate sanctity of the firstborn, they were still favored offspring of the cosmos, and transformation was no arduous task for them. The sounds of the Tao resonated, celestial melodies harmonized, auspicious clouds billowed, and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Did his own emergence into the world have such grandeur? Surely it must have, Yuan Yi mused, observing the clouds and their metamorphosis. He vaguely recalled that his own birth was heralded by the arrival of purple chi spanning 3,000 miles, an event rich in extraordinary omens, darkly purple, akin to the emergence of a great demon in Tales of the Bizarre. Even Yuan Yi had initially believed he was destined to play the role of the villain, fated to become an unparalleled dark overlord. Yet, he realized he had misjudged himself. He was, in truth, a person of virtue, and the innate beings reflected their inner essence. Apart from being entwined with malevolent energy, his appearance was impeccable, alluring enough to captivate even a mother dragon. Indulging in pleasures, he had only partaken of food and drink, which could hardly tarnish his image as a model youth. Even with the shroud of sinister energy surrounding him, he was still a fine dragon. Surely not destined for a singular path of despair, he reassured himself. Now primarily subsisting on a vegetarian diet, how could he be a malevolent dragon? Yuan Yi took another bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand. It was crisp and delicious, his golden eyes narrowing slightly in delight. The spectacle of transformation did not last long, for if the commotion grew too great, even he would be unable to conceal his aura, likely attracting unwanted trouble. Moreover, the transformation of the three clouds was distinctly different from his own. They chose to wholly become primordial Taoist bodies, the very human forms that Yuan Yi perceived. In contrast, while he was reshaping his innate Taoist body, he retained the essence of his Yin-Yang dragon form. After all, his innate body was inherently potent, unlike the three cotton candies that merely invited curiosity about their flavor. As mist enveloped the scene, indistinct silhouettes flickered within, their essences subtly shifting. With the dispersal of the fog, three figures emerged, and the three cotton candies had vanished. Yuan Yi's eyes glimmered momentarily, only to be followed by a silent curse within. The damned malevolence had indeed clouded his thoughts, leading him to perceive these three beauties as delectable in every conceivable sense. As beings born of primordial essence, They inherently retained the purity of their original forms, emerging into the world in no way lacking in allure. Their exquisite appearances required no elaboration, especially when the three, strikingly similar in visage, stood in close proximity, each enhancing the other's beauty. He began to understand the allure that drove so many to seek discipleship under the. With the three celestial sisters possessing such grace and charm, it was hardly surprising that their equally renowned counterparts were of similar caliber. Among the 4 external and 4 internal sects, there were no less than 6 female disciples. Who could resist such an invitation? Though the 3 shared certain physical traits, their distinct temperaments rendered them instantly recognizable, preventing any chance of confusion. Yu Xiao, clad in a flowing white gown, exuded an aura of gentle grace paired with dignified poise. Her presence appeared soft, yet bore an underlying strength that commanded respect. Like water, she could nurture all silently, yet also possessed the power to topple cities and shake mountains. The second sister, Qiongxiao, donned yellow attire, her essence sharper than that of Yin Xiao. Unlike her elder sister, who appeared approachable, Qiongxiao's demeanor suggested an unmistakable fierceness. The youngest, Bi Xiao, dressed in green, possessed large, twinkling eyes that sparkled with vivacity, radiating an air of clarity and purity. Perhaps it was her incessant chattering and restless spirit, reminiscent of a lively green cloud, that had led Yuan Yi to view her with a lens of endearing wisdom. At that moment, the youngest sister was preoccupied with examining her own face, glancing at her 2 sisters and then back at herself, seemingly searching for similarities or differences. Congratulations to the 3 esteemed friends on your successful transformation. The path of the great Tao now unfolds before you. Yuan Yi rose and proclaimed. Across from him, the sisters exchanged glances, with Yun Xiao stepping forward with a smile, bowing solemnly. We thank you, Tao brother, for safeguarding our path. We shall forever remember your kindness. Behind her, Qiongxiao and Bi Xiao followed suit, their expressions earnest. Gratitude and the virtue of repaying kindness were evident in their demeanor. You say you will remember my favor. I take that to heart, Yuan Yi replied with a smile, acknowledging their sentiment. His intention was for the sisters to recall his benevolence, to guide him along his journey, providing a sense of security. Should any misfortune arise, perhaps they could intercede on his behalf. The kindness was genuine, and even if it led to a reciprocal gesture, Yuan Yi felt justified in his actions. This was no underhanded scheme. He lacked the expertise for such manipulations, particularly in matters entwined with future saints. At this juncture, fostering a good relationship with the celestial sisters was beneficial. As for the future, he would navigate that when the time came. The 3 sisters had not fared well in the annals of the. Their fate had been entangled with Zhao Gongming. Currently, they had yet to encounter him, let alone acknowledge a brotherhood. Whether their destinies would shift remained beyond his concern. Let us not dwell on such matters. We should depart swiftly from this place to avoid drawing unwanted attention, he suggested. The sisters readily agreed, promptly setting off to traverse the vast and untamed lands to the west. In a world where strength was lacking and support was scarce, living in constant trepidation was a wretched existence, one spent either in preparation for flight or in the act of fleeing. Yuan Yi felt a sense of helplessness. The primordial chaos was truly arduous to navigate. The multitude of individuals towering above him was overwhelming, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of being trapped. Yet, he understood that some matters could not be evaded in order to simply get by. After all, does one not live to continue living? At least there remains a glimmer of hope for the future. Yuan Yi could no longer linger aimlessly like a drifting fish. He often found himself consumed by a solitary mindset, contemplating a bold gamble. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from the lingering remnants of his past life's misfortunes. He likely was not a gambler in his previous existence. After countless eons, Yuan Yi and his companions finally beheld the coastline of the primordial world. With the moment of landing drawing near, the mere thought that their journey from the East Sea had consumed nearly 20,000 years filled Yuan Yi with a sense of complexity. The vastness of this primordial realm was overwhelmingly expansive, rendering travel exceedingly inconvenient. Moreover, time held little value here. One could only wonder how long their journey towards Kunlun would take, 1 yuan period, or perhaps 10. Yuan Yi found himself increasingly doubtful about whether he could reach his destination. Throughout his journey, he merely followed the path laid out before him, for he firmly believed that the chance of encountering the Sanshao was far greater than his own. He thought it best to benefit from their fortunes, fearing that his own interference might lead him astray, causing him to traverse unnecessary detours along the Yuan Yi. Speaking of fortune, Yuan Yi had come to a resolute conclusion. It was not that he lacked fortune, which left him without the opportunity to acquire spiritual treasures or roots. Rather, it was the stark reality that the primordial world was impoverished, devoid of innate spiritual treasures for them to claim. Perhaps after the relentless plundering by the three clans and the primordial deities, the resources had been entirely depleted, leaving no share for them. This particular generation of primordial beings, though not lacking in quality and not too late in their existence, found themselves in a position that was neither sufficiently advantageous nor timely. There was little to contend for. They could only hope that the venerable beings of higher realms might occasionally bestow upon them some golden opportunities or share a few drops of fortune. In truth, Yuan Yi was not in a bad position, as he possessed the innate dual energies of Yin and Yang, infused with a trace of malevolence, which he had refined into formidable offensive powers. Under similar cultivation levels, the Sanshao were no match for him. However, his slow progress in cultivation posed a considerable challenge, leaving him uncertain about the best methods to advance. Although he could still accumulate magical power, the pace was painfully sluggish. As for comprehending the principles of the Tao, it reminded Yuan Yi of the moment he leafed through a higher mathematics textbook, visible yet utterly incomprehensible. The Tao does not deceive. It is not that one is incapable, but rather that self-study yields frustratingly low efficiency. Yuan Yi even began to doubt whether his cultivation had reached a standstill, showing no signs of progress whatsoever. Nevertheless, while his cultivation had not advanced significantly, his strength had indeed improved. This was due to a far deeper understanding and application of his cultivation realm. Yuan Yi idly toyed with the primordial energies of Yin and Yang that danced around his fingertips, gazing vacantly at the sky. In the distance sat Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, with Bai Xiao chattering incessantly, seemingly engrossed in conversation with Xiong Xiao. Having traveled together for some time, they had grown quite familiar with one another, their camaraderie deepening significantly. However, Yuan Yi maintained a careful distance, unwilling to be swayed by malevolent influences. While dragons are known for their inherent nature, Yuan Yi was not a dragon, but rather a jiao. Admittedly, being a jiao did not confer much superiority either. It was merely Yuan Yi's rationality that had not plunged into despair. He desired to uphold a harmonious relationship with the three Shaos. Yet, deep within, he was reluctant to forge bonds that were too close, finding such entanglements troublesome. He was still young and wished to avoid hastily entombing himself in the grave of Jiao existence. The path of Yin and Yang is vast and profound. Why should one become fixated on a mere fragment of it? Yuan Yi incessantly suppresses the tumultuous impulses surging within the essence. A true dual torment of both body and mind, yet also a profound refinement. Yuan Yi discovered that this allowed him to feel his own strength increasing, as the inexorable malevolent energy of heaven and earth within his essence could not be eradicated. It was as if another version of himself perpetually contended with him, simultaneously serving as a whetstone. This was not merely an illusion. His Tao body and primordial spirit were indeed growing ever more powerful. Engaging in a prolonged internal struggle, I remained steadfastly myself, while he appeared to embark on his own distinct path. Yuan Yi produced 3 spiritual fruits once more, reserving the largest for herself while tossing the other 2 to the 2 sisters nearby. They were not fond of eating, and giving them the larger fruit would be a waste. Frugality is a virtue. Yuan Yi, shall we exchange? Bi Xiao, adorned in verdant hues, approached with a playful glint in her eyes and a cheerful smile. Yuan Yi cast a sidelong glance at her and, raising his hand, took a bite. Come, let us exchange. Although this spiritual fruit was not of innate spiritual roots, it harbored the pure essence of the world's spiritual energy. While its effects were not particularly significant for them, its flavor was undeniably delightful. At least for Yuan Yi, its taste satisfied his cravings, serving to quell other negative impulses. Bai Xiao glanced at the spirit fruit in Yuan Yi's hand, marked by his bite, and, huffing in indignation, took a bite of her own, her cheeks puffed up, rendering her words indistinct. All right, let's exchange. Yuan Yi turned away, no longer glancing at her. A celestial being, indeed, how disdainful, with drool on her lips. Who would want to eat that? How repulsive. It was evident that I had harvested the finest spiritual fruits, and yet, my elder sister insisted I present you with the largest. Yet, you consistently offer me the smallest. Bai Xiao glared at the one pretending to be deaf and mute. You are the smallest. Hence, you shall consume the smallest, for you do not relish it. Yuan Yi replied without turning back. Who said that? I did. Suffering is a blessing. It is to cultivate your fortune. By the way, has Yin Xiao returned? After this whimsical banter, Yuan Yi deftly changed the subject. He was well aware of Bai Zhao's nature. She was simply too idle and had come seeking trouble, not genuinely interested in a spiritual fruit. Yun Xiao has ventured ahead to scout the path. She has been gone for a while. Just as they spoke, a radiant light surged through the air. As it drew near, the light dissipated, revealing a gentle woman clad in white, none other than the returning Yun Xiao. She brought back news that piqued Yuan Yi's interest. Not far from them, a powerful being was delivering a teaching. Those referred to as powerful must surely be innate divinities. Beings at the threshold of Deluo. Who could it be? Might it be one of the legendary figures known by name? Regardless of whether it was the anticipated individual, the opportunity to hear their teachings was too precious to miss. If he continued to self-study, he would surely be left behind by those of similar caliber. The three sisters were in agreement to attend the teachings, and the uncertainty that loomed before them on the path of the great Tao caused a flicker of anxiety within their hearts. What does my fellow Taoist think? Yun Xiao inquired, directing her gaze toward Yuan Yi for his opinion. Excellent, Yuan Yi replied without hesitation, maintaining a serious demeanor. Speaking thus seemed to imbue the conversation with a sense of refinement, evoking the essence of cultivation. Alas, beauty is born of distance. Familiarity breeds a sense of pretentiousness, rendering it superficial, particularly when one recognizes that Yuan Yi was, in truth, an exceedingly carefree individual. This demeanor drew the eye roll of a certain little third party, who cheekily mimicked with a grin, excellent. Yuan Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, an impulse to strike out. Yin Xiao, you ought to keep your sister in check. She's becoming exceedingly mischievous, almost like a playful mantis shrimp. Yin Xiao cast a glare at Bai Xiao, yet merely shook his head in response. What Yuan Yi was unaware of was that, in the eyes of Yin Xiao, he was merely a restless individual, while his own sister had become influenced by him. A few days later, the four appeared at the foot of a towering peak. Atop the mountain sat a Taoist, immersed in meditation, articulating profound truths with an eloquence that transcended the ordinary, steeped in mystery and ineffable wonder. Below, a multitude of beings listened with rapt attention, entranced and unable to extricate themselves from the depths of his teachings. The discourse had commenced some time ago. Yuan Yi cast a glance at Yin Xiao, who displayed remarkable loyalty by resisting temptation and returning to summon them. Otherwise, had they listened to the teachings for several more days, they might have spared themselves countless years of arduous cultivation. What a rare opportunity indeed. Yuan Yi cast his gaze down the mountain before shifting his attention to the figure seated atop the peak. Who could this enigmatic individual be? Before him stood a young man, his countenance radiant, adorned with a halo of golden light that shimmered in 5 colors, clad in a robe of celestial patterns. He was accompanied by a peculiar bovine creature, which appeared to be an innate spirit. It bore resemblance, yet upon a closer examination, uncertainty lingered. Yuan Yi's gaze swept across the Sanshao. Regardless of the truth, he resolved to follow them. He refrained from speaking, trusting that the fate of Sanshao would guide them, content to await the outcome. Observing as Sanshao settled down to listen to the teachings, Yuan Yi followed suit, immersing himself in the discourse. Soon, the myriad distractions in his mind were cast aside. This was the first time in his life he had truly listened to someone impart wisdom. For him, it was akin to 1,000 years spent in darkness suddenly illuminated by the flicker of a candle. In that moment, he grasped the essence of enlightenment, experiencing a profound awakening that cleared his mental fog. He understood, feeling invigorated and serene, a deep sense of joy and satisfaction emanating from his very core. The innate dual energies of Yin and Yang within him manifested and danced, constantly shifting and evolving, cascading down the symbols of the great path. A shimmering silhouette of a golden dragon flickered in and out of sight, and at that moment, his aura surged with unprecedented vigor, surpassing years of arduous cultivation in mere moments. It was as if he had finally discovered an outlet for his pent-up energy. For the first time, Yuan Yi distinctly sensed his own ascent in strength. Time seemed to lose its meaning in the realm of cultivation, and when he finally regained his senses, he realized that 3,000 years had elapsed. Yuan Yi's cultivation had firmly established itself in the mid-stage of the golden, immortal realm. The teachings had concluded, leaving him with a lingering sense of desire for more. Yet, he understood that such an opportunity to elevate his realm in a single session was a rare fortune. His accumulation had long been sufficient. It was merely the uncertainty of the path ahead that had hindered him. With guidance, He had broken through the boundaries of his cultivation in a mere 3,000 years, solidifying his newfound status. Yuan Yi opened his eyes, only to be momentarily stunned, his body stiffening for a brief moment. The reason was clear. Not far in front of him sat the preaching innate deity, gazing intently in his direction. Meanwhile, many of the listeners had already departed, leaving only the three companions who had accompanied him, San Shao, standing beside the figure of the deity. Yun Shao subtly nodded in his direction, while Bai Shao smiled from behind, and Xiong Shao remained inscrutable, offering no hint of acknowledgement. Although Yuan Yi had his suspicions at first, he was still taken aback. Is it truly the case that the affairs of the world unfold so serendipitously? The first powerful preacher they encountered was, indeed, the future celestial sage? Even though they had just disembarked from the Eastern Sea, with an unknown distance to Kunlun ahead, they stumbled upon this meeting. Moreover, judging by the demeanor of the three heavens, it seemed that they had already formed a connection with others even before he had fully awakened. Must you move so swiftly? I find myself struggling to keep pace with you all. Have I been ensnared in the realm of enlightenment for too long? Yuan Yi felt a sense of trepidation. This was a pivotal moment that would determine his fate. Having navigated this challenge, he surmised that he was unlikely to meet a grim end as a sacrificial pawn in the refining process. Observing the current circumstances, hope flickered within him. The presence of his adversaries here, coupled with the influence of the San Shao sisters, led Yuan Yi to speculate that these three maidens genuinely remembered his kindness and were inclined to assist him. The innate dual energies of Yin and Yang had coalesced, entwined with the malevolent aura of the world, yet he endeavored to preserve his essence, fiercely resisting the corrupting influence. Remarkably, he had not lost his true path. A Taoist casually offered his appraisal, his tranquil gaze seemingly capable of penetrating all facades, reflecting the essence of reality. Under his scrutiny, nothing could escape exposure. Yuan Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, worrying whether his unusual demeanor would be detected. Fortunately, nothing transpired, allowing him to secretly exhale in relief. Yuan Yi hurriedly rose to his feet, eager to pay his respects, for indeed, receiving instruction from the Taoist was a great blessing. The Taoist, still smiling, continued, I, of the upper clear and celestial realm, find that these three have a sincere desire to enter my tutelage. And it is true that we share a bond of master and disciple. However, they assert that you have bestowed great kindness upon them, wishing to advance and retreat together. As he spoke, he gestured towards the three celestial maidens. In a fleeting moment, Yuan Yi felt a stir of emotion, understanding from Tong Tian's words that he had acquiesced to the notion of accepting the three Shaos as disciples. In such circumstances, to speak of mutual progress and retreat posed the risk of inciting the other's ire, potentially squandering a precious opportunity for fortune and fate. Moreover, encountering a temperamental powerful being could lead to even graver consequences. The present opportunity was indeed extraordinary. Among the multitude who had previously sought enlightenment, who would not yearn for a master. Yet the outcome was evident. None had been chosen. After all, Tong Tian was not yet a sage at this moment. Nor had he established a teaching. The time for such a moment had not yet arrived. To recognize benefit without forgetting righteousness, especially in the face of such pivotal interest that could determine one's destiny, left Yuan Yi feeling a twinge of guilt. He was acutely aware of his own motives, which had never been entirely pure. To describe them as seeking to repay a favor was not an exaggeration, while the other party's intentions seemed far more sincere. I have calculated, the humble monk began. You indeed share a connection with me, albeit this bond bears a peculiar nature. Pray tell, what do you seek from the great Tao? His words were not harsh, appearing rather ordinary, yet they penetrated the depths of Yuan Yi's heart, imbued with an overwhelming sense of majesty, akin to an inquiry of one's conscience. What does one seek from the great Tao? What do I desire? As a junior, I merely wish to seek a glimmer of survival amidst the tumultuous tides of this primordial world, to secure my existence and purpose. After a moment of silence, Yuan Yi responded candidly, meeting that scrutinizing gaze. Tong Tian regarded him silently, choosing not to speak, but forming a hand seal, furrowing his brow. To seek a glimmer of survival? He released his hands and cast another glance at Yuan Yi, gently nodding. Very well, from what I perceive. Your aspirations align with our shared fate. If that is the case, are you willing to become my disciple? Yuan Yi felt a surge of joy. Had he truly traversed the peril of his own demise? Although it was likely that he would inevitably become entangled in vast repercussions in the future, at least the immediate predicament had dissipated, allowing him to relish the tranquility of extended years. The disciple was profoundly grateful. At this juncture, what choice remained but to acquiesce? Refusal was not an option. In the primordial chaos, it was no simple feat to find a formidable ally, and merely encountering such an opportunity required immense fortune. The heavens of the primordial realm loomed high, and the earth sprawled wide, rendering a mere golden immortal as insignificant as a speck of dust. The act of apprenticeship was straightforward, devoid of excessive formalities. He was not merely a recorded disciple, but a genuine student welcomed into the fold. It was then that Yuan Yi realized the three Shaos had yet to take their vows, and immediately following him, the trio pledged themselves as well. He had anticipated addressing them as senior sisters, only to discover they were younger sisters instead, which stirred a complex array of emotions within him. He felt fortunate for having made the right gamble, yet the disparity in their sincere devotion rendered him silent, unable to bask in the satisfaction of having his wishes fulfilled. "Oh, please," he thought, "while it is commendable to express gratitude, a modest return of favors suffices. There is no need to elevate it to such heights that I feel inadequate." Was it merely their naivety, fresh from their emergence, that made them so easily swayed? Then, a thought struck him. What of Zhao Gongming, his elder brother? Where was he? It appeared that his position as the outer sect's senior brother had vanished. Could it be that he had unwittingly usurped what rightfully belonged to Zhao? However, after some contemplation, Yuan Yi dismissed this notion, for he understood his own character. No matter the circumstances, he could never tread the same path as Zhao Gongming. The epithet of being zealous and altruistic did not suit him at all. He was not adept in social interactions. With his introverted and meticulous nature, how could he possibly become a figure akin to Zhao Gongming? It was even more implausible that he would engage in brawls on behalf of others. My esteemed master has ventured forth for some time now, and with the third discourse at Zixiao Palace approaching, it is fitting for me to return to the dojo for a gathering with my two elder brothers. You may follow me back to Kunlun Mountain for cultivation. The Tongtian Taoist sat upon the back of the Kuei Nyo, his gaze directed eastward. Beyond lay the realm occupied by the Eastern Wood Prince and other primordial deities, a territory designated as their sanctuary, where it would be inappropriate to intrude without cause. I accept the disciples' command. Yuan Yi and the three Shaos stood at the rear, accompanied by Kuei Nyo, thus forming a quintet of primordial beings. Yuan Yi harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding how Kuei Nyo ascended to become the steed of Tongtian. Given Tongtian's formidable cultivation realm, it seemed improbable that Kuei Nyo could fulfill the role of a mount. Furthermore, Tongtian was merely one among the innate deities, albeit among the most distinguished of them. The forthcoming third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace promised to instigate numerous transformations. Moreover, Yuan Yi had gleaned from Tongtian that prior to their time, individuals had already pledged their allegiance to him within the Tongtian Dao field, even beings he had personally enlightened. Yuan Yi speculated he knew who they were, perhaps Taoist Duobao, and possibly the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, along with a figure named Wu Dang, while Gui Ling was likely the youngest and had yet to make an appearance. Among them, Yuan Yi possessed the least knowledge of the mysterious Wu Dang Holy Mother, of whom he had heard naught. At that moment, Tongtian raised his hand, and with a casual flick of his sleeve, a rift in space manifested before them. A force enveloped the group, drawing them into the spatial fissure. Traversing the void, the distance covered in a single step surpassed what they could achieve in millennia of flight. Yuan Yi, unable to discern the true depth of Tongtian's cultivation, whether he had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal or had already stepped into the quasi-saint level, found himself at a loss. As a mere Golden Immortal, he could neither comprehend nor appreciate such monumental prowess. With the sword that had loomed above him now vanished, Yuan Yi felt a sense of lightness and euphoria. He resolved to indulge in a rejuvenating slumber lasting several millennia upon his return. The notion of becoming a deity seemed distant. Overthinking it was wearisome. Life, after all, could be enjoyed as it came, and once he regained his composure, he would devise a new plan. Inadequate cultivation rendered any discourse futile. Is cultivation merely a matter of social niceties? No, indeed, strength is the foundation. Without power, one lacks the standing to engage in such conversations. In a realm where one has no foothold, silence is the only recourse. When one possesses sufficient strength, the need for social niceties becomes moot. Yuan Yi held a disdain for the intricacies of human relationships, for he was not adept in such matters. The time spent traversing the void exceeded his expectations, It appeared that even beings of their innate divinity could not instantaneously manifest in any corner of the primordial realm. On this day, they stepped through the spatial rift and beheld before them one of the most revered sanctuaries within the cosmos, the ancestral roots of myriad veins, Kunlun. To the east of Kunlun lay the Taoist abode of the Three Pure Ones, while to the west resided another sanctuary belonging to a prominent female celestial being. The majestic Kunlun, a sight to behold, left Yuan Yi utterly speechless as he gazed upon this divine mountain of the primordial world. The overwhelming pressure and ancient aura were enough to resonate deep within one's soul, while the rich essence of cosmic creation ignited an insatiable desire within him. It was as if the echoes of Taoist teachings reverberated around him, elucidating the profound truths of the universe. This was indeed a premier place for cultivation, in stark contrast. The locations he had previously encountered seemed desolate and impoverished. When Yuan Yi turned his gaze behind him, words failed him entirely. For there, standing against the horizon, was an extraordinary sight, Mount Buzhou, the foremost divine mountain of the primordial realm, the very pillar of heaven. This was the center of all existence. Kunlun lay to the west of Buzhou, demarcating the eastern and western boundaries of the world. At present, Buzhou reigned supreme, with Kunlun in second place. The once comparable Mount Shumi to the west had been obliterated in a past cataclysm, leaving the western territories in a state of ruin, devoid of lifeblood and creation. Reduced to barrenness. Much like Yuan Yi, the trio of Sanshao and their mount, Kuei-Nyo, stood transfixed, gazing at the Kunlun divine mountain, momentarily lost in reverie. Tong Tian smiled as he waited for them to regain their composure. Soon after, he guided them into the domain of Kunlun. Upon setting foot in this sacred land, the pure and rich essence of innate purity enveloped them in unparalleled comfort. At the foot of Kunlun, Tong Tian gestured towards the undulating mountains below. Seek out a cave dwelling here for a brief respite, he instructed. I shall return to impart the profound mysteries of the Tao. With that, he vanished without a trace. Disciple bids farewell to the master, they uttered in unison. With Tong Tian's departure, only 4 individuals and 1 bovine remained. Their steed, Kuei-Nyo, was not taken to the main peak of Kunlun, but was left behind in this fertile region, which could be deemed the heart of Kunlun. Before them, the main peak clearly belonged to the Three Pure Ones sanctuary. At that moment, a divine rainbow pierced the heavens, revealing the true form of its bearer. A plump and somewhat unseemly Taoist approached, exuding an air of amiability. I am the humble Daobao, your senior brother. The master has tasked me with familiarizing you with this area, he declared, holding a floating dust whisk and performing a Taoist salutation with a beaming smile. Upon seeing this figure, Yuan Yi instinctively recognized his identity, the foremost disciple of Tong Tian, the future Grand Master of the Daobao Taoist. Among the disciples, his status was somewhat unique, as he was the most trusted by the saint of Tong Tian. He was even entrusted with the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the management of various affairs, making him a prominent figure. In the legends of the investiture of the gods, he famously withstood a formidable strike from the renowned master Guang Chengzi, retreating unscathed, which was indeed remarkable. Yuan Yi and the others exchanged pleasantries, introducing themselves and engaging in courteous banter. Although this individual appeared somewhat lewd in demeanor, with a hint of whimsicality, he proved to be quite amiable. Prior to Yuan Yi and his companions, 3 others had already clustered around Tong Tian, all of whom were beings enlightened by him, namely, the multi-treasure Taoist, along with Jin Ling and Wu Dang. Yuan Yi and his companions were indeed the first among the enlightened beings to successfully become disciples. Jin Ling and Wu Dang were in seclusion, and Yuan Yi and the others were unable to meet them. Yuan Yi also noticed the aura emanating from the Daobao Taoist, which he found utterly inscrutable. The latter's cultivation level was evidently significantly superior to his own. It appeared that someone had imparted profound insights to him, perhaps even directly enlightening him, allowing him to advance far beyond their current standing. It stands to reason that Jin Ling and Wu Dang, the 2 individuals in question, would not lag behind in their cultivation prowess. If the legends hold true, Jin Ling's mastery during the Fengshen era was indeed unparalleled, surpassing even that of the Daobao Taoist. Wu Dang, too, seemed to possess an extraordinary depth, shrouded in an enigmatic modesty that was almost excessive. Shortly thereafter, they chose to establish their abodes on 2 adjacent spiritual mountains, settling in ahead of others, while Kuei-Nyo meandered off to another locale, remaining somewhat unfamiliar with them. Yuan Yi declined the invitation from the 3 sisters, opting instead for solitude on a sacred mountain. While it was acceptable for the three siblings to dwell together, there was no need for her to join in their revelry. It was rather amusing how they did not regard her as an outsider and had the audacity to extend an invitation to her. Yuan Yi found their naivety quite perplexing. Though they were all born of heaven and earth, unlike the inherently divine beings endowed with innate knowledge, these pure primordial beings remained oblivious to the complexities of the world and the treachery of human hearts, displaying an excessive innocence. The establishment of a cave abode was not particularly challenging. Yet creating one suitable for his colossal body of the golden flood dragon would pose a considerable challenge due to its immense size. Yuan Yi was accustomed to the human realm, and the opening of the cave could be approached gradually, without haste. Kuei Nyo had departed for elsewhere, and Duo Bao had also left, leaving only Yuan Yi with the Sanshao sisters. "Thank you very much," Yuan Yi finally expressed his gratitude, which was indeed directed toward his opportunity to take on a mentor. It must be noted that while Yunxiao appeared gentle, her disposition was anything but timid. She was remarkably resolute. This individual had boldly approached Tong Tian to seek mentorship, and surprisingly, Tong Tian acquiesced. The unremarkable yet seamless progression left Yuan Yi, who had anticipated various developments, at a loss for words. After securing such an opportunity, Yunxiao audaciously made a request to be the first to take on the apprenticeship, showing no fear of incurring the wrath of a formidable being. Fortunately, her aim was thus effortlessly achieved, and her gratitude was genuine. "Dao brother," Yunxiao paused. Shaking her head, it was now appropriate to refer to him as senior brother. "Senior brother, on that day, you aided our sisters in escaping. Such kindness merits recognition. If you remain so courteous, it may seem somewhat distant. Do you perhaps look down upon our sisters for our modest cultivation and lowly path, unwilling to associate with us? Indeed, and if the master is willing to accept you, it signifies that you are already capable of entering the fold. There is nothing to be thankful for." Interjected by Xiao. Xiao nodded in agreement, her stance unmistakable. Yuan Yi was neither pretentious nor overly formal. He understood that such politeness often signifies a certain distance. Although he preferred solitude, he was not devoid of warmth or empathy. "Junior sister, do call out to your senior brother," as he observed by Xiao fidgeting restlessly. The heavy burden on his heart began to dissipate, allowing Yuan Yi to indulge in a playful mood. The green-clad woman shaking her head behind Yunxiao came to a halt, her lively eyes darting about before she half-heartedly uttered, "Senior brother, it would have been more fitting for you to join us last, so that you might address us as senior sisters." In the end, a certain voice could be heard mumbling in the background. Yuan Yi must have not heard, for you all insisted on having me as your senior brother, and naturally, I must accept this sentiment. After exchanging a few simple words, Yuan Yi settled upon the spiritual mountain of his choice, seeking a location to establish a cave dwelling. Meanwhile, the three sisters departed, preparing to open their own cave dwelling on a nearby mountain. Within the depths of Kunlun Mountain, every inch can be deemed a treasure. And in truth, there is little to choose from. Apart from Mount Buzhou, the first divine mountain of the primordial realm is indeed not merely a name without substance. Yuan Yi once again profoundly experienced the insignificance of time within the primordial chaos, particularly for those formidable beings. Tong Tian instructed them to settle in, claiming he would return shortly to impart teachings and elucidate the profound truths. However, when they encountered Tong Tian once more, it had already been several millennia. The youthful figure of the Taoist casually sat in the void, articulating the mysteries of the great Tao and demonstrating the wondrous techniques of divine power. Yuan Yi, Sanshao, and Duo Bao were fully engrossed in the teachings, lost within the profound realms of Tao. Presently, Yuan Yi has gained a substantial understanding of the current state of the universe. The era of the three clans vying for supremacy in the wilderness has become a matter of the past, and the conflict between the demon ancestor and the immortal ancestor has reached its conclusion. The heavenly Tao has emerged, and the third sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace is on the horizon. Following the second sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace, the gourd vine on Mount Buzhou has been entirely divided among the three purities, with each having a piece. Furthermore, in the wake of the decline of the three clans, the iron-headed children of the Witch clan have taken residence to the south of Mount Buzhou. While the foundations of the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court are starting to take shape, emerging as the two largest innate divine factions in the current wilderness, though they have yet to be firmly established. As the teachings concluded, the gaze of Tong Tian turned towards them. "If any of you have inquiries, feel free to ask." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone stood up, eager to pose a question. Yuan Yi turned to his side, where the individual rising was none other than Yunxiao, seated beside him. Yun Zhao's inquiries had persisted for quite some time, as her questions were numerous and somewhat pedantic. Notably bold, she appeared to Yuan Yi as a diligent spokesperson, her queries effectively addressing most of the confusions lingering in their minds. Once Yun Zhao concluded her questioning, it seemed that the others had little left to inquire. Do you have any further questions? At this moment, Yuan Yi also stood, still grappling with uncertainties. The teacher had previously mentioned the concepts of merit and karmic obstacles, and the disciple felt a lack of understanding, hoping the teacher would illuminate his doubts. Yuan Yi bowed respectfully and began to speak. Just as Duo Bao and the others addressed him as master, Yuan Yi and his companions would certainly not seek to be treated differently. Particularly for Yuan Yi, the title of master felt more fitting. Tong Tian casually nodded, granting his approval for the inquiry. He was not overly fond of rigid formalities and preferred a more relaxed demeanor, free from excessive constraint. When the master mentioned the concept of merit, he added the term heavenly path. According to the disciples' understanding, the heavenly path had only reawakened following the conclusion of the Three Clans War, so prior to that, was merit merely of the great Tao? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian cast a peculiar glance at Yuan Yi, instilling a sense of unease within him. Had he posed an inappropriate question? Yet, his curiosity remained piqued, as the accumulation of merit was essentially a fundamental lesson for any traveler from another realm. From what Yuan Yi had gathered, merit was categorized into heavenly path merit and great Tao merit, the latter seemingly of a more exalted nature. Naturally, Yuan Yi also yearned to glean insights from Tong Tian regarding the relationship between the great Tao and the heavenly path, in hopes of deducing the essence of the heavenly path and even the Tao ancestor. After all, the heavenly path and Tao ancestor Hongjun had nearly become the omnipresent formidable foes of the primordial world, renowned for their cunning schemes. Invariably, any malevolent deeds could be attributed to Hongjun. Yuan Yi is unable to ascertain this matter. He requires further understanding to render a judgment. Why do you believe that the Great Way possesses the concept of merit? Thus inquired Tong Tian. Yuan Yi was momentarily perplexed, pondering the meaning behind the notion that the Great Way lacks the concept of merit. Your understanding of the Great Way is flawed. What exactly is the Great Way? He mused. The Great Way is supreme, impartial, and vast. Tong Tian shook his head and continued, all things are part of the way. All matters are part of the way. Everything is the way. Everything within your perception and everything beyond it resides within the Great Way, which encompasses all. Yuan Yi, I ask you, what is the prerequisite for the emergence of merit and karmic obstacles? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the prerequisites for the emergence of merit and karmic obstacles. Without awaiting Yuan Yi's response, Tong Tian continued to elucidate. The foundation lies in the distinction between good and evil, the differentiation of right and wrong. Only then can merit and karmic obstacles manifest. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, merit is a reward while karmic obstacles serve as a form of punishment. Thus, it is essential to distinguish between good and evil, right and wrong. However, upon what basis is this discernment of good and evil, right and wrong, established? Your understanding of the Great Way is rather limited, confined to a perspective that differentiates, even suggesting that the Great Way aligns itself with the viewpoints of conscious beings to determine good and evil. This is a misconception. The Great Way is inherently impartial, devoid of preferences, neither joyous nor malevolent. It is the epitome of greatness, encompassing all that exists. The notions of good and evil, right and wrong, all reside within the Great Way. There is no distinction between good and evil, nor right and wrong within it. Everything is part of the way. Hence, how can there be merit and karmic obstacles? When one adopts a stance to categorize good and evil, that is not the Great Way, that is the heavenly way. At this point, Tong Tian could not help but express a sense of wistfulness. You have not witnessed the chaotic world before the revival of the heavenly way, making it difficult to comprehend the utter turmoil that characterized that primordial time. For the frail beings of that era, there were no means of survival. The strong seized everything, acting with impunity and without remorse. Today, although the principle of survival of the fittest still prevails and the hierarchy of power remains, the strong have become more circumspect, curbing their excesses and refraining from unrestrained violence. For the heavens are watching, and the heavenly way is orderly, valuing life above all. As Yuan Yi listened to Tong Tian recount the tales of the primordial chaos, a deeper perplexity enveloped his mind. It appeared that the truths diverged from his prior understanding. Was there truly no notion of great virtues and merits? Then, what exactly constitutes the heavenly Tao? Furthermore, from the implications of his Minner's words, it seemed that while the great Tao lacks a stance, the heavenly Tao possesses one. What, then, is this stance? Does the heavenly Tao possess consciousness? Yuan Yi harbored no doubts regarding Tong Tian's words. There was no need for the teacher to deceive them. As for the notion that his esteemed mentor had been misled, Yuan Yi deemed it highly improbable. These innate divinities were survivors from an ancient epoch, possessing inherent knowledge from birth. Their consciousness must have awakened prior to the resurgence of the heavenly Tao, and it seemed unlikely that even the esteemed Tao ancestor Hongjun could deceive them. However, Yuan Yi refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that his cultivation was still in its infancy, and such matters were not his concern at present. Moreover, what could he possibly ask next? To continue questioning would only render him peculiar. After all, Yun Xiao and the others found nothing amiss in this matter. His own doubts stemmed from the influence of conspiracy theories circulating in whispers, casting suspicion upon the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Hongjun, a bias deeply ingrained in his perception. This was a form of subconscious prejudice, which often diverts one's gaze from the truth. One must introspect and remain vigilant, refraining from drawing conclusions based solely on assumptions. Although one may believe themselves to possess profound knowledge of the primordial realms, the reality is that their understanding is exceedingly superficial. The so-called insights they hold pale in comparison to the wisdom of those who have endured countless epochs, whether in terms of cognitive depth or the breadth of vision. One cannot compete with them. The ancient beings of the primordial world possess a wisdom that surpasses that of mere mortals. It is crucial not to underestimate their significance. Moreover, one should not overestimate their own worth. Otherwise, how could one ever seek enlightenment from them? This alone underscores the necessity for a change in mindset. At this moment, Yuan Yi pondered the intricate relationship between the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor, prompted by the impending third sermon at the Zixiao Palace. If his insights were indeed accurate, the positions of the six saints should soon be established, and he found himself contemplating whether these sanctified roles were truly a trap. Yet, he decided to set aside such thoughts, recognizing his lack of authority to speak on the matter. His ignorance regarding the heavenly Tao and the elusive Tao ancestor, Hongjun, rendered him unqualified. It was the innate sages, such as his master Tong Tian, whose profound understanding of the great Tao and the cosmos would enable them to make sound judgments. Only by ascending to greater heights could one behold a broader vista, gaining a clearer perspective. Thus, personal cultivation became his most pressing necessity. With the transmission of teachings, their paths in cultivation had begun to unfold, progressing smoothly, particularly as time was not a constraint for them. As Yuan Yi's cultivation advanced, he perceived a diminishing influence of the malevolent aura that had once tainted his essence, a most welcome development, for he wished to remain unshackled by such negativity. After the final inquiries were made, Tong Tian advised them to diligently pursue their cultivation before departing leisurely. At this juncture, less than 10,000 years remained until the Tao ancestors' third sermon at the Zixiao Palace commenced. Yuan Yi sat upon outside his cave dwelling, gnawing on a spiritual fruit, while his gaze wandered towards the entrance of his abode. There, clad in verdant attire, Bai Xiao was inscribing characters on the cave, claiming to bestow upon it a splendid name. Yuan Yi himself was rather indifferent towards the matter of naming the cave, as he believed he would likely depart from Kunlun in the future. This place was merely a temporary abode. Bai Xiao, possessing a somewhat restless disposition, often sought refuge with him, especially since Yin Xiao was somewhat strict with her sisters. However, as time went by, Yuan Yi began to sense something amiss. "What sort of name have you given this place, Bai Xiao? Golden Radiance Cave?" Yuan Yi straightened his posture, gazing at the three grand characters inscribed by Bai Xiao with divine script, somewhat taken aback. "What do you think, senior brother?" Bai Xiao inquired, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he admired his masterpiece, sitting beside him with eager anticipation. "You ask me what I think. It is quite challenging to assess. It is not merely a question of whether the name is good or bad, but rather why this name feels so strikingly familiar. Your true form is that of a golden dragon, resplendent in shimmering scales. Does that not aptly reflect your essence?" Yuan Yi fell silent, recalling the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain, the sacred ground of Master Tai Air, which was indeed named the Golden Light Cave. "What is the name of your sister's sanctum?" Yuan Yi inquired, gazing at Bai Xiao. "The Golden Dawn Cave," Bai Xiao replied. Yuan Yi's expression was peculiar. The name sounded rather familiar. Wasn't Yuling Mountain's golden cloud cave the domain of the esteemed Master Yuding? You sisters, Yun Xiao is of the white hue, and Xiong Xiao is not golden either. As for you, being green, how could you lay claim to the title Golden Cloud? Yuan Yi found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, you three sisters embody clouds. Not clouds of golden hue. Though similar, there exists a distinct difference. Brother, your side is named the Cave of Golden Light, and our abodes are neighboring. Golden Light and Golden Cloud, it seems, are quite closely situated, do they not? Yuan Yi found himself at a loss for words, feeling an overwhelming sense of peculiarity. In the present era of Kunlun, the concept of the 12 immortals had yet to emerge, and their second master had not taken on any disciples. Only the southern polar immortal remained. Furthermore, Yuan Yi sensed that his encounter with the three Xiaos at the juncture of Tongtian's teachings might have occurred prematurely. Although Tongtian roamed the land imparting wisdom, he had no intention of accepting disciples beyond a few enlightened individuals like Duobao. The naming prowess of Bixiao was indeed remarkable, having chosen such peculiar names. Observing Bixiao's expectant demeanor, Yuan Yi could only nod in approval. Bixiao, do you not engage in cultivation? Why do you come to me so often? Do you find me bothersome? Bixiao feigned a look of grievance. Realizing he had asked an unnecessary question, Yuan Yi understood that this individual was merely evading Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao encourages your cultivation for your own benefit, he finally remarked. Given Yin Xiao's courteous demeanor towards him, this place had become a sanctuary from Yin Xiao's watchful eye. Yuan Yi does not mind their occasional visits. However, there is always a peculiar feeling associated with them. To be honest with you, my esteemed senior, I felt an inexplicable closeness upon our first meeting, and the same applies to both the eldest and second sisters. Bai Xiao added. Yuan Yi heard it, but merely smiled in silence, feeling no surprise. Instead, he was somewhat unsettled. Did he share a connection with the three Xiaos? Indeed, he did, but it was with the spiritual treasure forged from his own remains, not with the living version of himself. Thus, Bixiao's words did not evoke any joy within him. Rather, they instilled a sense of unease, as if the fate of the Golden Mantis Scissors still awaited him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Whether this exquisite offensive spiritual treasure had vanished due to his continued existence remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi's current path of refining the innate Yin and Yang energies was indeed drawing closer to the Golden Mantis Scissors. Utilizing the refining techniques imparted by his teacher, Tongtian, he sought to transform these Yin and Yang energies into his own inherent divine abilities. Yuan Yi possesses confidence that in the future, his mastery of Yin-Yang mysticism will rival the legendary Kong Xian's five-colored divine light. However, at present, Yuan Yi is unable to fuse the dual energies of Yin and Yang into a singular form. He can only forge a pair of swords, one embodying Yin and the other Yang. He must await a time when his cultivation has ascended and his comprehension of the Yin-Yang principles deepens, before endeavoring to achieve their unification. Yuan Yi, as the primordial essence of the dual forces of Yin and Yang, embodies the transformative interplay of these fundamental energies. However, he does not represent a mere amalgamation of Yin and Yang. His subconscious dictates his form, choosing to embrace the Yang aspect predominantly, while the Yin side harbors an abundance of malevolent energy, thus becoming his antithesis. The source that should have nurtured the duality of Yin and Yang instead gave rise solely to this singular primordial being. Now, Yuan Yi has come to a realization. His essence, when compared to the majority of primordial entities, possesses a strength that surpasses theirs, with a robust foundation and commendable potential. Yuan Yi took another bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand. The spiritual fruits of the Kunlun realm are far more fragrant than those from the outside world, imbued with a pure essence of the heavens and earth. It is said that my second master has a primordial spiritual root, the celestial apricot, which is one of the most extraordinary creations in the vast expanse of the primordial world. I wonder what the celestial apricot tastes like, Yuan Yi mused. The flavor, undoubtedly, is exquisite, incomparable to any ordinary spiritual fruit, a voice replied. How would you know, having never tasted it? Yuan Yi suddenly regained his senses. The voice he heard was not Bai Xiao's, but rather an unfamiliar one that he had never encountered before. Beside him, Bai Xiao tugged at his sleeve, and upon turning, he beheld a middle-aged Taoist standing not far away, scrutinizing them with a piercing gaze. Neither he nor Bai Xiao had noticed the man's arrival, nor were they aware of how long he had been there. The Taoist's countenance exuded an ancient and imposing aura, his Taoist robe impeccably worn, and his hair tied in a neat top knot, leaving a solemn and serious impression. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Yi formed a conjecture and hastily pulled Bai Xiao to his feet, bowing respectfully to the Taoist. Disciple Yuan Yi pays respects to the second Shirbua. Bai Xiao, noticing the situation, quickly followed suit in greeting. Although they had never met their master's two elder brothers, Taiqing Taishang and Yuqing Yuanshi of the Three Purities, they had heard numerous tales about these two esteemed Shirbua. Their presence in this location clearly indicated that they were not mere peers, allowing Yuan Yi to easily deduce the identity of the newcomer. Yuan Yi felt a sense of unease, for it was said that the primordial sage held a particular disdain for those who were adorned in armor and those who thrived in damp conditions. He, being a creature of innate origin, was also a being clad in armor, furthermore tainted by the malevolent essence of the source. Did this not align him precisely with the type that the other detested? Although his address of Shirbua would likely prevent the other from holding a grudge against him, it would undoubtedly leave an unfavorable impression. Yuan Yi remains indifferent to the opinions of others, but this indifference is predicated on the notion that such opinions do not affect him. However, the realm of Yuqing, one of the three purities, is evidently an exception. Just moments ago, he found himself curious about the flavor of the celestial apricot possessed by his esteemed senior, a curiosity that might only serve to incite the other's disdain. At this moment, Yuan Yi also pondered another matter. His own Taoist name, Yuan Yi, would it too evoke feelings of aversion? The gaze of Yuanshi traversed the figures of Yuan Yi and Bai Xiao, ultimately resting upon Yuan Yi. The primordial energies of Yin and Yang coalesce, their malevolent essence entwined with the very fabric of existence. It is indeed a pity, yet also a rare phenomenon. Aware of this humble priest's identity, you address me as your esteemed master, yet why do you harbor trepidation towards me? In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Yuan Yi ultimately chose to be forthright, for deceit would only yield counterproductive results. It could not conceal the truth from such beings as they. This conclusion stemmed from Yuan Yi's profound understanding of the inherent sanctity of their nature. To lie to them would be perilous. The disciple, tainted by malevolent energy and possessing shallow fortune, feared the wrath of his esteemed uncle. Yuan Yi responded with candor. Upon hearing his reply, Yuqing gazed at him with a profound intensity and calmly stated, "You are indeed afflicted by malevolent energy. However, it is not a consequence of your own murderous deeds. And this I can discern. Shallow fortune is valuable in the realm of self-awareness. Those who, lacking self-awareness, make presumptuous demands are foolish and laughable. Those who, aware of their own shortcomings, succumb to despair are pitiable and tragic. You are neither of the former nor the latter, which is commendable." Yuan Yi was somewhat taken aback. Instead of eliciting disdain, he was instead met with a few compliments. Although it was highly probable that such remarks were mere pleasantries offered in deference to his esteemed mentor, Tong Tian, they were nonetheless a rare occurrence. However, it was not merely the compliments that surprised Yuan Yi. The very presence of this second master uncle was astonishing enough to leave him bewildered. He found it difficult to believe that this esteemed figure had simply meandered here out of sheer happenstance. While they had yet to meet this master uncle, he was undoubtedly aware of their presence in this location, rendering the notion of coincidence implausible. Thus, it was evident that this second master uncle had come expressly to visit them, yet Yuan Yi could not fathom the purpose of such a visit. Particularly perplexing was the fact that he had come alone, rather than alongside their mentor, Tong Tian. Surely, it could not be that this master uncle had come to assess them on behalf of their teacher? Yuan Yi dared not ponder further, respectfully receiving the teachings. For it is indeed a good thing to avoid inciting disdain. If truth be told, he would prefer to remain inconspicuous, the kind that does not attract attention. At present, Yuan Yi has indeed not committed many atrocities, as his time in the world is still in its infancy. He has only slain a few dragons. The dragons, burdened by their karmic afflictions, have not been purged of their sins, which speaks to their profound heritage, thus rendering the matter not particularly significant. Yuan Shi, pleased by Yuan Yi's respectful demeanor, took the opportunity to offer further guidance. Your teacher excels in imparting skills, but is somewhat remiss in conveying the Tao. I observe that you are adept at restraining the malevolent influences upon you, which is commendable. However, you must remain vigilant in discerning what constitutes your true self and what is merely the influence of these malign energies. Should you fail to unravel this distinction, it will be arduous to enter the realm of Tai Yi and encounter the singular true self, for the path will be flawed. What you suppress, is it the malevolence or the darkness within yourself? Failing to clarify this, whether you restrain or indulge indiscriminately, will only lead to your own misfortune. I express my gratitude for your guidance, Master. As for the flavor of the celestial apricot, I shall also enlighten you on that. Yuan Shi nodded slightly, and a hint of amusement crept into his words as he spoke. Before long, two celestial fruits soared towards Yuan Yi and Bai Xiao. Their rich, innate spiritual energy was undeniable, infused with the profound essence of the great Tao, shrouded in the ethereal aura of primordial vitality, the fruits of innate spiritual roots. The two exchanged glances, with Yuan Yi's astonishment deepening, while Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Naturally, they could not decline such a rare gift, for it held immense value for them. Furthermore, it would be impolite to refuse a present from their elder, which would denote a lack of respect. After bestowing the celestial apricots, Yuan Shi departed, vanishing without a trace. Yuan Yi gently caressed the celestial apricot in his hand, sensing the profound essence of the Tao within. Was this second master uncle truly so amiable? Furthermore, his generosity was astonishing, markedly differing from the impression Yuan Yi had formed of him. Perhaps this discrepancy arose from the fact that the three pure ones had yet to separate, fostering a harmonious brotherhood that led them to regard each other as kin. There were also the offerings of greeting to consider. Yuan Yi pondered when he might have the opportunity to meet that esteemed master uncle, as he yearned for guidance from him. This desire stemmed from Yuan Yi's own pursuit of the Tao of Yin and Yang in the current primordial realm. That master uncle was undoubtedly among the foremost practitioners, if not the preeminent figure. Naturally, such aspirations were but fleeting thoughts, not to mention the likelihood of that master uncle even offering counsel. The chance to meet him was already exceedingly rare. According to Duobao, master uncle was the most elusive of all, seldom venturing out into the world. What are you doing? Yuan Yi cast a sidelong glance at Bai Xiao, arching an eyebrow as he observed her gaze flitting between their hands. Let us see the size, he remarked. You glance at mine. But I shall not trade, unless your celestial apricot is considerably larger, he retorted, feeling disinclined to engage further with her. Bai Xiao, undeterred, scampered away with her celestial apricot in tow. However, she soon returned, informing him that both her sisters had also received gifts from their second master. Once Bai Xiao departed, Yuan Yi scrutinized the 3 grand runes emblazoned upon his cave dwelling, shaking his head before retreating inside to prepare for seclusion. Ordinary spiritual fruits merely satiated one's palate. Yet the fruits of innate spiritual roots possessed a distinct significance. Especially upon first consumption, they required diligent refinement. Who knew? It might lead to a substantial advancement in cultivation. Lacking sufficient cultivation brought about a sense of insecurity. Yuan Yi, now stripped of possessions, yearned to acquire some spiritual treasures. With newfound support, he was determined to seize the opportunity, hoping that when celestial treasures fell from the heavens, he might be fortunate enough to gather a few in the vicinity of Kunlun. Additionally, he contemplated accumulating merits through heavenly deeds, though the outcomes had proven less than satisfactory. Yuan Yi consumed the celestial apricot, its flavor a delightful indulgence, and soon he entered a profound state of introspection and enlightenment. Similarly, San Xiao, the trio of sisters, also found themselves ensnared in a retreat of their own. In the primordial chaos, time is inconsequential, and its value is diminished. Yuan Yi has gradually acclimated to the notion of seclusion that stretches across thousands of years. Prior to the commencement of the third sermon at the Zixiao Palace, the esteemed Master Tongtian visited once, imparting his teachings before departing from Kunlun to attend the discourse at the Zixiao Palace. Yuan Yi has successfully refined more than half of the celestial apricot, significantly enhancing his cultivation. According to his estimations, upon complete refinement of the celestial apricot, he is likely to advance to the late stage of the golden immortal realm, thereby achieving a modest elevation in his spiritual standing. In terms of cultivation, he has consistently maintained a slight edge over the 3 Xiaos, yet he has been unable to create a substantial gap. Conversely, the disparity in cultivation levels with Duo Bao and the others is diminishing. However, their period of rapid growth is nearing its end, making it somewhat challenging to catch up in the short term. The days of cultivation are tranquil. The Kunlun Taoist temple serves as their ivory tower. Here, they encounter little danger, as there is little they need to do or can do. Engaging in secluded meditation and exchanging insights among brothers creates a harmonious atmosphere. With fewer individuals, there are fewer disputes. Indeed, even the Antarctic Immortal comprises only 8 members, reflecting a dominance of Yin over Yang. Yuan Yi is not particularly adept at forming friendships. While he maintains amicable relationships with others, none are exceptionally close. Among his 3 male disciples, Nanji Xianwing is rather taciturn, while Duobao is wholly preoccupied with the pursuit of treasures, wandering throughout Kunlun Mountain day after day. Initially, Yuan Yi too roamed about, yet eventually he began to seclude himself in his own sanctuary. With Duobao's innate ability to sense treasures, the likelihood of discovering any nearby was negligible, leading him to relinquish his search. Conversely, the relationships among the female immortals are much more intimate. They often gather to savor tea and discuss the Tao, occasionally extending invitations to Yuan Yi and the others. Unbeknownst to them, their sojourn in Kunlun has spanned over 10 millennia, though the time spent with the Sanshao is markedly different, as their actual interactions are far less frequent. Perhaps this is why the bond between the Sanshao and Yuan Yi remains closer, and he feels similarly. It seems that nothing has truly altered. Yu Xiao regularly visits at fixed intervals, offering greetings, while Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, the second and third sisters, are frequent guests. One is reticent, the other loquacious. Yet both share a restless spirit and harbor a fear of their elder sister, Yu Xiao. The two often seek refuge in Yuan Yi's presence, particularly when they have incurred Yu Xiao's ire. However, unbeknownst to them, there are times when Yu Xiao comes to retrieve them at Yuan Yi's behest, finding amusement in their woebegone expressions as they are lectured by their elder sister. Why does he do this? Naturally, witnessing the pitiable sight of the two being admonished by Yu Xiao adds a delightful hue to his otherwise mundane cultivation. After all, Yu Xiao never lectures him, always maintaining her graceful demeanor. Her rare moments of reprimanding are even more intriguing. Once the immortal apricot has been refined, Yuan Yi unsurprisingly breaks through to the late golden immortal stage, nearly 10,000 years having passed since the 3 purities departed Kunlun for Zixiao Palace to hear the Tao. Yuan Yi was unaware of the precise conclusion time of the sermon at the Purple Cloud Palace. He merely awaited the arrival of that moment. Elder brother, what are you observing? I am contemplating whether any spiritual treasures might descend from the heavens. Elder brother, have you become foolish in your cultivation? How could spiritual treasures possibly fall from the sky? Yuan Yi turned his gaze toward the 2 sisters who had rushed over, their intentions unclear, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. You don't seem particularly cheerful. What have you done to incite Yin Xiao's ire this time? Do share, so I might find some amusement in it. Qiong Xiao fixed him with a long, contemplative stare, while Bai Xiao shot him a glare, expressing her displeasure towards his apparent schadenfreude. In the next moment, Yuan Yi, who had been languidly reclining in his chair, abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes shimmering with a fervent light as he looked skyward. Quickly, summon your elder sister. A celestial treasure has fallen from the heavens. He had seen it, a glimmering light streaking across the vast expanse, descending into the primordial earth. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, he was certain of what he had witnessed, having observed it for quite some time. Brother, such tales might sway Bai Xiao, for she is easily deceived. Qiong Xiao spoke softly, her disbelief palpable, yet her words trailed off. This was due to her own sighting of the fleeting light in the sky. It indeed seemed that something had fallen from above. Bai Xiao, already feeling disgruntled by her sister's remarks, had no chance to retort before Qiong Xiao grasped her hand, leading her toward the Jinxia cave to seek out their elder sister, Yin Xiao. Yuan Yi's figure vanished from sight as he sought a location to test his fortune. Naturally, this was confined to the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain, for venturing beyond was perilous. They lacked the capability to genuinely contend for opportunities. They merely relied on their influential backing to seize the chances that fell at their doorstep. Once they left this domain, their standing would not hold as much weight. However, within this territory, their adversaries would be compelled to consider the prestige of the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones themselves rank among the elite of the primordial deities. With the conclusion of the 3rd sermon, their status has likely become even more transcendent, rendering it improbable that anyone would audaciously intrude upon their sacred ground in Kunlun to snatch treasures. This opportunity, if pursued, might well allow one to shed the identity of the 3 no-Taoists. Kunlun is vast, and being one of the most esteemed paradises of the primordial world, it is reasonable to expect that a few treasures might indeed be found within this realm. Yuan Yi has been waiting idly by the tree stump for a hare, or rather, guarding the mountain for treasures, for over a century. He witnessed the radiant light of the spiritual treasure streaking across the void, vanishing into the distance, and observed mighty beings tearing through the fabric of space in pursuit of the ethereal treasure as they traversed beyond Kunlun. Yet, he saw nothing descend into the depths of Kunlun itself. Yuan Yi was unaware of how much of Hongjuan's collection remained after the treasures had been distributed among the myriad primordial deities, nor how many had fallen into the vast wilderness. He only understood one thing. If he could not acquire anything this time, he would have to wait for the esteemed elders to unleash their spiritual treasures and roots, making it exceedingly challenging to find opportunities for further acquisitions. Primordial objects possess their own fated destiny and are hard to come by. Indeed, some primordial deities are but destitute wanderers, devoid of even a single compatible spiritual treasure by their side. Perhaps when his master, Tongtian, formally established his teachings in the future, he might bestow upon his disciples some spiritual treasures, yet who would ever reject an abundance of such artifacts? Moreover, it is said that the method of severing the three corpses imparted by Daozu requires the use of primordial spiritual treasures. Yuan Yi was uncertain whether the path of severing the three corpses would lead to enlightenment, but he believed that preparing for multiple contingencies would provide him with an additional avenue. Lacking the favor of any progenitor to freely draw upon Pangu's blood, it remained uncertain how far he could progress in the future, should he find himself at an impasse. The method of severing the three corpses might indeed present a viable option. Yuan Yi harbored no certainty that he could undoubtedly attain sainthood or ascend to the realm of Hunyuan. After lifting his hand to stifle a yawn, his gaze drifted toward the heavens, his golden eyes momentarily vacant. In the next instant, a spark of brilliance ignited within those golden orbs, and a look of joy bloomed on Yuan Yi's face as he sprang into action, stepping onto the void. As the adage goes, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. The diligent are not forsaken by the heavens. Hadn't the moment finally arrived? Yuan Yi's gaze was fixed on the horizon, when suddenly a ray of spiritual light pierced through the void, appearing abruptly and soaring directly towards the heart of Kunlun. As Yuan Yi activated his perceptive abilities, he beheld within the divine radiance an object resembling a ruler, exuding an extraordinary aura. What kind of spiritual treasure could this be? Yuan Yi transformed into a beam of rainbow light and hastened towards it. However, he soon found himself frozen in place, for emerging from the void was a hand that seized the spiritual treasure with ease. The treasure struggled and quivered, yet was promptly subdued, falling silent and unable to ascend into Kunlun. A Taoist, holding a spiritual lamp, revealed himself and scrutinized the acquired treasure with a smile of satisfaction. After stowing the ruler-like artifact within his sleeve, the Taoist's gaze drifted towards Yuan Yi in the distance, assessing him briefly before turning to depart. Witnessing the opportunity slip away, Yuan Yi could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet what could be done about it? Who was this Taoist wielding the ruler and the spiritual lamp? Yuan Yi shook his head, choosing to abandon his thoughts, for the more he pondered, the more he found himself engulfed in a sense of despair. This place was indeed unfortunate, so he resolved to relocate. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Yi finally beheld the second flash of inspiration illuminating the void, descending into the heart of Kunlun. Yuan Yi immediately rushed over and discovered a crown made of white jade, suffused with the essence of the five elements. Although its aura did not compare to the previously encountered ruler, it was undeniably a genuine innate spiritual treasure. Besides Yuan Yi, other extraordinary beings from within Kunlun also hastened to the scene, equally aware of this celestial treasure that had descended. However, this innate spiritual treasure was not easily obtainable. Those extraordinary beings were simply unable to catch up or impede its path. In the later stages of Yuan Yi's cultivation as a golden immortal, he exhibited his prowess without any semblance of modesty. As these were unclaimed treasures, there was no reason not to vie for them. Considering that these entities were all spirits of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Yi refrained from launching a preemptive strike against them, instead focusing on seizing the coveted spiritual treasure. Those daring enough to attack him were effortlessly sent flying with a casual wave of his hand, though he refrained from taking their lives. Behind him, the manifestation of the golden flood dragon loomed, stretching across 1,000 miles, exuding a fearsome and imposing presence. Enveloped in the dual energies of Yin and Yang, a menacing aura emanated from him, spreading a terrifying pressure that subdued many onlookers. Yuan Yi unleashed the dual energies of Yin and Yang, directing them toward the ethereal radiance in an attempt to seize it. However, the speed at which the spiritual treasure darted away was astonishingly swift, despite multiple attempts. He found himself repeatedly thwarted, unable to lock onto its presence with his divine sense. This artifact appeared to possess an innate ability to conceal its aura, blending seamlessly into the fabric of the five elements, making it elusive to detection, leaving him with no choice but to pursue it visually. Yuan Yi pursued the fleeting ethereal light, traversing the expanse of Kunlun Mountain, even fully materializing the true form of the Golden Flood Dragon. He pushed his speed of evasion to its utmost limit, managing to avoid being cast off. After an arduous effort, he finally captured the elusive streak of spiritual light and, with all his might, suppressed it using his own Yin and Yang energies. It took an immense exertion, akin to moving mountains, before he could pacify it. Shouldn't acquiring a spiritual treasure be a matter of it willingly coming forth? Why must he resort to force? Yuan Yi sighed, relieved that his efforts proved effective. It seemed that his malevolent aura was not favored by the innate spiritual treasure, which appeared to disdain him. In the hands of Yuan Yi, the power of the laws gradually diminished as the innate forces of Yin and Yang flowed seamlessly. As the radiance receded, a diminutive crown of white jade emerged. A medium-grade innate spiritual treasure known as the Crown of Dust. This artifact, unfamiliar to Yuan Yi, leaned toward defensive auxiliary capabilities. It possessed the ability to obscure one's aura, making it challenging for others to discern his presence through spiritual perception. Furthermore, once activated, it could summon the protective energies of the five elements, blending into the void and drawing strength from the cosmos. As Yuan Yi toyed with the Crown of Dust, he felt a sense of satisfaction, albeit modest. He had indeed gained something of worth. In truth, he lacked defensive treasures, with only the golden-scaled attire he had fashioned offering any semblance of protection. Yet, it could not compare to a genuine defensive spiritual artifact, especially given his current cultivation was still insufficient. What pleased Yuan Yi most was the crown's ability to conceal his aura, which might effectively mask the ominous purple energy surrounding him, preventing those who judge by appearances from labeling him a villain. As for offensive capabilities, he was not wanting. His innate forces of Yin and Yang were formidable weapons in their own right, rivaling any innate spiritual treasure. Once his cultivation ascended, allowing him to evolve these forces into his life's divine ability, his offensive prowess could be anticipated with great promise. Yuan Yi concealed the Tongqin crown and wandered within Kunlun for several centuries, yet he remained oblivious to the world around him. Even after he had initially refined the Tongqin crown and shrouded his own malevolent aura, no innate treasures or spiritual roots with the discernment to recognize his worth took notice of him. At this juncture, his master and uncle finally returned, prompting Yuan Yi to return to the Taoist temple. However, Tong Tian did not summon them immediately. Instead, it was the three heavens who arrived first, bringing with them news. Upon discovering that spiritual treasures had fallen from the heavens, others, like him, ventured forth in search of opportunities and indeed found some success. Taoist Duo Bao, leveraging his innate talent, managed to locate two innate treasures, one a common low-grade innate treasure, and the other a high-grade innate treasure, a golden spirit pearl from the five-element source spiritual beads, which incited a twinge of envy in Yuan Yi. Nevertheless, the others did not fare as well, and in comparison, Yuan Yi's fortunes appeared rather favorable. Thus, what have you all acquired? Yuan Yi's gaze turned towards the three celestials, and judging by the expressions of Qiang Shao and Bai Shao, it appeared that the three sisters had indeed made some significant gains, particularly Bai Shao, whose demeanor made her revelations quite apparent. Their appearance suggested that their acquisitions were extraordinary, leading Yuan Yi to speculate that they might rival the golden spirit pearl discovered by Duo Bao. The three celestials held nothing back from Yuan Yi. He was well aware of their achievements and had first-hand experienced the power of that spiritual treasure. Before Yuan Yi could fully comprehend the situation, Qiang Shao, who had remained silent, suddenly summoned a spiritual treasure. Yuan Yi was inherently unsuspecting and had never anticipated that Qiang Shao would use him to assess the power of the spiritual treasure. Naturally, what truly vexed Yuan Yi was the realization that the broken spiritual treasure they had acquired seemed to possess a certain degree of restraining power over him. Despite Yuan Yi's realization, he ultimately could not evade the golden ropes that ensnared him. In an instant, his primordial spirit was suppressed, and his magical energy flowed sluggishly. Even his formidable physical form was targeted, rendering his corporeal strength ineffective and leaving him unable to break free. Yuan Yi's lips twitched as he regarded the object bound to him. It was indeed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, even though it had not been fully refined. Its power was not to be underestimated. Particularly, the aura emanating from it left him feeling quite displeased, even repulsed. Brother, what do you think of this spiritual treasure we've acquired? Care to take a look? Bai Xiao giggled as she leaned closer, her face alight with pride. However, her moment of triumph was fleeting. In the next instant, Yin Xiao raised her hand and delivered a gentle tap to her forehead, causing Bai Xiao to clutch her head and cease her laughter. As the primary instigator, Qiong Xiao was not spared from the reprimand either. The two sisters stood to one side, nursing their foreheads and keeping their heads bowed, too timid to speak. Yun Xiao promptly untied Yuan Yi, repeatedly offering her apologies while handing over the spiritual treasure. Yuan Yi cast a sharp glance at Qiong Xiao and her companion before examining the treasures they had obtained. What is this? The binding of a mortal's rope? It does not appear to be such. This item is not a weapon of offense. However, its capability to restrain is formidable, with an astonishing power of confinement. This object is known as the dragon binding rope, and by fortune, the three of us sisters have come into its possession. My younger sister is still naive. Please do not hold it against her, master. I, Yin Xiao, will ensure she receives proper guidance upon our return. Upon hearing these words, the two sisters froze, their expressions stiffening as they exchanged furtive glances, seeking help from the very victim they had wronged, hoping he might intercede on their behalf. Yuan Yi Chong and his companion exchanged amiable yet perplexed smiles, indicating their lack of comprehension regarding her expression, and subsequently chose to disregard her. Conversely, the audacity of the Tian gang was remarkable. They had the gall to use him as a means to test their treasures. Yuan Yi delved into the recesses of his memory, where the name Binding Dragon Rope resonated faintly. It seemed that he had indeed encountered this name before. Moreover, it was evident that anything he recognized was far from ordinary, and he was astonished to discover that it referred to an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Comparisons among individuals truly proved futile. Upon reflection, it was impossible to draw parallels. The three sisters, bound by blood and fortune, shared an intertwined destiny. How could he possibly contend with three? Yet, if one were to speak candidly, Yuan Yi believed his own fortune was not lacking, especially since he had come across two innate spiritual treasures. However, the sinister aura that clung to him slightly marred his fortune, leaving him to lament what could have been. Yuan Yi is currently perplexed, questioning why the binding dragon rope, a mere instrument, seems to have a targeted effect against him. It is utterly absurd. He is the Yin-Yang Jiao, a primordial being, not a member of the dragon clan. The world may refer to him as a Jiao, equating it to a phase of dragon transformation and a lower echelon of true dragons. Yet, Yuan Yi distinguishes himself from those Jiao who have undergone the path of dragon transformation. He embodies a unique lineage. While ordinary Jiao are mixed-blood dragons, he is a pure Jiao. How could this flawed spiritual treasure mistakenly identify him as a dragon? Yuan Yi is utterly vexed. It is no wonder that Qiong Xiao, this impudent being, would experiment with him. Why would something acquired by the three celestial sisters specifically target him? However, upon reflection, this may not be entirely unfavorable. With the three celestial sisters in possession of it, it is certainly preferable to have them wielding this artifact than allowing it to fall into the hands of others. Although their playful antics are evident, the likelihood of the three celestial sisters genuinely turning against him is minimal. Thus, the binding dragon rope's targeting effect on him diminishes significantly, effectively alleviating a potential threat. Moreover, it appears that this item originally belonged to the celestial sisters. Even without his presence, they would have procured this artifact, thus negating any notion of being singled out. Given the sisters' candidness, Yuan Yi felt no need for subterfuge. He raised his hand to tap the jade crown that bound his hair, as the convergence crown released its 5 elemental radiance. The quintessence flowed, the 5 elements interchanged, nurturing his being and manifesting profound mysteries. The realms of the 5 elements and Yin-Yang share numerous similarities within the Grand Tao. Thus, contemplating the traces of these truths would greatly benefit Yuan Yi's cultivation. Although his path of Yin-Yang has been tainted by malevolent energy, it undeniably remains rooted in the principles of Yin and Yang. Observing the 3 celestial sisters, Yuan Yi pondered a pressing question. Would he be unable to contend against the combined might of these 3 sisters? It should not come to that. His cultivation level surpasses theirs, and the innate Yin-Yang energies accompanying him are not without their advantages. Furthermore, when united, They could easily enlist Yin Xiao to discipline the two younger ones without him needing to lift a finger. He resolved to borrow the binding dragon rope from them in the future for his own exploration, hoping to discover a means of counteracting its effects. It seems they would not refuse. Such a targeted spiritual treasure is indeed quite irksome. The three celestial sisters returned to their golden cloud cave, commencing their seclusion to refine the spiritual treasure and delve into the profound truths it harbors. Yuan Yi must similarly enter a period of seclusion to refine the dust crown, a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. Only through this refinement can he truly master the treasure. And only by thoroughly comprehending the principles of the Tao can he fully unleash the inherent might of the spiritual artifact. The alignment between the spiritual treasure and one's own Tao is of greater significance than the treasure's grade. While a higher-grade treasure, such as a supreme artifact, is notable, it pales in comparison to the essential harmony with one's own path. With the return of the three purities, each has taken command of their innate supreme treasures. The Grand Master Taishang has acquired the Tai Chi diagram. The second master has obtained the Panga banner. And Yuan Yi's own teacher possesses the Excalibur array. Presently, they are all engrossed in their own meditative practices, refining their supreme treasures and contemplating the Tao, leaving no time for audiences. Besides these three supreme treasures, the three purities have also secured numerous innate spiritual treasures and roots, a fact of which Yuan Yi is aware. In truth, Yuan Yi harbors a tinge of envy towards a particular spiritual treasure held by the second master, known as the Yin-Yang mirror, as its resonance with his own Tao is likely to be profound. However, he lacks the audacity to covet it and dares not entertain such thoughts. Uncertain whether his teacher possesses a spiritual treasure that aligns with the Tao of Yin and Yang, Yuan Yi currently wields the refined innate Yin-Yang energies as his offensive means, while his defense is bolstered by the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the crown of shared dust. In the serene confines of the Yuan Yi's cave, draped in a robe of pure white and adorned with a jade crown, the essence of the five elements shimmered while the interplay of Yin and Yang flowed gracefully. The true form of the golden dragon lay veiled in mist, coiled in the void, exuding a profound aura that, beneath its tranquility, suppressed its tempestuous energy. The cycle of the five elements and the rotation of Yin and Yang evolved into myriad mysteries with the passage of time. While Kunlun Mountain basked in calmness, the world outside was anything but tranquil. The three clans had withdrawn from the stage of primal conflict, allowing the cosmos to enjoy an extended period of peace. In stark contrast to the chaotic era of yore, this could be regarded as a time for recovery and rejuvenation. The innate divine beings embarked on the path of sagehood, while ordinary primordial beings had already emerged to traverse the world, giving rise to diverse factions. The powerful beings of the mountains and wilds imparted their teachings, guiding others on the path of cultivation. As life flourished, the world exhibited signs of prosperity. However, this was accompanied by an alarming increase in disputes, which grew in scale and intensity. The Tao ancestor Hongjun had sealed the Zixiao Palace, merging with the heavenly Tao, remaining hidden from the mortal realm. The position of the saints was established, yet the saints themselves had yet to manifest. How could the innate divine beings, birthed from the Tao, remain stagnant when they were aware of the path to the great Tao? In stark contrast to the few designated saints who remained complacent, a tide of change began to surge within the wilderness. Observant eyes could discern the emergence of two dominant factions among the innate divine beings, led by the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, born of the sun, and the faction led by the foremost male immortal, Dong Mu Gong, acknowledged by the Tao ancestor. Dong Mu Gong held the title of the male immortal leader, while the neighboring female immortal, residing in the Yao Pool to the west of Kunlun, was known as the West Queen Mother. Though the West Queen Mother maintained a low profile, few dared to underestimate her. Despite her status as the foremost female immortal, she remained reclusive, in stark contrast to Dong Mu Gong, who was actively forming alliances to achieve great ambitions. The relationship between the two seemed rather distant. On the other hand, Tai Yi wielded a primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell, making him the pinnacle of innate divine beings in terms of cultivation. In the past, only the Tai Ching among the three pure ones could contend with him by virtue of the postnatal merit treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. No one else could rival the might of the Chaos Bell. Moreover, even Tai Ching, with his postnatal treasure, excelled in defense but struggled in offense. He could remain undefeated but found it challenging to secure victory. Tai Yi's prowess was unparalleled, particularly with his brother Di Jun, who also possessed exceptional capabilities, commanding the He Tu and Luo Shu. Together, their only worthy opponent was the trio of the three pure ones. However, the three pure ones pursued a path entirely different from theirs and had no intention of establishing a faction or contending with them. Beyond Taiyi's extraordinary power, what captured attention was the presence of a designated saint within Dijun's faction, Yuan. No one anticipated that this female divine being, who had been enticed into their fold prior to the Tao ancestor's teachings at the Zishu Palace, would be taken as a disciple by the Tao ancestor after the teachings, receiving the primordial purple energy and numerous spiritual treasures, thus becoming a future saint of considerable standing. It is likely that even she had not foreseen this, or else her willingness to align with the Dijun brothers would have been a matter for debate. With both factions amassing numerous innate divine beings, Dong Mu Gong holding the title of male immortal leader with the Tao ancestor's endorsement and Yuan being a disciple of the Tao ancestor, the situation grew increasingly intricate. Many attempted to speculate on the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's stance, yet he seemed disinclined to engage with them, showing no intention of intervening. In addition to the two factions among the innate divine beings, a formidable force could not be overlooked, the Wu clan, led by the 12 ancestor witches. The Wu clan rapidly expanded, claiming the southern lands of Buzhou Mountain. Although these 12 ancestor witches did not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit, they were inherently endowed with the power of the great Tao, their formidable forms being beyond comprehension. Each was tough-skinned and valiant, compelling even the most powerful innate divine beings to retreat. With the 12 ancestor witches, numerous great witches, and millions of Wu clan members, they showed no deference to anyone, and the innate divine beings were equally reluctant to engage with them. The dynamics of the primordial world had become somewhat delicate. I, Dong Mu Gong, have come to pay a visit to the three friends. On this day, a voice transcending space echoed from beyond Kunlun, heralding the arrival of Dong Mu Gong. Yuan Yi emerged from his cavern, gazing beyond Kunlun Mountain. What could the Eastern Prince possibly seek in Kunlun? Surely, he could not be attempting to court the Sanqing. Beyond that, no other reason came to mind. As for the notion of confronting him, Yuan Yi doubted the Eastern Prince possessed such audacity. Please, esteemed friend. A voice echoed from the summit of Kunlun, as three figures materialized in the void, revealing themselves to be the Sanqing. Yuan Yi beheld for the first time the venerable elder of the three pure ones, his grandmaster, Tai Ching. In his advanced years, his hair and beard were entirely white, and his countenance exuded a serene tranquility. Standing there, he appeared less imposing than his counterparts, Yuqing and Shangqing, embodying a certain ancient simplicity and profound essence. Yet Yuan Yi understood that this seemingly unassuming elder was an unparalleled force within the primordial realm, both in the past and present. Indeed, he could hardly fathom anyone, aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, capable of breaching his defenses. Possessing a postnatal treasure of immense virtue, reputed to be invincible and impervious to all methods. He was now further safeguarded by the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, rendering his cultivation unfathomable. Perhaps the legendary 12 ancestors of the shaman could be tested against him in their 12 heavenly godly array. Beyond Kunlun, a figure strode forward, embodying the vitality of all creation. Adorned with a crown of 9 dimensions and draped in clouds and mist, he exuded an extraordinary presence. It was the Eastern King. The four exchanged respectful greetings before ascending Kunlun, vanishing from sight. Was this indeed the foremost male immortal, the Eastern King? What business did he have in seeking out the master and grandmaster? At an uncertain moment, Bixiao had drawn near, standing beside them with curious eyes directed towards the peak of Kunlun. What could they be discussing? She inquired. Yunxiao cast a glance at Yuan Yi, who showed no inclination to speak. Perhaps they are inviting the master, Yunxiao conjectured. This individual was astute, seemingly attuned to the dynamics of the primordial realm, which led to her speculation. However, such matters bore no relevance to them. Their current shallow cultivation necessitated diligent practice. Bixiao, do refrain from incessantly interrupting your senior brother's training, she admonished, also chastising the restless Bixiao, for among the three sisters, her cultivation was indeed the most tenuous. Yuan Yi holds a profound agreement with Yun Zhao's perspective. At present, in the tumultuous era of the primordial world, they are merely passive observers, fortunate enough to cultivate in the serene embrace of Kunlun. Sheltered from the overwhelming tides of fate, such a refuge is a rare blessing that many sentient beings yearn for but cannot attain. Without this protection, controlling their own destinies would be an arduous task, rendering them incapable of grasping the threads of their own fates, let alone meddling in the affairs of the primordial world. Lacking sufficient vision, they cannot penetrate the depths of understanding. Their only role is that of cannon fodder, vulnerable to being obliterated by even the slightest ripple of chaos. This is not yet their era. It belongs to the innate deities. Yuan Yi now possesses merely a passive interest in the matters of the primordial world. Devoid of the strength to participate actively, and indeed, he harbors little desire to engage. His primary aim is to preserve his own existence. For he believes there is ample time ahead of him. Particularly, he is beset by a multitude of uncertainties. The complexities of the primordial world elude his understanding, leaving him apprehensive and reluctant to speak or act recklessly. There is no rush. Time is on his side. He observes the innate divine beings as they coalesce, patiently awaiting the revelations from the elder generations, eager to scrutinize the true state of this primordial realm. Centuries later, when Dong Wanggong departed from Kunlun, the discussions he held with the three purities remained a mystery to Yuan Yi and his companions, leaving them to speculate without genuine concern. The speculation regarding Yuan Yi and Yun Shao aligns. It is presumed that the Eastern Prince has come to seek an alliance with the three pure ones to deliberate on significant matters of the primordial realm. However, it is highly likely that such overtures were met with refusal, as they would never acquiesce to a subordinate position. Nor would they willingly share the same status as the Eastern Prince. Yuan Yi faintly discerned that after departing from Mount Kunlun, the Eastern King did not return to his abode in the east, but instead journeyed westward. It appeared that his master and senior uncle were not the sole objects of the Eastern King's visitation. The Eastern King's visit left no discernible impact upon the current state of Kunlun. All remained as before. The three pure ones continued their secluded cultivation, sitting in silent discourse upon the Tao. Yuan Yi occasionally had the opportunity to listen to their teachings, subsequently engaging in his own cultivation. He was fortunate enough to ascend the majestic peak of Kunlun Mountain on several occasions. Though grand and awe-inspiring, it bore a somewhat austere character. Absent were magnificent palaces or opulent caves. Instead, there existed a rather unassuming courtyard, which served as the humble abode of the three pure ones. In terms of the essence of the Tao, the external splendor and comfort could not rival the cave dwelling that Yuan Yi had constructed for himself. In this regard, Yuan Yi exhibited a greater sense of aspiration, harboring a more pronounced inclination towards worldly desires. Yuan Yi has initially refined the medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Tongchen crown. He has also gained insights into the five elements techniques, and his own cultivation of the innate Yin and Yang energies has made significant progress, with steady improvements across all aspects. In fact, his rate of advancement surpasses that of his contemporaries in the three heavens, and even the most diligent among them, Yin Shao, lags behind him. In the realm of cultivation, time is but an illusion. Yuan Yi has gradually acclimated to the concept of time within the primordial wilderness, where even superficial periods of seclusion can span thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As for the duration of profound seclusion, there exists no upper limit. Yuan Yi had often contemplated venturing into the world, yet his capabilities rendered such desires unattainable. The illustrious reputation of the three pure ones was sufficient to grant them protection within the confines of Kunlun. Yet it could not empower them to roam freely across the vast wilderness, engaging in secluded meditation and cultivation, wandering within Kunlun. The most he could do was tease the sisters Qiong Shao and Bai Shao, who frequently visited. Yun Shao, being excessively earnest, lacked the charm that made interactions enjoyable. Strangely, the pursuit of cultivation had become his greatest source of pleasure. However, the malevolent energy he had forcefully suppressed was proving difficult to dissipate, exhibiting a tendency to intensify, which led him to keep Bai Shao and her sister at bay for an extended period. Though he had not formed profound connections with Duobao and the others, he had become somewhat familiar with them. Duobao was a treasure enthusiast. Jin Ling possessed a fiery temper and exceptional combat skills, albeit with limited expressive abilities, while Wudong seemed like a transparent figure, appearing to be devoid of temperament. Among the trio, Jin Ling was the most powerful, while Wudong appeared the weakest on the surface. Nonetheless, Yuan Yi suspected that the true weakest among them might be Duobao, his status as the senior brother notwithstanding. Of course, should he wield his myriad treasures as weapons, his strength might ascend to another echelon. Yet, Duobao's passion lay in the pursuit of treasures, akin to a fisherman who revels in the act of fishing more than in consuming the catch itself, resulting in a somewhat inadequate mastery over his own spiritual artifacts, plentiful yet lacking finesse. The Southern Polar Immortal, disciple of his second master, was a figure whose cultivation level Yuan Yi could not discern with precision, though he could roughly estimate it to be comparable to Jin Ling's. Nearing the threshold of Tai, his combat prowess was commendable, yet he was not particularly combative. Heavily influenced by his second master's demeanor, adhering to decorum and rarely engaging in disputes over philosophical matters, Unbeknownst to him, nearly a full Yuan meeting had elapsed. What roused Yuan Yi from his secluded state was a momentous event that reverberated throughout the wilderness. Above the Eastern Sea, the Eastern King established a celestial court upon the three immortal islands, proclaiming to all beings in the wilderness his intent to establish order among the myriad creatures and to guide them along the path of immortality. His resounding voice, imbued with authority, echoed throughout the cosmos, resonating within the hearts of beings as he assumed the title of the foremost male immortal appointed by the Tao ancestor. Revered as the supreme male immortal, numerous innate deities rallied to his side, forming a foundation upon the three immortal islands, thereby gathering immense fortune. In that moment, the void was filled with golden lotuses, auspicious clouds spread for thousands of miles, and the sounds of the Tao resounded endlessly, manifesting countless extraordinary phenomena. Moreover, a tremendous force of heavenly merit descended, enveloping the heavens and the earth, coalescing into an ocean of divine power. As Yuan Yi and his companions emerged from their cave abode, they gazed towards the Eastern Sea. Countless beings throughout the primordial realm mirrored their actions. Yet their reactions varied widely. Among the three pure ones, only two revealed their forms, standing in the void, while the Grand Master remained concealed, seemingly indifferent. Regardless, the establishment of the Celestial Court is a momentous event for the denizens of the primordial world, destined to leave an indelible mark upon the annals of time. Yet, does this herald the dawn of a new era of prosperity? Only time will unveil the truth. The ambition of the Celestial Court is to guide the path of immortality, to establish order and regulations for all beings of the immortal way within the primordial realm, a task fraught with challenges. Even with the esteemed title of the foremost male immortal, approved by the Tao ancestor, not all will acknowledge his authority. The Eastern King, though not an ordinary innate deity, lacks the prestige necessary to command respect. In terms of strength, true mastery of the Tao serves as the foundation for one's standing. Yuan Yi languidly reclined within the pavilion before his cave abode, his golden eyes gazing eastward, where the first individual to position himself as a protagonist upon the stage of the era had finally emerged. Regrettably, the adage "gather grain extensively before claiming kingship" might be more fitting for him. No, Yuan Yi shook his head. It was not merely a matter of time. For the Eastern Lord had likely never possessed the opportunity from the very beginning. As the timeline extended, it would increasingly lack advantages for him, gradually eroding the prestige of the foremost male immortal. The Eastern Lord should have embarked upon this endeavor much earlier, perhaps during the manifestation of the Tao ancestor in the world. Otherwise, he would have to resign himself to obscurity, as he lacked the requisite foundation and strength. Evidently, the Eastern Lord was unwilling to concede to mediocrity. His prior visit to Kunlun, beyond the invitation, might have also served as a means of probing. With the Celestial Court's decline and the Eastern Lord's elimination, was there any benefit to be gleaned? Yuan Yi pondered, only to abandon his contemplation in an instant. Lacking sufficient strength, he was unworthy even to scavenge. What was he thinking? As for relying on his master, Tongbian, Yuan Yi increasingly sensed the profound depths of the primordial world. Certain matters were not as superficial as he had presumed, and his limited understanding could hardly provide reference value for those of quasi-saintly status. Moreover, Tong Tian did not harbor such trust in the words of his disciples. Which quasi-saint would heed the words of a golden immortal? For Yuan Yi, possessing only a rudimentary awareness of prevailing trends constituted his sole advantage. Should circumstances alter, he would be unable to steer the course, thereby forfeiting this advantage and potentially inviting disaster. He also yearned to glimpse the ancestral witch, Hutu, or at least become somewhat familiar with her. Yet, did he dare? Should he venture forth, he would likely find himself a mere offering, familiar indeed, but roasted, and hardly worthy of an audience with Hutu. Adjusting his disheveled hair, he stretched lazily and resolved to lie down. Sitting was far less comfortable than reclining. The affairs of the world can be distilled into two categories, those that concern me and those that do not. At this moment, the latter prevailed. Rather than fretting over the quasi-saints' contest for the Tao, it would be more meaningful to devise a way to urge Bixiao to seek a reprimand from Yunxiao. However, coaxing Qiongxu was no easy feat, for she possessed a rather cunning disposition, consistently placing the blame upon Bixiao, though in the end, she too could not escape unscathed. Unable to deceive Yunxiao, with a flick of his hand, a spiritual fruit soared from the confines of his cave and landed gracefully in his palm. Yuan Yi was about to take a bite when he suddenly paused, lowering his gaze to the spiritual fruit in his hand, his eyes twitching slightly. Which mischievous soul had placed a bitten fruit in his fruit platter, still bearing distinct tooth marks? A mouse transformed into a spirit? Soon, Yuan Yi's expression darkened. Every single piece of fruit on the platter bore a bite mark. This was not the work of a mouse achieving enlightenment, but rather that of a monkey. Such extravagant wastefulness could only be attributed to a certain great sage in the peach garden. Was it Xiong Xiao who did this? Or was it Xiong Xiao who incited Bai Xiao to do it? When had this been done? It was utterly unethical. Gazing at the fruit marked by teeth, Yuan Yi's eyes brimmed with disdain, and he casually buried it in the ground. The Eastern Emperor established the immortal court to determine the order of the primordial world and to guide the myriad beings of the universe. The Tao ancestor created the immortal path to be passed down through the ages. The name of the immortal court carries a hint of borrowing the Tao ancestor's legitimacy. There are indeed many who respond to the sacred call of the Eastern Emperor's immortal court, and while their own foundations may be lacking, the title of the foremost male immortal recognized by the Tao ancestor is undeniably valuable. The information accessible to Yuan Yi is exceedingly limited, and his awareness of the names of the innate sacred beings is even more restricted. Among the multitude of such beings, Yuan Yi has only heard of two relatively familiar names, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. It is said that Hong Yun, having established a friendship with the Eastern King, accepted an invitation and promptly made his way there, bringing along his dear friend Jin Yuanzi. Hong Yun, known for his extensive network and considerable strength, wields a supreme innate spiritual treasure, a gourd forged from the finest materials of Mount Buzhou, capable of formidable offensive power. His close companion, Jin Yuanzi, boasts extraordinary credentials, possessing a top-tier innate spiritual root in the form of a ginseng fruit tree and a supreme innate treasure, the Earth Book, in his possession. Together, they offer significant support. Although they have not formally joined the Celestial Court, their endorsement is nonetheless evident. However, in stark contrast to the responding innate sacred beings, there are evidently many who remain aloof observers. Of particular intrigue is the refusal of the leading female immortal, the Queen Mother of the West, to accept the Eastern King's invitation, choosing not to join the Celestial Court for reasons unknown. The Celestial Court occupies the blessed land of the Three Immortals Island, gathering a multitude of beings, including innate creatures and ordinary spirits. In this current era, even the most mundane beings, if placed in future times, would hardly be considered ordinary, especially as all beings dwell in ignorance, with no clear path to the great Tao. Encountering mighty entities who impart teachings is an unparalleled opportunity. The Celestial Court has commenced the dissemination of its teachings to the world, creating quite a stir. Beings feel its benevolence and flock to its embrace, bringing forth boundless fortunes. The influence of the Celestial Court is indeed captivating. After eons, the primordial world quakes once more, as the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, born of the Sun Star, establish the heavenly court atop Mount Buzhou, proclaiming their presence in the primordial realm and illuminating the hearts of all beings. Mount Buzhou, the foremost divine mountain of the primordial world, serves as a pillar of heaven and has given rise to two miraculous artifacts, the gourd vine and the 24-petal primal blue lotus. As the pressure of its might gradually dissipates, Mount Buzhou no longer appears as insurmountable as it once did. The Dijun brothers have gathered a considerable assembly of innate sacred beings, now occupying Mount Buzhou, thereby establishing the heavenly court in succession to the celestial court. Though their names differ, their actions are fundamentally aligned. While the paths of the celestial and heavenly realms exhibit distinctions, tracing their origins reveals their intrinsic connection. The establishment of the heavenly court generates even greater commotion than that of the celestial court, owing to the profound foundation of the former, particularly with the presence of Tai Yi and the future sage, Niuhua. Additionally, Di Jun's exceptional capabilities attract even more innate sacred beings to his side, leading to an emerging trend where the heavenly court eclipses the celestial court. Such a situation undoubtedly incites dissatisfaction within the Eastern King, as the coexistence of the celestial court and the heavenly court raises questions of legitimacy and authority in establishing the order of beings across the primordial realm. This has evolved into a contest of doctrines and a struggle for the great Tao. Prior to their establishment, the two great powers were already at odds. With numerous disputes having arisen, their current state has escalated into direct conflict. Nevertheless, both parties remain relatively restrained, and the reasons for this mutual restraint are well understood among them. They are testing the stance of a certain entity, one capable of decisively influencing the tides of the primordial realm, Daozu Hongjun. Similarly, Yuan Yi observed the reaction of the Tao ancestor, as he was most eager to discern the stance of this esteemed figure. He had heard an abundance of conspiracy theories from later generations, and it seemed that Tao ancestor Hongjun perpetually lurked behind the scenes, leaving Yuan Yi in a state of uncertainty. However, He recognized the significance of clarifying this matter. The current state of the primordial era had sown seeds of doubt in his mind regarding numerous issues, and he yearned to uncover some clues. Yet, disappointment washed over him as Tao ancestor Hongjun remained indifferent throughout, and Zixiao Palace remained shrouded in the ethereal heights, untouched by the mortal realm. The winds of change swirled and hidden currents surged. The primordial world was far from tranquil, and within Kunlun, all remained as it had been. It was only that their masters, Qing Tongtian and their uncle, Yuqing Yuanshi, seemed to have engaged in a quarrel. Even the disciples were subtly aware of this discord. Yet they remained oblivious to the cause of the dispute and were powerless to intervene. Yuan Yi found himself in a state of helplessness. He certainly did not wish for the three pure ones to part ways, for the separation would signify a future where three revered sages would serve as pillars of support. Yet, what could he possibly do? While he was acknowledged as a disciple, the only one who could exert even the slightest influence over their master, Tongtian, was merely Daobao. And even that influence was negligible. Though Tongtian possessed a carefree disposition, the disciples were nonetheless too wary to speak out freely, let alone instruct Tongtian in his affairs. The disparity between the golden immortal and the quasi-saint was akin to that of an old immortal consuming arsenic. The difference in their levels was so vast that they lacked even the qualification to concern themselves with such matters. Yuan Yi occasionally finds himself intrigued by the beings destined to reach the pinnacle of the Tao, pondering how they perceive the world. Is it akin to how one might view ants? He remains unaware that his perspective has always been rather low, habitually interpreting these divine entities through the lens of a mere mortal. After imparting his teachings to them, Tongtian departed from Kunlun, embarking on a journey through the vast wilderness to pursue his own path to sanctification. This was not only true for Tongtian. His two other esteemed masters also ventured forth to explore the realms beyond. Aside from cultivation and seclusion, there seemed to be little else to occupy their time. Even if Yuan Yi desired to engage in activities, he lacked the requisite strength, unable to even step beyond the sanctuary of Kunlun. Others shared his predicament. Duobao toiled in the fields of Kunlun, while Jin Ling enjoyed engaging others in philosophical discussions, even having summoned Yuan Yi a few times. Fortunately, due to his low cultivation level, he managed to evade the fate of being drawn into such debates. Jin Ling indeed was the first to ascend to the Tai realm, outpacing both Duobao and Wu Dang. As for the southern pole immortal, he appeared infrequently, leaving Yuan Yi uncertain about his level of cultivation. Following a multiverse meeting, Jin Ling broke through to the Tai realm and entered seclusion, quieting down. During this time, Yuan Yi diligently solidified his late-stage golden immortal cultivation. Upon emerging from his retreat, he was taken aback by a piece of news that had both been anticipated yet arrived unexpectedly. Not long ago, a great battle erupted over the Eastern Sea, pitting the heavenly court against the immortal court. The outcome, as he had foreseen, was the annihilation of the immortal court, with the Eastern King falling beneath the chaos of Taiyi's belt. This conflict over the Tao lineage had yet to commence and had already met a hasty conclusion. Emperor Jun acted with resolute decisiveness, opting for a direct confrontation before tensions escalated between the heavenly and immortal courts, resulting in the swift destruction of the immortal court. This caught many off guard, marveling at his audacity and determination. After all, the Eastern King was recognized as the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor. Even the Eastern King had not anticipated Emperor Jun's clean and ruthless approach in instigating a direct war between the two courts. The Eastern King had summoned numerous allies and established a self-created grand array of 10,000 immortals, yet ultimately, it was futile. He fell at the hands of Taiyi, his true spirit now shrouded in silence, with no certainty of return. The amiable Hongyun rushed to the scene, hoping to mediate, only to narrowly escape being embroiled in the fray, ultimately shielded by Zhen Yuanzi. In the span of just one multiverse meeting, the immortal court was obliterated in a single battle, with the quasi-saint Eastern King perishing on the spot, alongside dozens of other innate divine beings meeting the same fate. The disparity in foundational strength between the two sides was far greater than anyone had anticipated, leading to the immortal court's demise in history. While the heavenly court cleared this obstacle and commenced the planning of a new order for all sentient beings. Such an outcome elicits a sense of melancholy. Simultaneously, the annihilation of the immortal court gradually led everyone to recognize a profound truth. Tao ancestor Hongjun seemingly had indeed ceased to intervene in the affairs of the wilderness, as he had professed. Whether this was a boon or a bane remains uncertain. With the fall of the immortal court, the heavenly court, claiming to adhere to the principles of the Tao, positioned itself as the rightful authority and began to establish order among the myriad beings of the wilderness. Less than 20,000 years later, the ruler of the heavenly court, Emperor Jun, proclaimed dominion over the wilderness, declaring the establishment of the demon race, asserting that all sentient beings with spiritual essence were to be unified under this banner. Within Kunlun, where Yuan Yi's Taoist sanctuary resided, a woman clad in green stood poised in the air, her hands forming intricate gestures, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "A prodigy! Witness my divine powers!" Bai Xiao exclaimed cheerfully, conjuring a spell that manifested a jade-green celestial sword, its magical essence radiating, transforming into a multitude that obscured the sun, descending with the force of annihilation. The target of this formidable display was none other than Yuan Yi, clad in a simple white Taoist robe. Yuan Yi cast a disdainful glance at the audacious fellow who dared to address him as a demon, truly deserving of a reprimand. As beams of sword light descended upon him, Yuan Yi raised his hand to gently tap the jade crown adorning his hair, manifesting the essence of the 5 elements. Radiant hues of 5 colors swirled around him, enveloping him in a protective aura. The onslaught of sword light, overwhelming and relentless, failed to breach his defenses. Yuan Yi deftly invoked a Taoist incantation, with the dual energies of Yin and Yang swirling about him. As he pointed his finger, the dual energies transformed into black and white swords, illuminating the air and colliding momentarily with a radiant golden beam hidden within a myriad of sword lights, temporarily thwarting its advance. At that moment, Yuan Yi's figure vanished from sight. He had meticulously studied the art of evasion and, through the understanding gained from the Taunchen crown, had begun to comprehend the path of the 5 elements. His mastery of the 5 elements evasion technique had entered a preliminary stage. Furthermore, as his essence was rooted in the energies of Yin and Yang, the evasion techniques of Yin and Yang were particularly harmonious with him, making them his forte. Seizing this moment, he executed the evasion technique, merging with the dual energies, effectively disrupting Bai Xiao's mental focus. In the next instant, Yuan Yi materialized behind Bai Xiao, extending his finger like a sword and directly shattering her protective magical barrier. Just as Bai Xiao sensed something amiss, the cunning glint in her eyes still flickering, she was rendered motionless. Before she could react, Yuan Yi's hand flicked, summoning the entwined Yin and Yang energies to his fingertips, which coiled around her like chains, binding her in place, rendering her unable to move. With the loss of her defensive support, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope, which had the potential to restrain him, faltered without Bai Xiao's magical strength. Yuan Yi seized it effortlessly, forcefully suppressing its resistance. "Monster! I shall deem you a monster," he exclaimed, daring to label your elder brother a monster and attempt a sneak attack. "This is a matter requiring rectification." Having subdued the binding dragon rope, he pounded Bai Xiao's head with his fist. This rogue had surreptitiously plotted to ensnare him with the binding dragon rope, concealing her true intentions within her magical techniques while wearing a smug expression. Now immobilized and stripped of her earlier bravado, Bai Xiao transformed into a pitiful figure. "Elder brother, I was wrong. Does admitting fault hold any meaning? You will surely err again next time," Yuan Yi retorted, delivering 2 more blows before retracting the Yin and Yang energies. Bai Xiao clutched her head, her expression one of deep resentment, while Yuan Yi chose to ignore her plight. The binding dragon rope was released from his control, returning to Bai Xiao, who wounded around her waist. Although he had previously borrowed this exquisite innate spiritual treasure for contemplation, its aura was far from pleasant to him. Nevertheless, he had gleaned valuable insights on how to counter the binding dragon rope, particularly in evasion techniques, especially concerning methods of escape from confinement. Yuan Yi surmised that if he could evade even the binding dragon ropes, a method specifically tailored to counter him, then the means to ensnare him under similar circumstances would be exceedingly rare. Concurrently, he possessed profound insights regarding the techniques of confinement and suppression. His ability to immobilize Bai Xiao was, in fact, inspired by the formidable power of the binding dragon ropes. Given its derivation from this technique, it seemed to harbor certain implications directed at the dragon lineage, leaving Yuan Yi with a rather intricate emotional landscape. This binding dragon rope had classified his golden dragon form as belonging to the dragon category, yet he had discerned a method therein that seemed aimed at himself. Just moments ago, Bai Xiao had donned a visage of melancholy, but in an instant, her expression transformed into one of joy, her mood shifting with such rapidity that Yuan Yi found himself unable to keep pace. "Brother, According to the Heavenly Court's definition, you are indeed a member of the demon race. Bai Xiao reiterated this matter. And what of you? Yuan Yi replied dismissively. Are you a member of the demon race? Bai Xiao shook her head. We share similar origins. If you are not, how could I possibly be classified as a demon? The Heavenly Court's definitions are of no concern to me. If we were to adhere to their classifications, nearly all beings in existence would fall under their purview, including esteemed figures such as our teachers, who are primordial sanctities. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun has been categorized as a member of the demon race, one essence manifesting as Hongjun. Regarding the origins of this Tao ancestor, I once inquired of teacher Tongtian, intrigued by the tales that claimed he attained enlightenment from a cricket. However, Tongtian clarified that the Tao ancestor was born of the first wisp of pure qi in the primordial universe, akin to the fallen demon ancestor. Do you think Emperor Jun would dare to label the Tao ancestor as a member of the demon race? Among the other primordial sanctities, aside from those aligned with the Heavenly Court, who would claim such an identity? Indeed, many clans would not even acknowledge themselves as part of the demon race. The definition of demons is far too expansive. As a primordial being, how could Yuan Yi possibly identify with the demon clan? Currently, the Heavenly Court flourishes, basking in its zenith, with numerous primordial deities joining its ranks, alongside countless races eager to converge. Among these beings are primordial entities, as well as woodland spirits that have gained intelligence through enlightenment, and progeny born from the influence of divine principles, reminiscent of the once mighty dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans. Many beings willingly align themselves with the demon clan, seeking a powerful ally, much like Yuan Yi himself. Their lives are as worthless as straw. With everything driven by the instinct for survival, the multitude yearns for order, for it is they who suffer most from chaos. Countless souls perish in obscurity, their numbers beyond count. Only with order can there be a space for the weak to exist. However, does the Heavenly Court not fear opposition from other primordial deities? The absence of the Tao ancestors' presence, whether by tacit approval or indifference, likely fosters a similar sentiment among the other primordial deities. Moreover, given the current strength and foundation of the Heavenly Court, ordinary entities would scarcely dare to confront them. Maintaining peace is undoubtedly the wisest path. The formidable presence of Tai Yi serves to silence dissenting voices. According to Yuan Yi's estimation, apart from those shamans who continue to live their lives, only the three pure ones, wielding their innate treasures, possess the capability to contend with the Heavenly Court. Even the other designated future saints lack such strength. The shaman tribe shows little concern for the Heavenly Court, and the three pure ones remain mere spectators. Who else would dare to intervene? The broader the definition of the demon race, the greater the ambition of Emperor Jun, who genuinely seeks to establish an order among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. While this endeavor undoubtedly offers significant advantages, it is essential to recognize that every benefit carries its own drawbacks. Should one be unable to withstand the repercussions, the backlash could prove exceedingly terrifying. Yuan Yi perceived that Di Jun was inadvertently digging his own grave, having failed to consider the influence of the Wu clan. By subsuming all spirits under the demon race, the voracious entities of the Wu clan would inevitably target the very demons themselves as their quarry. This situation places irreconcilable contradictions squarely upon the Heavenly Court. If you establish the demon race and assume the mantle of its sovereign, you cannot remain detached from the Wu clan's predatory pursuits. How can one claim to be the sovereign of the demon race and the ruler of the Heavenly Court while failing to protect one's own subjects? However, upon deeper reflection, it seems that Di Jun's ambition to enact an order among the myriad beings of the primordial world necessitates such actions. One must unify into a cohesive whole to establish rules. Yet, in doing so, it becomes impossible to exclude certain factions, inevitably encompassing all spirits. This presents an insurmountable dilemma. By embarking on this path, he must confront the issue posed by the Wu clan. Even if victory did not belong to the Heavenly Court but rather to the Celestial Court, the outcome would remain unchanged. The relationship between prey and predator is inherently adversarial and irreconcilable. By choosing this path, Di Jun has willingly embraced the consequences that follow. Yuan Yi sighed, pondering when he would possess the strength to traverse the primordial wilderness. He yearned to witness the state of the Wu clan. At this moment, he longed for his master to attain sainthood, for relying solely on himself seemed an unreliable endeavor. Yuan Yi nibbled on the spiritual fruit, gazing towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, pondering when the great goddess Inwa would attain sanctity. As the prospect of becoming a sage looms, only those of true sanctity possess sufficient deterrent power. The status of a sage's disciple is ample to compensate for any deficiencies in personal strength. Though the primordial wilderness remains fraught with peril, the degree of risk has ultimately reached an acceptable threshold. Yuan Yi harbored little interest in the path of Go, nor did he pursue it with any fervor. Otherwise, would it not render his earnest quest for such an identity utterly futile? Concurrently, Yuan Yi was not particularly invested in altering the destinies of others. His sole desire was to observe and comprehend certain matters, with the ultimate aim of serving his own interests. After expending nearly 3 Yuan meetings worth of time, Yuan Yi had attained the consummate realm of the Golden Immortal, with the path of Tai laid before him. Yet, upon reaching this stage, the path must be forged by oneself. While they lingered in the realm of the Golden Immortal for an extended period, it was solely to amass sufficient foundation. Once they entered the realm of Tai, they would begin to carve their own path. In the pursuit of the great Tao, there exists no turning back. The way is devoid of regret. Yuan Yi must now contemplate the path he ought to pursue. Merely perceiving the laws of the cosmos is no longer sufficient for his advancement. He must establish a solid foundation for his own grand way. During these nearly 3 Yuan gatherings, the dynamics of the primordial world are undergoing profound transformations. The celestial court's authority is unparalleled, sweeping across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Countless tribes have converged beneath the unyielding mountain, while the innate divine beings of the celestial court collaboratively devise the cultivation methods for the demon race, imprinting the heavens and earth, imparting wisdom to all sentient beings, thus bestowing blessings upon life. The innate divine beings, born of the great Luo, possess no specific cultivation techniques or practices. They engage in their pursuits by directly comprehending the grand principles of the universe. Yuan Yi and his companions, guided by Tian, were imparted with insights into the profound principles of the universe and the laws governing existence. They were enlightened on the mysteries of divine powers. Yet no specific cultivation techniques were handed down to them. Thus, the path they traverse is essentially one of striving to approach the innate sanctity, to comprehend and embody the way. The transmission of the innate sanctity is, quite literally, the direct impartation of the subtlety of the great Tao, while the specific practices can be seen as the fruits of their own understanding and endeavors. In contrast, the cultivation methods of the demon clan can indeed be classified as techniques, presenting a more streamlined path. However, this also implies that it is a narrower route, though swifter. It offers fewer choices. A shortcut, too, is fraught with limitations. To gain something often necessitates relinquishing another. Yuan Yi grasped the fundamental principles of the demon clan's cultivation, imprinted within the very fabric of the universe. After deep contemplation, he gained some understanding of it. He recognized the advantages of this method of cultivation. From his perspective, it resembled a comprehensive guide for novices, providing clear instructions that eliminate the need for personal exploration. However, Yuan Yi did not consider himself a member of the demon clan, nor could he ever adopt their practices. The celestial court's fortune gathered with tremendous might, seemingly advancing towards its zenith. Throughout this process, everything proceeded smoothly, with no one daring to interfere. Nonetheless, 2 incidents captured Yuan Yi's attention. The first involved the venerable Red Cloud, a figure bold enough to mediate during the fierce conflict between the celestial and immortal realms, and one of the possessors of the primordial purple energy. Red Cloud fell upon departing from the sacred grounds of his close friend, Yuan Yi, on his way back. He was ambushed by innate divine beings of the celestial court and assaulted by the Kunpeng, resulting in the destruction of his corporeal body and the scattering of his essence, an event that stirred deep lamentation. The primordial purple energy vanished without a trace, along with Red Cloud's exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. This incident caused quite a stir, for Red Cloud was a prominent figure in the primordial world, well-connected and possessing numerous beneficent ties, yet he met such a tragic end. In comparison to Red Cloud's demise, another matter incited even greater ire within the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court had established the Demon Clan, inviting myriad beings to pay homage. Yet an unexpected calamity occurred. The region south of Mount Buzhou saw a significant lack of visitors to the Celestial Court. The reason was not the barrenness of the southern lands or the scarcity of life. It was the ancient calamity of savage beasts that had ravaged the areas north of Mount Buzhou, rendering them desolate, second only to the western lands devastated by the destruction of the Earth's veins. The situation arose simply because the area south of Mount Buzhou was dominated by the Witch Clan. The demon beings that sought refuge became prey, delighting the Witch Clan and inciting the wrath of the Demon Clan, while the innate divine beings of the celestial court felt a loss of face. Consequently, the celestial court dispatched envoys to the witch clan to demand an explanation, only to find themselves struggling to escape, treated as mere quarry. This infuriated the celestial court's powerful beings, who could not tolerate being regarded as prey. How could they allow the hard-won authority of the celestial court to dissipate so easily? Thus, a conflict erupted between the celestial court and the witch clan. Even more astonishing was the realization that the formidable celestial court and the demon clan were not a match for the witch clan, suffering significant losses in several battles. Countless demon beings perished, and even innate divine beings were hunted by the 12 ancestor witches, resulting in the fall of several Deluo existences. The 12 ancestor witches were undeniably powerful, and the witch clan was not to be underestimated, a truth recognized by many. However, few comprehended the extent of the 12 ancestor witches' strength. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit or comprehend the great Tao, yet their ancestral witch forms were invulnerable, impervious to all methods, and extraordinarily formidable. The celestial court's experts retreated in defeat, never managing to gain the upper hand. Although Tai was powerful, he could not withstand the combined might of the 12 ancestor witches and the potency of the innate treasures. Against the ancestral witch forms, even his efforts were significantly diminished. Moreover, the 12 ancestor witches possessed other trump cards, including the 12 capitals' heavenly god slaughter formation, summoning the true body of Pangu. The force of a single strike transcended the level of quasi-saints, a fact painfully validated by the celestial court. It was during this tumultuous period that Yuan Yi witnessed the appearance of the Tao ancestor Hongjun in the primordial world for the first time. His figure standing majestically between heaven and earth, illuminating the hearts of all beings, an ineffable sight of grandeur. The battle between the celestial court and the witch clan unleashed waves of energy that swept across the primordial realm, shaking the very foundations of existence. A conflict far surpassing that between the celestial court and the immortal realm in its ferocity. The brutality of the ensuing slaughter between the demon and witch clans resulted in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The blood-soaked grounds beneath Mount Bujo rising in malevolent energy to horrifying heights. At the moment when the 12 ancestor witches unleashed the power of Pangu, comparable to that of a saint, it seemed as though the primordial world was on the brink of collapse. It was at this critical juncture that the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who had not appeared since his third sermon, intervened, thwarting the strike of the 12 capitals' heavenly god slaughter formation and forcibly halting the hostilities. From that point onward, a tenuous peace was enforced between the celestial court's demon clan and the witch clan, with only minor skirmishes occurring, but no full-scale battles resumed. Concurrently, subtle information began to circulate, suggesting that the Tao ancestor Hongjun had issued a decree forbidding saints from intervening in the grand tides of the primordial realm at will. The motivations behind the Tao ancestor Hongjun's intervention remain a subject of speculation among many. Some believe he acted to protect the celestial court, while others oppose this view, noting that he never appeared even when the immortal realm faced annihilation. They posit that the Tao ancestor intervened because forces comparable to saints were disturbing the primordial realm, jeopardizing its stability and affecting the Tao ancestor's own path to unity. Furthermore, it is speculated that the decree might have been directed at Nuwa. For it is well known that Nuwa is a disciple of the Tao ancestor, having received the primordial purple energy during her ascent to sainthood. The true thoughts of the Tao ancestor remain shrouded in mystery, as he has never elucidated them to anyone. And the purple cloud palace continues to remain hidden beyond the 9 heavens. Yuan Yi is also pondering the intentions of Daozu Hongjun, which aligns closely with the facts he is aware of. Is it truly the case that Daozu is orchestrating everything from the shadows? Is he the mastermind behind it all? His original understanding easily sways him towards such speculation. However, the profound respect that his master Tong Tian holds for Daozu Hongjun restrains him from making such reckless assertions. Yuan Yi could discern that not only was Tong Tian present, but both of his masters also held a genuine respect for Taoist patriarch Hongjun, devoid of any semblance of pretense. If possible, Yuan Yi internally wished that Taoist patriarch Hongjun was not a puppet master orchestrating events from the shadows. This sentiment did not stem from any profound admiration for the patriarch. Rather, it was due to the perilous nature of such a primordial realm. Furthermore, he hoped to have the opportunity to validate a particular matter concerning the ancestral shaman, Hutu. Yuan Yi once inquired of his teacher Tong Tian whether the primordial chaos encompassed solely the 3 powers of heaven, earth, and humanity, or if there existed a path beyond the heavenly Tao. At that moment, Tong Tian regarded him with an expression of incredulity, struggling to comprehend such a question. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, and from that point forth, he refrained from casually inquiring about the legends he was familiar with. Tong Tian explained to him that the heavenly Tao is the grand principle evolved from the Tao fruit of the great Pangu, representing a path that emulates the grand principle yet remains distinct from it. The grand principle encompasses all, as all things are manifestations of the Tao. In the context of the primordial universe, the heavenly Tao is synonymous with the grand principle. The implication was straightforward. The heavenly Tao is the singular essence of the primordial realm. In fact, when Yuan Yi sought to ask about concepts such as the earthly Tao, Tong Tian found such inquiries perplexing. How could this child pose such questions? The look in Tong Tian's eyes at that moment seemed to convey this sentiment, and Yuan Yi understood it. Yuan Yi yearned to ascertain whether the authentic essence of what he perceived truly existed, and whether his mentor, Tong Tian, was indeed correct in his assertions. The validation of this matter held paramount significance for Yuan Yi, as it would serve as a crucial reference point for him. Should his teacher's words prove accurate, it would necessitate a profound recalibration of his understanding and mindset, compelling him to alter his perspective on this primordial realm, striving to shed any preconceived notions. Otherwise, he might unknowingly sow the seeds of his own calamity, inviting disaster upon himself. For instance, if he were to mistakenly regard Tao ancestor Hong Jun as the puppeteer, flitting about like a jester, what would he ultimately become? Without any genuine calamity, he could inadvertently invite misfortune upon himself, and should such a day arise, Yuan Yi would find little to smile about. Time was abundant in the primordial world, yet Yuan Yi found himself in scarcity of it. Certain opportunities, once missed, would forever elude his grasp, leaving the truth beyond his reach. Teacher, you must strive diligently. Your disciples' hopes rest entirely upon you. Surely, it would not be long now until the emergence of the first sage after the Tao ancestor, and the birth of the human race in the primordial realm, Yuan Yi mused, reaching into the fruit platter, only to find it devoid of offerings. Gone. This was perplexing, as he recalled the spiritual fruits he had previously gathered from the depths of Kunlun should have remained. With a hint of exasperation, he withdrew his hand, rose from his abode, and set forth with familiarity to gather more spiritual fruits. In his current state, he felt as though he could accomplish nothing beyond mere observation. Yet it appeared that there was little to be done. Within the golden light cave, Yuan Yi sat cross-legged atop the Tao platform, surrounded by the dual energies of Yin and Yang, evolving the profound mysteries of the boundless Tao. As Yin and Yang converged, they transformed into the singular essence, where the dual energies fostered the differentiation of the five elements. Upon the diverse laws of the Tao, Yuan Yi's figure coalesced, manifesting in a hazy semblance, both ethereal and substantial, exuding varied auras. The runes of the Tao descended, elucidating the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, as Yuan Yi's presence seemed to emerge from disparate realms and timelines, with countless possibilities gradually converging into unity. Tai Yi, the Supreme One, he glimpsed his true self, mastering his being, embarking upon his unique path of the Tao, no longer confined to the superficial laws of the cosmos, but beginning to construct the foundation of his own Tao. This marked the 9th Yuan assembly since Yuan Yi's awakening in the primordial realm, with the realm of Tai Yi now within reach. In the latter stages of the 8th Yuan assembly of Yuan Yi's calendar, Nu Hua attained sagehood, heralding the advent of humanity, and a new chapter in the primordial saga was on the cusp of unfolding, with Nu Hua having attained enlightenment. How far could it be until the other sages followed suit? Yuan Yi's opportunity to embark on his journey of exploration was drawing near. He aspired to elevate himself to the realm of Tai Yi before that moment arrived, even if not for any other reason. Traversing the primordial wilderness with merely the capabilities of a golden immortal would prove to be quite arduous. Yuan Yi found himself immersed in profound cultivation, wandering through the vastness of the cosmos, oblivious to the external world. Illusory manifestations of the great Tao continuously coalesced and merged with Yuan Yi's essence, culminating in the singular realization of his true self. The golden figure of the Jinjiao Dharma manifested, filling the void, its radiant golden eyes shining like the sun suspended in the sky. As time flowed by, only the final ethereal silhouette remained steadfast in the emptiness. Yuan Yi opened his eyes and gazed intently at the figure before him, his gaze piercing. Unlike the other apparitions, this figure appeared tangible, devoid of any ethereal semblance. Another Yuan Yi, enveloped in the dual energies of Yin and Yang, radiated a malevolent aura. His golden eyes glimmered with a blood-red hue, exuding a ferocious presence. While his strikingly similar features conveyed an unsettling sense of wickedness, Yuan Yi furrowed his brow as he gazed at the figure before him. This was a thread woven into the tapestry of his destiny, yet it proved to be one of the most challenging to bind. At times, he found himself vying for dominance. No, it would be more accurate to say that he stood at a crossroads, confronted with two divergent paths, pondering which one to pursue. Yuan Yi gazed at his peculiar reflection, furrowing his brow in discontent. The more he looked, the more he found it unbearable. He perceived this version of himself as grotesque, permeated with a myriad of negative emotions, resembling an unparalleled demon, exuding an ominous aura. The defiant and arrogant expression was reminiscent of a villainous side character. Could this truly be himself? Could he harbor such malevolent thoughts? Yuan Yi was filled with disdain. This must be the influence of malevolent energy, not his true self. Yuan Yi raised his hand, his fingertips imbued with the primordial duality of Yin and Yang, preparing to strike down upon this aspect of himself with a single sword. Seeking to complete the convergence, he was reluctant to integrate this fragment of self into his being, wishing instead to cast it aside, desiring to remain untainted by the malevolent energy. Yet, his hand hesitated in midair, unmoving. Was this truly not a part of himself? Was it merely the essence of malice? His master, Tong Tian, had never offered guidance on this matter. In this moment, he recalled the words of his second master, words he had overlooked at the time. Now, they resurfaced, illuminating the realization that the issues plaguing him had indeed been perceived back then. He forcibly suppressed his negative emotions, attributing all malevolence to the malign influence on his core essence. But was this reality? It was not. Those vile thoughts originated from within him, thoughts he had failed to confront and vehemently refused to acknowledge, unwilling to accept that this ugliness was indeed part of his self. Due to the influence of the malign energy, this aspect of himself had swollen and evolved more severely than in others, desires burgeoning within him as he contemplated severing ties with it. In contrast, beings like Yun Xiao and the others, as primordial entities, possessed a simplicity of thought, perhaps free from the inner conflict and disjunction he experienced, allowing them to readily discover their true selves. In the fleeting changes of Yuan Yi's expression, his fingers hovered in the air for a moment. Then, he lowered his hand, and the furrow in his brow gradually smoothed. Ultimately, he did not sever this aspect of himself. It is indeed a part of him, and there is no shame in acknowledging it. He is laden with flaws and imperfections, far from perfect. To deny this truth would only lead to a greater loss. As the dual energies of Yin and Yang dispersed from Yuan Yi's fingertips, a harmonious handshake ensued. In the fleeting moment of self-encounter, that figure, whom Yuan Yi found exceedingly displeasing, seamlessly integrated into his very essence. Within those golden irises, a fleeting murkiness flickered, revealing strands of crimson, an aura of malevolence soaring skyward before swiftly receding. At this instant, all peculiar phenomena dissipated, and tranquility reigned once more. The essence of Yuan Yi converged within him, and at that moment, the circulating energy underwent a transformation, ascending to another realm, the Tai realm, where he attained his true self. With a casual gesture, several sound transmission jade talismans flew towards him, sent by Yun Xiao and the others. In order to engage in profound seclusion for cultivation, he had directly sealed his cave abode to prevent Bi Xiao and the others from visiting uninvited, often taking liberties. He remained uncertain about whether it was Qiong Xiao or Bi Xiao who had gnawed on his spiritual fruits before carelessly placing them back. It seemed both were capable of such mischief. Has the master returned? In my seclusion, I missed quite a few events. Upon reviewing the messages from the sound transmission jade talismans, Yuan Yi understood what had transpired, and there were no surprises, at least not for him. The messages from the Sanshao sisters were filled with excitement. After all, their master, Tong Tian, had achieved sanctification. Following Nuwa, the three pure ones had successively attained sanctification, establishing the teachings of Ren, Chan, and Jia not long ago. After the three pure ones, the Western figures of Jane and Junti also established their teachings and attained sanctification. Within this span of the multidimensional meeting, all 6 saints had returned to their rightful places. Yuan Yi rose, adjusting his robe and tidying his hair crown. He lifted the restrictions of the grand formation surrounding his cave abode and stepped outside. Upon his exit, he beheld two figures engaged in conversation within a pavilion. As he emerged, both turned their gazes towards him. They were the two sisters, Xiao and Bai Xiao, from the trio of celestial maidens. Brother, you have finally emerged from your seclusion. Congratulations on attaining the path of Tai, Bai Xiao exclaimed with a smile. Xiao, though more reserved, also extended her felicitations, her eyes continuously appraising him. Yuan Yi harbored doubts about whether she was contemplating the utility of the dragon binding rope for herself. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. The teacher was soon to return, and senior brother Daobao along with others were preparing to welcome him. The eldest sister had instructed us to call upon senior brother as well, Xiao explained earnestly. Very well, thank you for your efforts. We shall proceed at once. Yuan Yi, without hesitation, enveloped the two sisters in his escape light and soared through the skies like a divine rainbow. The realm of Tai was indeed distinct from that of the Golden Immortals. The disparity in power was immeasurable. Senior brother, why does your aura seem somewhat different? Xiao inquired, her brow furrowed. Is it so? Indeed, it appears to have become more formidable, Bai Xiao murmured softly. Noting that even the vicinity around senior brother felt increasingly perilous. Yuan Yi was perplexed. How had he become more fearsome? He was not a ravenous beast. Into the three Xiao sisters, whom he knew best, he had never harbored ill intentions. Senior brother's gaze has transformed, Xiao remarked. My gaze? Is that so? Indeed. He had felt a peculiar sensation upon catching sight of Xiao and Bai Xiao, a feeling that he had not forcibly suppressed as he had in the past, thus allowing it to manifest. Nevertheless, while such feelings were natural, Yuan Yi acknowledged that recognizing oneself was one thing, and allowing it to dominate was quite another. The three Xiao sisters were close to him, yet he did not possess the same purity as these innate beings. In Yuan Yi's eyes, they remained rather Navi entities. Before long, the newly enlightened Tong Tian returned to the Kunlun Mountain Dojo, accompanied by several newly accepted disciples. Upon perceiving the group, Yuan Yi's gaze immediately settled upon a tall and robust youth. This individual exuded an air of lightness and grace, truly embodying the essence of a man akin to the wind. Although it was their first encounter, Yuan Yi instinctively surmised his identity, a wisp of pure breeze taking form. Entering the gates of the heavens, who else could it be but Zhao Gongming? Yuan Yi glanced at the three celestial beings standing beside him, a peculiar expression flickering in his eyes. Why did it feel as though he had usurped Zhao Gongming's role and identity? Would this consequently alter their fates? During the calamity of the investiture of the gods, the three celestial beings were drawn into the tribulation due to their association with Zhao Gongming, leading to their demise and the dissolution of their paths, their true spirits ultimately inscribed upon the divine roster. Moreover, it is said that even earlier, before they had pledged allegiance to the sect, Zhao Gongming had sacrificed his own foundational essence in order to protect the three celestial beings, which subsequently affected his future cultivation. In this regard, one could argue that their destinies were inextricably intertwined. Upon a cursory glance, Yuan Yi perceived that Zhao Gongming possessed a robust and complete essence, devoid of any sense of deficiency. Was this a misapprehension on his part, or had his untimely intervention, which led to the diversion of the Sanxiao, precipitated this alteration? He became acutely aware that the timing of the Sanxiao's allegiance to the Tongtian sect seemed to have advanced considerably, allowing them to cultivate in Kunlun for an extended duration. Soon after, Yuan Yi contemplated another matter. His master had returned from a journey accompanied by a substantial entourage, welcoming all who sought to be disciples. Coupled with the fact that his two senior uncles had each established their own doctrines, it seemed that Kunlun Mountain was becoming somewhat constrained. Nevertheless, he resolved to inform his master later, suggesting an expedition through the vast wilderness. With the backing of a sage, as long as he refrained from offending other saints, he would surely be regarded as a young friend rather than a mere ant, thus enabling him to explore the world beyond. This prospect had long been anticipated by him. Beneath Kunlun Mountain, the sage Tongtian sat upon the Dao platform, while his direct disciples were seated below. Present were only the three from the Duobao lineage, Yuan Yi, the Sanxiao, and the recently initiated Zhao Gongming. Although Tongtian had brought back numerous disciples, there remained a distinction between them. Direct disciples were always limited in number. Having attained the status of a saint, Tongtian exuded an even greater aura of authority, yet his demeanor remained largely unchanged. As for the pressure of his presence, it was not particularly discernible to Yuan Yi and the others. Whether quasi-saints or saints, they were all unfathomable, with little difference between them. One of the distinctions between direct disciples and ordinary disciples was that the latter merely listened to teachings, while the former could actively seek counsel from Tongtian. At this moment, Tong Tian was imparting wisdom and resolving doubts, assessing their cultivation. Duo Bao, Jinling, Wudong, and Yuan Yi had all stepped into the Tai realm, while the three from the Yunxiao lineage were likely not far from it either. Given their foundations, they possessed ample potential to advance even further. Moreover, the disparity in their essences was minimal. Absent extraordinary opportunities, the variations in their early cultivation speeds would not be significant. The future would reveal who among them possessed greater endurance and could traverse farther along the path. Yuan Yi and his companions received guidance at a later stage, causing their cultivation to lag behind. Despite the diligent and earnest nature of Yunxiao, progress in cultivation must still follow a gradual path. For Yuan Yi, the sole distinction now lies in Zhao Gongming, the senior disciple from the outer sect in his memory, who has now become a junior disciple. Currently at the mid-stage of Jingxian, not far from the late stage. Before their master, Tong Tian, returns, both the Grandmaster and the second master have already returned to Kunlun. The Grandmaster has also brought back a disciple, the only one he has taken, a congenital human from the lineage created by the sage Enhua. The second master, Yuqing, has yet to accept disciples, seemingly contemplating this matter. According to what the Antarctic Immortal has mentioned, preparations are underway for entrance examinations, establishing certain thresholds. It is somewhat disheartening for Yuan Yi that, despite entering the sect earlier, they would now have to address others as senior brothers. Due to the order of establishment, the Jia sect came last, and Tong Tian is the third among the three pure ones. Thus, they must refer to the Grandmaster's disciple as senior brother, as the human sect was established first. Furthermore, after the establishment of the sect, many matters underwent changes. It is as if they are being initiated anew. Currently, their master is none other than the leader of the Jia sect, the sage Tong Tian. The three disciples, who were personally enlightened by Tong Tian, are the inner disciples, while Yuan Yi has become the senior brother of the outer sect, which causes him some concern. The role of senior brother is not an easy one. It entails responsibilities that can be quite troublesome. Although Duo Bao is the true senior brother, Tong Tian has assigned him the management of the disciples. After arranging various matters, Tong Tian waved high. Although Yuan Yi harbored reservations regarding the method of severing the three corpses, he remained unaware of any alternative path to cultivation. It is indeed preferable to have a path to tread upon, necessitating a degree of preparation. As Yuan Yi pondered, Tong Tian commenced the bestowal of treasures. Duo Bao, you are now the eldest disciple of my Jie Jiao and have been my student the longest, entrusted with handling the mundane affairs of our sect. Your penchant for collecting the extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth is commendable, yet your diligence in the path of cultivation leaves much to be desired. Therefore, I bestow upon you this tower, which shall grant you a greater measure of self-protection. Tong Tian presented a tower-shaped innate spiritual treasure to Duo Bao, a supreme defensive artifact. This orb is known as the Qian Kuan Pearl, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, suitable for both offense and defense. You must wield it wisely. Tong Tian conferred upon Duo Bao over a dozen innate spiritual treasures, among which the tower-shaped supreme innate treasure and the esteemed Qian Kuan Pearl were the most precious. It is undeniable that the collection of a saint is extraordinary, and the three pure ones had reaped the greatest benefits from the division of treasures by the Tao ancestor. Following Duo Bao, Tong Tian similarly gifted over a dozen treasures to the Golden Spirit Mother, including the Four Symbols Tower, an innate spiritual treasure infused with the powers of earth, fire, wind, and water, the Dragon and Tiger Jade Rui, a supreme innate spiritual treasure with formidable offensive capabilities, and the Flying Gold Sword, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. The disparity between what they received and what was given to the two was negligible. Finally, Tong Tian's gaze settled upon Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, you are different from them, possessing the innate dual energies of Yin and Yang. Though tainted by malevolent aura, this has only enhanced the offensive prowess of your Yin and Yang energies, rendering them exceedingly formidable. I shall bestow this item upon you to nurture your innate divine abilities, as it is most fitting. As he spoke, Tong Tian removed a gourd from his waist. This item was acquired from Mount Busho, where I infused it with the mystical fires of the 9 heavens and the waters of the 9 underworlds, achieving the ultimate balance of water and fire. Its essence resonates closely with your Yin and Yang energies, embodying a profound mystery. You must earnestly contemplate and apply it. Yuan Yi was somewhat astonished. What Tong Tian had bestowed upon him was, in fact, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd. This artifact was inherently a formidable weapon for offense, yet it was also quite suitable for nurturing one's own innate Yin and Yang energies. The disciple expresses his gratitude to his master. Yuan Yi received the gourd with reverence and bowed respectfully. Among the other spiritual treasures, their grades were rather ordinary, save for this water-fire gourd. Even amongst the supreme innate spiritual treasures, it stood at the very pinnacle. Moreover, Yuan Yi had heard a certain legend, that 3 innate spiritual treasures sharing the same origin, if used to sever the 3 corpses, would greatly enhance one's chances of attaining the path of a sage. Some even claimed that only through this method could one truly achieve the unity of the 3 corpses and reintegrate them into oneself. However, spiritual treasures meeting such conditions were exceedingly rare. The first that came to mind were the several 12-grade immortal lotuses, followed closely by these very gourds. After Yuan Yi, there followed the 3 Shaos. Among the myriad spiritual treasures bestowed upon them by Tong Tian, 2 were of the utmost quality, the first being the renowned Hunyuan Golden Dipper, celebrated in later tales. The second, which should have been the most illustrious weapon of assault, the Golden Jiao Scissors, was absent as the incarnation of the Golden Jiao. Yuan Yi sat beside them as their elder brother. Instead, Tong Tian granted them another exquisite innate treasure, the Golden Phoenix Hairpin. This artifact encapsulates the ultimate offensive power derived from the 5 elements Tao and has been imbued with the essence of the Phoenix clan during the Great War of the 3 Races, showcasing extraordinary might. Though named Golden Phoenix, its hue is not gold, but rather a resplendent array of colors, reflecting the power of the 5 elements, exuding nobility and elegance. And undeniably beautiful. Yuan Yi cast a glance at the 3 sisters of the Sanshao, pondering the peculiarities of these maidens, who were either dragons or phoenixes. They possessed 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, the binding dragon rope and the golden phoenix hairpin, perfectly complementing one another. The spiritual treasure bestowed upon his junior apprentice Zhao Gongming was particularly extraordinary. It comprised a set of 24 sea calming pearls, classified as innate supreme treasures, capable of subduing and confining an entire realm. This artifact was a water-based spiritual treasure, harmonizing seamlessly with Zhao Gongming, whose essence was that of a gentle breeze taking form, flourishing like water. Such is the advantage of being a disciple of a sage. The treasures they currently possess may well surpass the wealth of many innate deities. After the distribution of treasures concluded, Tong Tian departed, and Yuan Yi and the others returned to their respective abodes. The newly acquired spiritual treasures required refinement and contemplation to fully grasp their intricacies. Apart from acquiring the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd, Yuan Yi also obtained several inferior innate spiritual treasures and 2 inferior innate spiritual roots, presumably bestowed upon him by his master, Tong Tian, for his enjoyment. Unlike others who retreated to refine their treasures upon returning, the 3 heavenly sisters, upon arriving at their cavern, engaged in a redistribution of their possessions. Not counting other artifacts, they currently possessed 3 supreme spiritual treasures. Each of these treasures, particularly unique, held immense significance. As the 3 sisters were originally one entity, the distinction of possession mattered little, rendering any competition unnecessary. However, when it came to the matter of which sister wielded which innate treasure, rivalry inevitably arose. Among the 3 treasures, the most extraordinary was the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, which Qiong Shao and Bai Shao had no particular feelings about, allowing their elder sister Yin Shao to take hold of it. As for the remaining 2 treasures, the dragon binding rope and the golden phoenix hairpin, the sisters exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts. The dragon binding rope served to suppress and confine, while the golden phoenix hairpin was intended for offensive maneuvers, both exhibiting formidable prowess. Nonetheless, the appealing appearance of the golden phoenix hairpin stirred the already restless sisters, causing them to feel a twinge of desire. Observing her younger sister's silent standoff, Yun Xiao shook her head and chose to retreat into seclusion for her cultivation. Bai Xiao, gazing at Qiong Xiao, displayed an innocent, radiant smile. "Sister, would you consider letting me have it?" "Sister, it is unwise to grow weary of the familiar," Qiong Xiao replied, disregarding Bai Xiao's bright countenance. With a hint of intrigue, she leaned closer to Bai Xiao and whispered, "Moreover, this golden phoenix hairpin holds no restraining effect on our senior brother." Bai Xiao blinked, her expression turning to one of confusion. "What do you mean?" Qiong Xiao spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "I cannot shake the feeling that our senior brother wishes to sneak away. Notice how he hardly interacts with senior brother Duobao. He remains quite aloof. And his cultivation surpasses ours. If he were to slip away for leisure, he would likely not include us. Consider this, if our senior brother is absent, who will prevent elder sister from reprimanding us?" As she spoke, Qiong Xiao gestured toward the dragon binding rope with a mock grasping motion. Bai Xiao, initially perplexed, soon grasped the implications. They could not allow their senior brother to abscond, for that would render Kunlun exceedingly dull. Senior brother Duobao frequented Kunlun Mountain, while senior sister Jin Ling relished engaging in duels. Their elder sister was engrossed in her seclusion, leaving Yuan Yi as the only one occasionally willing to indulge in their playful antics. Moreover, if they managed to irritate their elder sister, they could find refuge with their senior brother, who could intercede on their behalf and spare them from punishment. A beam of escaping light darted from Kunlun, faint and inconspicuous. Yuan Yi, adorned in a plain robe of ethereal hue embellished with black motifs, had his long hair lightly secured by a jade crown. At his waist hung a jade talisman, the insignia of the sect, while on the other side was tied a gourd, containing the primordial essence of Yin and Yang. Suddenly, Yuan Yi halted, his golden eyes shifting towards the void behind him, casting a glance into the emptiness. Come forth, do not conceal yourself. I am aware that you have been following me for some time. Yet, no reply met his ears, only an echoing silence, suggesting that perhaps it was merely an illusion. For there was no one behind him. Xiong Xiao, if you do not reveal yourself soon, I shall send a message to Sister Yun Xiao to come apprehend you. Surely, you have sneaked out, Haven Tiu? Yuan Yi's expression remained unperturbed, yet his words resonated with unwavering certainty as he prepared to convey a message. Suddenly, a figure emerged in haste not far away, adorned in a yellow robe, with a strikingly beautiful visage, and a five-colored phoenix hairpin nestled among her locks. Who could this be, if not Xiong Xiao, the second sister among the Sanshao siblings? Brother, please hold on, Xiong Xiao exclaimed, rushing forward with an eager countenance, attempting to impede Yuan Yi from sending a message to Yun Xiao. Yuan Yi gazed at the ethereal figure of Xiong Xiao before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After secluding himself for millennia to solidify his cultivation at the initial stage of Tai, he had successfully refined the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd, to nurture the primordial energies of Yin and Yang within himself. Eagerly, he yearned to embark on a journey through the vast expanse of Hongwang, seeking to deepen his understanding of this ancient realm and to validate certain truths. However, to his surprise, Bai Xiao stealthily trailed him, only to be deftly persuaded to return home. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this second sibling was far from docile, considerably more astute than Bai Xiao. She had followed him all the way to the periphery of Kunlun Mountain before he finally sensed her presence. This crafty individual was not easily deceived like Bai Xiao. Perhaps it would be wiser to directly send a message to Yun Xiao, requesting her assistance in apprehending the intruder? Yuan Yi was deep in thought. It was not that he looked down upon Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao for their lower cultivation levels, nor was it due to his annoyance at their restless nature. At least he found them somewhat pure and innocent, and their occasional antics alleviated the monotony of life. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to take them out, especially in Yun Xiao's absence. Senior brother, Xiong Xiao tugged at Yuan Yi's sleeve, her eyes wide with a pleading expression, her gaze seemingly imbued with a hint of desperation. As she blinked, she presented a pitiful countenance that deepened the furrow in Yuan Yi's brow. Who did you learn this from? He asked, exasperated, wondering how she had come to act so endearingly. Bai Xiao, Xiong Xiao replied with utmost sincerity. Whenever Bai Xiao received a scolding from their elder sister, she would look at senior brother in that same way, and he would invariably come to her defense. Is that so? Yuan Yi pondered, realizing that there indeed seemed to be some truth to it. Yet, her imitation of Bai Xiao was rather excessive. After all, she was the youngest among them. The three sisters already bore a resemblance to one another, sharing similar auras, and indeed, Xiong Xiao had managed to mimic her quite well. Bai Xiao would surely confront her if she knew of this mimicry. However, Bai Xiao was often easily swayed by Xiong Xiao, much like how she frequently fell for Yuan Yi's tricks, convinced that she could never outmatch her second sister. Unlike their elder sister Yun Xiao, who embodied grace and composure, these two sisters exhibited the playful mischief of children. What are you stealthily following me for? Even if you wish to sneak out, there is no need to accompany me. Is there? With Yuan Yi around, their elder sister could rest assured. Otherwise, she would never permit him to venture outside. If he were to sneak out alone, he would certainly be caught and reprimanded by her. Xiong Xiao lowered her head, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Yuan Yi, feeling helpless, acknowledged that what Xiong Xiao said was indeed the truth. This was also the reason why the two sisters often used him as a shield to deal with Yun Xiao. When it came to managing her younger sisters, Yun Xiao was somewhat strict and imposing. However, Yuan Yi possessed a natural immunity to this, rendering Yun Xiao's admonitions ineffective against him. Yuan Yi's thoughts whirled as he contemplated how to deceive Qiong Xiao and coax her to return. I am not Bai Xiao. As if sensing Yuan Yi's intentions, Qiong Xiao spoke softly, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Bai Xiao is easily swayed, but Qiong Xiao is not so easily fooled. Yuan Yi contemplated summoning Yun Xiao to forcibly escort Qiong Xiao back, yet the latter had mastered the art of endearing supplication from her sister Bi Xiao. With pitiable doe eyes that tugged at his conscience, she rendered him reluctant to act harshly. Very well, he conceded, but you must clarify this with your elder sister. Moreover, you shall heed my instructions without reckless behavior. Qiong Xiao beamed, nodding eagerly like a pecking sparrow. I knew you were the most magnanimous, elder brother. Additionally, Yuan Yi added dryly, you shall personally explain this to Bi Xiao later. Having coaxed Bi Xiao into returning earlier, he knew Qiong Xiao, far more formidable, would be harder to dissuade. When Bi Xiao learned of this, grievances would surely follow. Best to let Qiong Xiao shoulder the blame. After all, his consent to bring her along was concession enough. Leave it to me, Qiong Xiao agreed readily. Little sister Bi Xiao is far more manageable compared to elder sister and you. A glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. This tactic had proven effective against Yuan Yi. She had long deciphered his temperament. Unlike the unyielding Yu Xiao, deception would only invite his reprimand. Sincerity, as he often remarked, was the most potent weapon, one that worked even against himself. A candid appeal, even if transparently calculated, softened his resolve more reliably than any legendary artifact. She had gleaned this from observing Bi Xiao. Yuan Yi's approachability, distinct from their other senior disciples, explained why Bi Xiao clung to him so persistently. Beyond the bounds of Mount Kunlun, Yuan Yi paused, surveying the vast expanse before him. Where should they venture first? After brief deliberation, his gaze settled southeast, toward the land south of Mount Buzhou, where the Wu tribe held dominion. Fingering the jade talisman at his waist, a token of his status as a Saint's disciple, he reassured himself. In this primordial wilderness, none would dare raise a hand against them. Now, as a disciple of two saints, his standing carried even greater weight. Though the Wu tribe were reputedly obstinate, they were not fools. Their compliance with Patriarch Hanjun's decree to cease hostilities proved as much. They acknowledged the saints' supremacy. With the six saints newly ascended and tensions between the Wu and Yao tribes momentarily eased, such an opportunity might not arise again. Silently, Qiong Xiao lingered behind him. The picture of docility. She asked no questions of their destination, content merely to wander beyond Kunlun's confines for the first time since their arrival. Yuan Yi turned his gaze towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Beyond this sacred peak, he sensed the presence of numerous primordial beings and woodland spirits approaching Mount Buzhou. He was aware of the underlying reasons for this influx. His master, the Saint of Heaven, and his second uncle had proclaimed throughout the vast wilderness the establishment of the Chan and Jie sects, inviting disciples into their fold. Who could resist such an enticing prospect of becoming a disciple under a sage? Yuan Yi had subtly broached the subject with his master, hoping to suggest implementing certain thresholds for selection, akin to his second uncle's approach, rather than accepting all who came without discernment. However, the outcome left him feeling helpless. He comprehended the implications of his master's words and recognized that his interjection would be futile, potentially inciting displeasure. Ultimately, he refrained from directly voicing his thoughts. At the very least, his reasoning could not be so overt. There were myriad justifications to consider. For instance, with the three teachings currently residing in Kunlun, could the blessed land accommodate all three sects if Jie sect indiscriminately recruited disciples? An influx of people invariably breeds conflict, especially without a vetting process. If chaos were to ensue within Kunlun Mountain, would it not provoke the ire of his two uncles? Yet Yuan Yi understood that speaking out would be of no avail. He could not persuade them. He was uncertain why his master had set such doctrines, as if driven by a certain stubbornness. Apart from Yuan Yi, it seemed no one dared to question his master's decisions. Consequently, he chose to disengage from the matter, recognizing that his involvement would serve no purpose and only mark him as an outsider. He hoped that upon his return from his travels, the circumstances within Kunlun Mountain would not have devolved into chaos. Brother, what are you gazing at? Seeing Yuan Yi lost in thought, his expression tinged with concern and silence, Qiong Xiao could not help but inquire. Nothing of significance, let us proceed. Yuan Yi withdrew his gaze, shaking his head as he moved towards the southeast. After 3 millennia, he had arrived south of Mount Buzhou. This place is the bastion of the Witch Clan, a multitude of billions led by the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, divided into 12 major divisions with countless tribes scattered widely across the land. As time progresses, the territories occupied by the witch clan continue to expand into even broader realms. The land they inhabit is a nightmare for other factions, for the witch clan is not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing the true state of the witch clan, Yuan Yi fell into silence. Given their speed of expansion and their voracious appetite, it is utterly inconceivable for the demon clan to engage them, unless they possess no means of resistance whatsoever. It must be acknowledged that the strength of the witch clan is formidable. Not only do they possess top-tier combat prowess, but the might of the numerous great witches beyond the ancestors is also not to be underestimated. The prospect of meeting the ancestor Hutu appears to be even more daunting than anticipated, even though he is a disciple of a sage. The witch clan grants him only a modicum of respect, sufficient merely to ensure he is not reduced to sustenance. However, that is the extent of their courtesy. There are no further pleasantries to be found. He finds himself unable to meet even the ordinary great witches. Nevertheless, if the opportunity arises, Yuan Yi earnestly wishes to establish some form of contact with Ancestor Hutu. Is there truly no underground passage? What if? Moreover, even if he were to confirm the truth of his teacher Tongtian's assertions, dismissing the existence of such passages, Hutu's status is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yuan Yi stood atop the mountain peak, gazing silently at the Wu tribe members hunting below. Behind him, Xiongxiao sat listlessly upon a blue stone, swinging her legs idly. Her senior brother had lingered in this region for quite some time now, yet she found little to appreciate about this place. Nor could she fathom what fascination these Wu tribesmen held for him. The Wu tribe cultivated no primordial spirit, comprehended no grand Tao, relying solely on brute strength and exuding turbid energies, with most radiating dense baleful auras. Naturally, such traits were discomforting to cultivators like them. What irked Xiongxiao most was the way the Wu tribesmen looked at her senior brother, like predators eyeing prey, their ravenous gazes seeming ready to devour him whole. Now at the pinnacle of golden immortal realm, Xiongxiao was attempting to take that crucial step into the Tai realm. Roaming the primordial wilderness and contemplating the ways of heaven and earth had yielded far greater insights than secluded cultivation. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she ascended to Tai. And if she could achieve this before her elder sister, so much the better, Xiongxiao mused. Then perhaps her sister might meddle in her affairs a little less. Yuan Yi naturally had no inkling of the chaotic thoughts swirling in Xiongxiao's mind behind him. He pondered whether to abandon his original plan. After all, the ancestral witches were not figures one could simply request an audience with on a whim. Perhaps he should journey eastward to observe the human race, crafted into existence by the sage Niwa. Rumor had it that the Grand Elder had once preached his doctrines among them during the founding of his sect. It would certainly be a safer destination. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the water-fire gourd fastened at his waist trembled faintly, jolting Yuan Yi from his reverie. What could this signify? Yuan Yi grasped the gourd at his waist, although he had only completed the preliminary refinement. Fully comprehending the intricacies within this gourd was no simple task, and he was unable to unleash its full potential. However, mastering the gourd itself was not particularly difficult. He sensed an unusual stir within it, as if it were reacting to some unseen aura. This left Yuan Yi perplexed. What could possibly evoke a response from this water and fire gourd? Could it be that a spiritual treasure had emerged in the vicinity? Yuan Yi immersed his consciousness within, sensing the fluctuations of energy, and his expression subtly shifted. The aura he detected originated from the depths of the witch tribe's territory and appeared to be rapidly approaching. This is dire. Yuan Yi had no time for further contemplation. He swiftly turned and grasped Xiongxiao's hand, invoking the primordial energies of Yin and Yang to envelop them both. In an instant, they transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the void. He remained unaware of the rapidly approaching presence and its connection to his water and fire gourd. However, he was reluctant to confront an unpredictable entity, as he felt unprepared for such an encounter. Though Xiongxiao was oblivious to the unfolding events, upon observing Yuan Yi's expression, she refrained from inquiring further. Instead, she allowed herself to be swept along by the light, secretly readying her own golden phoenix hairpin for any eventuality. As Yuan Yi's escape light ascended, he beheld the space ahead shatter like glass struck by a tremendous force, with myriad cracks suddenly appearing before it fractured entirely. This ruptured space was not a result of the cultivation of spatial pathways, nor was it the distortion of space by the power of the Great Tao, but rather a sheer force that forcibly shattered the very fabric of space itself. It was a feat that even those of the ordinary Tai realm would find arduous. And for Yuan Yi, given his current cultivation level, it was exceedingly challenging to traverse the void directly. The primordial realm's spatial integrity was exceedingly formidable. From within the fractured space, a potent pressure emanated, suffused with a fierce malevolence and a turbulent aura. A gaze emerged from within, one that Yuan Yi was all too familiar with, the watchful eyes of the witch clan. Yet at this moment, a profound sense of peril gripped him. Such an aura could only be commensurate with a being of the great Luo caliber. Junior disciple of the Tongtian saint, Yuan Yi, pays respects to the elder. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi halted his escape light, released Qiong Shao, and offered his respects, promptly introducing himself while gesturing for Qiong Shao to follow suit. Qiong Shao, possessing her wits, understood that in the primordial realm, announcing their identities in the presence of an elder was of paramount importance. This would elevate her from the status of an aunt to that of a junior friend, a lesson imparted by her senior brother, whom she trusted. For his reasoning was indeed sound. Junior disciple of the Tongtian saint, Qiong Shao, pays respects to the elder, without regard for anything else. She proclaimed the name of the Tongtian saint without the slightest hesitation. Tongtian saint? Are you disciples of the Shangqing? A robust male voice resonated. And before Yuan Yi and the others stood a towering figure, a man whose body bore striking witch patterns. His aura was tempestuous. Even in his manifestation as a primordial body, he towered over Yuan Yi and his companions, exuding explosive power that twisted the air around him. As if thunder and lightning were concealed within each of his movements. Surprisingly, his visage did not exude wildness. Rather, it bore a semblance of grooming. Differing somewhat from the typical appearance of the witch clan, which intrigued Yuan Yi and led him to speculate about his identity. Was he an ancestral witch? Yuan Yi recalled that among the ancestral witches who manifested in female forms, there were only two, Hutu and Xianming. However, there were 10 male ancestral witches, making it difficult to ascertain. In any case, he quickly dismissed the notion of encountering the ancestral witch Hutu, whom he had long wished to meet. The manner of shattering space did not align with the methods of the ancestral witch Di Jiang, who was inherently adept at controlling spatial powers. Moreover, Yuan Yi was uncertain whether the figure before him was indeed an ancestral witch. It seemed far too fortuitous to casually encounter one. Who might you be? Another voice inquired, sounding distinctly non-witch-like, as the witch clan rarely referred to each other as friends in the presence of primordial deities. Yuan Yi followed the sound and saw the witch clan man swinging a purplish-red gourd in his hand, from which the noise emanated. The source that had made his water-fire gourd resonate with its aura was right before his eyes. Yuan Yi cast a fleeting glance at the crimson gourd, his lips twitching slightly. Could it truly be a coincidence? Or had his possession of this gourd unwittingly summoned forth this chain of events? The striking resemblance between the crimson gourd and the water-fire gourd he held was indeed not surprising, as they were both derived from the same primordial gourd vine on Mount Buzhou, refined through ritualistic practices. There existed a total of 7 such gourds, of which the water-fire gourd was but one. The others were each claimed by their respective owners and should not be found in the hands of a shaman clan. If there were to be any exceptions, it could only be this one, the Jiujiu Sanhun gourd belonging to the revered ancestor, Hongyun, the once pristine and divine Hongyun ancestor. Besieged by the celestial demon clan, had his Tao body and primordial spirit obliterated, leaving behind only a wisp of residual soul that fled with the essence of true spirit, vanishing without a trace. Along with him disappeared the primordial purple chi and his most renowned treasure, the exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, the Jiujiu Sanhun gourd. Yuan Yi had never anticipated that his first venture outside would lead him to such an extraordinary encounter. He found himself face to face with the fallen Red Cloud ancestor amidst the witch clan. It was evident that the individual had pursued him. Drawn by the resonance of his gourd, could this truly be deemed a mere coincidence? An ethereal figure emerged from the gourd, revealing its true form, a kind-faced Taoist clad in a crimson robe. I am the humble Taoist of Red Cloud. He spoke reassuringly. Dear young friends, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions and shall not bring harm upon you. Yuan Yi had initially set out with the intention of engaging with the witch clan. Yet he found himself unexpectedly confronted by the renowned innate deity, the Red Cloud ancestor, an eventuality he had never contemplated. He was puzzled as to why the Red Cloud ancestor would be associating with a member of the witch clan, particularly one who was not an ordinary clan member by any means. Yuan Yi and Qiong Shao sat together, while opposite them rested a purplish-red gourd, with the ethereal figure of a red-robed Taoist standing nearby. A tall man from the witch clan also occupied the opposite seat, his gaze carrying an air of scrutiny. However, he soon lost interest, turning his attention elsewhere. From Hongyun's words, Yuan Yi and the others learned the identity of this witch clan member, the great witch Xingtian. Qiong Shao was not well acquainted with this figure, but Yuan Yi was different. The name resonated deeply within him, stirring complex emotions. Xingtian, one of the mightiest among the witches, was renowned for his formidable strength. In the myths passed down through the ages, he held an even more illustrious title, especially as Yuan Yi contemplated a certain legend involving the Flame Emperor and Hong Yun. If the Flame Emperor were truly the reincarnation of Hong Yun's ancestor, what an intriguing pairing this presented. Had they intertwined their fates, Yuan Yi was quite intrigued by how Hong Yun became associated with the great shaman Xingtian, and what the nature of their relationship might be. The answer he received once again took him by surprise. There was no relationship at all. The Wu clan does not cultivate primordial spirits, nor do they utilize innate spiritual treasures. Furthermore, Hong Yun lacked a physical form, possessing only a fragment of his soul, which had been utterly scattered. Thus, the Wu clan held no interest in him. After all, a fragment of a soul cannot be consumed, and spiritual treasures would be of no use to them. Even the most exquisite innate treasures would be rendered useless in their hands, which allowed him to remain intact. Otherwise, his spiritual imprint would likely have been erased, and the treasures would have changed hands. The reason he was still able to solicit the help of the great shaman Xingtian was rather amusing, as it stemmed from his exceptional culinary skills. His prowess in the culinary arts was considerable, and since the Wu clan had a penchant for food, he managed to establish a rapport with them through this talent, fostering a modicum of friendship. The Wu clan held little interest in the innate divinities, viewing them as little different from the demon clan. Their fundamental classification of beings revolved around what could be consumed and what could not. Therefore, the Wu clan refrained from associating with other beings, and the innate divinities were equally reluctant to engage with the Wu clan. However, the Wu clan possessed a notable characteristic, their purity and simplicity, which made it relatively easy to forge friendships. Bonds formed over shared meals were the basis for Xingtian's willingness to assist him. Hong Yun, sensing the aura of the gourd, believed that the celestial sage was nearby and thus requested Xingtian to guide him there. For Hong Yun, his current predicament was irretrievable. The reconstitution of his essence seemed impossible, and it was a stroke of fortune that his true spirit had not succumbed to the sands of time. While he had a wide circle of acquaintances, few were capable of aiding him, with Tongtian being one of them. Although he held little camaraderie with the three purities, he had no conflicts with them either. Especially since the one arriving was Tongtian rather than the other two of the three purities, the likelihood of receiving assistance increased significantly. Regrettably, upon arrival, he discovered that it was not Tongtian, but rather his disciples, Yuan Yi and Xiang Shao. Young friends, might I trouble you for a favor? Hong Yun inquired, his gaze fixed on Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment, uncertain of what assistance the elder required from him. I possess a dear friend, Jin Yuanzi of Mount Wanshou. I wish to pay him a visit. Could you facilitate my meeting with Tongtian, my esteemed friend? He contemplated the implications of such a request. Would it bear any consequences? Was he capable of undertaking this task? The thought lingered in his mind. The presence of these innate deities was not to be trifled with. Even a single one could entangle him in significant repercussions that he could ill afford. Tongtian had accepted him as a disciple, imparting the great Tao and bestowing upon him treasures, yet he felt powerless to reciprocate, particularly to avoid bringing trouble upon himself. As for the matter concerning Hong Yun, he wondered if it would yield benefits or drawbacks, not for himself, but for his master, Tongtian, and the future of the Jiejiao. The uniqueness of Hong Yun was a considerable matter, potentially intertwining with the future of humanity. If his understanding was correct, Hong Yun might very well become the future Emperor Yin of the human race. What implications would this hold for Jiejiao? Yuan Yi found himself at a loss. Regarding his connection to humanity, he had scarcely considered it, after all. His current identity did not align with that of the human race and could not serve as his foremost standpoint. Why not directly request the aid of the elder Xingtian? Yuan Yi inquired, only to be met with a sidelong glance and a grin from Xingtian, prompting him to fall silent. The words he wished to express were understood by Hong Yun as well. Why not enlist the great shaman Xingtian to escort him to Mount Wanshou to meet his old friend? However, Hong Yun could only manage a wry smile, clearly indicating that such a request was unfeasible. A small favor might have been within the elder's willingness to assist, but the considerable incon Yuan Yi, having comprehended the situation, refrained from further inquiries. He was unfamiliar with the temperament of the great witch Xingtian. Yet it was widely rumored that the witch clan was not known for their amiable dispositions. In legends, Xingtian was depicted as an exceedingly arrogant figure. Fearing that he might inadvertently provoke the other and receive a slap in return, an aura of menace that far surpassed his own, he found himself in a predicament. This was undeniably his most opportune moment to engage with the witch clan, yet he hesitated to initiate conversation. What course of action should he take? Yuan Yi cast a glance at the person beside him, Xiao, whose eyes fluttered momentarily. It seemed evident that this individual was not to be relied upon for sound counsel. Ultimately, Yuan Yi acquiesced, though merely agreeing to escort him back to meet their master. Tong Tian. As for the subsequent matters, those would rest upon their master's discretion. He could not presume to make decisions on behalf of Tong Tian. Once matters were settled, Hong Yun engaged in a brief conversation with the formidable shaman, Xing Tian, yet did not depart immediately. Instead, Yuan Yi and his companions found themselves invited to be guests of the Wu clan. It appeared that although Hong Yun did not possess significant clout within the clan, he indeed held a measure of influence. Yuan Yi would certainly not refuse. How could he possibly disregard the request of a great shaman? After all, one must consider the possibility of antagonizing the other party, and establishing some form of rapport may prove beneficial. Would the shamanic clan resort to cooking him as part of a feast? Yuan Yi was not particularly concerned about such matters, if the other party indeed harbored such intentions. Escape would be futile, and contemplating such scenarios was devoid of purpose. However, upon hearing Xing Tian's probing inquiry, a shiver ran down Yuan Yi's spine, sending chills through him. After scrutinizing him with narrowed eyes for a considerable time, Xing Tian posed a question: "Is dragon meat delectable?" Yuan Yi replied cautiously, "Senior must be jesting. I am a being nurtured by heaven and earth, not of the dragon lineage. Should you wish to sample dragon meat, I would be delighted to assist you, for I possess some knowledge of the culinary arts." Yuan Yi cautiously responded, recalling that there were still remnants from the dragons he had previously dispatched. Yuan Yi would never concede to being of the dragon lineage. He is a Jiao, a golden Jiao, a naturally born embodiment of Yin and Yang, distinct from dragons entirely. "Oh, is that so? You must know that I have little patience for boastful individuals. I would not dare, senior." Subsequently, Xing Tian, expressing disdain for their sluggish flight, seized Yuan Yi and Xiao, shattering the fabric of space with a mere kick, stepping into the void. Such sheer brutality and unadulterated display of violence. The witch clan is indeed formidable. Yuan Yi was lifted up, his emotions somewhat intricate. At his waist hung two gourds, the water and fire gourd and the 99 scatter soul gourd. The night was shrouded in a veil, with the moon hanging high. Within the witch clan's tribe, the bonfire blazed, and the clan members exuberantly unleashed their abundant energy, creating a lively atmosphere. Yuan Yi and Xiao, basking in the light of the venerable Hong and Lao Zu, were graciously invited into the tribe of the formidable Wu Xing Tian, for practitioners who tread the path of tranquility. Such vibrant festivities were unprecedented, particularly for Xiao, who, after her transformation alongside her sister, had fled to Kunlun and remained there in serene solitude. The experience of such raucous revelry was utterly foreign. "Quite impressive," Yuan Yi remarked. "I had presumed that you beings devoted to the primordial sacred cultivation would merely feast upon the winds and drink the dew, yet it appears you possess such culinary prowess." Before the crackling fire, Yuan Yi conjured a mystical flame, whereupon the flesh of an unknown great demon, rich in blood essence, tumbled and turned above the fire. A drizzle of juices from spiritual fruits and celestial herbs was added, wafting an intoxicating aroma into the air. As Xing Tian spoke, his palm, as broad as a grinding stone, casually patted Yuan Yi's shoulder. This great shaman displayed a hearty appetite and a straightforward demeanor, making it easy to engage in camaraderie once familiarity was established. Yuan Yi grimaced in pain from a casual slap. His body, forged like gold, could be considered quite resilient. However, when compared to others, especially this esteemed figure beside him, a great shaman, second only to the ancestral shaman, he felt the disparity keenly. Even among great shamans, the physical prowess of this individual was truly exceptional. Particularly with a cultivation level that was extraordinarily high, the lack of restraint in his strikes indeed felt somewhat burdensome. Nevertheless, seeing that Xing Tian was in good spirits, Yuan Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. As the venerable Hongyun ancestor had rightly said, forging connections with the shaman clan was not particularly challenging. His current endeavor was genuinely aimed at endearing himself to this great shaman and fostering a closer relationship. Yuan Yi has not yet abandoned his ambitions. He yearns to behold the ancestral witch, Ho Tu, and seeks to validate certain matters. Should the circumstances prove insurmountable, he would relinquish his pursuit. However, with this newfound opportunity, he cannot afford to let it slip away. The great witch Xing Tian, if he could forge a bond with him, would significantly enhance the likelihood of encountering the ancestral witch, Ho Tuesday. Moreover, this individual may very well become intertwined with the human race in the future. As for the task of winning over the great witch Xing Tian, it appears to be a relatively simple endeavor. Silencing him would suffice. Yuan Yi also discerned that the witch clan exists in a tribal manner. Although there are distinctions in status and rank, the bonds of kinship are not solely determined by strength. Perhaps, in comparison to the ancestral witches, the innate sacred beings hold a far more exalted position. Xing Tian, despite his formidable presence, often does not carry an air of superiority. At the very least, Yuan Yi understands that had it been another quasi-saint or a great luo that would not casually sit beside him, a mere ant in the Tai realm, and might very well disregard him entirely. Not far away, men and women of the witch clan are gathered around a bonfire, engaged in a lively dance that possesses a natural rhythm, exuding an air of mystique. Yuan Yi inhaled deeply, his nose twitching in the air, a hint of surprise crossing his brow. A rich, intoxicating aroma lingered. Was it the fragrance of wine? Yuan Yi was somewhat taken aback. Did the witch clan possess such things now? He was aware that many innate divine beings engaged in the crafting of this exquisite nectar brewed from spiritual fruits, but he had not anticipated that the witch clan would also partake in this practice. Furthermore, it appeared strikingly similar to the nectar cultivated by the innate divine beings. Suddenly, Yuan Yi realized that this was not an original creation of the witch clan. It was likely imparted to them by the Hongyun sect. Yuan Yi cast a glance at the remaining wisp of spirit belonging to the Red Cloud ancestor across from him. It seemed that he had imparted considerable knowledge to the witch clan, thereby forging a bond of camaraderie. At that moment, Yuan Yi turned to look behind him, his brow furrowing deeply. Sister Qiong Xiao, what are you sneaking around for? What are you saying, senior brother? I'm not doing anything, replied Qiong Xiao, who had been stealthily approaching from behind. She straightened up, blinking her eyes innocently. Yuan Yi immediately discerned the peculiarity in Qiong Xiao. The individual's fair complexion bore a faint blush, and while his gaze appeared clear, it was, in truth, clouded, suffused with the potent aroma of alcohol. Has this fellow succumbed to inebriation? That would indeed be understandable. However, Qiong Xiao was stealthily approaching, wielding a club as thick as a thigh in his hand concealed behind his back. What on earth are you planning? Yuan Yi found himself at a loss for words. What exactly do you intend to do? Yuan Yi gestured behind him and inquired. He was certain that Qiong Xiao's mind must be a muddled mess. Otherwise, she would not appear so foolish. Given their nature, even without deliberately unleashing their consciousness to probe, they should not be so dull. Is there any utility in such stealth? Their consciousness often proves to be far more effective than their eyes. I have no intentions of doing anything. Oh, this is not meant for hitting my senior brother. Qiong Xiao replied with a bright gaze, shaking her head. Hee, as long as I can knock my senior brother unconscious and bring him back. My elder sister will certainly not scold me, and the third sister will have no objections, right, senior brother? Qiong Xiao swayed closer. Did you not say that it was not meant for hitting me? The conversation had become disjointed. Yuan Yi rose and approached, gently guiding the swaying Qiong Xiao to a seat beside him. As for the peculiar club, its material unknown, Yuan Yi effortlessly seized it and cast it aside. If he was not mistaken, such an object was quite common among the Wu tribe. He had witnessed it several times before, where Wu women would strike a man on the back of the head to render him unconscious, dragging him away for the sake of their clan as propagation. A matter not suited for further discussion. Sit quietly and refrain from drinking, he admonished. It was truly exasperating to encounter a drunkard in the vast wilderness. Qiong Xiao, once her sense of reason slipped away, began to exhibit traits akin to those of Bai Xiao, becoming increasingly restless. Yuan Yi, my young friend, you ought not to impede your junior sister. This elixir is crafted from innate spiritual roots, utilizing the methods I pioneered, combined with the unique witchcraft techniques of the Wu tribe. Its primary efficacy lies in nourishing the spirit's vitality and consolidating essence. Yet, within it lies the sediment of Tao traces and the resonance of the Tao itself. Given your junior sister's cultivation level, this presents a significant opportunity for her. It was the venerable Hong Yun, who spoke with a genial smile, glancing at the restless Qiong Xiao beside him before turning his gaze back to Yuan Yi. Your bond as brother and sister appears to be quite close. Yuan Yi found himself at a loss for how to respond, simultaneously taken aback by the revelation before him. He was well aware that this exquisite elixir was likely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have led a perfected golden immortal of the celestial realm, like Qiong Xiao, to sway unsteadily as if intoxicated. He sensed a profound essence and a subtle resonance of the Tao emanating from it. However, Yuan Yi did not anticipate that its remarkable quality stemmed from innate spiritual roots. even the most commonplace of such roots, imbued with the essence of the primordial, is anything but ordinary. Undoubtedly, this was a treasure of great worth, with the sole drawback being its intoxicating effect, rendering even Qiang Shao momentarily bereft of intellect. Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Very well, with his senior brother watching over, even if Qiang Shao were to lose consciousness, this opportunity would still be worthwhile. Perhaps it could lead to a chance for him to ascend to the Tai realm. He sensed a subtle change in the aura emanating from Qiang Shao. When he noticed her dazed gaze fixed upon him, Yuan Yi finally relented, saying, "You may continue, but remain here and do not wander off." Qiang Shao nodded, squeezing closer to Yuan Yi, her face alight with joy. The intoxicating fragrance of her celestial brew enveloping them, even prompting Yuan Yi to wonder about its taste. Yet, he had no fondness for drunkenness and needed to keep an eye on the inebriated individuals around him. Moreover, he dared not indulge too freely. Should he provoke the formidable Wu Xingtian, he might find himself subjected to dire consequences. At this juncture, it would be wiser to cultivate relationships by establishing some connections. He could later engage with the Wu clan to discern the intricacies of their affairs. He had no intention of meddling in the matters between the Wu and the demon clans. He simply sought to resolve the uncertainties that plagued his mind, feeling neither the power nor the desire to effect change, as these matters were not his concern. What relevance did the Wu clan or the demon clan hold for him? If Taoist patriarch Hongjun were indeed the malevolent puppet master, they might share a common interest, yet at present, Yuan Yi found himself in a quandary. He merely wished to observe, lest he inadvertently bring about his own ruin. "Senior brother, your aura resembles that of my elder sister and third sister," Qiang Shao murmured. Her eyes clouded with intoxication as she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Yuan Yi's face, prompting him to turn away. Bai Xiao had expressed similar sentiments. Noting that his aura evoked a natural affinity in her and her sisters, akin to familiarity, Yuan Yi found himself somewhat perplexed by this matter. While he might be familiar with Jin Jiaojian and her companions, could an unrealized future truly influence the past? Should such causality not remain unfathomable? He once believed he merely usurped Zhao Goming's role, establishing a connection with the San Shao and earning their affection. Yet, the depth of this affection exceeded his expectations. Was this a normal occurrence? Yuan Yi occasionally pondered this question. The more he grasped the terror of the primordial chaos and the dread of the quasi-saints, the less he comprehended his own existence. Lacking a system to lean upon or divine artifacts to assist him, why did this anomaly manifest in his being? This was his perplexity and a source of unease within him. What force had summoned him to this world and intertwined him with the primordial essence of Yin and Yang? His bond with the Sanshao was a result he sought to achieve, yet why did they instinctively feel a closeness to him? This seemed incongruous. Regardless of Yuan Yi's acknowledgement, the Sanshao sisters undoubtedly placed their trust in him. This was irrefutable. Qiang Shao, in a state of drowsiness, leaned against his shoulder, utterly unguarded, which spoke volumes. At the very least, Yuan Yi would never allow himself such vulnerability. He preferred to maintain a constant state of alertness, and particularly detested moments when his malevolence spiraled out of control. With her eyes closed, Qiang Zhao's consciousness danced on the precipice of slumber, murmuring softly to herself, a stark contrast to her usual reticent demeanor when fully awake. Yuan Yi overheard a couple of remarks, revealing that Qiang Shao was concerned about her sneaking out and facing reprimands from her elder sister, as well as complaints from her third sister. There were also murmurs about using Yuan Yi as a convenient shield for her own intentions. Yuan Yi's lips twitched. Yet he remained silent. "Did you dare to complain about your lack of loyalty, Bai Xiao? You deserve it. Yin Shao reprimands you? I shall certainly observe the manner in which you were chastised by Yin Shao." Yuan Yi mused inwardly. "Moreover, you had the audacity to deceive Bai Xiao into fetching the dragon-binding rope to ensnare me? Truly outrageous. Oh, and you even squandered my spiritual fruits. It appears you and Bai Xiao both share in this transgression. This matter must be brought to Yin Zhao's attention, two mischievous rascals indeed." On the outskirts of Kunlun's sacred mountain, the fabric of space suddenly tore open, and a figure was expelled from the rift. Yuan Yi cast a glance back at the swiftly closing space, shaking his head in resignation. The last time, he had traversed the void under the guidance of his teacher, Tong Tian, in a manner quite ordinary. However, this time, he was unceremoniously thrust into the realm by the formidable sorcerer, Xing Tian, who shattered the fabric of space with brute force, casting him into Kunlun. The distance between realms this time was incomparable to the previous journey, nearly whisking him away entirely. It was truly a display of raw power and directness. Nonetheless, it was precisely this violent intervention that spared him the need to journey for millennia, bringing him swiftly to his doorstep. Yuan Yi stood amidst the void, clad in a plain Taoist robe, with a gourd hanging on either side of his waist. Upon his back rested a slumbering figure, deeply intoxicated from the celestial nectar of the witch clan, sleeping soundly without a care. Originally, Yuan Yi had intended to store Qiangxiao within a spiritual treasure for transport. Yet even in her drunken stupor, her subconscious resistance made it exceedingly difficult for him to contain her. Forcing her into the treasure's dimensional space was not beyond his capability. However, as she was no enemy, Yuan Yi refrained from employing such coercion. Thus, he had no choice but to carry her back in this manner. Yuan Yi found himself somewhat deceived by the legendary figure of the Red Cloud ancestor, who appeared to be a rather straightforward individual. He had merely mentioned that one would experience a brief intoxication, only to awaken shortly thereafter. However, the reality proved to be far more prolonged than Yuan Yi had anticipated. Upon inquiring further, he learned that the duration could extend to several hundred years. Is this what one would call a brief slumber before awakening? Fortunately, he had refrained from indulgence. Otherwise, he and his fellow disciples would likely have been ensnared in the slumber of the witch clan for centuries. It was simply absurd. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that this belonged to the great witch, Xing Tian, and was indeed a precious artifact, representing an extraordinary opportunity for them. Yuan Yi also brought back some delicacies, intending to savor them later. The Wu tribe is not one to be stingy. After serving as a chef for Xing Tian for such a long time, he has garnered a degree of goodwill, and he is no longer regarded merely as prey. As soon as he entered the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Yi sensed the changes around him. There were many more people than when he had departed. In this outer region, one can frequently observe beings traversing through the swift light of escape, appearing in small clusters and larger groups. Yuan Yi furrowed his brow, yet chose to disregard it, making his way straight into the depths of Kunlun Mountain. Is this truly the sacred ground of the three clear Taoist friends? It is indeed a rare creation within the universe, a place replete with traces of the Tao, suffused with primordial spiritual essence. The three clear Taoist friends are truly fortunate. The voice of the Red Cloud ancestor resonated within the 99 scatter soul gourd. Although merely a remnant soul imprint, it is far beyond what Yuan Yi, with his nascent stage of Tai cultivation, could compare to. Previously, he had been cast into the void by Xing Tian, yet was fortunate to be sheltered by this formidable power. Hearing that the three clear Taoist friends have now attained enlightenment and established their teachings, are these all your fellow disciples? Yuan Yi shook his head. I am not quite certain. The affairs of the are primarily managed by senior brother Duo Bao, and I am still unaware of whether they have made any progress in their initiation. Yuan Yi had initially been reluctant to involve himself in these matters. For one, it would arouse suspicion regarding his desire for power, overshadowing Duo Bao's prominence. Moreover, his primary concern was self-preservation, along with safeguarding San Shao. He harbored no interest in such affairs. In fact, he disapproved of his master Tongtian's indiscriminate acceptance of numerous disciples. Before he could return to his abode, the Golden Light Cave, two radiant rainbows shot towards him, revealing the figures of two women. Yuan Yi, senior brother, Yin Shao said, casting a glance at the unconscious Qiong Shao resting on Yuan Yi's back, offering him an apologetic smile. Qiong Shao has caused trouble for you. Bai Shao, on the other hand, glared angrily at Yuan Yi, recalling how she had stealthily followed him only to be deceived back by her senior brother. Her discontent grew further upon seeing her second sister Qiong Shao. That traitor had ventured out to play with their senior brother without including her. Ignoring the resentful and sorrowful gaze of Bai Shao, Yuan Yi greeted the two individuals and handed Qiong Shao over to Yin Shao. He raised his hand to brush away the grasping fingers of Qiong Shao on his sleeve and turned to Yin Shao, saying, Qiong Shao has encountered some fortuitous opportunities on this journey. Perhaps she may have the chance to step into the realm of Tai. Please take her back and ensure her well-being. I shall seek out our master. Yin Shao sensed Qiong Zhao's aura and, though puzzled by her current state of muddled consciousness, felt reassured due to her association with Yuan Yi, their senior brother. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Yin Shao was somewhat taken aback but offered no further comment, merely nodding in agreement. You may attend to your matters, brother. I will take good care of Qiong Shao. After speaking, she pulled Bai Shao along and led Qiong Shao back to their abode. Although Bai Shao was reluctant to return and wished to confront Yuan Yi regarding the deception she felt she had suffered, she soon fell silent, obediently following Yin Shao. I shall settle the matter of the bite marks you left on my spiritual fruit with you later, she warned, shrinking her neck and retreating behind Yin Shao. It was all my sister's idea. I was wrong. Bai Shao, it seemed, was quick to acknowledge her mistakes. Yet Yuan Yi knew her nature all too well. She recognized her faults but seldom amended her ways. As he observed Yin Shao and the others depart, Yuan Yi's gaze shifted towards the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. just as he prepared to take a step forward. A voice reached his ears. It was the voice of his master, Tong Tian. Back already? If there are matters at hand, then come forth. In an instant, Yuan Yi vanished. And when he reappeared, he stood atop Kunlun Mountain, facing the figure of Tong Tian, who was casually seated upon the Dao platform. Master. Yuan Yi bowed respectfully. Tong Tian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Yuan Yi before shifting to the exquisite innate spiritual treasure gourd hanging at his waist. A flicker of complexity passing across his expression. Taoist Hongun, he acknowledged. Upon Yuan Yi's arrival with the venerable Hongun at Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian immediately sensed his aura. The ethereal figure of Hongun materialized, and for a brief moment, his gaze towards Tong Tian revealed a hint of complexity. Having previously met Tong Tian, Hongun congratulated him on his attainment of the saintly path. Although their interactions had been limited and their bond not deeply forged, they were nonetheless familiar with each other. In this reunion, one had ascended to sainthood while the other remained with only a fragmented mark, reflecting the capriciousness of fate and the intricacies of cause and effect. After exchanging a few casual words, Hongun articulated his purpose. Hoping that Tong Tian would intervene to obscure the heavenly secrets and assist him in visiting his dear friend Jin Yuanzi's abode, to reconnect with an old companion. The demon clan, or the heavenly court, had no intention of sparing him. He lacked the strength to journey to Wanshou Mountain unassisted and was concerned about potentially bringing trouble upon his old friend. As a saint, if Tong Tian were willing to lend his aid, not even Kuanping, or figures like Emperor Jun and Tai, would detect his presence. Tong Tian did not hesitate in responding to Hongyun's request, nodding in agreement. It was in his nature to offer assistance. As for Emperor Jun and the others, those who were not saints could hardly comprehend the mind of a saint. He felt no need for concern and would not entertain such thoughts. With Tong Tian's promise secured, Hongyun breathed a sigh of relief, filled with joy. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, dear friend. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall surely repay this kindness, Hongyun expressed earnestly. Tong Tian merely shook his head, replying, there is no need to regard such matters as significant, my friend. Yuan Yi is my disciple. It is my duty as a teacher to provide support when my disciple seeks it. Yuan Yi fell silent upon hearing these words. He understood the implication of Master Tong Tian's statement, which was to have the favor of the Red Cloud ancestor attributed to him, Yuan Yi. Indeed, for Tong Tian, the goodwill of the Red Cloud ancestor was of little significance, hardly worthy of his regard. However, for younger generations like Yuan Yi, its worth was undeniably substantial. Yuan Yi himself had not resolved to assist Hongyun. However, Tong Tian had indelibly inscribed this primordial act of benevolence upon his disciple, not to mention Hongyun himself. Even his old friend, Jin Yuanzi, would undoubtedly reap significant benefits from this gesture of goodwill towards Yuan Yi. The matter had been settled, and Tong Tian harbored no intention of personally visiting Mount Wanshou. Instead, he declared that he would facilitate Yuan Yi's journey there, entrusting him with the responsibility of undertaking this task. Undoubtedly, this act firmly anchored Hongyun's favor into Yuan Yi's obligations. Yuan Yi experienced a fleeting subtlety in his emotions, which brought about a slight transformation in his inner thoughts. Yuan Yi, who had intended to depart, paused his steps and glanced at the purplish-red gourd at his waist. Senior Hongyun, I have matters to discuss with my mentor. Might I request that you proceed to my cave abode for a brief respite? Hongyun expressed no objections, and the 99 scattered soul gourd soared down towards Kunlun. As he observed Hongyun's departure, Yuan Yi turned to face his teacher, Tong Tian. Tong Tian's expression remained tranquil, his gaze indifferent. What inquiries does my disciple wish to present to me? Yuan Yi bowed once more before speaking. Disciple wishes to inquire about the matters of the... What doubts do you harbor? Speak freely. Let me hear your thoughts first, Tong Tian remarked, gazing deeply into Yuan Yi's eyes with a smile. Yuan Yi initially intended to remain silent, fully aware that persuading Tong Tian would be an exercise in futility and likely unappreciated, a thankless endeavor. Yet now, he finds himself compelled to speak, even at the risk of displeasing his teacher, Tong Tian. Although his words may prove futile, there exists a distinction between voicing them and remaining mute. As Yuan Yi pondered how to articulate his thoughts, Tong Tian spoke first. Yuan Yi, are you inquiring about my teachings regarding the acceptance of disciples? Do you also wish to suggest that I emulate your two esteemed masters? Yuan Yi was taken aback. Did the master know his thoughts? No. Could it be that someone had already mentioned this to the master before him? Perhaps it was his second master uncle? Yun Shao had previously approached the master and had alluded to this matter. As if sensing the confusion within him, Tong Tian continued to speak. Did Yun Shao speak to the master? Yuan Yi was slightly surprised, though it did not seem entirely unexpected, given Yun Zhao's disposition. It was indeed within her character to do so. Yuan Yi, the sisters of Yuan Shao have been significantly influenced by you. The difference lies in your reluctance to voice your thoughts, while Yuan Shao articulates everything you wish to convey. Thus, I am aware of what you wish to express. Is Yuan Shao my spokesperson? Have I truly impacted the Sanshao? Yuan Yi fell into contemplation, unable to refute this notion. When you first entered my teachings, you expressed a desire to seek a sliver of hope, to find your place in this vast and primordial world. You are not alone in this. All beings share the same plight. Since I have accepted you and Yuan Shao into my fold, how could I then turn away others? I understand that you align more with the methods of your second master uncle in this matter. However, that is his path, the doctrine of the Chan teaching, which seeks to discern right from wrong, to measure fortune and misfortune, merits and demerits. It is not the way of my Jia teaching. Master, it is not my intention to sever their paths. I merely believe that those who enter the gates of my Jia teaching should adhere to certain constraints. My return after a mere few thousand years has revealed a tremendous disparity in what I observe. Upon returning to Kunlun, I witnessed many disciples within its confines acting with impunity, indulging in reckless behavior, completely unrestrained. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before trouble arises. Particularly as my Jia teaching will inevitably have countless disciples in the future, should things persist in this manner, even you, as a sage, may find it difficult to escape the repercussions of your disciples' actions. Furthermore, I am certain that my second master uncle would disapprove of this situation, and I am concerned. Yuan Yi harbored concerns regarding a potential conflict between the teacher and the second master, though he refrained from voicing these thoughts directly. Rules? To establish regulations, one must possess a standard for evaluation. Yuan Yi, have you ever engaged in self-reflection? Do you comprehend the distinction between yourself and Duobao and his companions? The question of enlightenment arises. The difference between you and Duobao? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow. In your perception, you instinctively categorize the affairs of the world into good and bad, delineating between virtue and vice, right and wrong. Your actions are closely aligned with the principles of the celestial way. Yuan Yi felt a slight chill within, for indeed, his thoughts in this regard were deeply entrenched. He possessed a clear sense of morality, distinguishing between good and evil. Yet, is this truly correct? This also signifies that you harbor a profound self-awareness, starkly contrasting with Duobao and the others. Your strong sense of self is both an advantage, preventing you from losing your way, and a limitation, confining your individuality. Do you still recall when I spoke to you about the distinction between the Great Way and the Heavenly Way? The difference between the Great Way and the Heavenly Way? Yuan Yi pondered, remembering his teacher's explanation when he inquired about the concept of merit. The teacher had once stated that the Great Way transcends notions of merit and karmic obstacles, for the Great Way knows no distinction between good and evil, right and wrong. All is encompassed within the Great Way. Only the Heavenly Way establishes the order of good and evil, thus allowing for the existence of merit and karmic hindrances. Yuan comprehended the profound meaning imparted by his teacher. He realized that rules must possess a standard by which to measure good and evil, right and wrong. However, the teacher believed that the Great Way encompasses all, and that notions of good and evil, right and wrong are inherently limited. Thus, the teachings do not impose rigid constraints. After all, everything is part of the way, all exists within the Great Way. Whether good or evil, all resides within its embrace. Is the teacher endeavoring to transcend such limitations? If everything is indeed part of the way, then freedom from constraints aligns perfectly with its essence. Teacher, we are but simple souls, far from your innate understanding. The Great Way you speak of seems too lofty and unattainable for us. Yuan Yi found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware that his teacher, Tong Tian, possessed a vision that soared to greater heights. Yet, he could not extricate himself from his own perspective, thus failing to embrace his teacher's philosophy. Naturally, the teacher did not require the validation of a single disciple. Much like the Tao that encompasses all, his doubts were also enveloped within the teacher's inclusive worldview. All paths are indeed the Tao. The great Tao embraces everything, devoid of good and evil, right and wrong. Your essence may be tainted by malice, yet you restrain yourself, aligning with the path of your second master. However, your disposition resonates more closely with that of your grandmaster, while simultaneously you harbor aspirations for your own fate and the greater Tao, conforming to your teacher's teachings. As my sect is destined to be like the great Tao, encompassing everything, including you, I do not wish to constrain you nor interfere with your thoughts. You possess your own ideas and desires, and to act upon them is your prerogative. However, we may not possess the capability to bear responsibility for our choices. A lack of clear direction will reduce your anticipated neutrality to mere goodness, defying the celestial order and moral principles. Ultimately, we are sentient beings, inherently bound to our positions. The dichotomy of good and evil is inescapable, Yuan Yi mused bitterly. Indeed, he realized he could not persuade teacher Tong Tian to establish rules for the GS sect. Nor did he comprehend why the teacher clung to such a transcendent ideology. He consistently believed that the existence of a moral dichotomy in the world was not inherently negative. Order is what fosters stability and continuity. Teacher, there is another matter I wish to consult you about. Some inquiries are premature at this juncture, Tong Tian replied. His gaze penetrating. Under that scrutiny, Yuan Yi felt as though all his thoughts were laid bare, unable to conceal anything from the teacher's insight. What he truly wished to inquire about was the concept of calamity. He sought clarity on what it truly entailed. For the understanding of the Tao had shattered his previous notions, but what of calamity? Was it as he had known it to be? Go now. Do not keep your fellow Taoist Hong Yun waiting. Make haste to Wanshou Mountain, Tong Tian instructed. Upon finishing his words, as if recalling something, he smiled and added, Taoist Jin Yuan possesses a primordial spiritual root known as the ginseng fruit tree, which is no less remarkable than the celestial apricot of Kunlun. Yuan Yi's gaze flickered slightly. What did the teacher mean by these words? Was he suggesting that he should freeload off others? Fellow Taoist Hong Yun is a man of integrity and honesty. As is fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi. As my disciple, there's no need for you to be overly reserved. Yuan has comprehended the underlying message. Is this suggesting he should develop a thicker skin? The implication of these words seems to indicate that his journey ahead may yield some valuable rewards. Meanwhile, the teacher subtly hints that there is no need for politeness or reservations. One should graciously accept the benefits that come their way. The disciple understands. Yuan Yi respectfully took his leave, not one to be foolishly dismissive of advantages that presented themselves. What flavor might the ginseng fruit possess? He found himself somewhat intrigued. As Yuan Yi departed, Tong Tian sat atop the Tao platform, his gaze fixed upon the void, yet he was uncertain of what he truly beheld. He sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Though he spoke lightly, it was evident that Yuan Yi and his companions were indeed more reassuring. The situation with his second brother was rather difficult to navigate. He had reassured his disciples with ease. Yet even Yuan Yi was aware that the newly initiated disciples of the Jie sect would likely displease Yuqing, and Tong Tian was certainly no stranger to this reality. Given his second brother's temperament, witnessing the current state of Kunlun, he must surely be scowling and discontent somewhere. It had been some time since he last saw his second brother, and if this continued, he would inevitably be summoned for a reprimand. A scheme must be devised. Tong Tian produced a jade cup and poured forth the unique offerings from the Wu clan, his eyes shimmering with delight. Truly, it was a creation from the hands of his esteemed friend, Hong Yun. The Wu clan was indeed generous in their indulgence of the spiritual treasures of the world. This exquisite nectar, rich and pure in essence, nurtured vitality and spirituality, imbued with distinct Tao traces, revealing an extraordinary quality. The Qiongshao had been brought back by Yuan Yi, and he had witnessed it himself. Understanding his disciple's nature, he knew that Qiongshao was clever yet greedy, leading him to indulge excessively, succumbing to a stupor of slumber. However, the benefits were undeniable. He had grasped the vital energies, and the realm of Taiyi was now within reach. Soon after, Yuan Yi, accompanied by the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, re-entered the spatial rift, departing from Kunlun. Master Tong Tian, wielding the power of a sage, opened a void passageway to send him to the Taoist venue of Jin Yuanzi, located at Mount Wanshou. The might of a sage is truly unfathomable, beyond the comprehension of even those at the Deluo or quasi-sage level. As he emerged from the spatial fissure, the voice of Hong Yun, the ancestral figure, resonated from the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. Yuan Yi surveyed his surroundings, sensing the traces of the great Tao in this realm. Had he truly arrived in the Western Territories? His understanding of the Elder Red Cloud's lament was rather superficial. To him, the realms of the Great Luo and the Saints were equally unfathomable. Nonetheless, he could vaguely perceive distinctions between them. In the past, shortly after he and the three Shaos had entered their master's tutelage, they were brought back to Kunlun by Tong Tian, traversing from the Eastern Sea. Under his teacher's guidance, they crossed the void, which consumed quite a considerable amount of time. Now, however, having attained the status of a saint, Tong Tian could effortlessly transport him from Kunlun to the Western lands. As for whether the spatial distance from the Eastern Sea to Kunlun was greater than that from Kunlun to the Western Territories, Yuan Yi could not discern. To him, still a mere novice in the Tai stage, the vastness of the primordial world remained overwhelmingly expansive. The Western Territories, when compared to the East, were indeed smaller. After all, The renowned center of the primordial world, Mount Buzhou, was entirely situated within the eastern domain. Moreover, the sacred Kunlun Mountain, located to the west of Buzhou, also belonged to the eastern realm, with the boundary between the east and west extending even further westward than Kunlun. Thus, it was evident that the eastern domain was far more extensive than its western counterpart. In Yuan Yi's perception, the west was significantly more barren, a sentiment that was strikingly apparent. The innate forces of creation in this realm were nearly depleted. The traces of the great Tao were chaotic and mottled, and the energy of the earth's veins was murky, tinged with a hint of ferocity. For practitioners, such an environment indeed left much to be desired. Though Yuan Yi had not personally experienced the events leading to this desolation, he was aware that it stemmed from a cataclysmic battle in an even more ancient era. This conflict, nearly contemporaneous with the war among the three races, was the celestial and demonic struggle during which the Tao ancestor, Hongjun, had yet to attain his status, serving instead as the progenitor of the celestial path, perhaps referred to as the celestial ancestor. The battle with the demonic ancestor, Luo Hu, in the western territories was cataclysmic. Even though neither of them had transcended the level of great Luo at that time, they were anything but ordinary. The once revered Mount Sumeru, comparable to Kunlun, was devastated during this conflict, leaving the immeasurable sacred mountain shattered. When the dust settled, the demonic ancestor Luo Hu unleashed the very essence of the western earth, nearly obliterating the entire region. Even the Tao ancestor Hongjun at that time lacked the strength to intervene, leading to the present state of the western lands. Yuan Yi was also aware that what he beheld as the West had already undergone considerable restoration, with the presence of the two saints, Yin and Yang, establishing the Western religion on Mount Sumeru. Their immense merit and power were intricately linked to the mending and restructuring of the earth's veins throughout the western territories. One could only imagine the state of the western lands prior to these repairs. The barrenness of the West was no mere exaggeration. Yuan Yi, influenced by his inherent perceptions, harbors little fondness for Western teachings and the two Western saints, particularly as he is still a disciple of the. However, he must concede that their diligent efforts in mending the ley lines of the West indeed merit great merit. In regard to this matter alone, they are deserving of the title of sages. The distance that Yuan Yi needed to traverse to reach the abode of the innate sage Yuan Yi at Mount Wanshou was considerable, yet not insurmountable. Under the guidance of the venerable Hongyan, Yuan Yi adeptly maneuvered through the void with remarkable speed. As he progressed, he became acutely aware of the profound transformations in the surrounding environment. The chaotic earth veins and the waning potency of primordial creation seemed to dissipate rapidly, becoming increasingly pronounced as he approached the vicinity of Mount Wanshou. It was akin to discovering an oasis amidst a vast desert. My old companion, Yuan Yi, possessed an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. Though merely a premier innate spiritual artifact, it stood apart from others of its kind, harnessing the power of the earth veins, offering a defensive capability that was rarely matched within the primordial realm. Indeed, the only artifact that could rival its defensive prowess was the illustrious Taiji Daoist treasured tower, the Linglong Bao Tower. During that fateful battle, my old friend utilized the might of the Earth Book to safeguard this corner of the world, preventing it from succumbing to disaster, thus allowing for the present scene you now behold. Alas, at that time, Yuan Yi could only protect this small domain, unable to extend his efforts further. As Hongyan elucidated the evident changes in the world, he also recounted the calamity that had befallen the West. Ultimately, he spoke of the two saints of the Western Church, Jane and Yuan Yi, with a tone imbued with admiration, which struck Yuan Yi as rather peculiar. For according to the conspiracy theories he was privy to, Hongyan's downfall was often inextricably linked to the two saints of the West, suggesting that it was an unresolved karmic debt of sanctification. Thus, it was posited that Hongyan's demise was a means to settle such debts. Yuan Yi, following the thread of conversation, inquired further about the events of the past at the Zixia Palace, subtly probing into the matter of how ancestor Hongyan had offered his seat to them. From the rumors that Yuan Yi had heard, the rationale behind the gesture struck him as peculiar, attributing it to Hongyan's benevolent nature and his disposition as a congenial individual. In the course of their recent interactions, Yuan Yi did not deny that Hongyan was indeed a kind-hearted innate deity. However, it seemed implausible to merely categorize him as a simple good Samaritan. What about Hongyan's treasure? The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, renowned for its formidable essence, was something he had heard of. Could a being of such power truly be a mere paragon of virtue? To Yuan Yi's surprise, Hongyan explained that his decision to yield his seat to those two individuals stemmed from the nature of their endeavors. He elaborated that the reason Jane and Yuan Yi were delayed was due to their efforts in repairing the Earth's veins. Despite the devastation in the Western territories, many innate deities remained, yet it was only these two who stepped forward to undertake the arduous task of mending the ley lines, almost neglecting their own attendance to the teachings. It was for this reason that Hongyun willingly relinquished his seat, albeit incurring the ire of Kuanping, particularly after the Tao ancestor conferred the foundation of sanctity and the primordial purple aura. Many began to believe that the bestowal of the primordial purple aura was directly linked to the seating arrangements at Zixiao Palace, intensifying Kuanping's resentment towards him. Moreover, Hongyun's extensive network of friendships, including his past alliance with Dong Wang Gong and his attempts to mediate between the celestial court and the heavenly court, further fueled Kuanping's animosity. Seizing the opportunity, Kuanping insider to Yuan Yi listened in silence, genuinely intrigued by the ancient secrets being unveiled before him. Hearing the first-hand account, he gleaned considerable information. He was somewhat taken aback by Hongyun's clarity regarding the intricate web of events, which, though complex, was articulated with an astonishing lucidity. As Hongyun recounted these matters, his tone remained calm and casual, devoid of any overt bitterness or resentment. Why, Yuan Yi wondered, could a figure of such a past remain so composed? What merit is there in unrest? Every cause bears its fruit, such is the nature of existence. This tribulation is merely a part of my destiny. Although it may be the result of yesterday, it does not preclude being the cause of tomorrow. The rise and fall of circumstances are not without traces to follow. As they spoke, Yuan Yi had already stepped fully onto the periphery of Wanshou Mountain, a place that, while not as grand as Kunlun, was nonetheless a revered sanctuary on earth. Upon entering, Hongyun relinquished the concealment of his aura. Soon, a spatial rift appeared not far from Yuan Yi, through which emerged a figure. The newcomer was a middle-aged Taoist, clad in a flowing, oversized yellow robe that exuded an air of weightiness and antiquity. His crown adorned a dignified visage, radiating an aura of profound fortune, with an imposing presence that enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, the Taoist gaze fixed intently upon the purple-red gourd at Yuan Yi's waist, his silence betraying a flicker of barely concealed ire, yet tinged with an unmistakable surprise. Without the need for Hongyun's introduction, Yuan Yi recognized the identity of the visitor, the master of Wanshou Mountain, the celestial immortal of his understanding, the primordial sage, Jin Yuanzi. Hongyun manifested a spectral form, smiling at his old friend. Jin Yuanzi, calming his emotions, allowed a smile to Gr Yuan Yi, without a hint of reluctance. Was swept away by the radiant aura of Jin Yuanzi, making his way straight into the depths of Mount Wanshou. Mount Wanshou, the sacred ground of Jin Yuanzi, featured grand halls and a multitude of spirit creatures capable of transformation, yet it was still far from the known Wuzhuang temple of Yuan Yi. Lacking the couplet proclaiming the immortality of the celestial abode and the longevity of the Taoist household, Jin Yuanzi occupied the main seat, with a violet-red gourd, adorned with the essence of 9 and 9 scattered souls, resting beside him, as crimson clouds revealed their ethereal forms. Yuan Yi exhibited little interest in the nostalgic conversation among old friends, his gaze fixated solely on the fruit platter before him, which captivated his attention far more. Within the platter lay 5 exquisite spirit fruits, a testament to the generosity of the venerable Jin Yuanzi. It was evident that the bond between Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi was indeed profound. In gratitude for Yuan Yi's return of Hongyun, Jin Yuanzi's gift was imbued with sincerity. The spirit fruits were peculiar in shape, distinctly different from ordinary ones, measuring several inches and resembling infants. A delicate blend of white and rosy hues. These were none other than the renowned ginseng fruit, the fruit of the legendary ginseng tree, one of the most esteemed innate spiritual roots of the primordial age. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, subtle yet elegant. Imbued with the pure and rich essence of primordial energy, the scent alone inspired Yuan Yi, hinting at a deeper understanding of the 5 elements path. It is said that the ginseng fruit is born from the essence of the earth and possesses life-extending properties. However, for Yuan Yi, who was an immortal golden immortal from the moment of his emergence, such longevity held little significance. He was beyond the reach of time's decay. Death from natural causes was an impossibility for him, as he would endure as long as he did not succumb to the tribulations of mortality. What truly mattered to him was not the fruit's longevity-enhancing effects, for the ginseng fruit offered far more than mere extension of lifespan. Beyond prolonging life and enhancing cultivation, its other properties were of far greater value. Firstly, the ginseng fruit possessed a subtle ability to alter one's destiny, greatly benefiting the transformation of the essence of living beings. Secondly, the 5 elements path embodied by the ginseng fruit was extraordinary, emphasizing the balance and unity of the 5 elements. This was an area Yuan Yi had yet to fully comprehend. The techniques he gleaned from the dust crown could be refined through the resonance of the ginseng fruit's intrinsic principles, even leading to a transformation. My young friend, this is the ginseng fruit I previously mentioned, derived from innate spiritual roots. It takes nearly 90,000 years for 30 fruits to mature, harmonizing with the five elements path, embodying the principles of balance among the elements. It reacts to metal by falling, withers in wood, transforms in water, scorches in fire, and merges with earth. I observe that you possess both the innate energies of Yin and Yang and an understanding of the five elements path. It seems you wish to express the five elements through Yin and Yang. This ginseng fruit should be of some benefit to you. I possess little else to offer, so I borrow from an old friend's treasures as a token of gratitude. Please do not be modest. Nearby, Hong Yin turned and spoke with a smile. You may dispose of these fruits as you wish. With a hint of playful intent in his words, Yuan Yi stood to express his gratitude, feigning ignorance of the underlying implications. Even with innate spiritual roots, the first consumption yields the most profound effects. Excessive use diminishes the benefits, and mere accumulation of cultivation does not lead to genuine growth. Receiving 5 fruits was undoubtedly excessive for a single individual, showcasing thoughtful consideration on the part of his benefactor. My young friend, since you cultivate the 5 elements path, why not spend some time here in my humble abode? While the ginseng fruit is infused with the essence of the 5 elements, it cannot compare to the spiritual roots I possess. After consuming the ginseng fruit, you should seek enlightenment beneath the ginseng tree, Yuan Yi suggested. To seek enlightenment beneath the ginseng tree? Yuan Yi's heart soared at these words. Such an opportunity was truly rare. He had only glimpsed his master's innate spiritual root, the celestial apricot, a few times without the chance for deeper understanding. The prospect of consuming the ginseng fruit and then meditating beneath its tree promised to elevate his comprehension of the 5 elements path to new heights. I shall not be modest, thank you. Esteemed elder, Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude. He had come with little intention to contribute, as the sage had already resolved all matters. He was merely a beneficiary of the circumstances. The master toiled, while the disciple reaped the rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yi decided to conceal the 3 ginseng fruits, intending to bring them back for the Sanshao sisters to savor. He could roughly infer that Hong Yin's intention was to encourage him to indulge in both eating and sharing these precious fruits. Among those he held close, only the Sanshao sisters remained. As for his master, Tong Tian, the ginseng fruit would be of little to no use to a sage. The ginseng fruit felt smooth to the touch, reminiscent of an infant's delicate skin. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a fruit born of spiritual roots, one might consider it somewhat otherworldly. Biting off the top of the ginseng fruit produced a satisfying crunch, and the exquisite flavor caused Yuan Yi to squint his golden eyes in delight. It was indeed a remarkable treasure. The pure spiritual energy surged within him, and the essence of Tao enveloped him, inducing a state of rapture. Realizing the potency was somewhat overwhelming, he found himself on the verge of entering a state of enlightenment. Observing Yuan Yi's reaction, Yuan Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head as he personally guided him deeper into the cave abode, settling him beneath the ginseng fruit tree of primordial spiritual roots to cultivate. Yuan Yi sat beneath the ginseng fruit tree, having consumed 2 ginseng fruits. Unable to restrain himself, he fell into a profound state of enlightenment, his body suffused with the flow of Yin and Yang, surrounded by a halo of multicolored light. The potent energy of the ginseng fruits unfurled within him, intertwining his essence with that of the ginseng fruit tree. The lush tree shed strands of Tao principles, enveloping Yuan Yi and resonating with him, guiding him towards the Tao. The efficacy of the ginseng fruit tree was undeniable, especially as Yuan Yi had already embarked on the path of the 5 elemental arts, possessing commendable insight. As time passed, his cultivation steadily ascended. Yet, immersed in this state of enlightenment, Yuan Yi was oblivious to all else, lost in a deep, transcendent experience, detached from self and the cosmos, unaware of the passage of time. The event of the red cloud appearing over Mount Wanshou, obscured by the celestial means of a sage, remained largely unknown. Even to the heavenly court, Yuan Yi, a supreme being among the primordial deities, was not someone to be trifled with, and few would dare provoke him without cause. Mount Wanshou remained tranquil, showing no signs of change due to the arrival of the red cloud. While Yuan Yi sought ways to restore the red cloud, its very essence had been shattered, leaving only fragmented remnants. To reconstitute its origin and nurture its true spirit was beyond his capabilities. Not even Tong Tian, a sage in his own right, could accomplish such a feat. For ordinary beings, it might be manageable, but for the primordial deity that was the red cloud, who could conjure another of its kind from thin air. However, the red cloud itself was more optimistic than Jin Yuanzi, believing that there would eventually be a turning point in its fate. Jin Yuanzi nurtured the remnants of the red cloud's spirit within the ginseng fruit tree, drawing upon its vigorous life force and the vitality of the earth. Ironically, the red cloud's own treasure, the 99-soul dispelling gourd, was ill-suited for the task of accumulating life. Its fierce nature seemed uncharacteristic of the gentle primordial deity known for its benevolence, and its offensive power was primarily directed at the souls and true spirits of living beings. Thus, time flowed silently, and Yuan Yi's cultivation persisted for tens of thousands of years without awakening. Following the intervention of Daozu Hongjun, who quelled the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans, the primordial world entered a period of relative calm. The influence of Daozu was such that none in the primordial realm could afford to ignore it. The heavenly court thrived, while the might of the Wu clan became widely known, deterring any challengers. With the emergence of the Six Saints and the establishment of the four major sects, the dynamics of the primordial realm grew increasingly intricate. Indeed, upon Nuwa achieving sainthood, the Wu clan harbored concerns regarding her potential actions against them. Although the 12 ancestor witches were fearless, they were not foolish. Having genuinely felt the power of a sage, they understood that even with the 12 capitals' divine formation, they stood little chance against a sage. Nuwa was one of the earliest primordial deities to join the heavenly court. Despite having transcended her former role upon becoming Daozu's disciple and seldom intervening in heavenly affairs, she continued to be revered as the Empress Nuwa. Nevertheless, the fears of the 12 ancestor witches proved unfounded, as Nuwa, after attaining sainthood, faded from the limelight, much like in the past. Rumors suggested that the sage, who cultivated the Tao of transformation, had relocated her teaching grounds from Mount Buzhou to the chaos beyond the heavens, remaining out of sight. Moreover, she was the only sage who did not establish a teaching sect. The teachings of the human sect, the interpretation sect, the interception sect, and the Western sect brought profound blessings to many beings. Among these, the interception sect stood out in prestige. Although the human sect was established, its leader, Taishang, only accepted a single human disciple and seemed disinclined to take on more. The interpretation sect, while open to many disciples, set an exceedingly high bar for qualifications, with stringent assessments. Though the primary group seeking disciples during this time consisted of primordial beings, how many of them were free from karmic burdens? Only those who passed the rigorous entrance examination became direct disciples of the sage, a significant draw, yet few succeeded. The sage of the interpretation sect appeared to only intend to recruit direct disciples. The Western sect lacked such stringent regulations but was hindered by the poverty of the Western lands, rendering it less comparable to the prosperous Eastern territories. In contrast, the interception sect welcomed all, allowing free entry. Although the number of direct disciples was limited, all disciples, including outer disciples, were still considered part of the sect. Under the leadership of the foremost disciple, Daobao Daoist, the interception sect operated without rigid rules, making it the most sought-after destination for aspiring practitioners. Yuan Yi has been absent from Kunlun for countless years, or perhaps since they began to recruit disciples. He seemingly has not spent much time there, remaining entirely indifferent to the affairs of the. Most individuals within the sect are unaware of the existence of this outer sect's senior brother. In their eyes, the four direct disciples are far more renowned. The Sanchao sisters, particularly the eldest, Yin Shao, ascended to the Tai realm 10,000 years ago, possessing formidable cultivation and immense influence. Xiong Xiao entered the Tai realm nearly concurrently with Yun Shao. Although lacking the latter's authority, she commands even greater reverence among the disciples of. The youngest sister, Bi Xiao, has long been absent, rumored to be sequestered in closed-door training at the behest of her elder sister Yu Xiao. And it is possible that her emergence will coincide with her own ascension to the Tai realm. Additionally, there is Zhao Gongming, the only direct disciple of the Tongtian saint, known for his geniality and loyalty, who has cultivated a vast network of friendships and enjoys considerable admiration among the disciples. Among the direct disciples, only Bi Xiao and Zhao Gongming have yet to reach the Tai realm. Had Yuan Yi remained in Kunlun, he might have encountered many familiar names, such as the illustrious 7 immortals in attendance. Disciples from the 3 teachings congregate within Kunlun, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The 3 teachings, once a unified entity, now maintain a harmonious relationship among their disciples. At this juncture, however, the leader of the Tongtian saint has been away traversing the vast wilderness for some time. Yet to return, the dwelling of Yuan Yi, where the protective barriers have been lifted, reveals a figure clad in a flowing white celestial gown emerging from within, none other than Yuan Shao. Although Yuan Yi had established restrictions within his cave dwelling, these barriers were of little consequence to the Sand Shao. Otherwise, Xiong Shao and Bai Shao would not frequently sneak away to visit him. In Yuan Yi's heart, this cave was merely a temporary refuge, and he might depart at any moment. There was no need for excessive vigilance against the Sand Shao, since he had not returned for a prolonged period. Yuan Shao had taken it upon herself to tend to the place, pruning the spiritual flowers and herbs he had cultivated, as well as caring for the rare treasures he had gathered from Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Shao took her responsibilities seriously, diligently managing the cave. In truth, even if Yuan Yi did not request her assistance, the Golden Light Cave would not fall into neglect during his absence. Even those who were not explicitly asked would occasionally come to maintain it. For instance, Xiong Shao after her retreat, or Bai Shao before her seclusion. It could be said that in Yuan Yi's absence, the two sisters had assumed a more dominant role, turning the cave into an ideal hideaway for the eldest sister, Yuan Shao. Unlike the serene and composed Yuan Shao, her two sisters were lively and restless, bringing a vibrant atmosphere to Kunlun as they immersed themselves in its bustling activities. With their early entrance into the sect, high cultivations, and the possession of top-tier innate spiritual treasures, they had few rivals among the three teachings. Aside from a select few individuals, brother is indeed preoccupied with his endeavors. Having left for an extended period, perhaps eldest sister should offer him some guidance? Xiong Shao remarked, glancing back at the closed cave with a sigh, then turning to her elder sister with a playful smile. Yuan Shao shot her a disapproving glance. Brother acts according to his own considerations. It is not my place to counsel him. He is accompanying the esteemed Hong Yun to the west, and I trust he will encounter significant opportunities and transformations. After all, it has only been a mere 30,000 years. Once matters are settled, he will return. Xiong Shao merely observed her elder sister in silence. Feeling that while their brother had his own deliberations, he often lectured them, it was evident that there was a bias in favor of their brother, as he always seemed justified in his actions. Bai Shao still remembers that incident. When you secretly followed brother out, Yuan Shao reminded her, that cannot be blamed on me. It was brother who deceived her, not I. Why should she hold me accountable? She was simply foolish, easily swayed by brother's few words, Xiong Shao muttered. Yuan Yi, at that moment, evidently sought to deceive her, yet his cleverness set him apart from Bai Shao. Look, senior brother constantly deceives both me and Bai Shao with falsehoods. Yet you, dear sister, do not stand up for us to seek justice, allowing us to be bullied. Yuan Shao shook her head. Senior brother permits your antics. When has he ever bullied you too? Xiong Shao cast a sidelong glance at her elder sister, while Yuan Shao frowned. Xiong Zhao's expression shifted. You speak true. Without senior brother around, it is indeed dull. What? Do you still wish to escape? Although the wilderness appears tranquil, it is fraught with peril. If you are too idle, it would be prudent to return to seclusion and diligently transcribe scriptures to refine your temperament. Xiong Shao opened her mouth, hesitating to argue further. The task of copying scriptures had initially been proposed by senior brother Yuan Yi, yet now, their elder sister frequently imposed this penance upon them. Neither she nor Bai Shao dared to provoke Yuan Zhao's ire, for there was no one left to intercede on their behalf. I merely worry that if senior brother delays his return any longer, we may no longer be here, Xiong Shao murmured softly. Sister, is what senior brother Duo Bao said true? After a moment of silence, Yuan Shao nodded. It should be true. Beyond that, she refrained from elaborating. Their teacher, the saint of Tongtian, was currently traveling, ostensibly in search of new grounds to establish them. This information had been revealed by senior brother Duo Bao, known only to a select few of their direct disciples. Yuan Shao felt no particular surprise at this, given the current state of the disciples of the three teachings. It was not unexpected that matters had reached this point. The number of disciples under the Grandmaster and Second Master was limited, while the boasted a multitude of followers. She had previously advised her teacher to establish rules to govern the disciples, but her counsel had been dismissed. Through her frequent interactions with Yuan Yi, Yuan Shao had developed a clearer understanding of many matters, particularly the social intricacies her senior brother often spoke of. She observed certain conflicts but lamented that her teacher showed no interest in addressing them, while senior brother Duo Bao seemed to revel in the situation. Particularly, no disciple dared to question their teacher's decisions, save for senior brother. Though he respected the teacher, he was unlike Duo Bao and the others. Yuan Shao even began to suspect that Yuan Yi had anticipated this day, as during their last conversation before his departure, he had casually mentioned phrases suggesting he would one day leave Kunlun. Furthermore, she understood Yuan Yi well, he was not particularly close to the disciples of the, a fact she could discern. Since they began accepting disciples, he, as the outer sect's senior brother, had rarely made appearances. Additionally, Yuan Yi's temperament did not align well with that of Duo Bao, yet he always maintained an air of politeness, adopting a detached stance on matters that did not concern him, refraining from confrontation or conflict with Duo Bao. As for the reasons behind Yuan Yi's slight aversion to Duo Bao, Yin Xiao was oblivious. Perhaps it was merely her own conjecture. It was entirely reasonable for Yin Xiao not to comprehend why Yuan Yi harbored such feelings toward Duo Bao, for that was a matter yet to unfold. Rooted in Yuan Yi's prejudices. In his perception, Duo Bao was the instigator of the catastrophic conflict between the and during the Fengshen calamity, having deceived their teacher, the saint of Tong Tian, which led to the emergence of the Zhuxian sword array and the Wanjian array, culminating in a devastating battle that shattered the. Yet, Yuan Yi continuously scrutinized his so-called prophetic insight, for many events had begun to conflict with his understanding, blurring the lines between truth and falsehood, leaving him uncertain whether matters would indeed unfold as he envisioned. Moreover, his personality did not mesh well with Duo Bao's, but that was merely a matter of personal disposition, not true conflict. He simply preferred not to forge deep connections with them. After Yin Xiao departed with Qiong Xiao, she soon compelled by Xiao to emerge from seclusion, successfully breaking through to the Tai realm. Meanwhile, in the distant western lands, beneath the primordial spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree on Mount Wanshou, a figure meditating began to emanate a profound energy. The dual forces of Yin and Yang coalesced into black and white double swords, soaring forth from the water and fire gourd, while the light of the five elements cascaded down, enveloping the figure in an unbroken cycle of vitality. A colossal golden dragon visage illuminated the void, its aura approaching the mid-stage of the Tai realm. Yuan Yi departed from Wanshou Mountain, having spent a considerable duration on his journey, yet he amassed significant gains. In a mere few tens of thousands of years, his cultivation level advanced remarkably, reaching the mid-stage of Tai. Under normal circumstances, even with the innate talents of beings like them, it would take an epic effort to achieve such progress. The enhancement of one's cultivation realm invariably slows down, a pattern that is difficult to transcend. Firstly, as one ascends in realm, the disparities between levels become more pronounced. Secondly, the potential of beings is finite, gradually diminishing their inherent advantages. At least for primordial beings like Yuan Yi, the Tai realm remains manageable. By consuming the fruits of the innate spirit root, the ginseng fruit, and meditating beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Yuan Yi spared himself a great deal of arduous training. While the elevation of his cultivation level is one aspect, the transformation he experienced through his comprehension of the five elements is truly invaluable. Indeed, it is essential to venture out and explore the vast world. Merely sitting in solitude for cultivation leads to painfully slow progress, Yuan Yi reflected. He pondered whether his cultivation had caught up with Duo Bao and the others, perhaps he had even surpassed them. Upon his return, should he seek out Jinling for a friendly spar? This formidable senior sister had previously expressed her desire to impart guidance to him, a kindness Yuan Yi remembered well. If his cultivation surpassed hers, it would be only fitting to reciprocate her generosity. Furthermore, as the external sect's senior brother, he needed to establish his presence. His infrequent appearances were indeed a concern. As the light of retreat dissipated in the realm of Wanshou Mountain, Yuan Yi produced a jade talisman, a gift bestowed by his master, Tong Tian. This talisman was intended to facilitate his arduous journey, allowing him to traverse the void and return to Kunlun. Regrettably, it was a consumable item. To journey from Wanshou Mountain back to Kunlun, Yuan Yi estimated it would take several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of years. Without hesitation, he activated the Qingjing Jade Talisman, from which a beam of sword light emerged, unfurling the fabric of space. Immediately, a force enveloped Yuan Yi, propelling him into the crevices of the void. Traveling through the primordial expanse posed considerable challenges, and Yuan Yi pondered whether there might be a solution. As he could not constantly impose upon his master, Tong Tian, to wield his saintly power for his transport. After traversing the void, Yuan Yi returned to the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. Upon reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that his round trip had spanned nearly 50,000 years. Indeed, time was merely a number, and the days had slipped by unnoticed. Standing before the majestic Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Yi gazed at its towering grandeur. Uncertain whether the Jie Jiao still resided there, he feared that upon his return, he might discover that Jie Jiao had relocated. Yuan Yi had reluctantly accepted the possibility of Jie Jiao establishing a new base elsewhere. His master, Tong Tian's attitude, alongside the development of Jie Jiao, had inexorably led to this conclusion. Were Jie Jiao to flourish as the Chan Jiao had, Kunlun could undoubtedly accommodate the existence of the three teachings. However, the number of disciples in Jie Jiao was indeed overwhelming and continually increasing, leading to potential complications in various aspects, a reality Yuan Yi fully comprehended. Even disregarding the stance of his second master uncle, the nature of his master, Tong Tian, indicated that such a day would inevitably arrive. On a brighter note, it appeared that the three pure ones had not been as discordant as he had feared. Though his master, Tong Tian, and his second master uncle often engaged in debates, even disputes, these were confined to discussions of the Tao, rather than trivial matters. Yuan Yi, do not elevate saints to an unattainable pedestal, for they are also living beings. Yet do not diminish their status, for they are indeed sacred. This had been his master's counsel, a lesson Yuan Yi grasped only partially, lingering in a state of ambiguity. It seemed he had not returned too late after all. Yuan Yi observed the fleeting light of escape passing by, realizing that he had overthought the situation. They remained steadfast in Kunlun, not having relocated. Were it not for the presence of Kunlun Mountain would not be so bustling with activity. Suddenly, as Yuan Yi found himself momentarily distracted, a sharp voice rang out from the front, exclaiming, "How dare you, audacious demon, trespass upon Kunlun? Behold my magical artifact!" In that instant, a streak of golden light surged forth, resembling a soaring dragon, moving with remarkable speed, directly aimed at Yuan Yi, accompanied by a subtle yet potent force of restraint. Upon hearing the sound and witnessing the golden radiance, Yuan Yi's countenance darkened slightly. That mischievous Bai Xiao had clearly learned some underhanded tricks, summoning his magical artifact before even announcing himself. What blatant ambush tactics! Moreover, was this truly how one should greet their senior brother returning home? As Yuan Yi's thoughts stirred gently, the water and fire gourd at his waist burst open. Instantly, the 9 heavens mysterious fire and the 9 nether mysterious water surged forth, transforming into 2 magnificent cheilants of water and fire, confronting the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The binding dragon rope. Bai Xiao, merely at the initial stage of the Tai realm, found himself an entire minor realm below. Even though the binding dragon rope held some restraint over him, how could it possibly subdue him? Yuan Yi possesses considerable expertise in dealing with the binding dragon rope, and the power of the water and fire gourd is indeed extraordinary. The water and fire cheilin entangles with the binding dragon rope, preventing the rope, controlled by Bai Xiao, from approaching. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon the emerging figure of the woman clad in green, his eyes narrowing slightly as a benevolent smile graced his lips. Bai Xiao, is this how you greet your elder brother? Have you deliberated on the number of scriptures you intend to transcribe? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao instinctively recoiled, her eyes darting about, seemingly hesitant. However, Yuan Yi was not so easily deceived by Bai Xiao's demeanor. She was still too inexperienced to successfully manipulate him. Her acting skills decidedly mediocre, particularly since Bai Xiao had a tendency to make mistakes without learning from them. She would undoubtedly repeat them in the future. Yuan Yi suddenly raised his hand, his fingertips entwined with the primordial black and white energies of Yin and Yang, reaching directly into the void. Immediately, the sound of clashing metal reverberated, and Tao patterns spread outward. In that seemingly empty space, a brilliant radiance of 5 colors erupted, a fierce aura surging forth. Imbued with the pure essence of the 5 elements, transforming into an unparalleled offensive force. This was entirely different from the ethereal treasures he possessed. Its might was extraordinary. Within the dazzling 5-colored light, a delicate hairpin was enveloped, its patterns resembling a phoenix poised for flight. This exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin, was a gift from his master Tong Tian, a supreme offensive artifact, its brilliance peaking, predominantly wielded by the second of the 3 heavens, Xiao. Not only did Bai Xiao arrive, but Xiao as well, both having attained the Tao fruit of Tai, sought to test their elder brother's prowess. Yuan Yi harbored no doubt that, should their strength permit, these 2 sisters would indeed desire to bind him, this impudent fellow. Yuan Yi entwines the primordial dual energies of Yin and Yang at his fingertips, a companion born of his essence. Although its power may not rival that of the finest innate spiritual treasures, it can be wielded with the ease of an arm's movement, allowing him to unleash his utmost potential and exhibit remarkable growth. Furthermore, nourished by the water and fire gourd, its potency ascends to even greater heights. In contrast, They are unable to unleash the full capabilities of the supreme innate spiritual treasures. Yuan Yi effortlessly deflected Qiongzhao's ambush, his fingertips swirling with the ethereal energies of black and white as he countered the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin. Moreover, Yuan Yi invoked the five elements technique. An amalgamation of elemental forces surged forth, intent on binding the golden phoenix hairpin. "Ah, it turns out to be you, senior brother. I sincerely apologize for my oversight. Please do not take offense," Qiongzhao said earnestly, having abandoned her resistance upon realizing her attack had failed. As if she had genuinely misjudged the situation moments ago. Yuan Yi cast a glance at him, wondering if he had misjudged the situation. Could it be that the jade token signifying his identity as a disciple of the Jia sect, which hung from his waist, was mistaken? I was wrong. I am willing to accept my brother's reprimand. Qiongzhao, sensing Yuan Yi's benevolent gaze, swiftly transformed from his previous imposing demeanor into one of submissive contrition. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao, witnessing her sister's unceremonious surrender, realized the gravity of the situation and discreetly retreated a few steps, neglecting to reclaim the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope. Before hastily making her escape, Yuan Yi observed the contrasting reactions of the two sisters and shook his head. Thus, it is evident that Bai Xiao lacks the cleverness of Qiongzhao. Run? Where could you possibly flee? Can you escape from my grasp? Just turn around, and your elder sister Yin Xiao will deal with you. However, Qiongzhao has discerned his nature and feigned a demure demeanor of admitting her faults. Although Yuan Yi was aware that she was merely putting on an act, he would not take the playful quarrel too seriously. She understood all too well that an admission of guilt could spare her from punishment. Yuan Yi extended his hand, effortlessly ensnaring the fleeing Bai Xiao, drawing him back into the air and gently tapping both their foreheads. The sound echoed, crisp and clear, signifying the presence of sharp minds. Both clutched their foreheads, while Bai Xiao cast a resentful glance toward his second sister, Qiongzhao, accusingly. You traitor! Weren't you supposed to assist in subduing our senior brother with all your might? Qiongzhao, with her head bowed and demeanor submissive, chose to disregard her sister's gaze. Thus, they stood before Yuan Yi, with Bai Xiao attempting to pinch Qiongzhao from behind. The two engaged in their playful struggle, still restless and unruly. Yuan Yi observed the incessant bickering of the two, retracting the water and fire Qilan. With a swift motion, he lifted the two sisters, transforming into a divine rainbow as he departed. Elder brother, it is Qiongzhao who seeks to subdue you. Elder brother, Bai Xiao laments your previous departure without her. Enough, he interjected. If you two continue to quarrel, I shall allow Yin Xiao to take you both for seclusion. First, we must seek out our eldest sister, for I have returned bearing gifts. Yuan Yi intended to first seek out Yin Xiao to ascertain the current situation. Along the way, he brought back 3 ginseng fruits, perfectly suited for his sisters to enhance their cultivation. He had already consumed 2 of the fruits and spent time contemplating beneath the ginseng tree. While the fruits still held some efficacy for him, their effects had significantly diminished, rendering them somewhat wasteful. Given that San Xiao had shown him genuine warmth and camaraderie, Yuan Yi, not one to be ungrateful, felt compelled to reciprocate. Upon hearing of a gift, the 2 sisters exchanged glances, abandoning their quarrel, and began to speak sweetly of their elder brother, their sibling harmony shifting with remarkable swiftness. Jinxia Cave, the dwelling of the San Xiao sisters, stood adjacent to Yuan Yi's abode. Yuan Yi sat quietly, listening to Yin Xiao recount the current state of the 3 teachings within Kunlun, remaining silent. Yin Xiao, with an elegant and poised demeanor, brewed tea, exuding a beauty akin to flowing clouds and rushing waters, her words gentle and soothing to the heart. The 2 sisters, Qiongzhao and Bai Xiao, whom Yuan Yi had brought over, sat behind Yin Xiao, appearing exceedingly well-behaved, with a hint of ethereal grace. However, their lively eyes darted about, severely undermining the facade of tranquility they attempted to project. Their gazes frequently wandered to the fruit platter on the table, which held 3 spirit fruits resembling infants. Radiant with a delicate blush, exuding a fragrant aroma and an enchanting Taoist essence, strikingly extraordinary. These were the innate spirit fruit, akin to ginseng. Neither Yin Xiao nor Yuan Yi paid any mind to the fidgety sisters. Were it anyone else, Yin Xiao might have admonished their lack of decorum. But Yuan Yi was not considered an outsider, and thus, such formality was unnecessary. Moreover, Yuan Yi often joined in the playful antics of the sisters, clearly unperturbed by their spirited nature. From Yin Xiao, Yuan Yi heard many familiar names, those of the Chan school, the intercepting school, and the sole direct disciple of the Grand Master Taishang. If given the opportunity, Yuan Yi indeed wished to meet this esteemed elder brother of the 3 teachings. Although Yuan Yi and the others entered the path earlier, the establishment of the three teachings occurred in a sequential manner, with the human teaching emerging first and the cutoff teaching last. Prior to that, Yuan Yi and his companions were merely disciples of Tong Tian, not disciples of the cutoff teaching. From this perspective, the first disciple of the human teaching thus became the elder brother. Yuan Yi pondered that had their master Tong Tian established his teaching earlier, perhaps they could have been called junior brothers. If the elder brother wishes to meet that Xin-Du elder brother, it might not be an easy task, Yin Xiao remarked. Why is that? Yuan Yi was taken aback. Although the teacher was seeking a new foundation for the sect, the three teachings were undeniably as close as family, at least. The relationships among the direct disciples were quite amicable. As the eldest senior brother of the outer sect, he thought it would not be difficult to meet Xin-Du. Could it be that this individual had a bad temper and was reclusive? He had never heard of such a thing. Yun Zhao's expression flickered with a hint of hesitation and peculiarity before he spoke. That senior brother's temperament bears a striking resemblance to that of our master uncle. He possesses the true essence of master uncle's doctrine of non-action and rarely makes an appearance. A slothful individual, and perhaps even a homebody. Yuan Yi began to comprehend. Over the many years spent in Kunlun, they had seldom encountered their master uncle Taishang. It seemed that this direct disciple bore a likeness to the master uncle's character. Yuan Yi was eager to behold the visage of the human race, meticulously shaped by the hands of the sage Yin-Wa, only to discover it resembled a desolate fish. However, there was no need for his senior brother to fret. It would not be long before that esteemed Xian-Du would certainly make his appearance. As if recalling something, Yun Zhao's eyes flickered, and she continued, I believe that Xian-Du will accompany us for that particular matter. After all, he is the sole direct disciple of Master Uncle, and he cannot shirk his responsibilities. Thus, he must show himself. Such is the burden of being the only seedling. Of course, the advantages of being a singular seedling need not be elaborated upon. What matter do you refer to? Yuan Yi inquired, as he found Yun Zhao's words somewhat ambiguous. Not long ago, the heavenly court sent invitations to our master and many other formidable beings within the primordial chaos, inviting them to collectively witness a grand event of great significance, Yin Xiao explained. A grand event? An invitation for our master and the others? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of this event. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it possibly be the heavenly marriage? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Such a momentous occasion. One that could stir the entire primordial realm, and at this particular juncture to invite the sages. The only event that seemed to align with this description was indeed the heavenly marriage. Brother, your return is timely. Should you delay any longer, you might miss this extraordinary event, Yin Xiao remarked with a smile, her gaze fixed on Yuan Yi, keenly observing the fleeting change in his expression. Brother, could it be that you already possess knowledge of this matter? Yuan Yi shook his head, for he would not voice his conjectures. Such an unprecedented endeavor, with no prior examples in this primordial realm, could arouse suspicion if he were to exhibit foresight. Trusting in the three heavens is one matter. Yet there are certain matters best kept from the knowledge of many. Yun Xiao did not dwell on it further, nor did he inquire more. The heavenly court's invitation to their master was for the grand wedding of the heavenly emperor. Do you understand the significance of this wedding? Yuan Yi responded, feigning ignorance. To form a Dao partner? Yun Xiao shook his head. Yes, but not quite. It transcends the ordinary relationship of Dao partners. It is something more unique. Aligning with the principles of Yin and Yang, the creation of the cosmos, and the propagation of all living things. As he spoke, Yun Zhao's tone remained calm, yet it unconsciously softened, his demeanor serious as his gaze subtly shifted to the side. Yuan Yi appeared blissfully unaware of the slight embarrassment that Yun Xiao rarely exhibited. Leisurely sipping his tea, what significance did a grand wedding hold for him, such that he would require Yin Xiao to elucidate its meaning? In fact, within Yuan Yi's understanding, the mere mention of the term Dao companion instinctively conjured this very relationship. It was amusing to him that Yin Xiao earnestly expounded upon concepts of Yin and Yang, as he found it rather entertaining. After all, his senior brother was born with the innate dual energies of Yin and Yang, having cultivated the path of these two forces, and thus was likely to possess a more profound comprehension of such matters than Yun Xiao. Seemingly noticing Yuan Yi's peculiar expression, Yun Xiao cleared his throat, averted his gaze, and spoke with a hint of playful reproach. It seemed that Yun Xiao had taken to teasing his senior brother, perhaps influenced by the mischief of his two younger sisters. Yuan Yi skillfully shifted the topic, feeling somewhat embarrassed to delve into the intricate nuances of Yin and Yang, particularly given the three sisters opposite him, who grasped only a fraction of the awkwardness. When others remain unperturbed, it is often oneself who feels the discomfort. A true predicament indeed. Yuan Yi gestured towards the 3 ginseng fruits on the fruit platter and remarked, "You must choose an opportune moment to consume these ginseng fruits. In my humble opinion, this grand event in the heavenly court presents an excellent opportunity for us younger generations to broaden our horizons. It would be a pity to miss it." The 6 venerable saints of the primordial wilderness, the celestial beings of the demon race, and the many innate deities of the primordial realm all possess wisdom that is not innate. Thus, expanding one's knowledge would greatly benefit their cultivation. Moreover, the illustrious Mount Buzhou, the foremost divine mountain of the primordial world, should not be overlooked. How could one miss the chance to witness it firsthand? Yunxiao understood and acknowledged. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." She cast a glance at her 2 younger sisters, but refrained from offering further counsel. She trusted that Xiao and Bai Xiao were well aware of the implications. These 2 particularly yearned to venture out and explore the world beyond. Consuming the ginseng fruit would likely lead them into a state of seclusion and enlightenment, causing them to forfeit this precious opportunity. Xiao and Bai Xiao recognized this reality. Should they still miss out, it would not be the end of the world. Yunxiao mused that ensuring her sister's focused cultivation required considerable effort on her part. Before long, Yuan Yi departed, returning to his own abode. Bai Xiao had initially intended to follow Yuan Yi outside, but was met with a stern glance from Yunxiao, compelling her to abandon the idea and comply. After Yuan Yi departed, the 3 sisters gathered around the table, gazing at the precious ginseng fruit before them. Such a divine treasure is immensely coveted, even among the innate deities. Yunxiao divided the ginseng fruits among her 2 younger sisters, ensuring that each of them received one. This marked their second encounter with such a rarity. The first being the celestial apricots gifted by their second master as a token of welcome. In comparison to other primordial beings, their fortune and blessings were truly profound. With delicate fingers, Yunxiao tenderly caressed the ginseng fruit in her hand, her expression gentle and her gaze soft. "You must not forget the kindness our elder brother has shown us. We, as sisters, must never become ungrateful wretches," she softly admonished Xiao and Bai Xiao, fully aware that such reminders were perhaps unnecessary. Yuan Yi stood before his cave, gazing at the 3 characters inscribed above it, Golden Light Cave. A wave of complex emotions washed over him. He had already heard of the titles Jade Cauldron and Supreme One from Yunxiao. His own abode was named Golden Light Cave, while the caves of the 3 heavenly maidens bore the name Golden Cloud Cave. According to legend, the sanctuaries of the Supreme One and the Jade Cauldron were indeed named Golden Light Cave and Golden Cloud Cave, respectively. Such a coincidence seemed hardly trivial. He speculated that in the future, as he followed the disciples of this place would be inherited by someone else. What an odd choice of names. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Yuan Yi remained oblivious, unable to perceive the intricacies of the situation. The potential causal connections eluded his understanding. However, there was no need for excessive contemplation, for he could alter nothing in his present state. His focus must be on diligently enhancing his cultivation and proceeding with caution. This alone sufficed. Even amidst the calamity of the investiture of the gods, it was not impossible to emerge unscathed. Should an opportunity arise, he would seize it. If circumstances proved unfavorable, he would prioritize his own safety. In due time, given his and the Sanxiao's capabilities, as long as he refrained from confronting the saints directly, his self-preservation would be assured. Although Xiao and Bai Xiao were playful, Yuan Yi possessed the confidence to manage them. As for Yunxiao, he felt a sense of reassurance, and even her words carried sufficient weight to influence her. Unlike Zhao Gongming, the Sanxiao had little deep-rooted connection with him. And with his presence, there was no reason for them to be ensnared in turmoil. The last resort was to act opportunistically, aligning with Wudong. If his memory served him correctly, this individual had navigated the investiture of the gods and emerged unscathed. Yuan Yi shook his head and entered the cave dwelling. Inside, everything was meticulously arranged, even more so than when Yuan Yi himself had been present. The spiritual flowers and herbs he had cultivated were well cared for, and the ornamental bonsai were pruned with exquisite precision. Entrusting this to Yunxiao certainly proved to be a relief. So much so that his original intention of gathering some enchanting spirits to assist him remained unfulfilled. On his desk, a fruit platter brimmed with fresh spiritual fruits. Yuan Yi picked one up, yet paused with it at his lips, observing the clear bite marks left on the fruit. His expression darkened. It seemed there was no rectification of past mistakes. He had forgotten to suggest to Yunxiao that Xiao and Bai Xiao had been neglecting their cultivation. Their foundational skills still had ample room for improvement, and they ought to copy scriptures to reinforce their understanding. The not long after that Yun Xiao mentioned, in reality, spans several millennia. For beings of their kind, the perception of time is thus. Upon his return to Yuan Yi, he had scarcely settled down for a brief period when he was summoned by Bai Xiao and her companions to partake in a discussion forum. A congregation of eminent cultivators gathered, for aside from secluded meditation and enlightenment, their practice also encompassed visiting friends and engaging in philosophical discourse. Presently, within the confines of Kunlun, the disciples of the three teachings are numerous, and it seems that at any given moment, 3 or 5 friends convene to exchange insights and ideas. Once the Kunlun became lively, Yuan Yi seldom remained within its confines, having scarcely engaged in such matters. Moreover, he had few friends and was not particularly adept at socializing, maintaining only a close relationship with the 3 Xiaos. His interactions with other disciples were rather lukewarm, neither particularly good nor bad. If one were to reflect, Yuan Yi felt that the current disciples of Jie Jiao exhibited a pronounced imbalance, with the male disciples being limited to himself, De Bao, and Zhao Gongming. As the eldest disciple of Jie Jiao, De Bao was preoccupied with the affairs of the sect, having previously immersed himself in the depths of Kunlun in search of treasures. Zhao Gongming, a man of vast social connections and a true wind-like figure, was also often elusive. Consequently, among the direct disciples, Yuan Yi was the most readily available to be summoned for gatherings, as he found himself with ample leisure time. Yuan Yi did not refuse. And although he had fallen slightly behind in his cultivation due to a series of fortuitous encounters, he is now truly caught up with Jin Ling and the others. According to Yuan Yi's own estimation, his cultivation level may even surpass that of Duobao by a slight margin. This senior brother has expended less energy on his practice compared to Jin Ling, his senior sister, who is known for her strong hands-on abilities and love for philosophical debates. Jin Ling is wholly devoted to her cultivation, her pursuit of the Tao akin to the clouds in the sky. Yet their paths diverge in practice. Jin Ling possesses greater practical skills, while her ascetic pursuits are comparatively fewer. Aside from these few direct disciples, there are still 1 or 2 formidable individuals among the current disciples of Jie Jiao, such as the enigmatic Wu Yun. Although he joined Jie Jiao later, he had already experienced significant fortuitous encounters and had listened to great masters expounding the Tao prior to his initiation, making him quite extraordinary. Over a dozen individuals gathered together, each sitting in meditation. This small gathering, initiated by senior sister Jin Ling, was indeed modest in scale, inviting only the direct disciples of Jie Jiao and a few accompanying disciples. While the number of Jie Jiao disciples is considerable, the actual count of direct disciples still falls short of that of the heir Shirbua's Chan Jiao. Bai Xiao relishes lively gatherings, and Xiong Xiao is no less enthusiastic. Yin Xiao did not impede them in this regard, and Yuan Yi, who was drawn in by their enthusiasm, became one of the earliest arrivals. Yuan Yi sat beside the 3 heavens, savoring the spiritual fruits prepared by Jin Ling. Opposite him were 2 women, one donned a golden dress, her flawless visage radiating an intense aura, embodying the very essence of Jin Ling. In stark contrast, her companion, Wu Dang, adorned in white, exuded a serene presence, almost ethereal in her subtleness. At that moment, Jin Ling's penetrating gaze turned towards Yuan Yi, her eyes narrowing slightly. Yuan Yi perceptively sensed Jin Ling's gaze. However, he chose to disregard it, for she was nothing but a belligerent individual, whereas he was not inclined towards conflict. After a considerable period apart, he noted with some astonishment the rapid advancement of his junior brother's cultivation. "Shall we engage in a philosophical discourse?" he proposed. It was evident that Jin Ling lacked an understanding of the concept of gracious refusal, as she directly extended her invitation with palpable enthusiasm. "My esteemed senior sister possesses profound cultivation. How could I, a mere junior, possibly compare? My current progress is merely the result of fortunate opportunities and serendipity. By the way, this spiritual fruit is quite remarkable. I am curious from whence it was gathered." Yuan Yi deftly shifted the topic, harboring a desire to test the depth of his senior sister's skills. Yet, acknowledging his significant shortcomings at present, he was disinclined to engage in combat with Jin Ling at this moment. Jin Ling furrowed her brow and cast a sharp glare at Yuan Yi. "Within my cave abode, there are plants I have cultivated. If you, junior brother, take a liking to them, I would not hesitate to gift them to you. However, you must first surpass me." Yuan Yi smiled lightly, choosing not to respond, which left Jin Ling feeling rather bored. At that moment, a streak of escape light approached from a distance, and Yuan Yi and the others had already discerned its identity from its aura. The junior disciple's cultivation speed is indeed remarkable. He has likely already brushed against the threshold of the Tai realm. It would be prudent for senior sister Jin Ling to offer more guidance to the junior disciple. With a smile, Yuan Yi spoke up, directly bringing over a newcomer to support him. The junior disciple was far more straightforward than a certain other disciple, who always found ways to evade responsibility. It was rare to encounter such openness. Jin Ling responded. As the gentle breeze faded, a tall young Taoist appeared not far away. Due to Yuan Yi's interruption, Zhao Gongming, who had arrived last and was now the junior disciple, made his entrance. Upon arriving, Zhao Gongming immediately began to pay his respects. But his gaze suddenly fixed upon Yuan Yi. Senior brother Yuan Yi is also here, Zhao Gongming acknowledged. Yuan Yi's presence in Kunlun was often understated, rarely making appearances, which took Zhao Gongming by surprise, yet he maintained his courtesy. Yuan Yi and the others rose to return the courtesy, while Jin Ling arranged for Zhao Gongming to take his seat. Apart from the eldest disciple Duobao, who was preoccupied with sect affairs and unable to attend, all the direct disciples of the Jie sect had arrived. The inner disciples included Jin Ling and Wu Dang, while the outer disciples comprised Yuan Yi, Yin Xiao Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Zhao Gongming. Shortly thereafter, several others arrived together. These were the figures later known in legend as the Seven Attended Immortals. Their status within the sect was somewhat peculiar. Though not direct disciples, they were distinct from ordinary members of the Jie sect. To put it plainly, their standing was second only to Duobao and Jin Ling, roughly equivalent to that of the outer disciples. More importantly, their cultivation levels were far from low. Particularly notable was Wu Yunxian, whose origins bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Yi, a golden-whiskered sturgeon born of primordial essence. His cultivation only a hair's breadth behind Yuan Yi's at present. It was unclear what fortuitous encounters he had experienced before this, but it could only be said that while Yuan Yi himself was blessed with profound fortune, none could claim exclusive favor from heaven, for each had their own destined opportunities. As they exchanged greetings, Yuan Yi studied these strangers whose names were yet familiar to him: Jin Guanxian, Jiu Shouxian, Jin Guxian, Ling Yaxian, Hai Luxian, and Chang'ar Dingguangxian. Yuan Yi's gaze lingered momentarily upon the figure of the long-eared Dingguang immortal. This was a slender Taoist, with slightly prominent cheekbones and an air of delicate fragility, his eyes shimmering with a translucent crimson hue. Yuan Yi found something peculiar about it. It was said that the true form of the long-eared Dingguang immortal was that of a rabbit. A rabbit, possessing such an incongruous and delicate demeanor, reminded him of a certain type of individuals referred to as rabbits in later generations. However, Yuan Yi's prolonged gaze at the Dingguang immortal was not motivated by this notion. Rather, he recalled that during the Battle of the Gods, this Dingguang immortal had wielded a remarkable treasure, the Six Souls banner, gifted by his master, Tong Tian, only to betray the Jie sect and subsequently join the Western sect. He was indeed a veritable lackey of the primordial era, often criticized and notorious for his actions. There were even rumors suggesting that after joining the Western sect, when it transformed into Buddhism, he became known as the Happy Buddha. The Happy Buddha? Did this fellow also cultivate the path of Yin and Yang? Yuan Yi could discern a certain essence of Yin-Yang in him. Yet he could not ascertain the profoundness of his cultivation. Yuan Yi had little understanding of such beings, but he resolved to pay closer attention in the future to uncover the intricacies and safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Junior brother Yuan Yi, please. Jin Ling's gaze was piercing as it fixed upon Yuan Yi, grasping the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the flying golden sword, in one hand. And with the dragon and tiger Rui suspended at his side, the four symbols tower, another exquisite innate spiritual treasure, manifested behind him, embodying the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Yuan Yi observed the spirited Jin Ling, who was deeply devoted to her pursuits. At this moment, he too desired to experience her prowess, eager to assess his own strength in comparison. After all, she served as an excellent benchmark among his peers. I kindly request you to show restraint, senior sister. Yuan Yi responded with a courteous bow. The innate duality of Yin and Yang manifested around him, transforming into two ethereal swords of black and white that circled his form, an almost imperceptible aura of menace wafting outward. His golden eyes became tranquil and profound, reminiscent yet distinct from Jin Ling's clear and sharp gaze. Merely maintaining a low profile would not suffice. Yuan Yi felt the necessity to showcase a modicum of his abilities, ensuring that others recognized him as the humble yet capable outer sect elder brother, rather than as someone to be underestimated. He harbored no desire for certain individuals to misjudge him as weak or presume that he relied solely on the authority of San Shao. Such misconceptions would be most undesirable. Although Yuan Yi harbored no ambitions of vying for power with Duobao, he nevertheless sought to ensure that his voice held significant weight within the sect of Jiajiao. Even if he could not rival Duobao, he wished to be a presence that could not be overlooked. Moreover, the San Shao sisters undoubtedly stood by his side. As long as their actions did not oppose their master, Tong Tian, Yuan Yi was confident they would make such a choice, and that sufficed. Thus, when Jin Ling extended yet another invitation for a discourse, Yuan Yi did not decline but acquiesced. Discourse may be divided into literary and martial exchanges. The former involves the interpretation of doctrines and elucidation of the Great Way, fostering a more amicable atmosphere. The latter, however, is far more direct, revealing the truth through action. Given Jin Ling's adeptness in combat, it was only natural for her to choose the more straightforward approach. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Jin Ling merely chuckled lightly, her expression imbued with youthful vigor, her smile lacking any trace of gentleness. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the long Huyu Rui, which surged forth, transforming into the visage of a dragon and tiger, conjuring a tempest of swirling winds and clouds, exuding tremendous might. In that moment, the roar of dragons and the howl of tigers reverberated, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Those of lesser cultivation might find themselves ensnared, their spirits unsettled by the resonant sounds of the Great Way, thus losing their initial advantage. Although Yuan Yi has had limited interactions with Jin Ling, he is certainly not ignorant of the latter's methods. Behind Yuan Yi, there emerges a vague silhouette of a golden dragon manifestation, its form compressing the void, elusive yet formidable. A pair of golden eyes gradually transforms into otherworldly orbs, embodying the interplay of Yin and Yang, akin to the sun and moon suspended in the sky. The resonant roars of dragons and tigers fail to disturb him in the slightest. Yuan Yi lightly tapped the water and fire gourd at his waist, summoning the water and fire Qilin, which emerged to confront the dragon and tiger spirits of Jin Ling, subtly gaining the upper hand. In terms of cultivation, Yuan Yi held a slight advantage. Both possessed formidable innate spiritual treasures adept at offensive maneuvers, yet the inherent power of these treasures was nearly indistinguishable. Jin Ling wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon and tiger Jade Rui, but such tactics proved inadequate against him. The four extraordinary beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, while the residual waves of their magical prowess were collectively mitigated by others to prevent devastation. The water and fire Qilin, formed from the 9 heavens mysterious fire and the 9 nether ghostly water, exhibited a wild and ferocious demeanor, relentlessly pursuing and tearing at the dragon and tiger. The situation was evidently in favor of Yuan Yi's disciple, who harmonized perfectly with the water and fire gourd. Indeed, the dragon and tiger Jade Rui alone could not counter his disciple's prowess. Witnessing this, Jin Ling's expression turned even more exhilarated. In the midst of conversation, he retracted the dragon and tiger Jade Rui and summoned the towering, high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Four Symbols Tower, which floated behind him. Let us see how my Four Symbols Tower fares against you. The ancient and unadorned tower exuded a profound aura, swiftly transforming into a majestic 9-story structure that stood tall amidst the heavens and the earth. The tower's body bore the imprints of the cosmic principles, manifesting the powers of the four symbols, overwhelming pressure descending upon them. The forces of earth, fire, wind, and water each evolved, taking the shape of 4 extraordinary beasts conjured by Jin Ling, each gaining strength and unity as they besieged the Qilin manifested by Yuan Yi's water and fire gourd. Yuan Yi furrowed his brow slightly. The Four Symbols Tower was merely a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, its power still inferior to the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui, which ranked as a supreme grade innate treasure. To withdraw the Jade Rui and instead employ the Four Symbols Tower against his water fire gourd? Though the Four Symbols Tower was only a superior grade treasure, it served as a formidable dual-purpose artifact for both offense and defense. Unlike the extreme specialization of the Jade Rui, its functions were far more balanced. In terms of pure offensive capability, the tower excelled in suppression and confinement, its destructive force nowhere near that of the water fire gourd. Yet its comprehensive versatility allowed it to hold its own against the gourd. Though clearly at an absolute disadvantage and forced into passive defense, it managed to barely withstand the assault for the time being. Senior sister demonstrates remarkable skill, Yuan Yi remarked courteously. This was but a friendly spar between fellow disciples. Even in magical combat, harmony should be maintained. In truth, he hadn't exerted his full strength, It wouldn't be proper to bully the senior sister purely through reliance on superior artifacts. Yuan Yi deftly executed the sword technique, and the dual swords of black and white surrounding him resonated with a sonorous clang, their sharp aura disrupting the balance of yin and yang, severing all that existed. Their master, the celestial sage, imparted the teachings of the supreme clarity, excelling in the art of the sword, which served as a vessel for his own path, thus becoming the way of the sword. However, this concept diverges from the swordsmanship spoken of in later generations, remaining an interpretation of the Tao. Consequently, among the disciples of the, many wielded the sword as their weapon, such as the present figure of Jin Ling, as well as the enigmatic cloudy immortal. Yuan Yi himself embodies this principle, as his method of aggression and destruction harmonizes seamlessly with the malevolent essence of his innate yin and yang energies. The dual swords, black and white, dance like ethereal dragons, entwining and launching an assault upon the golden spirit. Unhurriedly, the golden spirit summoned two innate spiritual treasures to counter the attack. The exquisite innate treasure, the dragon tiger jade Rui, did not transform into the form of the dragon and tiger but instead struck directly at the black celestial sword, which was shaped from yin energy. Meanwhile, the other superior innate treasure, the flying golden sword, met the white sword of utmost yang. This flying golden sword, a weapon purely for offense, embodies the essence of the golden path, possessing an unparalleled sharpness that aligns perfectly with the golden spirit, who employs it as her primary magical artifact. Yuan Yi's innate yin-yang energies clashed fiercely with the two superior-grade primordial spiritual treasures controlled by Jin Ling, both employing overwhelmingly offensive techniques. Though the spectacle appeared less grandiose than the confrontation between the water fire gourd and the four symbols pagoda, the pervasive destructive force unleashed was far more terrifying. Their respective treasures remained locked in midair, suspended in a tense equilibrium, as Yuan Yi and Jin Ling locked eyes, each having revealed a portion of their true capabilities, with neither side gaining dominance in the contest of artifacts and both conserving hidden reserves. The outcome would now hinge upon the mastery of their divine arts and mystical techniques. Yuan Yi was well aware that Jin Ling would not easily relent, for she had yet to satiate her desire for challenge. In the blink of an eye, Jin Ling shifted her form and stood directly before Yuan Yi. Having heard of her junior brother's extraordinary resilience, akin to that of the golden flood dragon, she sought to impart a lesson on the essence of Tao. Yet, Jin Ling refrained from employing any magical techniques. Instead, she intended to engage Yuan Yi in a contest of physical prowess. The elder sister would do well to remain vigilant. Yuan Yi, witnessing this, did not retreat either. His body moved like a wandering dragon, radiant with golden light, as he advanced to meet Jin Ling's descending fist. Similarly, he refrained from employing any mystical arts or divine powers, relying solely on the raw strength of his Tao physique. Tremendous force gathered within him, pure power vibrating through the void with a thunderous roar. The two exchanged a single, earth-shaking blow with their bare Tao physiques before being forced to stagger back. It was evident that in terms of physical might, Yuan Yi held the upper hand. Jin Ling's strength was indeed no match for his. Yet, Yuan Yi couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of Jin Ling's Tao form, though she carried an aura of heroic vigor. Her appearance was that of an immaculate celestial maiden, yet her fist struck as hard as divine metal, even carrying a razor-sharp edge. Had it not been for the natural scaly armor of his golden dragon form, even his superior strength might not have withstood such piercing ferocity. Come to think of it, what was Jin Ling's true form? Could she be a lump of celestial metal? So unyielding, Yuan Yi still had the leisure to ponder such thoughts. Jin Ling, having retreated, lunged forward once more, still without resorting to any mystical techniques. It seemed she was determined to challenge him purely in the realm of physical endurance. Though Yuan Yi's physical form is formidable, he has not extensively practiced the pure art of corporeal combat. Rather, he excels in the mastery of divine techniques. After all, engaging in unrefined brawls detracts from the elegance befitting an enlightened cultivator, which does not align with the ethereal image of immortals. Fortunately, while his prowess in this regard is not overly pronounced, his innate advantages render him far from weak, prompting Yuan Yi to choose to continue the engagement. The incessant thunderclaps reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth, reminiscent of two titanic beings from the Witch clan locked in combat, rather than a duel of cultivators. The sheer force of their physical confrontation resonated with the laws of nature, manifesting a plethora of extraordinary phenomena. Such formidable strength of the corporeal form left the onlookers in awe. They were all practitioners who primarily focused on the cultivation of divine techniques. and such a display of martial prowess was indeed a rare sight. Observing the contest between Yuan Yi and Jinling, their attention shifted as they witnessed the interplay of magical artifacts, corporeal forms, and the essence of divine laws. Even the three celestial beings, who were most familiar with Yuan Yi, found themselves unaware of the full extent of his capabilities. Yuan Yi's playful banter with Xiao and Bixiao could never escalate into a serious confrontation, as these two sisters' cultivation levels were significantly inferior to his. Unlike her younger sisters, Yunxiao would never indulge in such frivolous antics and consistently refrained from participating. Facing Jinling, his battle-hungry senior sister, Yuan Yi had no choice but to employ his true capabilities this time. In terms of magical treasures, neither held a clear advantage. Jinling possessed one supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, complemented by two high-grade primordial spiritual treasures, balancing offense and defense seamlessly. Yuan Yi, on the other hand, wielded only a single supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, relying primarily on his innate primordial Yin-Yang Qi to compensate. Indeed, this primordial Yin-Yang Qi proved extraordinary, harmonizing perfectly with his essence, allowing him to withstand Jinling's supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui, and her high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Flying Gold Sword. Yet, in terms of magical treasures alone, he could not gain the upper hand, requiring considerable time to surpass Jinling. However, in Jinling's estimation, countering Yuan Yi's primordial Yin-Yang Qi demanded the combined might of one supreme-grade and one high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Consequently, she was compelled to deploy her high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Four Symbols Pagoda, to fend off Yuan Yi's Firewater Gourd. This demonstrated that the primordial Yin-Yang Qi, meticulously refined and nurtured by Yuan Yi over time, rivaled the might of any primordial spiritual treasure. In terms of physical prowess, Yuan Yi held a distinct advantage. The formidable constitution of the Yin-Yang Golden Dragon far surpassed ordinary Tao bodies, and his spiritual strength left no room for weakness. Yuan Yi has consistently utilized the innate dual forces of Yin and Yang to nourish both his corporeal body and his primordial spirit. The cultivation of their celestial path is anchored in the primordial spirit, which embodies the essence of the Tao. The aim of the Taoist body is not one of resilience, but rather of clarity, aspiring to attain a purity akin to unblemished crystal. Few practitioners delight in physical confrontations. However, Yuan Yi possesses an inherent advantage. In the realm of Taoist arts and divine abilities, Yuan Yi is equally formidable, employing Yin and Yang as his foundation to evolve the five elemental arts, particularly after comprehending the elemental principles embodied within the ginseng fruit tree. He achieved a harmonious balance among the five elements, resulting in a subtle transformation that harmonized with Yin and Yang, allowing him to unleash even greater powers. With every gesture, the interplay of Yin and Yang manifests, encircling the five elements, as various Taoist techniques flow effortlessly from his hands, transforming into diverse offensive strategies aimed at the Golden Spirit. However, the path of the Golden Spirit diverges significantly from that of Yuan Yi. Her Tao is marked by extremity, as she has grasped the pinnacle of her own realm within the Golden Path, radiating brilliance. In terms of style, the two share similarities, both preferring proactive assaults over passive defense, resulting in their confrontations being characterized by direct attacks, with their divine abilities exhibiting remarkable intensity. Yuan Yi currently possesses genuine supernatural abilities, encompassing the five elements escape technique and the Yin-Yang escape technique, alongside the mastery of the five thunder arts, which is an evolution of the five elements' supernatural powers. Although referred to as five thunders, they essentially represent the five energies, transformed into thunderous assaults. Yuan Yi has merely begun to glimpse the path ahead. As for the reverse chaos Yin-Yang supernatural power that Yuan Yi fervently wishes to comprehend, it stands as his most formidable offensive technique, yet he has only scratched the surface, barely reaching the threshold of understanding, making it difficult for him to wield effectively. He has not even considered utilizing it for sparring with Jinling. As the chaotic remnants of magical energy were gradually calmed, the auras surrounding both individuals dissipated, and they each retracted their magical artifacts. "Thank you for your leniency, senior sister," Yuan Yi expressed with a bow. Their sparring session had concluded without a clear victor, yet both were aware of the unspoken outcome. However, Yuan Yi's politeness was met with a disdainful glance from Jinling, who remarked, "You clearly held back. I did not show any mercy, so it is you, junior brother, Who has concealed your true abilities? Her tone suggested a hint of dissatisfaction regarding Yuan Yi's failure to exert his full strength. Nevertheless, Jin Ling herself was not one to dwell on trivialities, and the fervor in her gaze seemed to intensify even further. Yuan Yi, having commenced his journey later, has now reached a level of cultivation that rivals her own, perhaps even surpassing it by a slight margin. This ignites within her a deeper sense of competition, sparking a desire to embark on her own travels. She has heard that Yuan Yi, through his numerous adventures, has encountered fortuitous opportunities, which allowed him to ascend from the early stages of Tai to the mid-stage in merely a few tens of thousands of years. She resolves to seek further guidance from her junior brother at the next opportunity. Jin Ling's words carry a sincerity that is devoid of mere formality, resonating with the gravity akin to the admonitions she once delivered to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Yuan Yi initially intended to decline politely, but a sharp glance from Jin Ling silenced him. After all, it was merely a matter of postponing the inevitable. The thought of engaging in violent confrontations unsettled him. This senior martial sister's aggressive temperament was truly vexing. Despite never having directly defeated her, he wished to avoid further provocations that might lead to another duel. Perhaps it would be wiser to steer clear of her in the future. By the way, Jin Ling paused mid-stride and turned back. On your way back, remember to retrieve that spiritual fruit tree from my cave dwelling yourself. Don't expect me to deliver it for you. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing it pertained to the previously mentioned spiritual fruit. In truth, he had merely spoken of it in passing, without any intention of seriousness. However, observing Jin Ling's demeanor, which bore no hint of jest, he understood that refusing her might lead to her displeasure. This senior sister possessed a straightforward nature and was not one for frivolity. Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude and did not decline the offering, as it was not something of great rarity. Jin Ling glanced at him, nodded slightly, and fell into silence once more. Yuan Yi returned to his seat, and the gazes of the others toward him subtly shifted, a detail that did not escape his notice. His objective was thus accomplished. As the senior disciple, his infrequent appearances had indeed hampered his ability to establish authority and earn credibility. It is essential to occasionally display one's capabilities. This would render his words more influential within the sect in the future. While it is permissible for one to remain silent, it is an entirely different matter to be ignored altogether. Jin Ling, though not as engaged in the affairs of the sect as her senior brother Duo Bao, commands a significant level of respect due to her formidable strength and profound cultivation. Among her peers, she stands as a genuine paragon, and even the current Yun Xiao cannot be compared to her. The only individual whose power approaches hers is Wu Yunxian. However, in terms of magical artifacts, Wu Yunxian pales in comparison to Jin Ling. The mixed element hammer possessed by Wu Yunxian cannot withstand the three superior innate spiritual treasures owned by Jin Ling. Should a confrontation arise, Wu Yunxian would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage and would most likely not stand a chance against Jin Ling. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that Jin Ling is the foremost among the disciples of the sect, should one exclude oneself from that rank. Had it not been for the water and fire gourd leading him to Hong Yun and his benefactor's influence, granting him fortuitous opportunities, Yuan Yi's cultivation level would likely have fallen short of Jin Ling's. Presently, however, his strength surpasses hers, and even without engaging in sect matters, he would naturally command respect. Reflecting on this, Yuan Yi's gaze discreetly traversed to the white-clad woman beside Jin Ling, Wudong, who, despite her frequent appearances, maintained an unremarkable presence, easily overlooked by others. Yuan Yi could not fully discern the depths of the matter, yet he sensed that the methods employed were likely quite intricate. Perhaps only Jin Ling, who was closest to her, truly understood the profundity of her capabilities. Yuan Yi speculated that his own prowess might not differ greatly from that of Jin Ling. In the discussions among a dozen individuals, each participant gleaned insights, validated one another's perspectives, and fostered mutual growth. Such exchanges were immensely beneficial to their cultivation. Were it not for Yuan Yi's aversion to bustling crowds, he would have eagerly sought to partake in more of these gatherings. Nearly a millennium had slipped away amidst these philosophical dialogues, during which their senior brother, De Bao, had visited, though his stay was brief, marked by a hurried arrival and departure, as he was quite occupied and did not linger long. On this particular day, the resonant chimes echoed from Kunlun Mountain, the sound of Tao reverberating through the heavens and earth, majestic and melodious, serving as a summons for them, the disciples of the sect. Yuan Yi gazed towards the majestic peak of Kunlun, pondering whether they were to ascend to the heavenly court atop Buzhou Mountain. The prospect of witnessing the legendary deities in person stirred a sense of anticipation within him. The assembly was rife with speculation, and thus, the discourse came to a close, with everyone harnessing their escape light to soar towards the Kunlun summit. Atop the main peak of Kunlun, the group prepared to embark on their journey to meet the heavenly court. While the influence of the Emperor Jun brothers and the heavenly court may not suffice to summon the three sages, the presence of a single sage held sufficient weight. Even the esteemed Grand Master Taiching accompanied his disciple Xin Du, while Master Tongtian and Second Master would naturally join the expedition as well. Currently, the Grand Master had one direct disciple, a solitary seedling. The Second Master boasted the most direct disciples, totaling 13. The disciples of the amounted to 8. Complemented by 7 attendant disciples. Yuan Yi stood at the forefront, flanked by Duo Bao on his left and Wu Yunxian on his right, while San Shao and Zhao Goming stood behind him. Before them loomed their master, Tong Tian, accompanied by his steed, Kuan Yu. Brother Nyo, does this spiritual fruit taste delightful? At that moment, Yuan Yi was mingling with the bovine creature, which raised its hoof to pat him in satisfaction. It was indeed a curious coincidence. Yuan Yi's bond with Duo Bao and the others was not particularly profound, yet he shared a familiarity with his master's mount. Previously, while foraging for delectable spiritual fruit trees in Kunlun Mountain, he had fortuitously encountered Kuan Yu. To elaborate, Kuan Yu was inherently a being of primordial essence, akin to Yuan Yi and his companions in their foundational nature. However, Kuan Yu had chosen not to transform and instead embarked on a different path as a steed. Of course, despite being a mount, the status of being a sage's steed was anything but ordinary. As such, the disciples were obliged to treat him with utmost respect. Even addressing him as senior brother, Kuan Yu had been in the service of Master Tong Tian far longer than these direct disciples. Master's elder brother possessed a grand azure bull as a steed, the second elder brother had a magnificent 9-dragon agarwood chariot, and even senior sister Jean Ling owned a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 7-fragmented carriage. This made Yuan Yi contemplate acquiring a mount for himself. Yet, he found himself disdainful of ordinary creatures, while those he deemed worthy were beyond his capacity to claim. Brother Nyo, it is time for us to depart. As he observed his elder master preparing to leave, Master Tong Tian summoned Kuan Yu, who then bore him into the void. Following closely behind, Yuan Yi and his disciples journeyed towards the celestial realm. In terms of saintly power, the distance from East Kunlun to Buzhou Mountain was not particularly vast. They did not traverse the void for long before directly arriving at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. This was Yuan Yi's first encounter with the foremost divine mountain of the primordial world, and the awe inspired by its towering presence was indescribable. The aura of creation surrounding Buzhou Mountain was significantly more profound than that of ordinary blessed lands, with remnants of numerous Taoist evolutions lingering in the air. The vastness of Buzhou Mountain was unfathomable, even merely glimpsing its main peak, which pierced the azure heavens, offered only a fleeting view of its grandeur. Standing before Buzhou Mountain, despite being a being of the Tai realm, Yuan Yi felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance in the face of the primordial world's might. How trivial was his own existence as a mere Tai? How did the ancestral which Gonggong manage to shatter such a monument? The thought eluded Yuan Yi's comprehension. The others, clearly sharing similar sentiments, were also visiting Buzhou Mountain for the first time. An ancient and formidable pressure permeated the air, compelling Yuan Yi and his companions to instinctively bow in reverence, as the mountain's majesty left no room for defiance. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the oppressive weight that had settled upon them, allowing them to catch their breath. The initial confrontation with Buzhou Mountain's aura was disorienting, particularly as it emanated from the realm of the Tao. The deeper one's understanding of the Tao, the more acutely one felt this pressure. The voice of their teacher, Tongtian, resonated ahead. Thus, the higher one's cultivation, the more profound the experience and the heavier the burden of pressure. Compared to the past, the oppressive aura of Buzhou Mountain had diminished considerably, far removed from its former intensity. The second elder spoke. Indeed, I recall when we, the innate sacred beings, vied to ascend this divine mountain to comprehend the residual Taoist essence left by the great Pangu, striving towards the path of the Tao. At that time, the mountain's aura made it exceedingly difficult even for the great Luo golden immortals to advance. The Taoist essence of Buzhou Mountain is waning? Yuan Yi absorbed this information, secretly noting it in his heart. Perhaps this would be his only opportunity to ascend Buzhou Mountain in person. with the strength of his teachers enveloping him. The group ascended directly to the summit of Buzhou Mountain, where the celestial court was established, connecting with the starry skies. This was the stronghold of the demon race. As they approached the celestial court, a voice resonated from ahead. Upon hearing the self-introduction, Yuan Yi could not help but gaze intently. Could this be one of the innate sacred beings nurtured by the sun star? Jun, the three-legged golden crow, sovereign of the demon race, an emperor of the celestial court. Before them stood more than a dozen figures, the foremost of whom donned a golden Tao robe, splendid and intricate, adorned with the imagery of the great sun, exuding a natural air of nobility in every gesture. Even in the presence of three visiting saints, he maintained his composure, truly a figure deserving of the allegiance of many innate sacred beings. Beside him stood a figure who bore a striking resemblance, also clad in a golden Tao robe. However, unlike the more refined Jun, this individual exuded a more domineering presence, imbued with aggression. An ancient bronze bell, shrouded in chaotic energy, hung by his side, emanating an unpredictable aura. This was Jun. Yuan Yi perceived the aura that enveloped them, distinct from his own ethereal essence cultivated through the path of immortality. Their energy was far more turbulent and fierce, lacking the clarity and purity that characterized his own. It seemed their foundations were not as solid and robust as his. As Yuan Yi observed in silence, the group was ushered into the celestial realm. At that moment, the heavens were abuzz with activity, teeming with numerous innate deities, all of whom were formidable figures in the eyes of Yuan Yi and his companions. The three pure ones, revered as saints, graced the gathering with their presence, which was indeed a mark of honor, and they naturally did not arrive prematurely. Thus, their arrival was not significantly ahead of the others, making them among the last to appear. Nevertheless, thanks to the influence of their esteemed mentor, Yuan Yi and his companions found themselves seated in a position of prominence, just behind the array of mighty beings. The table was adorned with exquisite spiritual fruits and divine elixirs, all of extraordinary quality, reflecting a status akin to that of the great powers. This was the weight of their junior status, which spoke volumes. The identity of a saint's disciple was unmistakably evident. The jade towers and palatial abodes shimmered, and auspicious clouds billowed forth, manifesting various extraordinary phenomena, while the resonant sounds of Tao echoed throughout. The celestial stars cascaded their brilliance, and the sun and moon illuminated the heavens and the earth in harmonious splendor. Yuan Yi sat at his designated place. An array of extraordinary treasures laid before him on the table, suffused with a rich aura of spirituality. Beside him stood a stunning woman of indeterminate lineage, attending to his needs with grace. Yuan Yi is quite curious. Is the method of brewing this celestial nectar of innate sanctity something that one comprehends intuitively? How has it spread so widely? Beside Yuan Yi, Bai Xiao was compelled to share a seat with him, while Yin Xiao sat alongside Qiong Xiao, deliberately keeping the two sisters apart due to her reservations about them. Nearby, Jin Ling and Wu Dang occupied the same table, while further ahead sat the esteemed senior brother Duo Bao, accompanied by the junior disciple Zhao Gongming. It remains a mystery why the innate divine beings adhere to the custom of sharing the precious nectar, often arranging their seating in pairs. Perhaps it is also to conserve space, as those formidable predecessors are each allocated their own seats. Senior brother, this is delightful, Bai Xiao remarked, setting down her jade cup, her gaze drifting toward the jade cup designated for Yuan Yi before her. Yuan Yi withdrew his gaze and glanced at Bai Xiao, who blinked at him with curious eyes. Yuan Yi ignored him, lifting his own jade cup to his lips. As the divine nectar touched his tongue, an intense surge of solar energy coursed through his body, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. The potency was remarkable. These ingredients were clearly extraordinary, containing an exceptionally pure essence of the Tao. This was brewed by His Majesty the Celestial Emperor, using leaves and branches from the primordial Fusang divine tree as ingredients. The attending maiden explained softly. It contains the purest essence of solar energy. Yuan Yi felt a burning sensation within his mouth, akin to having swallowed a strand of solar essence, coursing down with remarkable efficacy. However, the taste was rather unpalatable to him, as he was not particularly fond of drinking. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say he had never been inclined towards alcohol. The items he had acquired from the great shaman Xingtian remained untouched, as he had yet to partake of them. Yuan Yi turned his gaze sharply towards Bai Xiao, questioning the veracity of his earlier claim that the drink was delightful. All he was met with was the back of someone's head. Shifting his gaze to the side, he noticed Qiong Xiao exchanging mischievous glances, the two sisters conspiring in their playful manner. With his understanding of their dynamic, Yuan Yi could almost decipher the conversation between them from their expressions. Xiao, I told you, didn't I? I knew senior brother wouldn't enjoy that flavor. What do you think? By Xiao, indeed, senior brother fell for it, gulping it down in one go. How amusing. But alas, if I were to inform him it was unpleasant, he might offer it to me. Xiao, senior brother would never believe you. Yuan Yi, at that moment, noticed the woman beside him refilling his cup once more. Yuan Yi gazed into the cup filled with exquisite nectar, only to realize that it was not the same elixir as before. The essence that permeated the liquid was entirely different. Was this the power of the moon, crafted by the celestial emperor from the essence of the sacred laurel? It possessed a gentle warmth, embodying the pure quintessence of lunar energy. The harmonious blend of these two celestial brews could unite Yin and Yang, nurturing the foundation of the great Tao and fostering the very essence of life. The woman smiled as she elaborated. Yuan Yi nodded gently, lifting the jade cup once more. But this time he refrained from downing it in one gulp. As the lady had mentioned, this celestial brew was far more gentle, cool, and refreshing. Reminiscent of the serene light of the moon, imbued with a subtle elegance of fragrance that evoked a tender sentiment akin to flowing water, it was indeed marvelous. In contrast to the fuso-celestial spirit he had previously consumed, this elixir enveloped him in a profound sense of ease from within, nourishing both his Tao body and primordial spirit. However, a minor flaw lingered in Yuan Yi's mind. He suspected that this divine nectar was diluted, its purity insufficient, with the powers of the sun and moon diluted to a mere whisper. Unlike the generous offerings from Xingtian, the essence contained within was scant, despite being a product of the utmost innate spiritual roots. Had it not been for Yuan Yi's intrinsic affinity with the origins of Yin and Yang, the effects would undoubtedly have been more pronounced. Furthermore, it appeared that each of these juniors possessed only a couple of cups of such nectar. While other celestial brews were indeed extraordinary, they paled in comparison to this elixir brewed from the fuso divine wood and laurel. As Yuan Yi's gaze wandered to the side, he noticed that Bai Zhao's jade cup was already empty. What is this? Do you enjoy it? I have some similar delicacies left, the kind that Xiao had last time. Would you care to sample it? Yuan Yi inquired with a smile. Bai Zhao instinctively shifted her position. Her gaze towards Yuan Yi tinged with skepticism. Senior brother, are you trying to deceive me? She retorted, quickly adding, it was all Xiao's idea, not mine. Thus throwing her second sister under the bus. How could your senior brother deceive you? You must trust me, I would never harm you. At most, if you were to drink too much, I would simply take you to the fields to make amends for the spiritual fruits you and your sister have spoiled. Yuan Yi replied. Bai Zhao rolled her eyes, feeling a hint of guilt. As for Xiao, dragging her second sister into this was her last act of defiance. However, Yuan Yi was merely jesting. Otherwise, he would have already taken Xiao to the fields last time. Yuan Yi's gaze suddenly shifted beyond the heavenly realm, where he beheld the formidable figures of the celestial court, including Emperor Dijuan, emerging from the grand hall to personally welcome a notable arrival. It could only signify the arrival of a sage. Have the two sages from the west finally arrived? Yuan Yi directed his attention towards the imposing gate standing tall before him. He sensed the pervasive aura of the sage resonating throughout the cosmos, a sensation he had encountered on numerous occasions through his master, Tongtian, and was thus able to discern it with clarity. His curiosity regarding the two sages from the west was substantial. From what he had gathered, the reputation of these two Western saints was rather dismal, even inferior to that of his second master. The phrase "one is fated to our Western teachings" had, indeed, become one of the two great curses of the primordial era. Lingering through the annals of history, Yuan Yi harbors no particular sentiment towards a certain sect of real estate merchants. Moreover, he currently stands as a disciple of the outer senior brother of this sect. In the calamity of the Fengshen, the positions of righteous deities listed amount to merely over 360. Had it not been for the ultimate and thorough conflict between the losses of the would likely have been no more than a mere 100 or 2. The number of those who perished far exceeds those who were honored on the list. And the disciples of the who were ultimately ferried away by the Western sect constitute a significant majority, an outcome that Yuan Yi finds deeply disheartening. However, after engaging with Hong Yun, this innate divine being surprisingly expressed admiration for the two saints of the Western sect. An unexpected revelation that starkly contrasts with Yuan Yi's previous understanding, compelling him to reassess his perceptions and rectify the biases harbored within his heart. Coupled with the teachings of his master, Tongtian, who conveyed that a sage is both human and divine. Yuan Yi yearns to witness the true nature of the infamous two saints as perceived within his prior knowledge. Before long, he observed Emperor Jun personally leading a group into the vicinity, At the forefront stood the two saints of the Western sect, Yin and Yang, followed by several disciples of the same sect. The Western sect does not resemble Buddhism. They neither don the tonsure nor adopt the appearance of those who have attained wisdom, appearing instead as ordinary practitioners. Yang possesses an ancient visage, perpetually imbued with an expression of sorrow, emanating an air of peculiarity. The esteemed teacher Yuan Yi once mentioned that the guiding Taoist possesses a primordial spiritual root known as bitter bamboo, which he refines into a staff capable of sealing the six senses of living beings. Though understated, his methods are anything but simple. The figure of the Taoist radiates a luminous aura, suffused with a pure essence, evoking a sense of enlightenment in those who gaze upon him. As he moves, one might perceive the gentle resonance of Taoist sounds, akin to a soft breeze rustling through leaves, producing a delicate melody. This sage also wields a remarkable primordial spiritual root, the Bodhi tree. It is said that he has fashioned a segment of its branch into a treasure called the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, reputed to possess the power to refine all things, making it a nemesis to the magical artifacts of cultivators. Yuan Yi perceives a distinct difference between these two sages and his own teacher, as well as his two esteemed uncles. Specifically, he senses that the path of these two saints is more intimately connected to all sentient beings, while the path of his teacher and uncles leans more towards the essence of the heavens and the earth. Among the six saints beneath the heavenly Tao, Yuan Yi has now witnessed 5 with his own eyes. Only the Saint Nuwa remains, and he anticipates that he shall soon encounter her as well. After all, it is the Saint Nuwa who serves as the witness to this celestial marriage. Yuan Yi cast a glance at the few Western disciples behind him. Indeed, their cultivation levels were inferior to his own. Although the two saints were not destitute, the assertion of the West barrenness held a kernel of truth. Yuan Yi shifted his gaze back, reaching for the most exquisite spirit fruit from the fruit platter beside Bai Shao and savoring it. After indulging in delightful morsels and witnessing a performance, he yearned to comprehend the essence of the so-called heavenly virtues. Yuan Yi sought to accrue some merit for himself. Yet ultimately, he found no trace of heavenly virtue in sight. This time, however, everything he wished to observe came into view. The six saints gathered, and numerous formidable beings congregated. Such a splendid spectacle was seldom witnessed even in the vastness of the primordial world. Upon Mount Busho, amidst the cosmic expanse, the stars of the celestial realm encircled, with the sun and moon standing sentinel, while the heavenly palace loomed with grandeur. Mighty beings assembled, and the saints graced the occasion. However, Jin Yuanzi was notably absent. Yuan Yi did not catch a glimpse of him. As for the venerable ancestor of the Nether River, a primordial deity, Yuan Yi also could not identify anyone resembling the figure he recognized, leaving him uncertain if that entity had also not arrived. Yuan Yi found himself quite intrigued by this formidable being, who claimed to be an everlasting presence in the blood sea. He especially appreciated the unique personality of this innate divine entity, who emulated the revered goddess Nuwa in creating the human race and established the Shura sect in the manner of the three purities. Such remarkable tales have already begun to circulate throughout the primordial world. While many powerful beings often spoke of this matter with a hint of jest, it nonetheless underscored the remarkable abilities of the River of Hades. Its action was unparalleled, and seeing several saints achieve enlightenment through such means, it was certain that imitators would abound. Yet, only the River of Hades had truly accomplished something noteworthy, albeit not entirely. Additionally, Yuan Yi encountered a familiar figure. After the Tao ancestors' third sermon, when treasures were scattered across the primordial lands, the first innate spiritual treasure he beheld was claimed by this individual. Originally, that shaped innate spiritual treasure was destined to fall within the Kunlun realm, but it was intercepted outside Kunlun Mountain by someone, causing Yuan Yi to watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away from him. At that moment, he did not know the name of this innate divine being. He only remembered that the person wielded a spiritual lamp, another innate spiritual treasure. Now, upon seeing him again, Yuan Yi finally recognized his identity, an illustrious existence known as the Burning Lamp, the Taoist of the Burning Lamp. Thus, Yuan Yi came to understand what that innate spiritual treasure, which had eluded him, truly was, and he felt a twinge of regret. If all went as expected, it was indeed the supreme innate spiritual treasure known as the Qiankuan. This harbored the essence of the universe within, uniting the principles of Yin and Yang into one. Apart from being a powerful spatial innate spiritual treasure, it also possessed the might of A, measuring the cosmos and delineating the heavens and earth. Bearing some resemblance to the powers of a certain postnatal supreme treasure, Yuan Yi recollects that, according to the rumors, the radiant lamp Taoist utilized this artifact to merge with the 24 sea calming pearls belonging to Zhao Gongming, giving rise to the 24 deities of heaven, an extraordinary feat indeed. To have such a celestial treasure slip through his fingers is a profound regret, had the radiant lamp not intercepted it and allowed it to descend into Kunlun. Perhaps he might have had the opportunity to vie for it, especially since the 24 sea-calming pearls rest in the hands of his master, Tongtian. Naturally, while he laments this lost opportunity, Yuan Yi understands that some matters cannot be forced. He lacks the capability, particularly since, at that time, both his master and grandmaster had yet to return and were absent from Kunlun. The opposing party halted at the periphery of Kunlun, never setting foot within its confines, existing instead in a delicate liminality. He remains uncertain whether intercepting this thread of causality bears any relation to his future involvement with the Chan teaching. Yuan Yi cast a discreet glance at Zhao Gongming, seated beside Duobao, before shifting his gaze away. At that moment, the primordial treasure, the chaos bell, vibrated, its chimes resonating throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos, echoing within the hearts of all beings. Rays of starlight descended, and within the ripples of the bell's sound, the Tao evolved, and the laws manifested, reflecting the myriad forms of existence, the imprints of countless races, including the various branches of the demon clan. Shadows flickered as endless beings bowed in reverence, transforming into wondrous phenomena. The protagonists of the day, Emperor Jun and the two lunar goddesses, stood atop a high platform, illuminated by the sun and moon. Dressed in resplendent golden robes, Emperor Jun was adorned with the radiance of 129,600 stars, the golden flames of the sun flowing, suffusing the air with solar power. The two lunar deities, Shihi and Changshi, positioned on either side, embodied a similar grand principle yet exuded distinctly different auras. As the elder sister, Shihi radiated grace and majesty, her presence serene and dignified, embodying the vastness that encompasses all, an imposing spectacle. In contrast, Changshi appeared more ethereal and elusive, possessing an air of otherworldliness, seemingly ever-changing, her vitality more pronounced. The two sisters represented the duality of Yin and Yang, each embodying a half, culminating in two primordial beings of the same essence yet divergent in temperament. Their appearances were flawless, a manifestation of the Tao, devoid of imperfections, showcasing the beauty inherent in the great principles, requiring no further embellishment. Moreover, as incarnations of the moon, they epitomized the most exquisite interpretation of feminine grace. At this moment, Emperor Jun and the two sisters stood at the heart of the celestial realms. Surrounded by the sun and moon, the interplay of Yin and Yang creating an ineffable atmospheric energy that permeated the universe. Yuan Yi gazed upon the splendid scene before him, although such grandeur did not resemble a wedding in his eyes, lacking the resplendent phoenix crowns and flowing silk robes of later generations. It was instead adorned by the celestial stars in attendance, with myriad races offering their congratulations and sages witnessing the occasion. The dragon and phoenix symbols, however, were not deemed worthy to be worn as emblems of celebration. At this moment, the first sage to attain enlightenment, the divine Yuan, made her appearance as a witness to this celestial union. The presence of so many powerful beings, including sages, at the heavenly wedding was undoubtedly a testament to Yuan's esteemed status. Yuan Yi couldn't shake the feeling that the image of the sage Yuan he beheld differed somewhat from his preconceived notions, perhaps a mere illusion of his own making. Yuan stood before the three figures of Emperor Jun, cradling a supreme innate spiritual treasure in one hand. The intricately crafted red tassel ball, with its silken patterns, emanated a profound aura of causality, transforming into a radiant necklace that enveloped her, the threads of causal power materializing around her, intertwining endlessly. Behind Yuan manifested a sacred visage, distinct from the innate Tao body, revealing her true divine form, a human upper body with a serpentine tail, standing majestically between heaven and earth, exuding an air of inviolable authority. Yuan's gaze fell upon Emperor Jun and his companions, her silence reminiscent of Yuan Yi's own demeanor in a previous lifetime, perhaps a product of his overactive imagination. This celestial wedding lacked a master of ceremonies. Yuan remained merely a witness. Stepping forward, Emperor Jun spoke, his voice resonating throughout the primordial cosmos. The way of heaven and earth is interdependent. Yin and Yang harmonize, born of creation, with all things flourishing in myriad paths interwoven, sustaining all races. Today, I, Emperor Jun, in the name of the Heavenly Emperor, seek to unite the way of Yin and Yang with my companions, Shiha and Changshi, as partners in the Tao, establishing the order of all spirits and the principles of reproduction for countless beings, thereby proclaiming this to the primordial world. From this day forth, let Yin and Yang coexist in harmony, sharing joys and sorrows, for the great Tao is not solitary. Let heaven and earth bear witness. And I implore the sage Yuan to serve as a testament. His words intertwined with the Tao, transforming into a harmonious order that permeated the cosmos, resonating with an enlightening essence. However, this essence struck Yuan Yi as rather peculiar, a sentiment seemingly unique to him. He perceived the pervasive enlightenment but realized it bore no significance for him, as its profundity was rather elementary, akin to the level of introductory texts. As Emperor Jun articulated, it aimed to establish the distinctions and order of all spirits, essentially an initiation into the fundamental principles of Yin and Yang, representing one of the most basic truths within that realm. Yuan Yi pondered the necessity of such enlightenment education. Yet he was taken aback by the outcome of the heavenly marriage orchestrated by Emperor Jun. This elicited a peculiar expression in his eyes. But it vanished in an instant as he came to the realization that it was his own naivety and presumptions that had led him astray. What he considered to be a matter of course was, in truth, the most fundamental and unassailable principle of the cosmos. The essence of the heavenly marriage lay not in the ceremony itself, but in its deeper significance, the cosmic order of Yin and Yang, the path of progeny for myriad beings, which undeniably constitutes the fundamental avenue for the sustenance of life. This heavenly marriage could only be conducted by Emperor Jun, who, as the sovereign of all races, possessed the authority to set an example for the Yin and Yang order of the myriad beings. No other sage could fulfill such a role. However, the emperor had initiated a precedent of 3 individuals proceeding together, though perhaps it was a commendable beginning. Yuan Yi mused, casting his gaze towards Tai Yi, who stood nearby, tolling a bell for his elder brother. Despite the existence of 2 deities for both the lunar and solar aspects, they had not achieved a harmonious balance of 2 plus 2, resulting instead in a sum of 3 plus 1. Could this be considered an imbalance of Yin and Yang? Emperor Jun had established a triad of harmonious coexistence between Yin and Yang, yet the emphasis lay in this harmonious coexistence, rather than merely the triad itself. Only Yuan Yi, with his unconventional thinking, fixated on the notion of 3 individuals proceeding together. Simultaneously, he was among the few who grasped the essence of this heavenly marriage. The innate deities inherently understood these truths, perceiving all with clarity. However, their comprehension bore little relation to others, nor did it significantly influence them. Outside of their circle, how many could truly see through the veil? After all, many still existed within the realm of needing enlightenment through instructional texts, particularly those present, who could be deemed as beings of immortality. Even the women of various races serving at the side were largely indifferent to the continuity of Yin and Yang. The establishment of a broadly significant order was the true development, aligning with the evolution of the heavenly principles, a realization that dawned upon Yuan Yi. Prior to this, all beings were divided into Yin and Yang, distinguished by gender, with even the innate deities being no exception. Yet, this Yin and Yang lacked a clearly defined order, often descending into chaos. Emperor Jun, by embodying the principle, set forth foundational rules for this order of Yin and Yang. The sage Nuwa served as a witness, using her supreme innate treasure, the red embroidered ball, to intertwine the causal connections of Emperor Jun, He, and the others, thereby grounding the order of the heavenly marriage in reality. At that moment, Yuan Yi beheld the descent of heavenly merit before his very eyes. Auspicious clouds surged forth, and golden lotuses blossomed in the void, reflecting myriad wondrous phenomena. An endless cascade of golden light poured down, akin to an ocean spilling over, enveloping the summit of Mount Bujo entirely. Immersed in this realm of golden heavenly merit, Yuan Yi felt a resonance with the laws of the great Tao. The traces of the Tao manifested with such clarity that simply basking in it evoked a profound yearning within him. Yet, all were acutely aware that such merits belonged to a sovereign authority. Yuan Yi reached out, his palm passing through the golden radiance, encountering nothing but illusion. Countless golden lights converged upon the 4 figures atop the high platform: Emperor Jun, He, Changxi, and the revered goddess Nuwa. Others could not dare to covet these celestial merits, and few would even attempt to do so. The merits of the heavenly Tao are not mere elixirs. They cannot serve as currency for exchange, for they are bestowed by the Tao itself. Should one demand forcefully, the Tao remains indifferent. Should one express disdain, the Tao will still deliver what is rightfully owed, allowing no room for negotiation. Yuan Yi felt a twinge of envy. He too yearned for such magnificent celestial merits to accompany him. However, upon comprehending the nature of heavenly unions and the deeds required to garner the acknowledgement of the celestial order for such merits, he realized that these rewards were not so easily obtained. It was no wonder that despite his numerous attempts, the celestial order remained aloof and unresponsive to him. The trivial pursuits of mortals could not capture the gaze of the heavenly order, much like this celestial marriage. Even if he sought a fairy to become his Tao partner, or even invited a sage, such as his own teacher, Tongtian, to witness the union, the celestial order would still disregard him, offering no rewards. This was due to his lack of qualification to establish the order of all beings, to serve as a model for the masses, or to guide the myriad creatures of the primordial world. Moreover, his teacher, Tongtian, had imparted to him that the rewards of celestial merit were indeed categorized. In simple terms, one could receive celestial merits for having accomplished certain deeds. Additionally, one could also be granted rewards for merely intending to undertake specific actions, for the celestial order does not fear the possibility of deceit. Thus, one must never, out of a desire for celestial merit, promise to undertake the impossible, thereby inviting upon oneself consequences that one cannot bear. This was the warning imparted by teacher Tongtian. Otherwise, one might find oneself ensnared in an irretrievable abyss, regretting too late. The celestial order does not comprehend humor. Should one boast before it, it would take the boast seriously, and it would not permit any retreat or escape. Take Emperor Jun. For instance, the celestial merits he obtained upon establishing the heavenly court and those he garnered from the celestial marriage were distinctly different, representing two disparate circumstances. The order of all beings was established through his decree, thus becoming manifest. Yet, the demon race in the heavenly court's aspiration to establish the order of primordial beings remains an endeavor still in progress, even as the celestial merits have already been conferred. Yuan Yi, from the words of his teacher, discerned a hint of skepticism regarding Emperor Jun and his companions, though he was uncertain if his interpretation was overly sensitive. Senior brother, the heavenly emperor spoke of the distinction between Yin and Yang, asserting that all beings are categorized within the cosmic order of Yin and Yang. Given that you possess both the innate energies of Yin and Yang, and are also cultivating the path of Yin and Yang, would it not be appropriate to refer to your senior sister as well? As Yuan Yi became lost in contemplation, Bai Xiao quietly inquired beside him, her tone laced with unmistakable amusement. Without looking back, Yuan Yi raised his hand and struck, questioning whether one could find fault with his elder brother. What relevance does the fundamental distinction between Yin and Yang hold in relation to my pursuit of the Yin-Yang path? The innate sanctity embodies the unity of Yin and Yang. Why not inquire with the teacher about this? Those of such transcendental realms have long surpassed the ordinary order of Yin and Yang. Consequently, the beings present gave little heed to the matter, failing to ponder it deeply. Even Bai Xiao had the leisure to engage in light-hearted banter with his elder brother. Following the conclusion of the celestial wedding ceremony, many formidable entities departed in succession, while some powerful beings lingered, joining the heavenly court to deliberate on significant matters. The two saints of the West took their leave, and the three pure ones followed suit. Disciples like Yuan Yi naturally trailed behind their teacher as they exited the heavenly court, making their way beyond Mount Buzhou. Casting a glance back, the heavenly court flourished with vitality, teeming with life, as celestial soldiers patrolled the realms. The heavenly palace loomed beneath the stars, surveying the primordial earth, where fortune converged and myriad races revered one another. This journey offered Yuan Yi and his companions immense advantages, greatly benefiting their understanding and cultivation of the Tao. The Grand Master effortlessly tore apart the fabric of space, leading the way upon his azure ox. The disciples of the three teachings followed closely behind. Though the eldest disciple of the three teachings, Xin Du, was absent, hailing from the human race. He seemed to have gone to visit the Saintess Nuwa and did not return to Kunlun with the others. Upon their return, the disciples each entered into secluded cultivation. As Master Tongtian declared, all things are the Tao, and all affairs are the Tao. After Master Tongtian departed, they too dispersed in their own directions. Yuan Yi needed to return to secluded cultivation, as he still had the celestial wine obtained from the great Witch Xingtian yet to consume, though its effects might be greatly diminished for him now. The three Xiao sisters would likely enter a prolonged period of secluded cultivation as well. Needing to refine the ginseng fruits Yuan Yi had gifted them, a true top-tier primordial spiritual fruit that would undoubtedly require considerable time to fully absorb. It remained to be seen how much their cultivation would advance upon emerging. Currently, the three Xiao sisters' cultivation was far from outstanding. Yu Xiao, the strongest among them, still fell short of Jin Ling and was even slightly inferior to Duo Bao. Xiangxiao, having seized a rare opportunity among the witch tribe, had advanced to the Taiyu realm much earlier than expected, her cultivation now only slightly behind her eldest sister. Bixiao, who had once been on par with Xiangxiao, had now fallen somewhat behind, hence why she clung to Yuan Yi so persistently, as if proximity alone would bring her fortune, much to his exasperation. Do you see how darkened my aura has become? Do you truly believe opportunities will come so easily? Xiongxiao's case was an exception. To truly elevate one's Tao, diligent seclusion and enlightenment were the proper path. Yuan Yi had once earnestly lectured the two sisters on this principle. Back then, he had reclined before his cave abode, basking in the gentle sunlight as he expounded the virtues of discipline and hard work, then promptly put them to practical use by supervising Bixiao and Xiongxiao in planting spiritual fruit saplings as compensation for the ones they had ruined. One fruit destroyed, one tree planted, fair and just. With the three Xiao sisters now in seclusion refining the ginseng fruits, Yuan Yi's cave abode had grown livelier, or rather, noisier, to the point where he considered shutting his doors entirely. Previously, he had seldom appeared among the disciples of the Jie sect, often absent for long stretches. But after revealing himself on Kunlun and demonstrating his prowess in a duel with Jinling, visitors now flocked to his doorstep, especially without Yuxiao to handle these fellow disciples. Yuan Yi found himself with no excuse to refuse their visits beyond retreating into seclusion. As the senior brother of the outer sect, his status, though not on par with Duobao and the others, still commanded respect among the outer disciples. Perhaps due to this proximity and standing, many naturally gravitated toward him. Yet Yuan Yi had no interest in entertaining them. Factions and alliances held little appeal, more trouble than they were worth. Still, one could hardly turn away those who came with smiles. Jiling visited once to test a newly mastered divine ability. Zhao Gongming dropped by several times, each visit accompanied by a retinue of friends, ostensibly to pay respects to his senior brother, though in truth, it was the others who sought an audience. Using Gongming's status as a fellow inner disciple to gain entry, Zhao Gongming, ever bold and straightforward, lacked subtlety in his dealings. Yuan Yi harbored no aversion towards such individuals. He merely hinted that they should refrain from bringing too many people to him. However, Zhao Gongming failed to comprehend the subtlety of the hint, leaving Yuan Yi somewhat exasperated. To speak candidly would be detrimental to unity, and such words were not suitable for utterance. Dealing with this group of peers was far less engaging than indulging in playful antics with Xiongxiao and her companions. Frankly, Yuan Yi found himself somewhat envious of his senior sister, Jinling, for she was seldom troubled by her fellow disciples. This particular sister possessed a prowess and practical skills that surpassed mere verbal eloquence, and she was genuinely warm-hearted. Anyone who sought her guidance would receive meticulous, hands-on instruction, demonstrating the essence of mentorship through action rather than mere words. Over time, the number of those seeking her counsel dwindled, as each encounter left them feeling utterly embarrassed and diminished. It remains a mystery when and how the obsession with maintaining face emerged and from whence it originated. Yuan Yi was unable to confront visitors as Jinling did, for he could not bring himself to act against those who respectfully referred to him as senior brother. Despite the scant camaraderie shared between them, Jinling offered genuine guidance, yet Yuan Yi's attempt to emulate such actions was marred by a divergence in intent, rendering his efforts futile. The sole disciple of his esteemed master, Yuan Yi, had previously paid a visit, returning from Kunlun thereafter. As Yunxiao remarked, this senior brother had deeply absorbed the true essence of his master's teachings on tranquility and effortless action, exhibiting a temperament that was quite gentle and a manner of conduct that was notably free-spirited. Fortunately, Yuan Yi possessed an innate tendency towards laziness, a stark contrast to Yun Zhao's earnest disposition. Xiandu was the only member of the human race from the primordial era that Yuan Yi had encountered. One of the beings fashioned by the revered Saint Inwa herself, composed of materials such as the nine heavens soil and the three lights divine water, transformed through the Qiankuan cauldron. His nature was molded through the path of creation, resulting in a body of innate purity. While he was not a naturally birthed being, his essence was remarkably profound, imbued with the saintly aura of Inwa and the merits of the heavenly Tao, manifesting as a pristine and immortal crystalline form. Though his Tao body was not particularly robust, it exuded a potent sense of ethereality, granting him significant advantages in comprehending the great Tao. Furthermore, as the only direct disciple of Master Taishang, he stood as a solitary seedling. This senior brother indulged in the elixirs crafted by his master as if they were mere candy, and his meditative practices and even his slumber were underpinned by the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. His cultivation abode was the postnatal treasure, the Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth, laden with the fortunes of the teachings, creating conditions so enviable that even fellow disciples of the saints, like Yuan Yi, found themselves in awe. Indeed, Yuan Yi harbored a deep sense of envy. He longed to utilize his master's innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, to gain insights, as it contained the ultimate essence of the principles of Yin and Yang, greatly benefiting his own innate duality of these forces. His master, being the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang path, was someone Yuan Yi wished to consult, especially since his teacher, Tong Tian, held no objections. Xin Du's progress and cultivation surpassed that of all his contemporaries within the three teachings, having already attained the Tai realm. Although he was marginally below Yuan Yi at this stage, their levels were comparable, despite having dedicated significantly more time to cultivation than Xin Du. It remained uncertain whether this advantage stemmed from the nature of the human race or the external conditions of cultivation, or perhaps a combination of both. Yuan Yi recalls that, according to legend, the cultivation of ordinary human beings seems to progress significantly faster than that of other common races. What surprises Yuan Yi is that this seemingly indolent senior brother from Xuandu is actually engaged in some meaningful work. He is organizing and refining the golden elixir path established by his master. This constitutes a specific system of cultivation methods intended for beings who have yet to embark on the path. Entities like Yuan Yi, who delve directly into the comprehension of the great Tao, seldom confine themselves to such methods. Yuan Yi visited Xuandu and perused the teachings of the golden elixir cultivation path. Although he found them of no personal use, his interest was piqued nonetheless. He discovered that those concepts, which delved deeper into the foundational layers, exerted a more profound influence, their roots growing ever more solid and stable. This was true of the demonic cultivation paths in the heavenly court, the Yin-Yang order of the heavenly emperor's marriage, and Master Bo's golden elixir doctrine. However, Xuandu informed him that the starting point for humanity, born of the acquired, was rapidly diminishing. Thus, even the golden elixir path necessitated an extension towards lower starting points. Xuandu devoted considerable effort to studying this golden elixir path, despite its inapplicability to himself, in hopes that his kin might cultivate. This revelation altered Yuan Yi's perception of Xuandu's character somewhat. Yuan Yi had previously interacted with several disciples of the Chan sect, considering them acquaintances. However, most adhered strictly to the precepts established by their second master, engaging primarily in quiet contemplation and cultivation within their caves, rarely venturing out, resulting in infrequent encounters. Thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. Yuan Yi sat within his secluded abode, fingers forming intricate seals. As the golden hues of his gaze reflected the interplay of water and fire, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the water-fire gourd, hovered before him. Where the nine heavens' mysterious fire converged with the nine nether dark water, coalescing into a cauldron that stood tall. Within it, black and white hues danced, undergoing the tempering of their elemental forces, manifesting as two serpentine dragons that meandered gracefully, resonating with a sharp and piercing aura. This was a method of artifact refinement he had gleaned from his second master uncle, whose teachings complemented those of his primary mentor, Tong Tian, and his two esteemed uncles, each excelling in distinct disciplines. His mentor, renowned for his mastery of formations, was one of the most accomplished practitioners of array techniques in the primordial realm. Numerous formidable cultivators had ventured into the realm of formations, including the illustrious Dong Wang Gong, who once pioneered the 10,000 Immortals formation. Similarly, Emperor Jun was a luminary in this field, possessing the river diagram and the Luo book, two spiritual treasures that accompanied him. With the Luo Great Formation holding a revered reputation, presently the heavenly court was in the process of constructing the Great Formation of the Zhou Tian Star Do, which was primarily based on his guidance. His second master uncle specialized in the art of forging, while his grandmaster uncle excelled in alchemy, making these two disciplines comparatively rarer among practitioners than that of formations. Yuan Yi sought the forging techniques of the esteemed second master, cultivating his own dual energies of Yin and Yang with remarkable efficacy. The results were splendid, as he was exceedingly pleased with the two celestial swords, one black and one white. Unite. With the transformation of the mystical seal in his hands, Yuan Yi adeptly manipulated the primordial forces of Yin and Yang, infusing them with his magical essence to command their powers. The shadows of two serpentine dragons, one black and one white, converged, and the energies of Yin and Yang intertwined, resonating with the vibrations of two celestial swords in a continuous tremor. The once distinct essence of Yin and Yang began to merge, echoing the primordial unity. As an aura of chaos subtly pervaded the atmosphere. Alas, has it truly proven ineffective? At this moment, Yuan Yi's expression changed slightly. Without a second thought, he raised his hand to summon the power of the five elements, pressing forward with determination. Just as he was on the verge of achieving the true convergence of Yin and Yang, he lost control over his innate Yin and Yang energies. The tumultuous and chaotic aura surged uncontrollably, alerting him to impending danger. He had long sought to unify and refine the dual energies of Yin and Yang into one. yet his efforts had consistently fallen short. With the disorder of Yin and Yang, the laws of nature became unhinged, causing the immense forces of the surrounding world to spiral into chaos, giving rise to a pure and extreme destructive power. The five elements' power that Yuan Yi wielded became chaotic, dissipating in an instant, causing even the magical energy within him to become disordered. The forces of the great Tao surrounding him fell into disarray, and his own magical power spiraled out of control. As if everything within this region had been turned upside down and thrown into turmoil, Yuan Yi's expression froze, pondering whether his mastery of the profound art of reversing Yin and Yang could be deemed an initiation. This turmoil of the great path was indeed a manifestation of the power of that technique. Yet he was acutely aware of his own failure to refine the dual energies of Yin and Yang. With no time for further contemplation, he swiftly retreated, disregarding the chaotic energies that he had unleashed, knowing full well that he lacked the strength to quell the disorder he had created. With a resounding roar, the entire mountain, housing the Golden Light Cave, trembled in response, as the chaotic aura broke through the restrictions of Yuan Yi's cave dwelling and surged forth, spreading uncontrollably. Yuan Yi found himself ensnared within the very web he had woven, becoming the first to truly experience the formidable power of his own abilities. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that this power did not acknowledge its master. His robe, once pristine, was now tattered and slashed by the piercing energies of Yin and Yang, hanging loosely upon him, while his hair was disheveled and his countenance appeared grimy and unkempt. Yuan Yi stood before the entrance of the cave, gazing at the chaotic scene within, rendered speechless. It was the first time he found himself in such a disarray, especially due to his own actions. This primordial duality of Yin and Yang was undeniably his innate essence. How could it prove so difficult to master? Yuan Yi, engulfed in a sense of melancholy, suddenly turned his gaze towards the towering Kunlun peak, his brow furrowing slightly. The sacred mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, pulsating with primordial energy, seemingly unchanged from its usual demeanor. However, today, Kunlun appeared markedly quieter, an elusive sense of oppression permeating the air. The natural laws of the universe seemed to resonate with an unsettling fervor, palpable enough to evoke a sense of anger among beings such as themselves. The emotional currents of living entities had, in turn, influenced the cosmic laws, a matter of no trivial consequence. Consequently, the once bustling Kunlun fell into an unusual silence, as if wary of provoking the wrath of the heavens. What had transpired? Why had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly into tension? Reflecting on his mere 1,000-year retreat to cultivate the dual energies of Yin and Yang, Yuan Yi found himself perplexed. "Senior brother, are you all right?" came a voice from nearby. As three radiant beams of light descended and hovered before him, Yu Chao surveyed the conditions within the cave and then shifted his gaze to Yuan Yi, whose robe was tattered. "I'm fine. A minor mishap occurred during my cultivation of divine abilities, nothing serious," Yuan Yi replied. Yuan Yi cleared his throat softly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. The image of his illustrious and formidable senior brother was likely shattered to some extent. He had been remiss, failing to anticipate that the Sanshao had concluded their seclusion, and that they would arrive here so swiftly, leaving him no time to tidy up. He raised his hand to smooth over his Taoist robe, which instantly mended itself, regaining its former neatness. With a flick of his wrist, he retied his long hair, and as he waved his sleeves lightly, the residual chaotic and violent aura settled, the destructive energy dissipating. The primordial forces of Yin and Yang were drawn back within him, nurtured alongside the mystical fire of the 9 heavens and the dark water of the 9 nether in his gourd, as he made a simple adjustment to his cave dwelling. However, the formations and prohibitions that had been destroyed were not so easily repaired. Many Tao marks and runes had been obliterated and would require a complete reconfiguration. It must be acknowledged that although he had failed in his attempt to unify the forces of Yin and Yang, the sheer power generated during their convergence was formidable, hinting at a magnitude that transcended his current realm. The chaos of Yin and Yang disrupted the natural order of the universe, interfering with magical arts and divine abilities, even leading to a tumultuous disarray within the practitioner's own vital energies. Whether in the realm of magical techniques or the great formations of spiritual treasures, it seemed unlikely that they could escape this interference, raising questions about the efficacy of any confrontations. In the tumult of disordered nature, all things appeared exceedingly fragile, easily severed, embodying the essence of the Golden Zhao's sharp aura. His chosen path was evidently correct. Simultaneously, Yuan Yi scrutinized the transformation of the Sanshao. Their cultivation levels had undoubtedly increased, as evidenced by the sisters' enhanced Taoist practices. Yet, their progress could not be compared to Yuan Yi's. After all, He had consumed 2 ginseng fruits and had cultivated his understanding beneath the ginseng tree, coupled with his profound comprehension of the 5 elements path, which he diligently practiced. His gains were thus more pronounced, having spent thousands of years in seclusion to break through his limits. In contrast, while the Sanshao had reaped significant benefits, the effects were not as overt, lacking the opportunity for a breakthrough, which explained their earlier emergence from seclusion after merely a few thousand years. It appeared that the effects of the ginseng fruit still lingered, not yet fully refined. Yuan Yi, unperturbed, cast a glance at the 3 sisters, articulating his observations candidly. Yun Shao nodded gently, assisting Yuan Yi in tidying the cave. We sisters have lagged somewhat in our comprehension of the Tao. Hence we have preserved some of the medicinal effects for future use when our understanding is sufficient to facilitate a breakthrough. Additionally, sensing some peculiarities in the external environment, we chose to conclude our seclusion early, Yin Shao revealed, holding nothing back. Peculiarities? What has transpired? Inquired by Shao, echoing the words of their senior brother, Duobao. I heard that the master quarreled with the second elder, who was in a rather foul mood, Bai Shao added. A quarrel? Is that not commonplace? Yuan Yi remarked, puzzled, as such occurrences were far too frequent. Yet, he had never witnessed the second elder exhibiting such pronounced emotional fluctuations, impacting the forces of heaven and earth, lingering in an unprecedented turmoil. Generally, their master, Tongtian, was the one more prone to exhibiting emotions outwardly, while the second elder tended to maintain a stoic demeanor. This time, however, it is different, Qiong Shao interjected, shaking her head. I heard from senior brother Nanji that the second elder has truly become enraged this time. So, what exactly is the situation? Yuan Yi glanced at the 3 women, who were considerably more well-informed than he was. Yuan Yi was perplexed, unable to fathom why a quarrel had erupted, let alone one that incited genuine anger. It seemed unfathomable. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and it was Yun Shao who spoke first. The master has found a suitable location to establish the sect's entrance and is in discussion with the 2 uncles regarding the relocation of the Jiejiao from Kunlun. The 2 uncles are opposed, leading to a heated dispute. What? Yuan Yi was even more bewildered. Wasn't the reason Master Tong Tian wished to move Jiejiao from Kunlun due to the overwhelming number of disciples disturbing the tranquility of Kunlun, which would inevitably lead to dissatisfaction from the 2 uncles? Yet, if the 2 uncles disagreed with this decision, why did it escalate into a quarrel? This contradiction eluded him, as it seemed unlikely that such a sudden clash would occur. When the master broached the topic of relocating Jiajiao, it displeased the second uncle, who suggested expelling the raucous disciples to restore Kunlun's serenity, thus igniting a debate between the master and the second uncle, as Yun Shao elaborated. Then, Yuan Yi gestured towards himself, and then towards Yun Shao and her companions, his expression questioning. Yun Shao paused momentarily, then chuckled softly and shook her head, indicating that it was not about them. The second uncle's stance was that only the direct disciples of the 3 teachings should remain in Kunlun, while the other disciples could be assigned elsewhere or even dismissed. Yuan Yi found this proposition plausible, though he merely contemplated it. The master would never consent to such a thing, nor would he act selfishly as Yuan Yi might. Just as both Yun Shao and he had previously advised Master Tong Tian regarding the matter of joining the sect, the master held steadfast to his own convictions, the reasons for which remained unclear. In truth, the situation concerning Jiejiao was exceptionally unique. The Renjiao had only 1 disciple, and the Xianjiao currently comprised solely direct disciples, with no distinction between inner and outer disciples. In contrast, Jiejiao had an unfathomable number of registered disciples apart from its direct successors, which accounted for the overwhelming number of its adherents. If one were to reflect, these few direct disciples had long been cultivating in Kunlun, excluding only the most recent entrant, Zhao Gongming. At that time, the second uncle had shown no disdain towards them. Yuan Yi and the 3 sisters had even received a welcoming gift, a fruit of innate spiritual roots, the celestial apricot. Yuan Yi was uncertain about the others, but he was certain they were not afforded special treatment. Most likely, they had all received such welcoming gifts. Yuan Yi recalled that even Zhao Gongming had not been overlooked. This matter had been divulged during a philosophical discourse between them. From this perspective, it is evident that, thus far, there has been no bias against these few direct disciples. Has the decision to relocate the teachings been finalized despite the teacher's disapproval? Yuan Yi inquired. Yun Shao nodded, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Yuan Yi felt similarly nuanced, yet having mentally prepared himself, he did not find the situation particularly surprising. Yuan Yi often felt that his teacher possessed an almost celestial urgency. He pondered the age-old adage that sages can perceive both past and future, akin to observing the intricate patterns on a palm. What, he wondered, might they discern from their elevated vantage point? The sages are impervious to decay and untouched by the chains of cause and effect, truly existing in a state of eternal presence. Yet, what aspirations could they possibly pursue? Fortune? Reputation? Such trivial matters seemed beneath them, at least based on his recent interactions. However, it was difficult to ascertain, as Yuan Yi also contemplated another notion, the merits of the celestial way. Yuan Yi began the restoration of the damaged formations and prohibitions within the cave dwelling when he was suddenly alerted by the sound of his master's magical treasure, the fishing drum. This was the signal summoning the disciples of the Jie Jiao to an audience. The four did not dare to delay, thus. They temporarily halted the repairs and soared into the sky, leaving in streaks of rainbow light. As the sound of the fishing drum resonated, the celestial beings of Jie Jiao gathered. The esteemed leader, the saint of the heavenly connection, sat upon a lofty platform, with his personally instructed disciples positioned below. Arrayed on either side, Yuan Yi stood at the foremost position on the right side. Presently, the number of Jie Jiao disciples had swelled to several thousand. And this was Yuan Yi's first occasion witnessing all the disciples from Kunlun convene in unison. In the past, even during teachings, attendees had not been so numerous. And his master, Tong Dian, rarely imposed strict discipline. Yuan Yi realized he had underestimated the scale of Jie Jiao, for the assembly of myriad immortals was indeed impressive. At this moment, there were thousands present, which took him by surprise. The majority of these disciples were innate beings, with a few being postnatal spirits born in the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain, while many sought to become disciples under the sage. Few beings from the vast wilderness could reach the Kunlun sanctum. The wilderness was expansive and travel was arduous. Furthermore, the demon race was flourishing. And the celestial court wielded immense power, with many factions identifying as demon clans. During this gathering, Master Tongdian did not impart teachings but calmly announced a significant decision. Jie Jiao would relocate from Kunlun, establishing a new foundation beyond the Eastern Sea. At the site of the former celestial court, the three immortal islands, Palai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, these three celestial islands were once celebrated as premier paradises of the world, nurturing supreme transformations and sought by the foremost male immortal, Dong Wang Gong, to serve as the foundation of the celestial court. After the celestial court's defeat in its rivalry with the heavenly court, even the blessed lands of the three immortal islands fell into disrepair and silence. Now, this forsaken land had been discovered by their master, Tong Tian, who intended to restore it as the gateway to Jie Jiao. Upon hearing the name Three Immortals Island, Yuan Yi instinctively glanced at the three Shao sisters beside him. Legend had it that their sacred abode was also called Three Immortals Island. He wondered whether the island had always borne this name or had been renamed in honor of the three celestial maidens. Moreover, Yuan Yi was deeply intrigued by the renowned Three Immortals Island. Though it could not rival the divine majesty of Mount Kunlun or the lost Sumeru, it was still counted among the most blessed lands in the primordial world. Such sacred places were revered precisely because they nurtured profound wonders. What then? Were the marvels birthed by Three Immortals Island? Strangely, he had never heard of them. Logically, since the island was discovered by the Eastern Prince, its treasures should have fallen into his possession. Yet, Yuan Yi had never known the Eastern Prince to wield any extraordinary spiritual artifacts or divine roots. His wealth was neither meager nor exceptional. As the heavenly Lord Tongtian announced the relocation of their sect, Yuan Yi, standing nearby, found his thoughts drifting to the mystery of the island's lost treasures. After all, the inner disciples had long been aware of their master's decision, so the move came as no surprise to them. Below, however, the disciples of the Jie sect erupted in murmurs. To them, Mount Kunlun was the finest blessed land second only to the Buzhou Mountain. Why then would they abandon such a paradise for the distant shores of the Eastern Sea? Yuan Yi gazed calmly at the individuals before him, their bewilderment stemming from genuine concern, which left him at a loss for words. This indicated their utter lack of self-awareness regarding their actions. The vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain, though accommodating thousands, found its tranquility disturbed by their presence. Could they not tend to their own affairs? Alas, the teacher embraced the philosophy that the great Tao encompasses all. Indifferent to notions of virtue and vice, everything is merely a struggle for one's own benefit. Despite the many disciples harboring doubts, none would dare to challenge the sage's decisions. The sage's words echoed the principles of the Tao, and thus, matters were resolved. Master Tongtian was known for his decisive and vigorous approach once a decision was made. He intended to set forth immediately. As cultivators, even if they possessed caves, they typically carried all their belongings with them, requiring little preparation. Yuan Yi hesitated slightly. In his view, it would undoubtedly be more appropriate to host a farewell banquet with the disciples from the other two sections. This would facilitate future connections and nurture the relationships among the three teachings. However, such social niceties were not the prevailing mindset of others at this moment. Yuan Yi hesitated, longing to address the teacher, suggesting that while the transition to a new teaching might be necessary, there was no need to proceed with such haste. Esteemed teacher, might it be possible to delay for a few days? One among them stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he spoke. We have forged numerous connections with our fellow disciples from the other sect. Now that we are separated by distance, it would be prudent to reach out and convey our regards to them. Yuan Yi cast a glance at Yin Xiao, silently retracting the foot he had yet to set forth. The teacher was indeed correct. Yin Xiao was significantly influenced by him, serving as his capable spokesperson. Yet his actions were far more candid, articulating what Yuan Yi hesitated to express. Teacher Tong Tian regarded Yin Xiao, his gaze subtly skimming over Yuan Yi before he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it would be prudent for you to extend your greetings, after all. The three teachings emanate from a single source, and it is imperative to preserve our camaraderie. You may proceed with your own matters first. With that, Tong Tian's attention shifted to the eldest disciple, Duobao. Duobao, you should also take your junior brothers and sisters to pay respects to your second and third uncles, lest we neglect our courtesies. Disciples shall faithfully adhere to the master's command, Duobao replied, acknowledging the task. Thus, Tong Tian departed, and the disciples dispersed accordingly. Several of the direct disciples agreed on a time to pay respects to their two uncles, and in addition, they planned to gather the disciples from Xiandu and Changjiao for a meeting. Although these arrangements were initially proposed by Yin Xiao with teacher Tong Tian's approval, it was ultimately Duobao, the master brother of Jie Jiao, who would take charge and oversee the proceedings. Yuan Yi, also referred to as the senior brother, bears the prefix of outer sect. He is merely the senior brother of the outer sect, and his role is one of non-involvement in administrative matters. Yuan Yi could discern that Duobao was deeply invested in managing the affairs of the Jie Jiao sect, finding joy in his endeavors, in stark contrast to those who regarded it merely as a profession and wished to remain uninvolved. After making their agreements, the disciples and followers dispersed, returning to their respective abodes. Yuan Yi gazed at Yin Xiao, who was walking alongside him. Upon noticing his gaze, Yin Xiao turned to look back, blinked her eyes, and smiled as she said, "Did my senior wish to broach this matter? Please do not hold it against me for inadvertently preempting your words." Yuan Yi shook his head. How could he possibly fault a diligent spokesperson? Rather, he ought to express his gratitude to his junior sister for articulating his thoughts, thereby sparing him the effort of doing so himself. Yin Xiao smiled gently, exuding a gracious and approachable demeanor, imbued with a sense of reliability. Yuan Yi turned his gaze towards the two sisters, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, and bestowed upon them a warm, spring-like smile. My dear junior sisters, might you lend your assistance to your elder brother? Bai Xiao looked at Yuan Yi in confusion, while Qiong Xiao subtly took a step back, her eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism, given Qiong Xiao's understanding of this elder brother. Such an overt display of familiarity could only mean he intended to enlist her and Bai Xiao for laborious tasks. Qiong Xiao chose silence, even signaling to Bai Xiao not to engage, yet Bai Xiao completely misinterpreted her glance. Well then, what is it that you require of us, elder brother? Bai Xiao answered swiftly, albeit with a tinge of uncertainty. It's nothing of great consequence. As you know, we are preparing to leave Kunlun, and I have cultivated numerous spirit fruit trees that I wish to transport as well, Yuan Yi explained. At that moment, Bai Xiao sensed the gravity of the situation and cautiously inquired, are you suggesting? People thrive on movement, but trees perish when relocated. These spirit fruit trees are quite delicate. Mishandling them could harm their essence or disrupt the earth's energy of Kunlun. Given their considerable number, might you two junior sisters assist your elder brother in this endeavor? Bai Xiao's expression fell, having already been coerced into digging spirit soil for planting these trees, and now he wished to uproot them as well. She cast a pleading glance at her elder sister, Yin Xiao, who, however, did not meet her gaze. Do you require assistance from Yin Xiao? Yin Xiao offered to help. Yet Yuan Yi declined. It's merely a trivial matter. Let my two idle junior sisters assist me. You need not concern yourself with them. Elder brother, I am quite busy and have no time for this, Bai Xiao protested softly. Yet, Yin Xiao disregarded her protestation. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Just ensure that Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao do not cause any mischief. As she witnessed her elder sister sell them out without a moment's hesitation, Qiong Xiao sighed. Her eyes darkened with unspoken words. Yun Shao departed, returning to the golden cloud cave. Come, my dear sisters, once we finish, I shall treat you to some spirit fruits. Yuan Yi said cheerfully, his mood evidently lifted as he led the two reluctant helpers toward the golden light cave. The disciples of the Jie were busy, and even Yuan Yi had enlisted the help of Qiong Shao, and Bai Shao to facilitate his move, reluctant to part with the spirit fruit trees he had gathered. Although their taste was delightful, their quality was rather ordinary. Of course, ordinary only when compared to innate spiritual roots. These were indeed treasures of nature, and planting them was not as simple as digging a hole and filling it with soil. It required the manipulation of earth veins in the essence of heaven and earth, aligning with the principles of the Tao. Nurturing spiritual roots was indeed a skillful task. Yuan Yi had learned this from his master uncle, and even picked up some rudimentary alchemical techniques from Xuandu. He had dabbled in alchemy and artifact crafting, yet his understanding of formations, a field in which his own teacher excelled, was not as profound as that of the three sisters, who were experts in this domain. In an unremarkable courtyard atop Kunlun's main peak, a place seldom trodden by the direct disciples of Yuan Yi, the three brothers gathered around a stone table. Taiqing maintained his usual calm demeanor, while Yuqing's expression, though subtle, bore traces of discontent. Qingqing, on the other hand, wore a slightly pained expression, looking somewhat helpless. Second brother, you should understand that now that we have established our sect and attained sanctity, it is imperative that we practice our own paths. This is unavoidable. Though sages are not entangled in cause and effect, the vows made in the name of the Tao must be fulfilled. The Tao cannot be deceived. And you know this better than I. When you initially founded the sect and made your vows, you should have been more prudent. Can such words about granting life to all beings be uttered lightly? Are you aware that the Tao cannot be deceived? Such recklessness bears a resemblance to the former Mu Gong and the current Di Jun. Do you truly fail to grasp this? Yuqing's words carried a weight of gravity, tinged with lingering anger. You must know that sentient beings are complex. Our ascension is unlike that of Sister Nuwa, who attained her merits upon creating humanity, remaining largely unaffected. However, we have founded our sect and ascended based on it, so the influence cannot be overlooked. The Tao speaks no falsehoods. The broader the implications, the more likely it is to invite backlash in the future, entangling us in a situation that is difficult to resolve. Your vows about all beings and your alliance with Di Jun in establishing the demon race are not so different. What is the current state of the demon race? It appears to be thriving, yet that order is merely an illusion. How can coexistence among myriad races be achieved? The conflicts between individuals and groups are often independent of right or wrong. You continuously seek to transcend your position, but how can that be realized? Even you and I have our stances, and the Tao has its stance. All sentient beings possess their own perspectives. Here, in the birthplace of the three pure ones, the three sages sat in this secluded space, ensuring that no outsiders could overhear their discourse. Yuqing spoke with fewer reservations, unburdened by the notion of revealing any profound secrets. Yuan Yi merely discerned the distinction between the rewards of the heavenly way and its principles of merit through Tongtian's revelations. How could the saints be oblivious to such matters? The merit of Nuwa's sanctification signifies that her corresponding duties have been fulfilled. Thus, she remains aloof, residing in her celestial sanctuary, detached from worldly affairs and seldom making an appearance. However, the others, aside from Nuwa, find themselves unable to attain such a state. Despite having achieved the rank of saints, they have yet to accomplish the corresponding task of enlightening sentient beings, a fundamental difference indeed. The heavenly way does not deceive, nor can it be deceived. Once vows are established and merits received, actions must inevitably follow. In Yuan Yi's words, Nuwa's situation is akin to the final payment upon the completion of a project. While the three pure ones and the two saints of the West have merely proposed plans without bringing them to fruition, receiving full compensation prematurely, the heavenly way will demand an accounting for the unfinished business left behind. After all, establishing a doctrine is not merely a matter of erecting a mountain gate. This predicament is not exclusive to the five saints of the four great holy teachings. It permeates the heavenly court and the demon tribes, and is even more complicated. For while the saints' teachings pertain solely to the enlightenment of others, the heavenly Emperor Dijun bears the weight of establishing order among the myriad beings of the primordial world. Should chaos prevail among the beings, it is evident where the consequences will fall. From the perspective of Yuqing, Tongtian's vows to the heavenly way encompass a vast scope, with doctrines that are overly abstract, rendering them susceptible to backlash. The heavenly way is merciless, leaving no room for negotiation. If I sense my opportunity for sanctification yet hesitate, would I not incur blame? The matter has been settled. Further contention is futile. As the discourse between the two brothers grew increasingly sharp, the previously silent Taiching intervened, stating, "For now, we must consider our path forward." Taiching turned his gaze toward Shangqing, urging him to share his thoughts. Upon Taiching's prompting, the brothers fell silent. And after a moment, Shangqing finally spoke. "The great Tao is ever simple, yet the heavenly way seeks survival. How does one pursue survival? Approaching the great Tao in search of sustenance, adapting proactively, may indeed be a viable path. After all, our survival within the heavenly way lies within the embrace of the great Tao." Yuqing furrowed his brow, while Shangqing's assertion underscored a correct principle. He held a differing perspective on the matter. However, he refrained from immediate response, patiently awaiting further discourse. As the elder brother stated, the situation has reached this point, and we must proceed. Establishing a doctrine while upholding the aspirations of the Tao ancestor, transmitting the Tao to all beings, if our three teachings remain confined to a corner. How can we achieve this? Though Kunlun is vast, it cannot accommodate all three teachings. How shall we disseminate our teachings widely, allowing sentient beings to attain the Tao? The transmission of the Tao requires gradual progression, Yuqing remarked. In the present primordial expanse, the West is graced by the establishment of teachings by Yuan Yi and Jie, while the East is represented by the heavenly court. I propose that our Jiao venture beyond the Eastern Sea, to the very edge of the primordial realm, a site once ravaged by the celestial court and the fairy realm's great battle, now ripe for our teachings. Taiching remained silent, as did Yuqing, until finally, a sigh escaped his lips. Very well, though the demon and shaman tribes have ceased hostilities, the future remains uncertain. The heavenly court's ambition to integrate the shaman tribe into the order of all spirits is no simple task, and with many of your disciples being rather unruly, it is wise to distance ourselves from such tumultuous grounds. Tong Tian rejected this proposal. At this juncture, there was little left to discuss. Yuqing's gaze pierced through the void, surveying the inner sanctum of Kunlun, perceiving all that transpired within. His eyes swept across several locations, betraying no change in expression, until they lingered momentarily on a particular scene, where he observed three figures transplanting spiritual fruit trees. Unlike the other disciples, these individuals, after removing the spiritual trees, left no gaping holes in the ground. Instead, they casually scattered some seeds, restoring the earth's surface, and Yuan Yi gazed out at the vast expanse of the East Sea, a sense of melancholy washing over him. After wandering in circles, he found himself once again in this land of the East Sea. Nonetheless, this place felt entirely unfamiliar to him, leaving little room for sentiment. The Yin had settled in this region, where three celestial islands, Polai, Fangzhong, and Dingzhou, stood. Although referred to as islands, they were, in truth, three expansive continents, surrounded by a multitude of smaller islands scattered like stars in the sky. Once, the scale of the celestial court surpassed that of the current heavenly court, boasting a dozen innate holy beings. Alas, these lands were ravaged during the Great War, their spiritual essence dissipated, and their creation reduced to naught. Presently, what Yuan Yi beheld were the three immortal islands, restored and refined after the remnants of destruction were cleared away by his master, Tong Tian. These islands still retain the essence of a blessed land. Tong Tian employed his saintly means here to re-establish this mountain gate, and, using the three immortal islands as a foundation, he gathered creation atop Polai Island, opening the Bo Palace as a sanctuary for cultivation. Meanwhile, the disciples of the centered themselves around the three immortal islands, each seeking suitable spiritual islands as their places of practice. Yuan Yi and other direct disciples, along with the attending seven immortals, established their residence in the vicinity of the three immortals' island. Yuan Yi sensed that with the relocation of the atmosphere had seemingly transformed. Within the confines of Kunlun Mountain, there remained an undeniable air of restraint. Yuan Yi stood amidst the void, pondering with difficulty where he might establish his sanctuary. His place of origin was not here, and he had no intention of seeking it out. His previous sanctuary had been tainted by malevolent energies, its essence long dissipated, and it bore a resemblance to the lair of an unparalleled demon. Such a place was unworthy of his status as a disciple of a sage. Moreover, Yuan Yi had no idea where to begin, the search akin to finding a needle in a vast ocean. Simultaneously, he yearned to claim an island as his own sanctuary, preferring solitude over mingling with the boisterous disciples of for their noise disrupted his rare moments of tranquility. Have you chosen your sanctuary, senior brother? Yuan approached Yuan Yi and inquired. Not yet. What about you? He replied. Not yet. Yuan shook her head. We wish to reclaim our former place of origin. Our master has already intervened to help us sisters decipher the heavenly secrets and has identified its location. I see. Yuan Yi nodded. The place of origin for the three sisters must certainly possess extraordinary qualities. A mere ordinary sight could not possibly give rise to such three-spirited clouds. The number 3 itself bears an unusual significance. Furthermore, unlike his own tainted birthplace, the sisters' origin would likely be a true blessed isle of spiritual abundance. For them, reclaiming their place of origin would undoubtedly offer considerable benefits to their cultivation. Senior brother. Yuan hesitated for a moment before continuing. If you're free, might you accompany us sisters on our journey? Yuan Yi was about to instinctively agree to lend a hand, feeling there was little reason to decline. However, he soon found himself taken aback, his gaze fixed upon Yunxiao. This invitation seemed to transcend a mere request for assistance. Given Yunxiao's disposition, it was unlikely she would seek his help while in pursuit of a suitable Taoist venue. Indeed, it seemed she had extended a similar invitation upon his arrival at Kunlun. What do you think, senior brother? Yuan Yi hesitated, aware that this was likely not a misunderstanding on his part. Yet, he yearned for a sanctuary of his own, and there were indeed suitable islands nearby. If senior brother did not mind the raucous nature of Bai Xiao and her companions, they could certainly accommodate him. Yunxiao had previously mentioned that the place where senior brother was born was tainted by the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, rendering it unsuitable for a Taoist abode. Given senior brother's temperament, he likely preferred solitude over the company of fellow disciples. Do not worry. There is ample space for you to cultivate spiritual fruits, Yunxiao assured him, revealing that their home was quite spacious and inviting him to stay. Moreover, Yunxiao articulated her intentions clearly, leaving Yuan Yi little room to feign ignorance. At that moment, she switched to sound transmission, her voice directly reaching his ears. To be candid, senior brother, the place where my sisters and I were born may harbor another destiny. I sensed something vaguely before, yet lacked the strength to investigate, as the aura was somewhat perilous. Now, I wish to return and explore, and I sincerely request your assistance. Another destiny? Yuan Yi pondered. What destiny could that be? The legendary fate of the three Xiaos, was it not their greatest fortune to have become disciples of the Saint Tong Dian? Suddenly, he recalled a certain legendary artifact associated with the three Xiaos. Their renown was not solely due to their formidable skills in the treasures they wielded, such as the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, the Golden Dragon Scissors, and the Binding Dragon Ropes. There was indeed another item of significance. In legends, it was said that the three Xiaos had once used this item to vanquish the 12 immortals of the Chan sect, compelling the second master, the Saint of Yuqing, to intervene personally. The formation, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Could the destiny Yunxiao spoke of be related to this artifact? It was no ordinary item. In terms of formations, its legendary status was surpassed by only a handful of grand arrays. What set the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation apart was its relatively low requirement for practitioners. It could be established solely by the three Xiaos without the need for extensive assistance. In this regard, only the Teacher's Extermination Sword Formation could rival it. Unlike the Grand Star Formation or the formations of the 12 Ancestor Witches, which demanded a far greater number of participants, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation was uniquely accessible. If this were indeed the case, the fortune and fate of these three sisters were truly extraordinary. Reflecting upon his own circumstances, Yuan Yi thought, well, I too possess the inherent dual energies of Yin and Yang. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. Yuan Yi nodded in acquiescence to Yunxiao's invitation. He harbored a profound interest in the renowned Nine and yearned to witness it firsthand. However, his sentiments towards this artifact of the San Shao were rather indifferent. Ultimately, Yuan Yi was not particularly fond of formations. Those illustrious arrays, despite their formidable reputations, seldom concluded favorably, resembling an insurmountable curse. Furthermore, formations inherently rely on external forces, the power of the heavens and the strengths of others, to manifest capabilities that surpass one's own. Yuan Yi harbored a degree of skepticism towards the might of such formations. More importantly, he had no intention of usurping the fortunes of others, let alone those of the San Shao. If one treats me with sincerity, how could I possibly deceive them? Knowing the presence of opportunity and fortune, Yunxiao extended an invitation to him, an act uncharacteristic of an ordinary person. Who would ever lament having too much fortune and invite others to partake in it? Upon Yuan Yi's acceptance, Yunxiao's smile radiated warmth, grace, and elegance. Then I shall trouble you, senior brother. There is no need for such formality. If you say so, then I shall not be reserved, Yin Xiao replied, her tone playfully tinged with a rare lightheartedness. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. When shall we depart? Time is of the essence. If my esteemed senior is free, how about we set off at this very moment? Very well, Yuan Yi acquiesced. Yin Xiao promptly summoned Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, and the four of them soared westward, following the trajectory predicted by their master, Tong Tian. To their surprise, the birthplace of the three Xiaos was situated closer to the primordial lands rather than the depths of the East Sea. Above the East Sea, a solitary cloud raced toward the primordial expanse. As they were not overly pressed for time, Yuan Yi and his companions opted for a leisurely journey on their clouds, gliding gracefully over the ocean's surface. While Yin Xiao skillfully piloted the cloud, Yuan Yi took the opportunity to relax alongside the two sisters, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Indeed, it was prudent to conserve energy, as Yin Xiao had mentioned that the impending fortune carried a somewhat perilous aura. At this moment, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were engaged in a whispered discussion about the naming of their future Taoist sanctuary. It was rather amusing that, despite not yet having reclaimed their own sanctuary, they were already fretting over such trivial matters. Bai Xiao exhibited an inexplicable enthusiasm for the naming process. Yet Yuan Yi found himself in disagreement with her suggestions. What do you think would be a fitting name for our sanctuary? How about Three Immortal Island? You, me, and our elder sister, Three Immortals, Bai Xiao proposed with great excitement. But Palai, Fangzhong, and Ingzhou are already referred to as Three Immortal Island. It would not be appropriate for the mountain gate of our GS sect, Xiong Xiao countered. What does it matter? Our master would not mind. This Three Immortal Island is not the same as that Three Immortal Island. The Three Islands of Immortals and the Island of the Three Immortals are two entirely different matters. Bai Xiao retorted nonchalantly. Moreover, you have overlooked the inclusion of our senior brother, Xiong Xiao reminded her. Bai Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback, and then conceded. Ah, indeed. We certainly need a more suitable name. You need not involve me in this naming process. Yuan Yi contemplated saying, how about Four Holy Island instead? Bai Xiao suggested impulsively. Gesturing towards Yuan Yi, Yin Xiao, Xiong Xiao, and herself, saying, senior brother, elder sister, you, and I. Yuan Yi, at a loss for words, remarked, Bixiao. Is your choice of name perhaps a bit toxic? First, we had the Golden Light Cave and the Golden Cloud Cave, and now you propose the Four Saints Island? Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from naming it altogether. Is it not a touch ostentatious to invoke the sacred in such a manner? We are but at the Tai realm, after all. Bixiao countered. What of it? Given the foundation of my senior brother and us sisters, we shall surely ascend to the quasi-saint realm in due time. A quasi-saint is still a saint, is it not? The heavenly court boasts of the 10 great monster saints. Does it not? A modest name would only serve to diminish our presence when we introduce ourselves in the world. Even Xiong Xiao found herself persuaded, acknowledging the reasoning behind Bixiao's argument. Ultimately, despite their differing personalities, the sisters shared a remarkable likeness in certain respects. They were not the types to shy away from the spotlight. Rather, they were drawn to resounding titles. In truth, even if they were to adopt the name of Four Saints Island, it would not pose much of an issue. Those who might take offense would not be worth their concern. Saints are their teachers or perhaps their elders. Which sage would quibble over such trivial matters with their juniors? It would indeed be unbecoming of a saint to do so, would it not? As for others, their opinions were of even less consequence. Yuan Yi found it rather inappropriate, as he recalled legends that spoke of disciples within the, who were famously referred to as the Four Saints. These Four Saints of Nine Dragons Island, Wang Mo, Yang Sun, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba, were unmistakably the type that one would regard with suspicion. Yuan Yi had some lingering impressions of them. Furthermore, these four were closely associated with the plague god, Lu, as they lived in proximity to one another. Sharing a name with them was a source of unease for Yuan Yi, particularly given the histories of the Golden Light Cave and the Golden Cloud Cave. The title of the Four Saints evoked a certain trepidation within him. At this juncture, Yuan Yi could scarcely be oblivious to the fact that the sanctuaries of Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren, Qianyuan Mountain's Golden Light Cave and Inquan Mountain's Golden Cloud Cave clearly belonged to him and the Sanshao sisters. It was not merely a matter of sharing a name. It seemed that after they departed from Kunlun, their former abodes had been inherited by these two. Yuan Yi and his companions arrived at Kunlun early, and the chosen spiritual mountain was indeed extraordinary. Even though the Kunlun blessed land is abundant with spiritual mountains, their dwelling place is among the most distinguished locations. In fact, prior to the departure of the Tai Yi had visited him and mentioned this matter. Yuan Yi did not refuse. After all, their own people were no longer in Kunlun, yet they still occupied the most advantageous location. Leaving it vacant seemed rather unreasonable. Now that Bai Xiao was seeking to acquire the four holy isles, it inevitably led Yuan Yi to ponder deeply. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid entanglements of fate. The matter of naming the Taoist temple could be deliberated upon later. The immediate priority was to reclaim their own temple before addressing other concerns. As Yun Xiao spoke, she brought the discussion to a close. Upon hearing her elder sister's words, Bai Xiao had no choice but to obediently remain silent, postponing the matter for the time being. Yuan Yi gazed towards Yun Xiao, only to find Yun Xiao's eyes directed at him, imbued with a hint of inquiry. Yet he remained silent. Could it be? Did Yun Xiao speak out because of him? Doubt crept into Yuan Yi's mind. Pondering whether Yun Xiao had indeed mastered the legendary ability of heart communication, was it truly possible that his mere hesitation could be so perceptible? It seemed as though Yun Xiao knew him all too well, or perhaps he was simply overly observant, after all. Even the more familiar Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao lacked such keen insight. Suddenly, Yuan Yi's gaze shifted forward, his brow furrowing with concern. Brother, has something happened? Yun Xiao immediately sensed the change in Yuan Yi's expression and inquired with urgency. Yuan Yi's cultivation realm was elevated, and his spiritual awareness grew increasingly powerful, enhancing his perceptive abilities. He sensed the fluctuations of magical energy emanating from ahead. A confrontation was unfolding. The aura bore a hint of familiarity, dragons. In an instant, Yuan Yi made his determination. Ahead lay the dragon clan. Shortly after Yuan Yi spoke, Yun Xiao and the others also detected the waves of energy rising from the front. This was the East Sea, once one of the three dominions of the primordial world, where the dragon clan reigned supreme over the four seas. Indeed, the dragons were considered the most formidable race of that era, outshining even the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The East Sea served as the cradle of the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon was birthed from its depths. Thus, the East Sea stands as the stronghold of the dragons, still reigning as the foremost among the four seas. In the present day, the dragon clan has fallen from grace, no longer basking in its former glory. Many of its powerful members have perished, leaving behind only remnants. Yet, as the saying goes, a centipede with 100 legs does not die easily. Though the innate deities may regard the current state of the dragons with disdain, ordinary beings dare not underestimate them. The profound heritage of the dragon clan remains, and it is conceivable that one or two great Luo may still linger, concealed within. Originally, Yuan Yi was besieged by the dragon clan, resulting in the death of several of their kin, leading him to contemplate a hasty escape. This is the East Sea, a realm where the dragon clan thrives, and encountering them is hardly unexpected. However, Yuan Yi harbored no desire for such an encounter. It appeared that the dragon clan was in pursuit of a primordial being. After sensing the situation, Yun Xiao turned to Yuan Yi and spoke. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying, "It has nothing to do with us. We need not concern ourselves with them. Let us steer clear." Yun Xiao had no objections to this. She and her sisters were somewhat aware of Yuan Yi's earlier conflict with the dragon clan and had little interest in meddling in affairs that did not pertain to them. The reason for her inquiry stemmed from Yuan Yi's past assistance to them. Yun Xiao was uncertain whether he would lend his aid once more. This, however, was somewhat of an overestimation of Yuan Yi, for his initial intervention was solely due to their being the Sanshao sisters. Had it not been for that, it was unlikely that Yuan Yi would have acted at all. "They are approaching our direction," Qiong Xiao warned. The being pursued by the dragon clan was indeed fleeing toward them. In the distance, the winds began to rise, waves surged, and the tumultuous tide swept across the skies, accompanied by the roar of dragons and a thunderous, peculiar bellowing. A streak of azure lightning entwined with the stormy waves shot forth like a bolt. Behind it, over 10 colossal dragons, each hundreds of feet long, relentlessly pursued, creating an unparalleled commotion in this chase and flight. Yuan Yi and his companions deliberately stepped aside, observing the scene with detached indifference. "Those ahead who lend us a hand in stopping this vile beast shall earn the profound gratitude of the dragon clan," declared one of the dragonkin, clearly addressing Yuan Yi's group. Yet neither Yuan Yi nor the three Xiao sisters showed any inclination to intervene. Yin Xiao guided her cloud to retreat further, while Yuan Yi remained silent, his gaze still fixed upon the peculiar creature. The beast was an oddity in form, its body clad in pale cyan scales, resembling an ox yet hornless, and most bizarrely, it possessed only a single leg. Despite this, its speed in flight was astonishingly swift. Yuan Yi discerned that this extraordinary beast possessed not only an innate affinity for commanding the tempestuous winds and thundering storms, but also exhibited a prowess in water manipulation that rivaled that of the dragon lineage. Its roar resonated deeply, akin to thunder, imbued with a power that could instill fear into the hearts of those who heard it. What manner of creature is this? It appears to be quite remarkable. Clearly, it is a primordial being, yet, much like his teacher's steed, the Kuenyo, it has eschewed the path of transformation, opting instead to cultivate its original form. Kuenyo? A thought sparked in Yuan Yi's mind as he recalled an entry from the Shanhai Jing that he had encountered by chance, which documented a creature strikingly analogous to the one before him. Moreover, its name bore a striking resemblance to that of his teacher's celestial mount. Differing only by a single phoneme, it was called the Kuenyo. However, the disparity in their physical forms was considerable, particularly since his teacher's steed was a formidable giant, adorned with horns and possessing more than one leg. In contrast, the creature before him, with its appearance, vocalizations, and innate abilities, corresponded perfectly to the descriptions found in the Shanhai Jing, especially that singularly distinctive leg. The more Yuan Yi gazed upon the fleeing figure, the more it resembled the legendary divine beast, Kuenyo, as chronicled in ancient texts. However, Yuan Yi merely cast a fleeting glance, for innate beings were not particularly exceptional. He had encountered such entities often enough. Yuan Yi retracted his gaze as Yun Xiao soared beside him, both moving past each other as one would expect. However, they were suddenly confronted by a colossal figure blocking their path, a fearsome dragon head, with flowing whiskers and eyes blazing like the sun, gazing down upon them with an air of superiority. I commanded you to stop that vile creature. Did you not hear me? How dare you treat my dragon clan with such disdain? You possess a remarkable audacity. Are you not allies of that wretched beast? The aura of dragon might envelop them. The presence of an early-stage Taiyu realm pressing down upon Yuan Yi and his companions, as several dragon phantoms circled around them. Yuan Yi found the behavior of the dragon clan utterly perplexing. How could it be that if you ask for my assistance, I am compelled to oblige? Am I to be deemed disrespectful to your clan simply for declining? What kind of nonsensical reasoning is this? It is commonly said that the dragon clan is haughty and arrogant. In the past, he had some encounters, yet he now realized how naive he had been. What he initially thought to be an anomaly was, in fact, a widespread phenomenon. It seemed they shared the same temperament as that unruly group of dragons that had once dared to wreak havoc before his sanctum, boorish, unreasonable, and tyrannical. Why do you, vile dragon, insist on obstructing our path instead of pursuing that one-legged bull? Your matters are of no concern to us. In the midst of the trio, Yun Xiao maintained her composure, yet her two younger sisters were far more impulsive. When Bai Xiao saw the dragons blocking their way, exuding an intimidating aura and displaying arrogance, she stepped forward and coldly retorted. Qiang Xiao, casting a subtle glance at Yuan Yi, chose not to speak, instead remaining by Bai Xiao's side. Yet, Yuan Yi could hear Qiang Xiao's voice in his mind. Senior brother, the dragon clan has previously troubled you. Shall we not teach them a lesson? Her words clearly carried an eagerness for action. Yuan Yi shook his head, saying, There's no need for that. I have not suffered any loss. I see, Qiang Xiao replied, her voice tinged with a hint of regret, prompting Yuan Yi to consider playfully tapping her on the head to encourage her to behave. It's unwise to invite trouble without any benefit, he thought. However, the current predicament was instigated by the dragon clan, and exacting a measure of retribution on their behalf for his senior brother seemed justified. By asserting their identity, it was likely that the dragons would refrain from further entanglement, for they were the ones who had initiated the provocation. Yuan Yi did not acquiesce. Instead, he raised his hand to firmly grasp Bai Zhao's shoulder, preventing her from acting impulsively. At the outset, his mention of matters concerning the dragon clan had merely been a casual remark, one he had not taken to heart. It is indeed true that he did not perceive himself as having suffered losses, for he had vanquished the dragon himself. Although these two sisters harbored some rebellious tendencies, they nonetheless held this matter in their thoughts, genuinely wishing to aid him in seeking retribution, demonstrating remarkable memory. Yuan Yi, a disciple of the celestial teacher of the Jie sect, inquired with curiosity as to what guidance the esteemed members of the dragon clan might have for us. Their elder brothers and sisters. Yuan Yi drew Bai Xiao back, stepping forward to reveal his identity, as an aura emanated from him. As for the pressure of the opponent's presence, it dissipated with a mere touch. Not only was he of a superior cultivation level, but even among those of equal standing, the adversary was still insignificant. They were, after all, innate beings, their roots only secondary to those of the primordial sanctified entities, disciples of saints, with foundations of unparalleled strength. The dragon clan was merely one of the many lineages birthed from the primordial dragon, a being of divine creation, imbued with its essence and perhaps flowing with its bloodline. Yet, how many within the entirety of the dragon clan could truly compare to the pure innate beings? The pressure emanating from Yuan Yi was effortlessly shattered, leaving the dragon clan somewhat astonished. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's identity, their dragon eyes reflected a mixture of surprise and skepticism. The teachings of a disciple of a saint? Impossible. That resides far in Kunlun. How could it possibly reach our dragon clan in the Eastern Sea? Their dragon eyes fixed intently upon Yuan Yi and his companions, scanning over the three celestial beings before settling upon Yuan Yi. The Jiao clan, a mere offshoot of our dragon lineage. How dare they impersonate the disciples of a saint? Would a saint ever accept a mere Jiao into their fold? Yuan Yi fell silent, pondering whether the identity of a disciple of the sage held any weight. Did the dragon clan possess such audacity to question? He felt no desire to speak further, particularly as this individual adopted a condescending demeanor, scrutinizing him with an air of superiority that irked him deeply. You, a mongrel of mixed blood, dare to compare with my esteemed senior? My senior is a being of innate essence. What connection do you have with the dragon clan? Bai Xiao expressed her discontent with the dragon clan's attitude, vocally rebuking them without hesitation. Xiong Xiao remained silent, merely reaching up to adjust her ornate hairpin, a magnificent innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin, nestled within her tresses. Yun Xiao frowned, the gentle aura in her gaze dissipating, replaced by a sharper intensity, yet she continued to await Yuan Yi's decision. Begone! Yuan Yi suppressed the rising tide of negative emotions within him, his voice calm and indifferent. Should you dare to obstruct our path again, it would be deemed a provocation, and I shall deal with you accordingly, demanding an explanation from the dragon clan thereafter. Yuan Yi, disinclined to exploit his status as a disciple of the sage, exercised considerable restraint. He often reminded himself to refrain from using his influence to intimidate others and to avoid provoking trouble for this, lest he become indistinguishable from those he disdained. His restraint was not a reflection of a gentle temperament. Rather, he possessed a fiery disposition, tainted by a lingering malevolence. Yet he had consistently refrained from succumbing to it. He wished for the dragon clan to exhibit wisdom, to tread their separate paths along the vast road of life, thereby avoiding unnecessary conflict. However, his repeated concessions, lacking the requisite assertiveness, did not align with the dignity befitting a disciple of the sage. If the opposing party sought reason, Yuan Yi was more than willing to engage in rational discourse. Conversely, should they reject reason, he would respond with an even greater irrationality. To avoid trouble and to yield excessively are not synonymous. The current depth of the dragon clan was beyond his reach, necessitating the utilization of his master's authority to instill a sense of awe. Yet, Yuan Yi understood the nature of his sect. Its members would inevitably be entangled with its affairs, and he himself could not remain untouched. It was impossible to maintain a stance of complete detachment while bearing the burdens of consequence. After articulating his thoughts, Yuan Yi did not await a response, but advanced resolutely, neither flinching nor evading. Previously, they had yielded once. This time, it was the opposing party that obstructed their passage, leaving no justification for his withdrawal. A majestic golden dragon manifestation, far grander than the corporeal forms of the dragon clan, emerged in full splendor. Its thousand-zhang stature unfurled. A surge of malevolence enveloped it, with its eyes transforming into celestial bodies, oscillating. Yuan Yi strode forward, his brow furrowed as he gazed upon the obstinate dragofolk still blocking his path. With a faint shake of his head, an overwhelming pressure descended, forcing the proud draconic head beneath the ocean's surface. Do you truly relish obstructing others' way? He inquired, his voice laced with quiet intensity. Or do you genuinely believe the reputation of your dragonkin could deter us? That I would hesitate to act against you? As Yuan Yi's voice faded, the colossal dragon's body was instantly lacerated by streaks of yin-yang energy. The proud, resilient physique that dragons boasted of proved as fragile as paper before him, offering no resistance whatsoever. The once indomitable dragon scales shattered like brittle porcelain. Yuan Yi raised his hand and pressed down, directly suppressing a dragon of the Tai realm, rendering it utterly immobile. Yuan Yi severed the void with a single stroke, causing a colossal dragon horn to break off and diminish as it fell into his grasp. However, after a mere glance, he disdainfully cast it aside. It was an exaggeration to claim such a horn was remarkable. In truth, Yuan Yi found it utterly unimpressive. Despite the legends proclaiming the extraordinary nature of dragon horns, this one paled in comparison to his own. The air was thick with the scent of blood, as the waters below turned crimson, while Yuan Yi's golden eyes scrutinized the subdued dragon clan. He soon withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath, quelling the tumultuous rage within him. Please make way. Thank you. As he spoke, the golden dragon avatar swept its tail, sending the single-horned dragon and the rest of the dragon clan flying, ultimately refraining from delivering a lethal blow. Yet, should these dragons continue to display their ignorance, he might find it difficult to restrain himself. The ominous energy in his eyes receded, the malevolence dissipated, restoring their pure, clear golden hue. Yuan Yi's own aura became tranquil once more. Turning back, he observed the three celestial beings, San Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, who were playfully poking and prodding at his golden dragon avatar. Bi Xiao, in particular, was brandishing the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope, seemingly engaged in some form of demonstration. Yuan Yi's eyelids fluttered, a manifestation of the rather than its true essence or substance. What are you all doing, especially you, Bi Xiao? Upon sensing Yuan Yi's gaze, Qiong Xiao discreetly withdrew her hand, while Bi Xiao concealed the dragon-binding rope behind her. Senior brother, yours truly magnificent and awe-inspiring, evoking admiration, Qiong Xiao remarked. Is that so? Bi Xiao chimed in. Senior brother usually doesn't allow us to gaze upon him much. He is rather stingy. Their true forms were merely a swirling mass of yellow and green clouds, devoid of any deterrence, and even Yuan Yi had deemed them beautiful, a compliment that left them unsatisfied. The appearance of senior brother earlier was indeed frightening, far more intimidating than even the eldest sister. What are you two saying? Yun Xiao glanced sideways, a smile gracing her face as she regarded the two sisters. The two, sensing the atmosphere shifting unfavorably, instinctively edged closer to Yuan Yi, rendered mute. Indeed, the ire of the eldest sister was far more terrifying than that of senior brother. Matters concerning the dragon clan were of little concern to Yuan Yi and the three Xiaos. They were merely trivial episodes. The current dragon clan was no longer the once mighty sovereign of the primordial age. Only the dragon clan remained, still mired in the splendor of the past, reluctant to awaken. The era belonging to the three clans had long since concluded. Deep within the East Sea, the resplendent crystal palace shimmered with hues, a remnant of the dragon clan's former glory that had yet to fade. The patrolling soldiers donned their resplendent celestial armor, surrounded by rare treasures and spiritual roots, exuding an air of a grand clan. You say that the one who harmed your kind claims to be a disciple of under the tutelage of a saint? Ao Wu, the dragon king of the East Sea, withdrew his hand from his beloved and straightened on his throne, frowning as he gazed below. Indeed, he proclaims to be of here in my East Sea? Ao Wu's brow furrowed tightly. This was certainly not good news, stirring a sense of agitation within him. Previously, a celestial court had established itself above the East Sea, forcing the dragon clan to remain concealed, unwilling to emerge. Fortunately, the celestial court was swiftly dismantled by the likes of Emperor Jun from the heavenly court, allowing the East Sea to return to the dragon clan's control. The heavenly court and the demon clan primarily thrived on the primordial land. Earlier, the heavenly court had sent emissaries to the dragon clan, urging them to submit. However, soon after, the demon clan clashed with the witch clan, causing the matter to be shelved. The dragon clan, once the overlord of the primordial realms, had commanded such respect that even the innate sanctified beings dared not provoke them. Yet now, it seemed that anyone could trample upon them, a reality that was difficult for the dragon clan to accept. Just as tranquility seemed to settle, a major saintly sect had the audacity to establish itself in their East Sea. Would the East Sea still be under the dominion of the dragon clan in the future? Ao Wu felt a surge of frustration, overwhelmed by a sense of indignity. The current state of the dragon clan was dismal. They occupied merely the four seas, no longer at their former might. Moreover, although they claimed to control the four seas, they found it increasingly difficult to maintain complete dominion. In the North Sea, the demon master Kuanpeng had taken root in the depths of the Northern Sea. It had now become a stronghold for the demon clan, leaving the dragon clan with little power to exert control. The West Sea bordered the Western Church, one of the prominent saintly sects, which had long sought to incorporate the dragon clan into their ranks as guardians. The South Sea and East Sea fared slightly better, but recently, trouble had arisen in the South Sea as the witch clan, in a fit of madness, dared to hunt the dragon clan, an utterly detestable affair. It was known that the witch clan's stronghold lay beneath the Buzhou mountain, a considerable distance from the South Sea. The dragon clan had never anticipated the witch clan would seek to trouble them, and now, even in their East Sea, they had emerged. The four seas were perilous. The dragon clan was in danger. Was it true that the disciple of the was a golden Jiao? Ao Wu inquired again. My subordinates witnessed it firsthand. It was indeed a golden jiao. However, it has not inherited the ways of our dragon clan. It claims to be an innate being, possessing formidable skills and a fierce disposition, with a strong proclivity for violence. Additionally, there were 3 women, their origins unknown. Ao Wu stroked his chin in contemplation, recalling the ancestors of the dragon clan. As a supreme innate saint, they predated even the current innate saints and monopolized the corresponding paths of the heavens and earth, with beings taking form through them venerating their existence. The ancestor later established the dragon path, guiding beings to transform into dragons, with the true dragons revered above all. Many beings in the world possess draconic bloodlines, among which the Jiao clan was included. However, if this Jiao were truly born of heaven and earth, it would be different. It would possess innate energy, shaped by the Tao, closely aligned with the great principles of the universe. The identity of a saint's disciple would be even more extraordinary. You must swiftly verify whether the has indeed relocated to our EC, and also ascertain if that golden Jiao is a disciple of the. We must proceed cautiously. After a moment's reflection, Ao Wu reached a decision. The matter of the remained unconfirmed. If it were true, he would need to gauge the attitude of this saintly sect. That saint, Qing Tong Tian, had a reasonably good reputation. Perhaps it would not bode ill. After all, sects are fundamentally different from the celestial courts. It might not impact the dragon clan's control over the East Sea. Is there anything else? Noticing his subordinates had not yet departed, their expressions betraying hesitation, Ao Wu's mood soured further. What other unforeseen circumstances could there be? Report to the Dragon King, over a dozen ago. Several members of our dragon clan encountered harm while venturing out. The perpetrator identified through divination was a golden jiao, adept in the manipulation of yin and yang, closely resembling this individual. A span of over a dozen was not long for them. At that time, when the dragon clan members were harmed, it transpired within the East Sea. How could the dragon clan refrain from investigating? The assailants' cultivation level was not high, and they lacked the means to conceal their heavenly secrets. They even abandoned their own lair to flee. How could the dragon clan's methods be so easily evaded? Yet, the golden jiao proved to be cunning, decisively retreating to the primordial land, only to encounter the likes of Dong Wang Gong and other innate saints who had occupied the 3 immortal islands, preparing for the celestial court's establishment by gathering beings into it, forcing the dragon clan to remain hidden and refrain from revealing themselves, allowing their quarry to escape. Since then, the heavenly secrets surrounding the golden jiao became impossible to decipher, leading the dragon clan to assume it had perished in the celestial and heavenly conflict, dismissing the matter altogether. Yet today, encountering this golden jiao, suspected to be the perpetrator they had pursued in the past, now stood as a disciple of a saint. Ao Wu fell silent, pondering the fate that intertwined them with the dragon clan. Yet, as a disciple of a saint, the current dragon clan could do little against such an individual. One might say they should be wary of the trouble that could arise from this disciple status. Let this matter rest for now. We shall discuss it later. You may leave. Ao Wu dismissed his subordinate, even pushing away the beautiful consort leaning against him, leaving the grand hall enveloped in silence. Ao Wu's expression fluctuated, ultimately culminating in a deep sigh. He could only observe the situation regarding the before formulating a plan, hoping the circumstances would not be too dire. It was indeed laughable. The dragon clan had fallen to such a state of desolation, to the point of being bullied, reliant on the goodwill of others, a disgrace. A true disgrace. Reflecting upon the former glory of the dragon clan, who dared to challenge their majesty. Yet, where lay the hope for the resurgence of the dragon clan? After venting his frustrations, Ao Wu gradually regained his composure. It was best not to dwell on such troubling matters. Which beloved consort should I seek today? Weary from the ceaseless burdens of managing the clan's affairs, Ao Wu adjusted his resplendent robes and straightened his crown before leisurely departing the grand hall toward his chambers. Today held no pressing matters. It was a day to indulge his beloved consort. Tomorrow's troubles could wait. Should the dragon clan be provoked beyond endurance? What did it matter if it were the mighty teachings of the saints, in their prime, who dared slight the dragons? Even in decline, they were not to be trifled with. Their ancestors and mighty elders were merely sealed beneath the sea's abyss, not extinguished. With their profound heritage, the dragons would surely rise again. Of this, Ao Wu was certain. To beings who measured time in eons, mere years passed like the flick of a finger, much like Yuan Yi's journey with the 3 Shao sisters to their celestial abode, still underway. The Jia sect's relocation from Kunlun to the Eastern Sea had stirred considerable commotion. St. Tongtian established the Bo Palace, and disciples scattered to claim islands as their own, radiating influence outward from the three immortals' isle. Many wandering spirits of the region sought refuge under the sect's banner. Once the battleground of celestial courts, this domain had known little peace. Now, with the dragon's return to dominance, the Jia sect's arrival offered sanctuary to those fleeing draconic wrath. The sect's affairs fell to Duobao, its chief disciple. While the saint remained aloof, even the Eastern Sea Dragon King's visit warranted no personal audience. Ao Wu, escorted by disciples, noted the lack of ceremony with displeasure. Though his entourage grumbled, he suppressed their discontent. Wisdom outweighed pride. Adorned in opulent regalia, his horns marking lineage, he epitomized draconic grandeur. At the mountain gate, Duobao observed the approaching delegation flanked by Jinling, Wudong, and Zhao Gongming. Noting this glittering approach, he vanished briefly, only to reappear bedecked in finer robes. Hairpins of primordial treasures chiming with each step, twin orbs, the Qiankuan pearl and 5 elements metal pearl, spinning in his palm. Jinling arched a brow. Did he leave just to outshine them? Appearances reflect our master's dignity, Duobao transmitted. Let none mistake humility for weakness, least of all dragons. Jinling scoffed. True strength lies in cultivation, not pageantry. Their decline is no secret. Prudence, sister, Duobao cautioned. He is an early-stage Deluo. Here, he dares not unleash that power, but ears may yet linger. Unimpressed, Jinling held her tongue. As saint-taught disciples, Deluo was no insurmountable peak, merely a matter of time. The dragon's stagnant pride, shackled by karmic debts, drew her disdain. Their glory was memory, theirs the path yet untrodden. Especially when the other party arrived, they immediately requested to see their master, Tongtian. If the ancestral dragon were present, such words might carry some weight. Duobao understood Jinling's forthright nature and chose not to speak further. Each of his junior disciples possessed distinct temperaments, with Jinling and Yunxiao being the most challenging to manage. Fortunately, Yunxiao was under someone's guidance and was known for her reasonableness, rarely engaging in disputes or duels. In contrast, Jinling had a notably fiery temperament, often seeking out debates and contests of skill. As Duobao and his companions communicated telepathically, several disciples from the Jia sect had already led the entourage from the East Sea Dragon Palace to the front. Duobao proceeded to welcome them, mindful that Master Tongtian was preoccupied with establishing his dojo and did not wish to disturb him with trivial matters. Nonetheless, facing a being of the Deluo realm, even if only in its early stages, Duobao felt a degree of pressure. Upon meeting, the two parties exchanged pleasantries. Although Ao Wu felt somewhat dissatisfied at not meeting the sect leader, St. Tongtian, and being received by merely a few junior disciples of the Taiyu realm, he refrained from expressing his discontent. His purpose here was to gauge the Jia sect stance and to assess the so-called great teachings of the saints. In his view, the so-called great sects were not particularly impressive. The highest cultivation among these disciples was merely at the mid-Tai stage. The Dragon Clan still had plenty of such cultivators. As for the spiritual treasures possessed by Duobao and the others, Ao Wu did not regard them with much importance. After all, they were merely treasures, and his clan lacked for nothing in that regard. He privately compared the Jia sect to the Dragon Clan, concluding that apart from a single saint, the so-called Great Sect was not superior to the Dragon Clan, perhaps even inferior. After discerning the Jia sect's attitude from Duobao, the burden in Ao Wu's heart lightened. The Jia sect was merely engaged in disseminating teachings and enlightening beings, showing no intention to interfere with the affairs of the Dragon Clan, let alone the clan itself. Since Duobao was the foremost disciple of St. Tongtian, his words were likely trustworthy. Thus, it seemed that the East Sea Dragon Clan might usher in a period of tranquility, a positive development. Half a day later, the entourage from the East Sea Dragon Palace departed from the Jia sect without lingering. However, before leaving, Ao Wu recalled something and inquired, "Is there a disciple among you named Yuan Yi, with the form of a golden dragon?" Duobao was momentarily taken aback but then nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Brother Yuan Yi is a disciple of our Jia sect," he reiterated, emphasizing that he was a direct disciple of their master. He was not foolish. Yuan Yi and the Sanxia had gone to seek the dojo, and the inquiry about him likely did not bode well. Furthermore, he had heard that both Yuan Yi and the Sanxia hailed from the East Sea, suggesting there might have been some history with the Dragon Clan. "Is that so? He has unwarrantedly harmed a member of my Dragon Clan. In the past, several of our young disciples have perished externally, which may be related to your disciple," Ao Wu stated, his calm words laced with an undercurrent of pressure. "The Dragon King is jesting. That is utterly impossible, Duo Bao replied, shaking his head. Brother Yuan Yi would never act without cause. There must be a reason behind it. If such an incident truly occurred, I fear I must inform our master and request that the Dragon Clan provide an explanation to Brother Yuan Yi. Duo Bao's words were resolute. As the eldest disciple of the Jia sect, his stance was unwavering. Although Yuan Yi was not particularly close to him, he had never offended or wronged him either. Moreover, Duo Bao had a fair understanding of Yuan Yi's temperament. He would never provoke others on his own initiative. Unless provoked, he would never harm anyone. This Duo Bao was quite certain of. Despite being inherently tainted with baleful energy, Yuan Yi bore very few sins of killing. Within Kunlun, perhaps only the three Shao had fewer bloodstains on their hands than he did. Even senior brother Xuandu, under the tutelage of the eldest uncle, or the disciples under the second uncle, had inevitably taken lives to some extent. It was precisely because of this, Yuan Yi's innate baleful energy, yet minimal sins of killing, that the second uncle held him in such favorable regard. Duo Bao's words were blunt and assertive. Without waiting for Ao Wu to lay blame, he demanded an explanation from the Dragon Clan, making his stance clear. Ao Wu studied Duo Bao for a moment. This was the territory of the Jia sect, and he dared not act recklessly. This king shall return and investigate further. If matters are indeed as you say, our Dragon Clan will naturally offer apologies, Ao Wu conceded. That would be for the best. When junior brother Yuan Yi returns, I shall inform him, Duo Bao replied. The Dragon Clan's visit left no significant impact on the Jia sect. At this very moment, Yuan Yi and his three companions were nearing their destination, the birthplace of the three Shao. Yuan Yi was unaware that the Taoist Duo Bao, his not-so-close acquaintance and the senior brother of the, unhesitatingly defended him in the presence of the great Luo of the Dragon Clan. Yuan Yi and his three companions hovered in midair, gazing down at the celestial island shrouded in mist below. Guided by their teacher's celestial divination regarding spatial orientation, they had successfully navigated to this location. As Yun Xiao had mentioned, the island was indeed vast, and the abode of the three sisters was quite expansive. The atmosphere surrounding the island was thick with clouds and fog, enveloping the entire land and gathering the essence of heaven and earth. However, to Yuan Yi's discerning eye, this celestial island appeared rather ordinary to the point of being unremarkable, though it possessed a substantial amount of innate creation energy and was rich in spiritual essence. Such a level of celestial island was far too commonplace in the primordial realm. Yet, how could such a seemingly mundane place give birth to the three illustrious beings of Sanshao? Considering the birthplace of the three sisters, Yuan Yi sensed that this island likely concealed some peculiarities. With golden light shimmering in his eyes and the interplay of Yin and Yang energies swirling around him, he attempted to perceive the island through his mystical vision. However, he discovered nothing of significance. Indeed, if a mere Tai could effortlessly unravel the hidden intricacies of this place, the numerous innate deities who once resided in the East Sea would have long since uncovered its secrets, rather than waiting for the return of the Sanshao sisters. This location was already quite close to the primordial land, situated near the mouth of a large river, resembling a delta. Yuan Yi gazed upon the surging river, its grandeur rendering even the legendary 800-li Tong Tian River as mere fireflies competing against the brilliance of the full moon. The Yellow River? This name was unfamiliar to Yuan Yi, and it seemed that such a designation did not exist in this era. Returning to her place of origin, Sanshao stirred a mixture of emotions within her. In the past, the beings of the celestial court scoured the land, seeking to incorporate living souls into their ranks. And they had indeed found them. Unwilling to be subjugated, the soon-to-be transformed Yun Xiao had no choice but to flee with her two younger sisters, forsaking their own sanctum. The reason for not directly escaping to the primordial lands was not a lack of desire, but rather an inability. Although this place was near the primordial lands, it was also close to the sanctums of the innate deities, compelling them to detour southward, where they encountered Yuan Yi. Those individuals had Yuan Yi merely smiled and refrained from responding, though he believed that had he not intervened, the three Shaos would have faced mere fright without danger. Much like the incident involving Zhao Gongming. Yet, who can definitively ascertain the outcomes of events that have yet to transpire? At that moment, he felt somewhat abashed by the excessive praise directed at him, as his intentions were not entirely pure. It was then that a sudden surge of murderous intent emanated from Qiong Shao beside him, drawing the attention of Yuan Yi and the others instantaneously. This fierce display from Qiong Shao was a sight Yuan Yi had never witnessed before. At this juncture, Qiong Shao's gaze was fixed upon the celestial island below, her eyes glinting with an icy resolve. Noticing their scrutiny, Qiongxiao's expression softened slightly as she raised her hand to indicate the island. I sense the presence of those individuals from back then. They are right below us. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's expression shifted, and Yun Xiao furrowed her brow. The days when they were besieged and hunted could be deemed the most harrowing period for the sisters. The mere thought of being captured and subsequently forced into the celestial court, possibly facing a deadly calamity, intensified the resentment within Qiongxiao and her companions. Yuan Yi's divine consciousness descended, probing in the direction indicated by Qiongxiao. His cultivation level surpassed hers, and upon his arrival, he had naturally conducted a preliminary investigation of the immortal island's circumstances. However, he did not perceive the presence of any familiar aura. Beings of their kind possessed remarkable memories. Even a fleeting encounter should have been sufficient for Yuan Yi to remember, and he would not overlook it. He indeed sensed the existence of life on the immortal island. With one aura faintly reaching the Tai realm, although its condition appeared rather poor, and its presence was hardly formidable, so he did not pay it much heed. The aura Qiongxiao indicated seemed to be that unstable presence at the Tai level. Among those who initially discovered our Taoist temple was her. It was unexpected that she had not perished and was now hiding within our sanctuary, and today would be the culmination of this karmic entanglement. Qiongxiao's words brimmed with murderous intent, and the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin, nestled within her hair, shimmered with divine light, echoing with the sound of phoenix song. Senior brother, please wait here for a moment while my sister and I tidy up the temple before inviting you inside. Yin Xiao spoke. Very well, Yuan Yi nodded in agreement. Given the current prowess of the three sisters, he had no cause for concern. Times had changed, back then. The three sisters had not yet taken form and had been forced to flee in disarray. Now, even the weakest among them, Bai Xiao, possessed a cultivation far surpassing that of their adversaries, not to mention when pitted against all three sisters together. Furthermore, the three sisters wielded exquisite innate spiritual treasures, rendering them incomparable to ordinary beings. As for the lower-tier innate spiritual treasures, akin to Yuan Yi, each disciple of their master, Tong Tian, had been bestowed a few inferior spiritual treasures, yet they seldom utilized them. The profound principles contained within a single exquisite innate spiritual treasure demanded a significant investment of time and energy for comprehension, leaving little room for concern over inferior treasures. In an instant, the figures of the three sisters vanished, transforming into divine light as they descended into the immortal island. Yuan Yi trailed behind them, not intending to intervene but keen to observe. It occurred to him that he had yet to witness Yun Xiao engage in a battle of magic. He was far more familiar with the methods employed by Qiongxiao and Bai Xiao. They often spoke of Yun Xiao's ferocity, yet Yuan Yi felt no such menace. She had always displayed a gentle demeanor, and even during her admonishments to the two sisters, he detected no trace of aggression. Fellow cultivator, you trespass uninvited into my domain. As the formidable aura of the three Xiaos descended, the other party finally sensed their presence. A figure emerged from the depths of the celestial island. Layers of formations activating to envelop the island, shimmering with divine light and exuding an overwhelming pressure. This was a female primordial being, her eyes elongated, clad in a crimson robe. Behind her manifested an enormous and peculiar Dharma image, resembling her true form, akin to Yuan Yi's golden serpent. This entity was entirely red, resembling a great serpent, yet curiously, it possessed a single head with two bodies, which appeared rather bizarre. As a primordial being, neither her true form nor her innate celestial body could be deemed unattractive, yet Yuan Yi found the oddity of her shape unsettling. What manner of being is this? Yuan Yi pondered. Ultimately, the nature of the being seemed irrelevant. Who among you claims fellowship? Your audacity in invading my sanctum is appalling. Bai Xiao regarded the newcomer without an ounce of courtesy. Yuan Yi noted, however, that Bai Xiao's arsenal of insults was rather limited, lacking in potency. Besides calling her shameless, she resorted to the most basic of personal attacks, labeling her ugly. Do you still recognize us? Qiongxiao inquired coldly, standing beside Bai Xiao. You are. Observing the three Xiao sisters' unfriendly demeanor and sensing their overwhelming presence, the woman's expression turned grave. Her gaze swept across the trio before settling on Yuan Yi, who remained at a distance, observing silently. From these individuals, she sensed an intense aura of danger. Any one of them could easily overpower her. The implication of their words was clear. They harbored grievances against her and had come to confront her. My esteemed friends, is there a misunderstanding? Huh? Qiongxiao chuckled lightly, uninterested in further dialogue. As she spoke, she prepared to take action. Wait, if you have come for this celestial island, open. A calm voice interrupted her. As Yin Xiao summoned the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dao. The Dao expanded in the air, rapidly eclipsing the sky and hovering above the celestial island. Radiating divine brilliance and surging with celestial light, pure golden radiance cascading down in streams of orderly loss. Refined. With a hand gesture, Yunxiao manipulated the Dao, which exhaled golden light, enveloping the area below. The Hunyuan Golden Dao, a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, contained the cosmos within, capable of encompassing all things. It could even contain a realm of space, and once shrouded in its golden light, it would suppress and bind any who resisted its absorbing power. It also possessed the ability to revert energies to their original state, refining various forces into their primal essence. This aspect of the treasure was particularly feared among cultivators, as it could diminish one's cultivation directly, casting them down in their spiritual journey. For a practitioner, the dissolution of their path was akin to a nightmare. In truth, it was an exceedingly perilous artifact, more ruthless than those meant for direct assault. This was the first time Yunxiao had unleashed the power of the Hunyuan Golden Dao. And Yuan Yi, having borrowed it for comprehension, was well aware of its might. Beneath the golden light, the layers of formations and restrictions enveloping the celestial island disintegrated like fragile bubbles, vanishing without a sound, rendered utterly ineffective. Moreover, as the formations crumbled, the golden light that fell upon the woman rendered her immobile, and the Tai realm she had painstakingly cultivated was abruptly erased, causing her to plummet from her attained level. Faced with the Hunyuan Golden Dao conjured by Yunxiao, a being who had only just entered the Tai realm, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. Yet, Yunxiao was not the only one to strike. As she summoned the Dao, Bai Xiao unleashed the binding dragon rope. This primordial spiritual treasure, capable of restraining even Yuan Yi, was deemed effective against the bizarre two-bodied serpent, which was readily classified as a dragon for the purpose of restraint. Yuan Yi recalled how he had been tested with it by Qiong Xiao, finding himself ensnared thoroughly and unable to escape. The binding dragon rope shot forth, binding the already suppressed woman, muting her aura. A sharp edge sliced through the air, enveloped in five-colored divine light, as Qiong Xiao activated the golden phoenix hairpin, piercing the woman's brow with a lethal precision, leaving a gaping hole that was illuminated from both sides. Her primordial spirit was shattered, resulting in her immediate demise without any semblance of surprise. As the primordial spirit dissipates and the true essence returns to tranquility, the corporeal form, under the formidable power of the celestial gold cauldron in the clouds, gradually transforms into pure celestial energy, dispersing into the cosmos. Thus, a being of the Tai realm vanishes from the world, perhaps marking the extinction of an entire race. Being a primordial entity, the cultivation level at the time of transformation typically resides within the golden immortal realm. The opponent, evidently having taken form prior to the Sanxia, possessed a cultivation level surpassing that of the three sisters. Their ability to ascend to the Tai realm likely stemmed from the teachings bestowed by the celestial court. For without such guidance, reaching the Tai realm would have been exceedingly challenging. However, compared to the three sisters, who were disciples under a sage, their fortune and opportunities were markedly inferior. With an unstable foundation, insufficient Dao attainment, and lacking any noteworthy spiritual treasures, Bi Xiao could effortlessly defeat this adversary without resorting to her magical artifacts. The three sisters, in unison, not only attacked simultaneously but also summoned their exquisite primordial spiritual treasures, leading to the foe's demise in but a fleeting moment. The contest of magic began and concluded instantaneously, devoid of any spectacle, resulting in a swift elimination. So weak, Bi Xiao murmured softly as she retracted the dragon-binding rope, finding this opponent to be even weaker than the dragon clans she had previously encountered, casting doubt upon whether this Tai being was merely a counterfeit golden immortal. Previously, she had regarded those dragon clans as feeble, yet in comparison to this former adversary, they appeared to possess a modicum of strength. With similar cultivation levels and akin origins, the disparity in strength becomes increasingly pronounced as one ascends in realms. This is the very reason why all aspire to be disciples of the mighty. Furthermore, when considering magical treasures and fortuitous encounters, the two simply cannot be compared. Yuan Yi observed as the three sisters each stowed away their treasures, then approached to survey the celestial island below. This island surpasses my native realm significantly. It is situated far from the original heart of the celestial court and appears to have endured little damage, thus saving us considerable effort and restoration. Yunxiao inquired with a gentle smile, her tone soft and demeanor serene, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Have you discerned anything, senior brother? Nothing remarkable. Merely unexceptional, Yuan Yi replied, shaking his head. If even I could perceive its mysteries, this place would have long been transformed from its current state. And what of the fortune and opportunities you mentioned? Can you still sense them? Yuan Shao turned her gaze toward the western side of the island, peering beneath the ocean's surface. After a moment of closed-eyed concentration, she reopened her eyes and nodded. It is quite indistinct, yet it should still be present, with careful attunement. I can faintly perceive a thread of weak energy resonating. Yuan Yi felt a twinge of envy. This was what one might call an opportunity and fortuity presenting themselves unbidden. In a moment of impulsiveness, he sensed the flow of energy, a sensation he had never experienced before. Even the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the dust crown, was something he had forcibly subdued and claimed, rather than it reaching out to him of its own accord. He could not perceive any anomalies, yet Yuan Shao, whose cultivation was inferior to his, had sensed something amiss. Yuan Yi was skeptical that there was no underlying intrigue at play, standing so close to the Sanshao sisters. Even the forces of fortune and destiny had failed to make their presence known to him, rendering him seemingly blind to opportunity. Yuan Yi was not particularly eager to compete with the Sanshao for opportunities and fortunes. Rather, he yearned to experience the sensation of being actively pursued and enticed by fate. It is worth mentioning that Yuan Yi had indeed felt the pull of destiny before, but only once. Moreover, what stirred his emotions was not a treasure or a divine creation, but rather the sight of the three formless clouds that had once fled in disarray. As Yuan Shao led the way, four beams of divine light ventured westward, arriving at the westernmost edge of the celestial island, near the mouth of the sea. The vague aura that Yuan Shao sensed emanated from beneath the surface of the ocean, not from above the island itself. Even at the mouth of the sea, close to the coastline, the waters remained profoundly deep. The great river that gathered from the primordial land appeared tranquil yet exuded an inherent force. A majestic union of mountains and rivers, which could even be described as a natural formation. Yuan Yi and Yuan Shao, accompanied by two others, descended into the ocean's depths, riding the currents with practiced ease. The art of evasion understood by Yuan Yi is characterized by a harmonious union of Yin and Yang, alongside the mystical powers derived from the comprehension of the five elements, manifesting in the five-element evasion technique. Moreover, with his essence being that of the golden dragon, he adeptly wields the water evasion technique. Although he was born beyond the eastern sea, he has yet to truly behold the wonders that lie beneath the ocean's surface. According to Yuan Shao, she aspires to utilize a supreme innate spiritual treasure to encapsulate the celestial island and transport it back to the gates of the Jiejiao sect. However, such an endeavor is fraught with difficulty. With their mastery in the realm of Tai, they certainly possess the means to move mountains and fill seas. Yet, the celestial island is no ordinary isle. It is intricately linked to the Earth's veins, bearing the marks of the great Tao's evolution, imbued with the essence of creation, making it a formidable task to relocate. It is only through the possession of the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, that Yuan Shao can harness its formidable power to undertake the relocation of the celestial island. However, the situation appears to be more complex than anticipated. Through previous sensations, Yuan Shao discovered that the vital essence of the celestial island birthed by the three sisters is interconnected with a certain entity deep beneath the sea, firmly anchoring it in this location. Even if she were to summon the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, and invoke its might, she would still find it arduous to easily remove the celestial island, as the entwined vital essence is overwhelmingly potent, a cohesive whole that is challenging to disrupt. It even gives her the impression that forcibly extracting the celestial island would require prying up a corner of the primordial earth. The celestial island does not seem to be an integral part of the eastern sea. Rather, it resembles an extension of the primordial earth reaching into the eastern sea, connected to it as the terminus of the great river that converges from the primordial land. Upon entering the sea, they indeed confirmed this observation. The surging waters of the great river flowed into the eastern sea, where the murky water formed a distinct boundary with the sea, extending into the depths of the eastern sea. This was a phantom trace of the great river, which did not truly exist, encompassing the very location of the celestial island. The slightly turbid waters of the great river gradually settled here, until they fully merged into the eastern sea. This turbidity was not merely silt, but rather an intense and pure essence of earthiness, all sedimented here, blending with the clarity of the seawater, creating a state of harmonious confusion between purity and turbidity, where the forces of creation were nurtured. Yuan Yi gazed upon the sprawling, ethereal river before him, his conviction deepening that the wonders birthed here were likely intertwined with the renowned Nine. Looking upward, he could scarcely fathom the distance to the ocean's surface, which loomed thousands of fathoms above. The seabed was not shrouded in darkness. At least, it did not obscure the vision of Yuan Yi and his companions. The area surrounding the estuary was barren, where the murky essence mingled with the seawater, creating a chaotic atmosphere that bore an ominous resemblance to destructive force, rendering it inhospitable for life, infused with a desolate and lifeless aura. Yet, as Yuan Yi observed the traces of muddied clarity, his consciousness found itself incapable of probing deeper. Any attempt at contact resulted in utter consumption. Although the mingled essences were pure and extreme in their nature, their amalgamation rendered them inseparable, transforming into unusable refuse. For practitioners like them, such substances were hardly worthy of being classified as treasures of heaven and earth. The turbid essence nourished the body, while the pure essence invigorated the spirit. However, their fusion became a corrosive force against one's path and a taint upon the primordial spirit. In Yuan Yi's anticipation, he had expected the presence of something akin to a formation flag or formation disc, yet it appeared that nothing of the sort existed here. Yuan Yi stood at the threshold where the muddled essence of clarity and turbidity intertwined, turning his gaze towards Yun Xiao, an expression of inquiry evident in his eyes. The pulse of energy resonated within, and I sensed it too, brother. Exercise caution. Yun Xiao undoubtedly responded, cautioning Yuan Yi against treading lightly into the unknown. In truth, Yuan Yi wished to avoid the taint of this mixed essence. If one were to describe it, it resembled a mass of viscous mud. And before him lay an unmistakable quagmire. Who would desire to become ensnared? Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao evidently shared the same sentiment as Yuan Yi, their brows furrowed in concern. Although Yin Zhao's demeanor remained unchanged, no cultivator would willingly allow such a corrosive substance to mar their being. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Xiao produced the exceptional innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dough, and after a brief hesitation, spoke. The Hunyuan Golden Dough possesses the power to revert essence to its original state. It should be capable of refining this mixed essence, separating it to forge a path for us. However, my cultivation is insufficient to fully harness the treasure's might, and I fear that the accumulation here represents the sediment of countless Yuan Hui epochs. Even though the Hunyuan Golden Dough has such formidable capabilities, my current realm of cultivation may not suffice to support it. Brother, I kindly ask you to assist Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao from the outside while I venture forth to investigate before we formulate our next course of action. Upon concluding his words, Yun Xiao activated the Hunyuan Golden Dough and prepared to step into the fray. As the golden light of the dough dispersed, it began to absorb the mixed essence ahead, and under Yun Xiao's guidance, refined it into pure clarity and turbidity, creating a narrow opening within the quagmire. Yet, the process was far from effortless. It was indeed quite taxing. Moreover, the opening that had been created was swiftly being filled, reverting back into the quagmire. Yuan Yi grasped Yun Xiao's shoulder, preventing her from delving deeper into the perilous depths, for even the slightest misstep could jeopardize her cultivation, or worse, taint her very essence, adversely affecting her future path. It was far too dangerous. Meanwhile, Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao stood beside Yun Xiao, not to impede her, but rather to offer their support. Elder sister, how can you always be the first? This time allow me, Bai Xiao exclaimed, reaching out to seize the primordial golden cauldron, only to be met with a sharp glare from Yun Xiao, who swatted her hand away. Bai Xiao, momentarily cowed, lowered her gaze, while her peripheral vision darted towards Xiong Xiao. Of course, we shall accompany our elder sister into the fray, with both Bai Xiao and myself assisting. The power of the primordial golden cauldron will be maximized. Senior brother, your cultivation is superior. It is prudent for you to remain outside to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Xiong Xia upon the sword forged from the primordial Yin and Yang energies of Yuan Yi piercing into the chaos. Yuan Yi finally discerned a subtle anomaly, leading to an astute judgment. Within this tumultuous blend of clarity and turbidity lies an amalgamation of disordered laws, rendering their consciousness incapable of penetrating its depths, obscuring its true essence. Brother, it is inadvisable, one cautioned, for this mingled aura may dissipate one's magical power and taint the techniques of divine arts. The intertwining of Yin and Yang, coupled with the disarray of the five elements, will severely hinder the efficacy of ordinary treasures. Observing Yuan Yi wielding the innate Yin and Yang energies, which cleave through the chaos, Yin Xiao grew increasingly anxious, vehemently opposing Yuan Yi's proposition. However, my innate Yin and Yang energies are imbued with the purest essence of the world's malevolence, transcending beyond Yin and Yang, existing outside the five elements. Impervious to the corruption and interference of this chaotic flux, it poses no threat. Yuan Yi summoned the dual energies of Yin and Yang, and the black and white twin swords, enveloped by malevolent forces, remained utterly unscathed. Rather, one might say they served as a splendid honing stone, capable of tempering their sharpness. Previously, Yuan Yi pondered how Yun Xiao and her companions had obtained such fortuitous opportunities. It was evident that these artifacts were destined to be intertwined with their fates. How did the current Sanxia differ from the legendary Sanxia of which I have heard? Yuan Yi ultimately reached the conclusion that the only distinction lay within herself. They had gained a senior brother while losing a sacred treasure, the Golden Mantis Scissors. Thus, the crux of the predicament likely resided within her own being. The unique advantage she possessed was the innate dual energies of Yin and Yang that accompanied her. Upon experimentation, she discovered that various divine techniques and methods were indeed influenced by these energies, yet her own malevolent aura remained unaffected. This unwavering malevolence allowed her to momentarily sever the quagmire, forging a path forward. In that fleeting instant, she sensed through her Yin and Yang energies that there was indeed a deeper mystery at play. Yun Xiao's intuition had not been erroneous. Within this chaotic quagmire of conflicting laws, there lay hidden opportunities and transformations. However, it seemed that this potential had yet to fully materialize, leaving her uncertain if her perception was flawed. As her state felt somewhat peculiar, the primordial forces of Yin and Yang, wielded by Yuan Yi, coalesced the malevolent energy to refine the blade's edge, unraveling the confounding distinctions between purity and impurity in the chaotic interplay of Yin, Yang, and the five elements, thus carving a path forward. Sanxiao follows closely behind, each step drawing deeper into the abyss. Behind them, the passageway, briefly cleaved by Yuan Yi, rapidly regenerates, transforming into a murky quagmire shunned by practitioners of the Tao. A toxic pathway that erodes both spirit and body. As Yuan Yi's dual swords of black and white descend once more, they unveil a concealed realm that exists in its own right. Yuan Yi glanced back at the three sisters behind him. With a subtle nod from Yun Xiao signaling her assent, she gracefully stepped forward. Yuan Yi remained silent as the golden serpent, enveloped in the ethereal essence of Yin and Yang, made its appearance. A subtle aura of malevolence surrounded it, cloaking its originally resplendent golden scales. The miniature form of the golden serpent, though merely a few zhang in size, coiled around the four individuals, guiding them directly into that realm of its own creation. Yuan Yi had never anticipated that the ominous energy, which he found rather unappealing, would remain unaffected by the foundational laws of Yin, Yang, and the five elements. In fact, it seemed to subtly counteract these very attributes. After all, Yuan Yi typically utilized the ominous energy derived from his essence as a means of offense, maximizing its pure and destructive power to display its sharpness, rather than employing it for self-defense to shield himself from erosion, which granted him an aura of invulnerability. Fortunately, when he ascended to the Taiyu realm, he did not sever this aspect. At that time, he had contemplated doing so. The ominous energy was difficult to control, causing even the innate Yin and Yang energies that accompanied him to spiral out of control. Although severing this aspect in the Taiyu realm would have merely diminished his ominous energy to a degree, it would still be challenging to eradicate it entirely. Had he pursued that course of action, he would have weakened his own essence, resulting in a loss of the ominous energy itself. It is no wonder that his teacher, Tong Tian, never instructed him on how to eliminate this innate ominous energy, while his second master had advised him upon their first meeting to discern his true self. It seems that in the future, apart from the Yin and Yang energies themselves, he must also pay heed to this ominous energy. Yuan Yi has discovered that the murky air of this land can nurture malevolent energy. It is essential to ponder this matter thoroughly. However, the malevolent energy itself is excessively extreme and violent. Thus, mastering its control presents a significant challenge. In this regard, Yuan Yi's first thought turned to the witch clan, rumored to be experts in manipulating malevolent energy. It remains to be seen whether their methods hold any valuable insights. Suddenly, the four individuals experienced a fleeting blur, and their surroundings transformed into a vast expanse. The scenery, however, did not undergo any substantial change. It was merely a transition from mud to muddy water. The mingling of clarity and turbidity, the disorder of Yin and Yang, and the intertwining of the five elements presented a chaotic tableau. This environment threatens to dissolve the primordial spirit, erode the Tao body, dismantle the celestial form, and corrupt the great Tao, a truly perilous realm. Such characteristics resonate remarkably with the formidable powers of the Nine. It appears to possess an independent universe within, closely resembling the chaos spoken of by the teacher. Bai Xiao surveyed the surroundings and spoke, noting that while it seemed similar, it was fundamentally different. Yun Xiao shook her head, asserting that the chaos described by the teacher is void, devoid of any existence. In contrast, this place is replete with myriad forces of law intermingled, resulting in indistinct Yin and Yang, and a disordered manifestation of the five elements. thus creating this chaotic state. It is akin to Qiongxiao mused, searching for an apt descriptor but momentarily faltering. Like a heap of refuse, Yuan Yi interjected. This great torrent stretches endlessly across the primordial earth, entwining the rich murky air of the land, mingling with the essence of various laws, and connecting with the pristine energy of the East Sea. It has accumulated here, giving rise to the spectacle now before our eyes. Though it appears chaotic, it is, in fact, evolving towards order, forming a unique primordial formation. Yuan Yi's exploration of the art of formations is not extensive, yet he possesses an understanding of the fundamental principles underlying these formations. Various paths may diverge, yet they inevitably converge at certain points. His proficiency in formations may be considered shallow, particularly when compared to practitioners who have devoted themselves to the meticulous study of this discipline. However, he is far from ignorant of the subject. The same can be said for his endeavors in artifact crafting and alchemy. Yuan Yi primarily channels his energy into enhancing his own Taoist cultivation, regarding these techniques merely as supplementary knowledge. He delves into the path of artifact crafting as taught by his second master uncle, rather than focusing on specific methods, in order to better nurture his own Yin and Yang energies. Similarly, his grandmaster's teachings on alchemy have not led Yuan Yi to aspire to concoct elixirs. Rather, he seeks to comprehend the principles and truths inherent in the very act of creating medicinal pills. Crafting elixirs that would significantly benefit him is no simple task. It may well be more effective to pursue enlightenment and cultivation directly, rendering the effort futile. Of course, this is a different matter if one were to indulge in the celestial pills personally refined by sages, treating them as mere sweets. Yuan Yi could perceive the essence of this self-contained universe and vaguely glimpse its true form. Although the cultivation level of the three celestial beings was inferior to that of Yuan Yi, they were adept in the intricate art of formations and had discerned many things at this moment. Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled as she surveyed her surroundings, pondering where this opportunity and fortune might be concealed. Was it possible that this self-contained world was indeed our opportunity and fortune? The surroundings were shrouded in a haze, vast and indistinct, difficult to discern the boundaries. Here, everything existed, yet simultaneously nothing was present, akin to the refuse heap described by Yuan Yi. However, what lay within was a confluence of various celestial energies. This place must harbor a primordial formation, and we currently find ourselves within the realm shaped by this formation, which remains ungoverned by any mortal hand. Otherwise, with our cultivation levels, we would likely have succumbed to the corruption of our Tao bodies and the tainting of our primordial spirits upon our arrival, unable to escape calamity. This formation is indeed exceedingly sinister. Yun Xiao furrowed her brow, her words laced with gravity. She had somewhat underestimated the peril of this place. Had she known, she would not have invited her senior brother. Such opportunities are not easily grasped. Yet, had her brother not taken the initiative to pave the way, they would have found it nearly impossible to witness the true nature of this opportunity, especially concerning the celestial island from which they originated. Its vital energies were entwined with this location, and moving it would likely require the assistance of their teacher once more. With no one in control, there lies a chance. Moreover, since you, Yun Xiao, are able to sense it, this opportunity must indeed be fated for you. Furthermore, given the close connection to your place of origin, it seems destined to be the fortune of you sisters. Yuan Yi's eyes shimmered with golden light as the golden dragon manifestation grew more substantial, overlapping with his silhouette. He had nearly revealed his true form, something he rarely did even in combat. I shall shield you while you meditate and seek a way to unravel this formation, to see if we can claim it for ourselves. The golden serpent coiled around the three, its scales wreathed in the dual energies of Yin and Yang, enveloped in an ethereal yet pure aura of baleful qi, isolating them from the turbid forces swirling beyond. Yun Xiao hesitated only for a moment before making her decision. Then we shall trouble you, elder brother. Her voice was gentle, yet she was no indecisive soul. If her brother had gone to such lengths, hesitation would only render his efforts futile. To witness elder brother manifest his true form is a rare sight indeed. Bai Xiao, however, could not resist reaching out to touch Yuan Yi's golden scales, only to withdraw her hand sheepishly when met with his stern glare. The three sisters settled into meditation, each deciphering the chaotic patterns of the formation. Disorder, too, leaves traces, and where there are traces, enlightenment may follow. Yuan Yi was not idle, while safeguarding the three Xiaos. He was also deeply contemplating this all-encompassing, chaotic state. Although it differed significantly from true chaos, it was nonetheless quite rare. Regrettably, due to the mingling of pure and turbid energies, he found himself unable to absorb and transform them, which caused his golden flood dragon body to endure a certain level of torment. while the protective malevolent energy prevented him from sustaining injuries. It felt akin to undergoing a process of tempering. The impact of various chaotic attributes made his scales even more resilient. Simultaneously, the fusion of the malevolent energy intertwined with the dual energies of Yin and Yang appeared to grow more intimate. He never anticipated that as a cultivator of divine arts, he would endure the tribulations typically associated with physical cultivation. Such a thought had never crossed his mind. With a robust foundation and an inherently powerful golden flood dragon body, he had never needed to deliberately hone his form beyond nurturing his primordial spirit and physical body with the energies of Yin and Yang. Consequently, fellow cultivators of the same realm, despite their prowess, found themselves lacking in comparison to him in terms of physical cultivation. Within this chaotic and disordered space of the formation, time itself became nebulous. The method to unravel it was not something easily discerned, even in the absence of a guiding hand. The myriad transformations of the formation remained profoundly enigmatic. Here, a serene stillness prevailed, interrupted only by the occasional awakening of the three Shaos as they engaged in mutual discussions, collaboratively deducing the intricacies of the grand formation. Yuan Yi was engaged in the exploration of his own malevolent energy, refining his true form of the golden dragon, while simultaneously tempering the dual energies of Yin and Yang with modest gains. During the millennia that Yuan Yi and the three celestial beings were immersed in their grand formation, the mountain gate of the Jie sect had been firmly established, and the scenery above the Eastern Sea began to undergo marked changes. Numerous disciples of the Jie sect sought various spiritual islands, relocating to the vicinity of the sect's mountain gate, gathering countless celestial islands of various sizes. Many disciples who could not find suitable sanctuaries chose to establish their practice grounds on the primeval lands adjacent to the Eastern Sea. The number of disciples in the Jie sect was indeed considerable, especially as an ordinary cultivator would occupy an entire spiritual island as their sanctuary. Naturally, there were also many friends cohabitating in one location, such as Jin Guang and others, who shared a close bond, inseparable as if they were one. The path of cultivation, with partners to validate and discuss doctrines, greatly benefits the advancement of one's cultivation. Particularly among the disciples of the Jie sect, many were adept in the art of formations. Yet it was rare for a single individual to form a complete array alone. Generally, the more forces that could be harnessed, the more formidable the grand formation would become. Meanwhile, disciples continued to flock to join the Jie sect. The appearance of the Jie sect's leader, the Saint of the Heavenly Way, delivering a sermon, rapidly elevated the sect's prestige in the Eastern Sea to considerable heights. Concurrently, after the disintegration of the Celestial Court, the Dragon Clan regained control over the Eastern Sea. Following the visit of the Dragon King Aowu to the Jie sect, there was no further activity from them, as they voluntarily relinquished this maritime territory. Many remarked on the indifference of the Dragon Clan, despite the proximity of the great saintly sect, with no notable alliances formed, and no members of the Dragon Clan joining the ranks of the Jie sect. Perhaps the Dragon Clan, rich in heritage and treasures, had no need for the saintly ones. Being a former hegemon of the primeval world, with profound foundations unlike ordinary beings, outside the Jie sect, the situation in the primeval world was far from tranquil. Within Kunlun, the three pure ones established three teachings. Shortly after the Jie sect relocated from Kunlun, the Saint of the Grand Pure, accompanied by his sole disciple Xuandu, departed Kunlun to establish a sanctuary at Beijing Palace on Shouyang Mountain. Although this saint founded a sect, he only accepted one direct disciple, sparing himself the complications faced by the Saint of the Heavenly Way. However, the three brothers left the Saint of the Heavenly Way alone, which was somewhat unbalanced, prompting the Grand Pure to move to Beijing Palace to promote a more equitable relationship between the Chan and Jie sections. From then on, only the Chan sect remained in Kunlun, with the Yuqing Yuanshi Saint establishing the Yushu Palace as an external sanctuary, sealing off the secluded courtyard of the three pure ones within Kunlun. The vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain fell into a serene silence, no longer echoing the past clamor. Many beings sought enlightenment at Kunlun Mountain, and countless aspirants wished to join the Chan sect, yet the criteria for entry were exceedingly stringent. Only those accepted as direct disciples were permitted, resulting in a consistently sparse number of disciples within Kunlun. Those who had listened to sermons without being formally accepted were equally unqualified to enter Kunlun, and those who claimed to be disciples of the Chan sect from outside were similarly excluded. Beyond the three teachings, in the distant west, another great saintly sect, the Western Church, remained consistently tranquil, seemingly detached from the current dynamics of the primeval world, garnering less attention and appearing understated. Even if beings wished to join the Western Church, the vastness of the primeval realm was not something ordinary beings could traverse. The Western lands were inherently barren, with far fewer innate beings being born. In contrast, beings on the Eastern lands had better options than the inaccessible Western Church, such as joining the flourishing heavenly court of the Demon Clan or the Jia sect, which were far more accessible than crossing the primeval expanse to reach the West. However, unverified rumors suggested that the two saints of the Western Church had personally traveled to the Eastern lands to recruit disciples. Such news remained unconfirmed, but regardless, being accepted into his saintly sect was an unparalleled fortune. It was unheard of for a saint to personally seek out disciples. Typically, disciples approached them. If the rumors were true, it would indicate that the Western Church's situation was less favorable compared to the other three great saintly sects, despite being the only one with two saints co-establishing it. Outside the great saintly sects, the most noteworthy entities were the Heavenly Court and the Demon Clan. Following the celestial marriage of Emperor Jun with the two lunar deities, Shi and Changxi, a cosmic order of Yin and Yang was established, coalescing to nurture creation. The union of the two primordial sources birthed a lineage of descendants. Though yet to manifest, the anticipation had already stirred considerable excitement among the Demon Clan. This was the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor, inheriting the essence and paths of the two primordial deities, a heritage that ordinary innate beings could scarcely compare to. While many innate beings existed in the world, few bore the pure bloodline of innate divinity. In the past, only the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had the potential to produce such offspring, and it was said that the ancestral dragon excelled in the continuation of bloodlines. With the dragon clan once having two beings born from primordial sources, this was a joyous occasion for the demon clan. As Emperor Jun prepared for the arrival of his progeny, anticipating another grand event in the heavenly court, the relationship between the Wu and demon clans had never been amicable, nor was it likely to become so, as the Wu sought to consume, while the demon clan wished to avoid being devoured, an irreconcilable conflict. However, after the Dao ancestor Hong Jun had intervened to halt hostilities, a facade of peace had been maintained between the two clans, with minor skirmishes persisting but a full-scale war restrained. This restraint stemmed from both parties' apprehension. Emperor Jun and his allies feared the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan and their formidable 12 capital heavenly god array, which could rival a saint strike. As long as this threat loomed, the demon clan could do little against the Wu clan. Conversely, the Wu clan also harbored concerns regarding the saintly figure of Yin-Hua, the first saint to emerge in the primeval world after Dao ancestor Hong Jun. Though Yin-Hua remained detached from the affairs of the heavenly court, possibly residing in her celestial sanctuary, she had once been among the earliest primordial deities to ally with Emperor Jun and his kin, an undeniable fact. Yin-Hua's disinterest in the matters of the demon clan, while still being the empress of the heavenly court, coupled with her brother Fushi's continued presence within the court, rendered the Wu clan hesitant to provoke conflict. Despite their fierce and courageous demeanor, they were not foolish. The terror of a saint was something only they truly comprehended, having experienced firsthand the futility of their might against the Dao ancestor Hong Jun. This left them acutely aware that should a saint target them, they would struggle to defend themselves. Saints are not to intervene casually in the affairs of the primeval realm before any saint attained their status. The Dao ancestor Hong Jun had delivered such an edict, the veracity of which remained unknown to those outside the saintly circle. Whether Yin-Hua refrained from assisting the demon clan in suppressing the Wu clan due to this edict or other reasons remained a matter of speculation beyond verification. The demon clan was rapidly expanding, and the strength of the Wu clan was likewise increasing day by day. Along the shores of the Southern Sea, a group of imposing Wu clan members emerged from the fractured space. Leading them was a formidable Wu, a genuine existence of the great Luo. Compared to the demon clan, the flesh of the dragon clan was deemed far more delectable, yet these elusive creatures had been increasingly difficult to encounter, often hiding deep within the ocean. Xing Tian gazed out over the boundless expanse of the South Sea, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The witch tribe, lacking in the cultivation of their primordial spirits, possessed a nearly non-existent sense of awareness, rendering their investigative capabilities woefully inadequate. Particularly in the depths of the ocean, even their finely attuned sense of smell was significantly diminished, complicating their hunting endeavors. The pursuit of prey had become increasingly arduous, especially after he had captured several dragons. Encounters with them had become exceedingly rare. Even the mudfish of the South Sea had taken refuge, and he pondered whether to seek out the rumored dragonkin, said to inhabit all four seas, in another location. Despite searching diligently with his kin, Xing Tian had yet to encounter even a single dragon, leading him into deep reflection. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Palace of the South Sea. The Dragon King was both alarmed and enraged. The audacity of the witch tribe was intolerable, as they repeatedly intruded upon the South Sea. He could not fathom why the wretched Great Witch had set his sights on their dragon lineage, as they had never before crossed paths. What infuriated him further was the incessant chatter of the witch tribe, proclaiming the exquisite taste of dragon flesh, claiming it to be the finest among the myriad of races in the primordial realm. In the internal rankings of prey compiled by the witch tribe, the dragon race stood at the pinnacle. Though flattered by such recognition, surpassing numerous other demonic clans, the dragon kin found no joy in their newfound notoriety. Their reputation had spread far and wide, known throughout the primordial lands as a rare delicacy, thanks to the endorsement of the witch tribe. One might question the intellect of the witch tribe, yet their proclamations carried substantial weight. The delicacies extolled by the witches were regarded with high credibility. Enraged, the Dragon King, after cooling his temper, could only issue a decree forbidding his kin from venturing outside. Previously, he had sought to confront the Great Witch Xingtian for an explanation. But upon his arrival, he had nearly lost his head to a ferocious axe, as Xingtian had shown no interest in discourse, viewing him solely as prey. To make matters worse, he had proven no match for Xingtian, suffering severe injuries and losing numerous treasured artifacts in a desperate escape. Now, he dared not reveal himself again. For communication with the witch tribe was utterly futile. The Dragon King deactivated the observing artifact, choosing to remain untroubled by what lay beyond his sight. For millennia, Yuan Yi and the three Xiao sisters had been secluded within the confines of this grand formation, utterly cut off from the outside world. Thus, he remained oblivious to the Dragon Clan's meteoric rise in fame. Tracing the origins of events back to him was something Yuan Yi could never have anticipated. His encounter with Xingtian and subsequent entry into the Wu clan were all due to the spiritual treasure bestowed upon him by his master, Tainted, the water-fire gourd, which serendipitously provided the opportunity. Feeding Xingtian dragon meat was never a calculated move against the Dragon Clan. Truth be told, ever since becoming Tongtian's disciple, Yuan Yi had scarcely given the Dragon Clan a second thought. As he had once told Xiongxiao, he bore no grudges since he had suffered no losses, and thus harbored no intentions of settling scores. The sole reason for offering Xingtian dragon meat was simple. The Wu clan prized delicacies above all else, and dragon meat was undeniably exquisite, a fact even the revered Hanyun patriarch had acknowledged with a nod. Coiled in his golden dragon form, Yuan Yi's radiant golden eyes flickered open, settling upon the three Xiao sisters sheltered within his protective embrace. One by one, the sisters stirred from their slumber, their expressions suggesting they might have uncovered a method to dismantle the formation. The golden dragon's form dissipated as Yuan Yi reverted to his innate Taoist physique. Clad in a pristine robe adorned with dark stripes, his hair bound by a jade crown, the water fire gourd hung at his waist. Only the Yin-Yang energies, still enshrouded in baleful qi, continued to swirl around him, warding off the chaotic forces pressing in from all sides. "Have you found a way to break the formation?" Yuan Yi inquired, his gaze resting on Yu Xiao. Yun Xiao nodded. "After much deliberation, we've conceived a possible solution. It may be worth attempting. We are deeply grateful for your unwavering protection, elder brother." As she spoke, Yun Xiao's eyes swept over Yuan Yi, noting his steady aura and scathed conditions, and even a subtle refinement in his spiritual energy. Only then did her concerns ease. Elder brother has long been troubled by the baleful qi. Yet who could have foreseen its unique advantages? This ordeal has turned into a blessing. Judging by your state, you've gleaned new insights. A joyous occasion indeed. The essence of this formation lies in the duality of the clear and turbid energies, Yun Xiao began, her tone earnest as she elaborated on their deductions. These foundational forces bear the weight of myriad laws, interwoven like the chaos birthing all creation, imbued with yin and yang, encompassing the five elements, and manifesting infinite variations. Yet this very strength is also its flaw, for these powers are entangled in disorder. More crucially, the formation lacks a master, without a guiding hand to steer its evolution. Its foundations lie hidden, scattered like loose sand, incapable of coalescing into true might. Yuan Yi is no novice in formations. Her mastery of the great Tao even surpasses that of her peers, making Yun Xiao's words readily comprehensible. The method they have deduced serves as the foundation of this grand array, allowing them to exert control over it. But how shall you locate the array's foundation? Although this grand formation has yet to fully activate, its extraordinary nature necessitates an understanding of its evolution and the ability to perceive its transformations. Otherwise, one risks provoking its formidable powers, which could lead to dire consequences. particularly since this grand array encompasses myriad phenomena. The complexity of the forces entwined within makes it no simple task to guide them to the appropriate locus. What you say is indeed true. However, as you previously mentioned, the place where my sisters and I were conceived is connected to this locale's energy. There is, without a doubt, a faint connection between this grand array and ourselves, making it worth a try. Upon expressing this, Yin Zhao's demeanor grew somewhat awkward, and she cast a glance towards Yuan Yi, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, this endeavor will require your assistance once more, and I feel like I am continually imposing on you. Why do I even speak of such things? If I were to encounter difficulties, would you, my junior sister Yin Zhao, truly stand idly by? Moreover, on your celestial isle, there exists a cave that rightfully belongs to me. I trust you are not having second thoughts? Yuan Yi shook his head, for he had not anticipated that the intricacies of the nine would invariably rely on the assistance of others. He found no grounds to refuse. And San Shao was certainly not a person devoid of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Yin Zhao smiled and chose not to dwell further on the topic, instead shifting the conversation to the path of unraveling the mystery. All things born of heaven and nurtured by earth, shaped by the forces of creation, are governed by the interplay of pure and turbid energies, with Yin and Yang as their foundation, and the five elements as their essence. Thus, no matter how chaotic and intricate the phenomena may seem, they cannot escape this principle. Therefore, we seek to uncover the foundational basis of the grand formation and to master its intricacies. Yuan Yi nodded in agreement. The principle was clear, yet the execution remained elusive. With a graceful motion, Yin Zhao raised her hand, summoning the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the primordial golden dough. Simultaneously, celestial patterns intertwined to form an array, manifesting infinite transformations. Placing the primordial golden dough at the very heart of the grand formation, Yin Zhao guided its metamorphosis. This formation, born of the fusion between purity and turbidity, embodied the duality of Yin and Yang, resonated with the three powers, harmonized the five elements, and manifested the nine palaces, revealing the intricate imagery of the nine bends. Through their deductions, they discerned that the supreme innate spiritual treasure could refine the energies of purity and turbidity, returning them to their origin. By stabilizing the formation's primordial unity, they sought to subdue it. And I, Yuan Yi inquired, shall serve as the conduit with my dual qi of Yin and Yang, tracing the sequence of this formation to locate its Yin-Yang foundations? Indeed, Yin Zhao affirmed. With no master currently presiding over the formation, your mastery over the dual qi, though influenced by this place, may still wield sufficient power to uncover the convergence of Yin and Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yi nodded. Very well. We shall attempt it. Yin Zhao then turned to Qiong Shao and Bai Shao. As for us three sisters, we shall rely on the faint connection we share with this formation to locate the positions of the three powers and attempt to guide its transformations to truly seize control. Neither Qiong Shao nor Bai Shao voiced any objections. Within this formation, the cosmos was inconstant, its orientations ever-shifting, rendering the positions of the three powers utterly untraceable. The energies of Yin and Yang, the forces of the five elements, and the duality of purity and turbidity, all could eventually be traced to their points of convergence. Yet the three powers, defined by their relative positions, shifted ceaselessly, leaving no trace behind. For others, locating them would be an arduous, near impossible feat. Yuan Yi himself believed he stood a chance of finding the convergence of Yin and Yang, but the ever-changing three powers, the very core of the formation's evolution, eluded him. Only the three Shao sisters, bound by their intrinsic connection to this place, could hope to follow the faint threads and seek out the elusive positions of the three powers. Once the decision was made, they prepared to act, to locate the formation's foundations and seize control. This formation is treacherous, rare even in this world. Exercise caution, senior brother. Yin Zhao reminded him. I shall. But you, this place erodes spiritual power. Take care. Yuan Yi is shielded by malevolent energy, impervious to erosion and requiring minimal consumption. However, if one relies on magical power for protection, the rate of depletion becomes uncertain. Nevertheless, with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper in hand, Yin Zhao should be able to sustain herself and her two sisters for a while as they seek the position of the three talents. Yuan Yi skillfully manipulated the dual energies of Yin and Yang, striving to sense the flow of these forces within the confines of this space. This endeavor proved to be quite formidable. The chaotic array of energies greatly hindered his efforts, and his divine consciousness struggled to manifest its full potential. Yuan Yi could only gradually perceive and capture the fluctuations of these energies through the interplay of Yin and Yang. Had he been able to stabilize the transformations of these forces sooner, it would have significantly eased San Zhao's quest for the corresponding positions of the three talents. For hundreds of years, Yuan Yi had been painstakingly unraveling the complexities of this task, yet he had yet to uncover a clear and coherent pattern. Yuan Yi stood there with closed eyes, surrounded by swirling black and white energies that extended like tendrils in all directions. Suddenly, he opened his golden eyes and gazed towards his left, a flicker of joy appearing within them. Countless strands were retracted, with only the dual energies of Yin and Yang from this singular direction being drawn towards him, revealing the path ahead. He had finally discovered the convergence of Yin and Yang. The event of the Yuan Yi sleeve robe has carved out a path ahead. The primordial essence transformed into a radiant glow, pausing in a certain spatial orientation. Immediately, with a sword gesture crafted by his hand, the primordial essence concentrated the dual energies of Yin and Yang into a blade, piercing through a vague energy trajectory towards a specific point. In an instant, the previously tranquil realm rippled, and two vortices rapidly formed, one gathering Yin and the other accumulating Yang, serving as the nexus of the grand formation where Yin and Yang converged. Just as the primordial essence fixed its gaze upon the Yin-Yang node, the three celestial beings also discerned the ever-shifting positions of the Trinity, each claiming their respective domain. Time seemed to suspend, and the evolution of the grand formation appeared frozen, revealing intricate patterns as the formation gradually took shape. Observing this, Yu Shao summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, directing it towards the convergence of the formation's lines to suppress it. The interplay of reality and illusion surged within the formation, reminiscent of a tumultuous river, rushing and roiling as the spatial matrix collapsed in an instant, unveiling a serpentine apparition of a winding river, coiling like dragons and serpents in the void. A beam of golden light surged forth, entwining around it. As an emanation of sealing power spread out, seeking to bind it, Yuan Yi glanced at Bai Xiao, who had summoned the binding dragon rope, and remarked, "Is this spiritual treasure capable of ensnaring anything?" Even when faced with the corporeal manifestations of the dragon's corresponding Tao, it seems you might be overreaching. Regardless of Yuan Yi's thoughts, the binding dragon rope wielded by Bai Xiao indeed managed to momentarily seal the traces of the manifested grand formation, albeit for an imperceptible instant. Yet, that fleeting moment proved to be sufficient. The primordial golden dipper erupted with resplendent celestial light, refining the pure and the turbid, returning to its original state. A small formation disk gradually coalesced amidst the mingled energies, revealing itself. Yun Shao breathed a sigh of relief, retracting the primordial golden dipper and drawing the formation disk to him from afar. Yuan Yi retracted his dual energies of Yin and Yang, and they had once again manifested beneath the sea, surrounded by the mingling essence of clarity and turbidity dissolving within the ocean waters. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon the array plate held by Yun Shao, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity regarding the effort they had expended to acquire such an object. Yun Shao, accompanied by Qiong Shao and Bai Xiao, approached with evident delight gracing their faces. Being discerning individuals, they were well aware of the extraordinary nature of the array plate. This grand formation was indeed remarkable. Noticing Yuan Yi's interested look, Yin Shao presented the array plate right before him. Yuan Yi naturally took the item, examining it thoughtfully in his hands. The formation was rustic, composed of both pure and turbid energies, manifesting the shape of the winding rivers, engraved with traces of the great Tao. Within it lay a remarkable grand array, brimming with potential. The Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, a fortuitous creation of the Three Shaos, was now firmly in his grasp. Moreover, the Three Shaos were subtly connected to its essence. Once they fully mastered this formation, they were likely to experience significant advancements in their cultivation. Such an opportunity was far greater than Yuan Yi consuming 2 ginseng fruits, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Given the restless natures of Qiong Shao and Bai Xiao, it was probable that their rapid progress would lead them to seek him out for practice, and as their senior brother, he could not afford to lose his authority. Yet, where could his own opportunities lie? Yuan Yi pondered deeply. Yuan Yi and the Sanshao sisters ascended back to the surface of the sea, having taken away the array. Strangely, this action seemed to facilitate the great channel into the ocean, as if they had engaged in a meticulous dredging of the waterways. One might say it is indeed a testament to the fortuitous workings of fate. The repercussions of their actions did not disrupt the flow of the earthly energies. Rather, they resulted in a commendable achievement. With the guiding forces from below no longer present, the Sanjiao's island of birth was no longer difficult to relocate. Furthermore, they could distinctly sense that the ethereal essence upon the island had suddenly become abundant, as if the Earth's spiritual treasures were converging, akin to pearls emerging from dust. At this moment, the dust had settled, revealing the light, with nature nurturing its creations amidst a radiant halo. It was truly an extraordinary paradise. Yun Xiao summoned her exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Hong Yuan Golden Dipper, to enclose the island within. The four then undertook to slightly refine the energies of this locale before departing, setting their course back to the gate of the Jiejiao mountain. This venture proved to be remarkably successful. The Sanshao sisters had relocated their island of birth, the essence of creation had been discovered, and their spirits were buoyant, making Yun Zhao's cloud-riding speed seem even swifter. Yuan Yi was not particularly industrious, comfortably seated in the rear, for he had indeed exerted considerable effort. Together with the two sisters, Xiongxiao and Baishao, a small formation platform hovered among them, enveloped in a swirling blend of pure and impure energies, containing boundless transformations within. At present, this formation platform had yet to be refined. They intended first to establish their Taoist altar before entering seclusion to refine this object, seeking to comprehend the profound mysteries it concealed, a process that would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Furthermore, based on their preliminary deductions, it was posited that employing the supreme innate spirit treasure, the Hong Yuan Golden Dipper, to suppress the core of the formation would enhance the formation's formidable power, achieving a remarkably high degree of compatibility. What truly complicated Yuan Yi's emotions was the realization that he appeared to possess an essence akin to that of the supreme innate spirit treasure, the Hong Yuan Golden Dipper. Could it be that both these supreme treasures were foundational to the original formation? Thus, his involvement was integral to every aspect of the grand array. The Hong Yuan Golden Dipper combined with the Golden Jiao Scissors as the foundation of the formation, while the positions of the three talents enacted transformations, presiding over the grand array, represented the most potent state that Yuan Yi had deduced for the formation, the Hong Yuan Golden Dipper. In conjunction with the formation's pure and impure energies, could consume one's spirit and diminish their cultivation, eroding their Taoist paths, transforming immortals into mortals. Meanwhile, the Golden Jiao Scissors, embodying pure destructive force, when paired with the formation, targeted the primordial spirits and corporeal forms of living beings, utilizing malevolent energy against cultivators' very paths, wounding their true essence, thus maximizing the formation's inherent ferocity. If this were indeed the case, the formation would not merely hinder cultivation but possess a truly tyrannical and lethal prowess. How could a cultivator, stripped of their Taoist attainment, withstand the destructive force rooted in the Golden Jiao Scissors? Yet, Yuan Yi found himself perplexed by this unmistakable sensation of being a mere tool. Within the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, he found his own position, serving as the cornerstone that supplemented the grand array. Consequently, he need not delve into the mysteries of the formation by merely standing within it during its arrangement. He could exert significant influence, while the evolution of the grand array was a matter for the three Shaos. Without his presence to anchor it, the formation would lack a certain directness in its lethal intent, making his role undeniably crucial. However, these were merely the outcomes of his deductions. The three Shaos, in their calculations of the grand formation, had not dared to regard him as a mere tool. Yuan Yi intends to borrow their array disk in the future for further contemplation. Although he lacks interest in the intricacies of formations, he is captivated by the all-encompassing nature of this grand array. He cultivates the path of Yin and Yang, having also grasped the essence of the five elements, even drawing insights from the esteemed five Zhuangguan. His mastery of the five elements is considerable, achieving a harmonious equilibrium among them. However, the realms of Yin and Yang and the five elements remain distinctly separate, leaving him unable to achieve a true and perfect amalgamation. The intricate interplay of Yin and Yang, along with the five elements, once envisioned by the primordial essence, has yet to materialize. The concepts of the one qi, the two instruments, the three talents, the four images, the five elements, the 6 lines, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, and the 10 directions are well known to Yuan Yi. Yet, how could other practitioners remain oblivious? Though it may seem straightforward in discourse, the true challenge lies in the profound endeavor of encompassing myriad paths within a singular truth. The Tao of Yin and Yang in Yuan Yi inherently possesses the characteristic of convergence, yet it remains a challenge for him to truly unify the primordial Yin and Yang energies. However, the 9 curves of the Yellow River Array has unveiled the Yuan-Yi nature that encompasses all things, which he finds to be of considerable reference value. Nonetheless, he feels no urgency at this moment, for there are more pressing matters demanding his contemplation, specifically, the malevolent energy he had previously underestimated. He had long disregarded its significance. After all, it is precisely due to the existence of this malevolent energy that the spiritual essence of the primordial treasures often judges by appearances, resulting in a profound misunderstanding of him, casting a slight disdain that renders them reluctant to engage with him. His teacher bestowed upon him several primordial treasures, including the water and fire gourd, and Yuan Yi has indeed verified that these treasures exhibit a certain reluctance to approach him. This has led him to harbor some aversion towards this malevolent energy, despite its formidable offensive capabilities. Nevertheless, this journey has made him realize that his malevolent energy surpasses his initial expectations, unconstrained by the fundamental laws of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements. It even possesses a subtle counteractive power, a rarity indeed. He intends to return and consult his teacher regarding this matter, eager to hear his insights. Bixiao, could you please show me your dragon-binding rope once more? Yuan Yi's gaze shifted away from the formation plate, turning towards Bai Xiao, who was almost pressing his face against it. This unperceptive top-grade innate spiritual treasure is truly peculiar. As a superior innate spiritual treasure, its formidable power is entirely expected. Its ability to seal and suppress is beyond question. Yet, does its range of restraint not seem excessively broad? The degree of its suppression varies significantly concerning his golden flood dragon, the previous bizarre serpent with 2 heads, and even the Tao marks manifested by the 9. Specifically, among the 3, the extent of its restraint on Yuan Yi is the most severe. Yuan Yi was no stranger to this phenomenon. Yet he found it perplexing why the binding dragon rope held a trace of restraining power against the manifestations of the Tao marks within the 9. However faint that power may be. Very well, Bai Xiao replied, momentarily taken aback before promptly producing the binding dragon rope and handing it over. The binding dragon rope, a golden cord that shimmered with brilliance, was received by Yuan Yi. At that moment, this spiritual treasure writhed like a serpent, its essence displaying an unmistakably unfriendly demeanor towards Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi raised his hand and slapped it, forcing it to quiet down. What a dim-witted spiritual artifact. Utterly lacking in discernment. Why couldn't it learn from its master Bai Xiao? When she admitted mistakes, she was always prompt and eager, unlike this obstinate thing that insisted on putting on airs before him. Did it even have its master's permission to act this way? Come to think of it, given Bai Xiao's temperament, she might actually approve. As Yuan Yi's fingers brushed over the binding dragon rope, his consciousness seeped into its depths, absorbing the profound power of the great Tao it contained, observing its innate traces and contemplating the primordial restrictions within. When Yuan Yi finally reopened his eyes, his gaze fell upon the seemingly soft and lifeless binding dragon rope, and he was taken aback. I underestimated you. Rather, it is the dragon race I have underestimated. Having perceived the ancestral dragons as simplistic, in the past, Yuan Yi had regarded the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilan, these titans of the primordial era, as merely possessing the roots of innate sanctity, not particularly extraordinary. However, he had failed to ponder why these 3, despite sharing the same innate sanctity, had ascended ahead of others in their realm, nearly becoming the vanguards of their kind, closely trailing the likes of the demon ancestor. It is essential to note that during the era of the 3 races' contention, these 3 were but a step away from achieving enlightenment, akin to the current state of a perfected sage. In contrast, his teacher, Tong Tian, and others, while expounding in the Zixiao Palace under Taoist patriarch Hongjun, were still at the Great Luo stage, far from attaining the completeness of the Great Tao. Such a disparity is difficult to fathom when they share the same roots of innate sanctity, and it is evident that none among the innate sanctities are devoid of talent. Finally, we have returned. A voice broke through his contemplation. It was Bai Xiao, who had already guided them back to the mountain gate of the Jiejiao. Senior brother, where do you think it would be most appropriate for us to establish our Taoist temple? Bai Xiao inquired as Yuan Yi regained his focus. Yuan Yi returned the binding dragon rope to her. Such matters are best discussed between sisters. I have some affairs to consult with our mentor, so I shall take my leave first and seek you out later. As soon as Yuan Yi finished speaking, without waiting for Bixiao's response, he bid farewell to Yun Xiao and Changshu before transforming into a streak of escaping light and vanishing into the distance. Bixiao opened her mouth to speak, only to find Yuan Yi's figure had already disappeared without a trace. Senior brother truly excels in the divine art of escape techniques. His fleeing speed is astonishingly swift. No wonder even my spiritual treasure, the dragon binding rope, finds it increasingly difficult to restrain him. Has junior brother Yuan Yi returned? Senior brother Duobao, having recently entered the mountain gate. Yuan Yi soon encountered the Taoist Duobao. However, the attire of this senior brother left Yuan Yi somewhat perplexed. The portly Taoist was adorned with numerous innate spiritual treasures, transforming him into a figure of opulence. Yuan Yi recalled that the former Duobao was not so extravagantly dressed. His previous demeanor was far more understated. Now, even those who had never seen him before would instantly recognize him as the Taoist Duobao, a fact that rendered Yuan Yi's expression rather peculiar. Senior brother, what is this? Yuan Yi inquired. How do you find my ensemble? Duobao raised an eyebrow and cheerfully responded. Yuan Yi fell silent for a moment, contemplating the grandeur and magnificence that was indeed worthy of admiration, a sight that stirred the hearts of practitioners like himself. It is rather ostentatious, evoking envy, he thought, yet it is genuine. Indeed, isn't it? You have a discerning eye, junior brother. You speak so eloquently, unlike junior sister Jinling, who only knows how to brandish her flying golden sword at any opportunity. Duobao chuckled, basking in his own pride. However, Yuan Yi found it difficult to respond, for even he was not spared from Jinling's wrath, especially now that her cultivation was superior to his. Should he fall below her level, she would likely disregard him, showing no interest in discussing martial arts or philosophy. By the way, not long ago, the Dragon King of the East Sea visited our sect. He mentioned you. But since you were absent, I spoke of it to the master. He instructed that upon your return, you should visit him at the Bo Palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow. Surely the Dragon clan did not seek him for an explanation? He had merely cautioned them by severing a single horn of one of their kin, a gesture of restraint. Even if he had eradicated their kind entirely, given the master's temperament, there would be no reprimand. Moreover, the Dragon clan was burdened with karmic debts, showing little regard for their actions. Do they truly know my identity as a disciple of thee and still dare to confront me? Such audacity. Do not fret, junior brother, they are merely dragons. They lack the courage to trouble the disciples of our sect. Should they pose any difficulties for you, I shall accompany you to seek justice from the master, Duobao declared, patting Yuan Yi's shoulder with a sense of bravado. This left Yuan Yi with little to add, as his interactions with this senior brother had been sparse. In fact, among all the direct disciples, he had the least engagement with Duobao. Nevertheless, he had to concede that Duobao was quite dedicated to managing the affairs of the. Furthermore, as a leader, he exhibited a sense of loyalty that was deeply intertwined with the ethos of their sect, reflecting the influence of their master, Tong Tian. Thank you, senior brother. I shall now proceed to see the master, Yuan Yi stated. Go ahead. If you face any challenges, do not hesitate to speak up. We are all brothers and sisters in the same sect. There is no need for formality, Duobao encouraged warmly. Yuan Yi nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the Bo Palace. The foremost privilege of being a direct disciple was the liberty to visit the master's sacred abode at will, seeking guidance and wisdom. Among all the disciples of the Jie sect, only the direct disciples and their immediate attendants enjoyed such an esteemed right. For others, unless summoned by the master himself, it was generally forbidden to disturb his tranquility. Yuan Yi returned to the Jie sect, an event that naturally couldn't escape the notice of his master, the sage Tong Tian. The Bo Palace was established within an independent spatial dimension, where the master had created an entirely separate universe through his sage-like abilities. As Yuan Yi approached the void near the entrance of the Bo Palace, a grand door materialized before him. The door swung open, revealing his teacher's steed, the magnificent Kuenyo, who emerged with a rhythmic sway of its head. It lifted its hoof in a gesture, beckoning him to enter on his own accord. Yuan Yi bowed respectfully and stepped into the Bo Palace. Inside the grand hall, a youthful-looking Taoist clad in celestial purple robes reclined upon the dais, with ancient scriptures floating before him, their pages turning of their own accord. Nearby, wisps of incense curled gracefully in the air, while a jade kettle simmered with spiritual spring water, its delicate tea fragrance mingling subtly with the refined aroma of sandalwood. Master, Yuan Yi greeted. You've returned? Tong Tian set aside the scripture and sat upright, his gaze sweeping over Yuan Yi with an approving nod. Excellent. It seems your journey with Yun Xiao and the others has borne fruit. Your cultivation has deepened. As for your past entanglements with the Dragon clan, I am already aware. Knowing your temperament, I trust you have your own considerations. I shall not pry. Handle it as you see fit. Yuan Yi was unsurprised by his master's detached demeanor. Beyond imparting the Tao, Tong Tian seldom interfered directly in his disciples' affairs, maintaining an almost observant distance, as if anticipating something. This was merely Yuan Yi's intuition, however. Yet since his master had summoned him, there must be some matter to address. Tong Tian continued, "Today, I called you here precisely because of this matter concerning the Dragon Clan. I performed a divination tracing your karmic ties with them and uncovered something rather intriguing. An unexpected discovery? Something intriguing? Related to the Dragon Clan? Or, Master, may I ask what it is? The immortal isle where you were conceived has long been destroyed by the Dragon Clan, after you slew their kin. Though they failed to locate you, they razed your sanctuary. Moreover, they took something from that place. This matter warrants careful consideration." A flicker of realization crossed Yuan Yi's mind. What could possibly exist in the place of his origin? It seemed implausible, although he had fled in haste. At that time, he was utterly destitute, eager to unearth every inch of the ground to take with him whatever he could. How could he have left anything behind? The place of his origin might very well harbor extraordinary treasures. This was knowledge he possessed. Thus, before his departure, he meticulously searched his own cultivation grounds multiple times, ensuring that no precious items remained before finally taking his leave. Unlike Yin Xiao, he had not sensed any compelling aura of opportunity or fortune. Therefore, he had not harbored any significant thoughts of retrieving his celestial island. Now, it seemed that retrieval was no longer an option, as it had been ravaged by the wrath of the Dragon Clan. To be deemed intriguing by his master surely indicated that it was anything but ordinary. Yuan Yi gazed at his teacher Tong Tian, patiently awaiting further words. Tong Tian rose from the Tao platform and descended. Yuan Yi noticed and walked over to carry the jade kettle boiling with spiritual spring water, preparing tea with the tea set. Tong Tian observed Yuan Yi's movements and teased. "I heard from Yin Xiao that she learned all these little skills from you. Yet, judging by your current performance, it seems you are far inferior to her." Yuan Yi smiled awkwardly, recognizing that Yin Xiao approached tasks with utmost seriousness and was more proficient than he was, which rendered his own efforts somewhat superfluous. He felt a bit embarrassed in front of the teacher. Tong Tian, however, remained unfazed and returned to the main topic. The essence of your being lies in the primordial energies of Yin and Yang. In this world, there are indeed many beings born from the foundational principles of Yin and Yang, or the five elements, including Jinling and Wudang. Although it is rare to gather the forces of Yin and Yang, you are not the sole exception. Rather, your intrinsic essence is merely a tad more robust than that of others. Moreover, the Yin and Yang energies you possess are but a fragment of the grand doctrine of Yin and Yang, representing a somewhat extreme and unconventional path akin to a sword that strays from the norm. Yuan Yi, your true uniqueness does not stem from the convergence of these primordial energies, but rather from the pure malevolent energy infused within your essence, primordial malevolence. Do you comprehend? Previously, I was oblivious, but now I have begun to grasp it, Yuan Yi replied. Then do you know the origin of this trace of primordial malevolence within you? The teacher inquired. Yuan Yi paused momentarily, pondering whether the malevolent energy he possessed held a greater significance. Tong Tian accepted the tea presented by Yuan Yi and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was previously inconceivable, even to my master, that this strand of innate malevolence could stem from that particular object. Influenced by it, you were able to develop complete spiritual intelligence, an extraordinary occurrence. Perhaps heaven does not entirely forsake humanity, granting you this slender thread of opportunity. You are indeed fated to be connected with me. It is an honor for a disciple to enter the fold of a master. I wonder, what precisely is the object to which you refer? My master has previously spoken of it, during the era when the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans coexisted. Although the ancestral dragons and phoenixes were mighty, there were several beings whose power surpassed theirs, among which was the Tao ancestor. Seated casually at the table in the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian began to elaborate. The title of Tao ancestor has been attributed to your forebear since the teachings were imparted in the Zishao Palace. In that era of the three clans, the Tao ancestor was the progenitor of the celestial path. Those who stood alongside him were also founders of their respective grand paths, including the ancestral dragons and phoenixes. While the three clans faced defeat and have since declined, it cannot be denied that the ancestors were once pioneers of the grand paths. Nowadays, the method of cultivation for the demon clan, which involves the gathering of demon orbs, has drawn significant inspiration from the dragon clan's technique of forming dragon pearls. However, It must be said that the demon cultivation method pales in comparison to the Dragon Clan's approach, as it does not stem from the grand path of Emperor Jun and his kin. Is my malevolent energy related to the three clans? Yuan Yi and Yuan Yi felt a sudden tightening in his chest. How could he possibly be connected to the demon ancestor, Luo Ho? Was he truly that remarkable? How could he be completely unaware of it? He felt a bit bewildered, seemingly perceiving his thoughts. Tong Tian shook his head. You indeed have no direct connection with the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. No direct connection, yet there exists some form of relation? Yuan Yi's heart fluttered uneasily. This was hardly a favorable matter. The demon ancestor, Luo Ho, once wielded numerous magical artifacts, among which the most renowned were the extermination sword array in his master's possession and the mysteriously vanished 12-grade annihilation Black Lotus. Additionally, there existed a rare treasure known as the God-slaying spear. This artifact was likely a transformation of the root of the 36-grade Chaos Blue Lotus, which had absorbed the primordial chi of creation, one of the most formidable weapons amidst the vast expanse of the primordial world. However, due to its overwhelming malevolent energy, it lacked spiritual essence and had not birthed the innate, indestructible spiritual light. Otherwise, it might have been deemed a congenital supreme treasure, a regrettable loss indeed. This fearsome weapon was shattered by the Tao ancestor during a grand battle, its fragments scattering throughout the primordial realms. Through his master Tong Tian's words, Yuan Yi finally comprehended what his master referred to. The trace of malevolent energy he had absorbed was, astonishingly, derived from that infamous artifact, the God-slaying spear. You have merely absorbed a wisp of the dissipated aura. Even so, the fact that you could give rise to consciousness is already a manifestation of the universe's creation. According to his master, even the faintest trace of dispersed malevolent energy could render one's spiritual intelligence nearly impossible to develop. It seemed that his awareness indeed did not originate from a normal process of gestation, and his master was not mistaken in this regard. Yuan Yi had vaguely heard whispers of a legend, stating that the two innate Yin-Yang serpents, which were slain to forge the spiritual treasure, the golden cuttlefish, lacked complete sentience and were, in truth, utterly foolish. Fortunately, his origins bore no significant ties to the demon ancestor, Luo Ho. Who could say whether this demon ancestor would suddenly rise again? The 12th grade immortal lotus harbors a certain black lotus of annihilation whose whereabouts remain unknown. Not even the Tao ancestor could locate it. Astonishingly, his own celestial all contained remnants of the God-slaying spear. Such an occurrence was beyond belief. Yet he had failed to uncover it at the time. Was it not said by his master that the fragment of the God-slaying spear had been taken by the Dragon Clan? Indeed, after they obliterated his Taoist sanctuary, the spear's tip fell into the possession of the Dragon Clan. The spear's tip? Not merely a fragment of the God-slaying spear, but its very tip? Yuan Yi harbored no doubt regarding the means of the sage. The outcome derived from his master's celestial divination informed him that this matter could not be taken lightly. Undeniably, Yuan Yi felt a flicker of fervor within his heart, yet he was also beset by hesitation. His greed surfaced, for he had overlooked the treasures concealed within his place of origin, now fallen into the hands of others. In this moment, a desire to reclaim what was lost ignited within him, and he wished to voice that this object was destined to be his. Tong Tian's gaze was fixed upon Yuan Yi, and the fluctuations within Yuan Yi's eyes did not escape his notice. When you first pledged yourself as a disciple, you expressed a desire to seize a sliver of opportunity for your own survival and purpose. If this is the case, then pursue what must be pursued. What is there to hesitate about? Are you concerned about bringing trouble upon your master? I understand that you do not wish to exploit my name to deceive others. Yet as a direct disciple of Tong Tian, it is not you who should be deceived. Moreover, you harbor no intention of oppressing them. They lack your generosity and merely strive for their own paths. Why then should you take their pursuits so to heart? This is both good and ill. Yuan Yi let out a sigh of relief. Seizing things by force was something he had rarely done before, especially when it involved retrieving items from the Dragon Clan. Relying solely on his own strength was insufficient. He needed to trouble his master and lean on the prestige of a sage, having received both the grace of enlightenment and bestowed magical treasures. Yet only being able to burden his master in return, Yuan Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. From beginning to end, what restrained and weighed on him was nothing more than this. Thank you, Master, for standing by your disciple. Choose an auspicious day and make your way to the Dragon Clan. Since they destroyed your Tao sanctuary, they owe you an explanation. I trust you will act with discretion. No further reminders are necessary. As he spoke, Tong Tian raised his hand, summoning a crimson immortal sword that flew toward them from behind. This is the Slaying Immortal Sword, one of the 4 blades from my Slaying Immortal Sword formation. Take it with you. Even if those ancient beings suppressed within the Dragon Clan Ci were to awaken, they would not dare oppose you. Yuan Yi gazed at the crimson celestial sword suspended before him, its vivid and blinding red radiance resembling blood that had seeped into the air. The intense and overwhelming aura of murderous intent sent shivers down his spine. He had never before encountered such a chilling malice. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of Tai, merely facing one of the 4 swords of extermination was enough to evoke a sense of helplessness and dread, as the natural energy emanating from it made him feel as though he were resigned to his fate. Such terrifying intent. The renowned extermination sword array was beyond Yuan Yi's capacity to fathom. You may go, Tong Tian gestured dismissively. Yet the look in his eyes imparted a hint of narrow-mindedness that left Yuan Yi perplexed. Disciple takes his leave. Yuan Yi did not ponder much and respectfully withdrew. However, when he reached out to grasp the Xian Yuan sword, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, plunging him into an abyss of despair. Despite the resilience of his physical form, he felt as though his entire being was being torn apart by daggers, a pain almost unbearable. To make matters worse, the malevolent energy within Yuan Yi was provoked by the sword's essence, spiraling beyond his control and erupting forth uncontrollably. In the golden depths of Yuan Yi's eyes, a vivid crimson hue emerged, fierce and tumultuous, as his breath struggled to find tranquility. Yuan Yi hastily released his grip, his countenance falling. Ahem, esteemed sword brother. Might you temper your aura somewhat? In response came a piercing sword cry, the slaughter immortal sword's aura not diminishing in the slightest. Truly, this blade showed no regard for courtesy or deference. Keeping the slaughter immortal sword by his side was no simple matter. Indeed, it was a ceaseless ordeal. Could it be that his master, perceiving his life as too untroubled, had deliberately arranged this torment? Yuan Yi pondered ruefully. Yet, if he could endure the slaughter immortal sword's murderous intent, his mastery over his own baleful energy would undoubtedly advance considerably. Yuan Yi gritted his teeth and once again grasped the hilt of the Zhuxian sword, departing from the Bo palace with the blade in hand. As he strode forth, an aura of murderous intent enveloped him, radiating a fierce malevolence that captured the attention of numerous disciples from the Jia sect. This brother, who seldom revealed himself, exuded an overwhelming bloodlust and a palpable aura of danger. Wasn't it said that he possessed a rather gentle temperament? This hardly resembled a demeanor of tranquility. Indeed, rumors are often unreliable. Yuan Yi returned with the Zhuxian sword to seek out the 3 Shao sisters. However, this master's sword showed him little respect. He couldn't wield it, nor could he even store it away. Attempting to absorb it into his body proved unbearable, and as for spatial treasures, one would have to ask if the Zhuxian sword was willing. Clearly, it was not. Thus, Yuan Yi had no choice but to carry it openly and unceremoniously. Moreover, under the influence of the Zhuxian sword's aura, his own killing intent grew unusually restless, making it difficult for Yuan Yi to control. What torment? Such a flamboyant, bloodthirsty demeanor, how could it possibly align with his true intentions? The time spent on the journey to the Azure Palace was not extensive, and upon her return, the 3 heavenly maidens had only just selected a suitable location to establish their celestial island. At this moment, the 3 sisters were diligently cultivating the Earth's energy to stabilize their island. Suddenly, they sensed a dense and ominous aura approaching rapidly, its chilling presence instilling a sense of foreboding wherever it passed. The 3 sisters were startled but remained undaunted. After all, this was the sacred ground of the close to their master, the saint of the heavenly way, and no one would dare to act recklessly here. Upon further attunement, they realized that this aura bore a semblance of familiarity, reminiscent of their master's Excalibur of the immortal slaying. As direct disciples, they had witnessed the formidable Excalibur array and were quite accustomed to its essence. Moreover, entwined within this aura was another presence they knew intimately. It unmistakably belonged to their senior brother, Yuan Yi. As they turned to look, they beheld Yuan Yi, clad in a Taoist robe, wielding the lethal sword. Could it be that our brother has fallen prey to madness? Bai Shao muttered, feeling slightly apprehensive. Do not speak nonsense. Yun Shao admonished her younger sister with a glare, and then she, along with Xiong Shao, stepped forward to greet him. It was evident to them that the ominous aura was indeed the result of the Excalibur in their brother-esque grasp. However, they were perplexed as to how he had come to borrow their master's Excalibur. The Excalibur of the immortal slaying was a set of innate treasures, and each of the 4 lethal swords was a supreme innate spiritual treasure on its own. In terms of individual might, a single lethal sword could hardly rival their master's Qingping sword. More crucially, the Qingping sword possessed a far greater spiritual essence than the 4 Yuan Yi did not conceal the truth and straightforwardly explained the reason. Yun Xiao slightly furrowed her brows. The Dragon Clan? Wasn't it them who provoked senior brother first? How dare they come to our GS sect and bring this up again? Utterly shameless. Bi Xiao spoke indignantly in Yuan Yi's defense. Qiong Xiao remained silent, only casting a thoughtful glance at the slaying immortal sword in Yuan Yi's hand. Did the master instruct senior brother to carry such a lethal sword to the Dragon Clan as a warning? That's exactly how it should be. Back then, it was only because senior brother intervened that those dragons were spared with mercy. Had it been her, she certainly wouldn't have been so lenient. Merely breaking a single dragon horn would hardly suffice. Senior brother, let us sisters accompany you to the Dragon Clan. Yun Xiao proposed without hesitation. There is no need. The formation disk of the 9-bend Yellow River array has just been retrieved, and none of you have had the chance to refine it yet. Focus on mastering the grand formation as swiftly as possible. That is your most pressing task. Do not let such trivial matters hinder your cultivation. Yuan Yi did not acquiesce to Yun Xiao's proposal. The sisters deemed it of utmost urgency to swiftly refine the 9, securing their fortuitous opportunities. Furthermore, my journey to the Dragon Palace shall encounter no unforeseen events. There is nothing to fret about, and you need not waste your time trailing along. As she spoke, Yuan Yi gestured towards the Su Xian sword in her hand. In the face of the Dragon Clan, should any misfortune arise, the presence of San Shao would offer little solace. Yuan Yi harbors no concerns, for it is the teacher who has personally instructed him to proceed. The Dragon Clan, regardless of their audacity, would not dare to offend a sage. Moreover, I am preoccupied with external matters, leaving no time to establish a cave dwelling. I am counting on my junior sister to share the burden. Yuan Yi's gaze turned towards Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao blinked, glanced around, and sagged in resignation. Realizing that her senior brother only sought her assistance in labor, it would have been appropriate to involve their elder sister, Yun Xiao, and perhaps even Qiong Xiao as well. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Xiao nodded. Rest assured, senior brother, we sisters shall take care of the cave dwelling. She agreed to assist Yuan Yi in constructing the dwelling and did not insist on following him. When do you plan to visit the Dragon Clan? I came here to bid you farewell and to converse with the teacher regarding the Zhuxian sword before I set out. I do not wish Yuan Yi found a secluded spot nearby and settled down in a meditative posture, resting the Zhuxian sword upon his lap, engaging in a heartfelt communion with it. Meanwhile, the 3 Heaven Sisters continued their endeavors on the Celestial Island. Although Bai Xiao and Qiong Xiao had the desire to follow and join the excitement at the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, the decisions made by their elder brother and eldest sister, Yin Xiao, left them no choice but to quell their intentions to pursue. Exchanging glances, the sisters observed their eldest sister, Yin Xiao, and then turned their attention to Yuan Yi, shrouded in an aura of murderous intent. Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes as she toyed with the golden chain at her waist, while Qiong Xiao subtly nodded in agreement. Bai Xiao remarked, once we refine the 9 curves Yellow River formation, should the opportunity arise, our cultivation will surely advance significantly upon our emergence. Yuan Yi was clad in a pristine white Taoist robe adorned with intricate black patterns, exuding an aura of serenity. However, the celestial sword strapped to his back perpetually emanated an uncontainable, razor-sharp energy. As one of the foundational swords of the Zhuxian sword formation, this executioner's blade was inherently distinct from ordinary spiritual treasure swords. Its massive frame resembled more of a greatsword's design, far surpassing conventional blades in both size and weight. Yuan Yi spent a considerable amount of time communing with it, gradually growing somewhat accustomed to its murderous aura, no longer so easily provoked into unleashing his own baleful energy. However, this slaying immortal sword remained aloof and indifferent. No matter how Yuan Yi attempted to communicate, the sword refused to shrink its form. Hanging it at his waist was simply out of the question. Yuan Yi had no choice but to carry it on his back. The teacher's sword was not something he could neglect, and indeed, its temper was as volatile as claimed. The spiritual nature of the Zhuxian sword was exceedingly fierce, far more difficult to pacify than the binding dragon rope, an artifact belonging to Bi Xiao. After all, Bi Xiao, the master of the binding dragon rope, couldn't quite make it stand to attention. At that moment, a golden rope was tied around Yuan Yi's waist, borrowed from Bi Xiao before his departure. How could one venture into the Dragon Clan's territory without the binding dragon rope? Though he wouldn't bring Bi Xiao along, her artifact was indispensable. It was high time this blind spiritual treasure learned what a true dragon looked like, lest it continued mistaking him, a golden flood dragon, for one. Moreover, Bixiao always seemed eager to provoke him with that rope, and Yuan Yi suspected it was the artifact's influence. Otherwise, where would she get such audacity? The dragon was one of the primordial Tao forms that emerged after the creation of the cosmos, and the ancestral dragon was born in correspondence with this form. This was why the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the other progenitors of the three clans, though all of divine origin, stood nearly an era ahead of the other innate deities. The Tao forms they embodied were too formidable, influencing the shapes of countless beings across time to varying degrees, allowing their essences to evolve earlier and manifest sooner. This was also why the binding dragon rope had such a broad range of targets. It did not restrain a specific race, but rather a form manifested by the great Tao, the form of the dragon. Other races, though lacking draconic bloodlines and not cultivating the dragon's path or methods, might still bear some resemblance to this Tao form, thus falling under the rope's judgment as dragons. It is known that the method of transformation into a dragon, originating from the essence of the dragon, was established in this manner. The dragon's path is one of the closest manifestations to the source of the universe, thereby influencing the evolution of numerous other paths and their interrelations. It is through the dragon's essence that the primordial dragon was able to pioneer the path of transformation for all beings into dragons, guiding them towards the dragon's form and thus facilitating their metamorphosis into the dragon race. Among the various manifestations of paths, the serpentine creature undoubtedly stands as one of the most akin to that of the dragon, thus becoming a significant aspect of the transformation process. Otherwise, how could it be so effortless to alter the very essence of a living being? The method of transformation into a dragon, which elevates one's original essence and life form through this transformative process, raises the question of how such an achievement is possible. Yuan Yi, burdened with the immortal sword and adorned with the dragon binding rope at his waist, made his way directly into the depths of the eastern sea. However, he had scarcely departed from the gates of the Jiejiao mountain when he beheld a swirling tempest of dark winds frolicking in the distance, darting to and fro. As Yuan Yi cast his gaze, he beheld a magnificent and imposing tiger of considerable stature. Its coat was a deep ebony, sleek and smooth, adorned with striking stripes, exuding an air of majesty. Although it was not a primordial being, merely a creature of spirit, its appearance was undeniably charming, pleasing to Yuan Yi's eyes. The lustrous black fur hinted at an exquisite tactile experience, reminiscent of a great feline. Furthermore, its imposing size and regal presence allowed it to navigate the winds with grace, bounding through this expanse of sea, occasionally leaping into the waters and conjuring colossal waves. Yuan Yi shifted his gaze from the imposing black tiger to the figure behind it, a young Taoist, playfully engaging with the magnificent creature, clad in a flowing azure robe. He possessed a striking countenance and an air of effortless elegance. Who else could this be but Zhao Gongming, the youngest disciple of the who had entered the sect most recently? His essence was that of a gentle breeze materialized within the world, a true embodiment of a man as free-spirited as the wind. Known for his exuberant and unrestrained nature, he enjoyed great camaraderie among the disciples of and boasted an excellent reputation. It was indeed surprising to find him leisurely strolling with a black tiger. When did this young disciple acquire such a formidable companion? It had never been mentioned before that Zhao Gongming had any pets. Could it be that he had only recently taken one in? When Yuan Yi discovered Zhao Gongming promptly sensed Yuan Yi's arrival. "Brother Yuan Yi, where might you be headed?" Zhao Gongming inquired, approaching with the black tiger and greeting Yuan Yi. His gaze inadvertently flickered to the Xianyuan sword strapped to Yuan Yi's back. "I have some personal matters to attend to with the dragon clan of the East Sea." After returning the courtesy, Yuan Yi turned his gaze to the black tiger. Reaching out, he stroked the beast's forehead. The texture was truly exquisite. In his previous life, he had longed to pet such a magnificent feline, but never had the opportunity. "Is this the mount you've acquired, junior brother?" Quite an imposing sight indeed. As Yuan Yi approached, the massive black tiger instinctively bared its fangs, only to immediately quiet down, obediently lowering its enormous head and submitting to his touch. Without any restraint from Zhao Gongming, the creature dared not resist, even nuzzling Yuan Yi's palm in a fawning manner. Whether it was Yuan Yi's innate aura or the dense, swirling killing intent around him, the tiger trembled with fear, utterly devoid of defiance. Clearly, this beast possessed remarkable intelligence. Far from a mindless animal, it knew when to yield. "Forgive my mount's lack of dignity, senior brother," Zhao Gongming chuckled, shaking his head at the tiger's sycophantic display. I encountered this creature while searching for a cultivation site. Its fearsome appearance caught my eye, so I subdued it. Little did I know that beneath its ferocious exterior lies a rather timid spirit, utterly spineless. A timid nature suggests keen awareness, knowing what to fear. That is not a bad trait. And as a mount, as long as it looks majestic, that suffices. Yuan Yi pinched the tiger's ear, kneading it gently. So soft. Wise words, senior brother. Zhao Gongming beamed at the praise. For a mount. Imposing grandeur was paramount. Yuan Yi's sentiment resonated deeply with him. If not for such presence, what purpose did a mount serve? Was it not all about prestige? Senior brother. Your visit to the Dragon Clan. Is it related to their recent overtures to our Jia sect? I heard they sought information from senior brother Duobao. Unfortunately, I was away establishing my own abode and missed the affair, only hearing fragments from fellow disciples. Zhao Gongming shifted the topic to Yuan Yi's journey to the East Sea Dragon Clan, having chosen to establish his own dwelling. He had yet to find a suitable immortal isle, settling instead on a site along the East Sea shore, distant from the sect's mountain gates. Thus, he knew little of the Dragon Clan's visit. As the matter required no secrecy, Yuan Yi briefly recounted the events. The Dragon Clan actually demanded an explanation from you. Senior brother? Still the same old arrogance. Zhao Gongming's tone cooled, laced with unmistakable disdain, a reaction that gave Yuan Yi pause. Senior brother may not know this, but before joining our master's tutelage, I dwelled in the East Sea. In truth, these very waters birthed me. It seems fate intertwines us. You and senior sister Yushao also hail from the East Sea, and now we share the same sect. No, I had my suspicions about your origins. Yuan Yi mused silently. You seem to hold no fondness for the Dragon Clan, junior brother. Those wretches have always been domineering. During my time in the East Sea, their harassment was relentless. They treat the entire ocean as their domain, oppressing and enslaving other beings without restraint, still clinging to their bygone era of supremacy. And yet, when the immortal Emperor Dong Wanggong established his court here, they cowered in the depths, too afraid to show their faces. Zhao Gongming smirked. Before becoming a disciple of the sage Tong Tian, his life had been far from smooth. To ordinary beings, both the Dragon Clan and the immortal court were insurmountable titans. Only his unique innate talents, particularly in evasion, allowed him to survive, eventually fleeing to the East Sea shores where he encountered the sage during his post-enlightenment lectures, thus joining the sect. Since you're heading to the Dragon Clan, senior brother, why not let me accompany you? Though my cultivation pales in comparison, the divine pearl of the calming seas bestowed by our master may prove useful. It would also be an opportunity to witness the Dragon Clan's so-called profound heritage. Do all of you relish spectacles so much? Or is idleness truly this pervasive? Yuan Yi sighed inwardly. Before his departure, Xiongxiao and Bixiao had clearly yearned to join but refrained from asking. Duobao and Jinling had also offered assistance. Brimming with enthusiasm, Duobao even suggested rallying disciples for a collective visit. Yet Yuan Yi understood. The matter with the Dragon Clan hinged not on his own strength but on their master's stance. There was no need for a show of force. Their current cultivation was still nascent, and this era was not yet theirs. A larger entourage might only complicate matters. And Yuan Yi had no desire for unnecessary trouble. Thus, he declined their offers. Now, Zhao Gongming proposed the same. Does senior brother doubt my capabilities? Zhao Gongming grinned at Yuan Yi's hesitation. Who taught you this tactic? Heh, senior brother is too principled. I've had dealings with a few brothers from the Chan sect. Zhao Gongming's smug reply revealed an unexpected shrewdness beneath his blunt appearance, proof that appearances deceived. With the conversation at this juncture, Yuan Yi could hardly refuse such earnest goodwill. Besides, Zhao Gongming alone posed little complication, unlike the forthright Jinling. The Jia sect's ethos, unhesitating solidarity, genuine aid, was already taking shape. Whether this was auspicious or ominous, Yuan Yi could not yet say. Very well, let us go together. Yuan Yi agreed to accompany Zhao Gongming, and as he found himself amidst his mindset underwent a transformation. Yuan Yi, my senior brother, please, Zhao Gongming said with evident delight, eager to join in the excitement while assisting. By the way, does your steed have a name? As they traversed the skies on their ethereal light, Yuan Yi glanced at the exuberant black giant tiger and inquired. Not yet. I seem to have forgotten about that. Would you mind helping me name it? Entirely pitch black, such a rare coat. How about calling it Little Black? Zhao Gongming paused, taken aback, while the black giant tiger emitted a plaintive sound. lacking any semblance of the kingly presence typical of beasts. Deep within the Eastern Sea, in the crystal palace of the Dragon Clan, the Four Seas Dragon Clan regarded the Eastern Sea with reverence, as it once was the true stronghold of the dragon lineage. Today, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace bustled with an unusual liveliness, surpassing its usual vibrancy. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas gathered here to deliberate significant matters concerning their kind, although it was not yet time for their regular assembly. The pressing circumstances of their clan warranted an early convening. Among them, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was in the most favorable condition, for it did not interfere with dragon affairs. In fact, the presence of the Eastern Sea instilled a sense of caution in the heavenly court. In contrast, the situations of the other three dragon palaces were considerably more dire. The Southern Sea Dragon King, Aorin, bore a look of despondency. His aura unstable after nearly perishing from a blow by the great witch, Xingtian. Despite expending numerous precious resources from the Dragon Clan, his wounds remained unhealed. The Western and Northern Seas faced their own challenges, yet the Western sect had not yet exerted force upon the dragons. And the Demon Clan was too preoccupied to concern themselves with the Northern Sea Dragons, allowing them some respite. The Western sect and the Heavenly Court were acutely aware of the Dragon Clan's extraordinary heritage. Provoking them could lead to unforeseen complications. The Southern Sea Dragon King sought counsel from the other Dragon Kings, genuinely fearing that the barbarous Witch Clan would one day find their palace, leaving them with no refuge. Fortunately, the Witch Clan did not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit and could not decipher the secrets of heaven. Otherwise, the plight of the Southern Sea Dragon Clan would be unimaginable. Recently, the great witch Xingtian, who had been sporadically wandering the Southern Sea, had inexplicably settled down, making Aorin exceedingly uneasy. He did not believe the Witch Clan had shown them mercy. Their silence surely harbored sinister intentions. You are overthinking this. There is currently no concrete information, and your anxiety suggests that the Witch Clan has shaken your resolve. You need to regain your composure, Aowu interjected. At these words, Aorin's anger flared. Aowu, it is easy for you to speak so lightly. Do you know how many of our kin have perished at the hands of the Witch Clan over the past few millennia? Do you think the Eastern Sea's tranquility excuses your indifference to our plight? My elder brother, I believe my third brother's concerns are valid. We must devise a strategy. The situation of our clan is far from optimistic, and early preparations are crucial, added Aogue, the Northern Sea Dragon King, clearly siding with Aorin. The Western Sea Dragon King, Aogung, remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes. Aowu furrowed his brow. What do you mean by early preparations? Are you suggesting we seek refuge with the Demon Clan? Should we, the illustrious Dragon Clan, submit to others? Do you truly believe that the Western sect or the Demon Clan would dare push us to our limits? Though our clan may have waned, our ancestors still guard the Sea. They have not perished. If we are pushed to desperation, can they bear the consequences? You are merely overthinking. The Dragonkin were well aware that although they had declined, many formidable beings within their lineage remained alive, once powerful entities who roamed the primordial realms, including their ancestor, the Dragon of Ancients, who was once on the verge of enlightenment. Their heritage had not been lost, and as long as it endured, the Dragon Clan would always possess opportunities. This conviction fueled their confidence. If necessary, they could retreat to the Dragon Palace, for how many could dare disrupt them there? Despite lacking the strength to expand outward, they had ample assurance to safeguard their existence. Even saints would hesitate to provoke them. For the Dragon Clan's overwhelming karma acted as both their cage and their safeguard. No one would willingly bear such burdens. This was their confidence. With the deliberate propagation of this belief among the higher echelons of the Dragon Clan, their indomitable spirit remained intact, undiminished from its former glory. Others may hesitate to confront us, but the Witch Clan is a different matter, Aorin sighed. Their mindset does not entertain such concerns. To them, we are merely the most delectable prey. They care not for the legacy or burdens of the once mighty clans. If they did, they would not be the Witch Clan. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas engaged in heated disputes regarding the future of their clan. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Eastern Sea, Yuan Yi, along with his eager junior brother Zhao Gongming and his steed, the Black Tiger, was en route. However, they soon encountered a significant dilemma. Senior brother, do you not know where the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is? Zhao Gongming expressed genuine surprise. Yuan Yi felt somewhat awkward as he was unfamiliar with the route. He had never ventured to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Moreover, as the ancestral abode of the Dragon Clan, it was only natural for it to possess the ability to obscure celestial secrets and perform divinations. Given Yuan Yi's current capabilities, He was utterly incapable of such divination. The vast expanse of the East Sea stretched endlessly before him, and the whereabouts of the crystal palace of the Eastern Dragon clan remained elusive. The two brothers stared at each other in bewilderment. Yuan Yi had no idea where the Dragon Palace was, and neither did Zhao Gongming. What shall we do now? Zhao Gongming initially presumed that since Yuan Yi had set forth towards the Dragon Palace at the behest of their master, he must have arranged everything in advance. He did not anticipate that this senior brother would be at a loss for directions. I'll ask someone for guidance, Yuan Yi replied. Feeling the weight of Zhao Gongming's peculiar gaze, he admitted that their master had indeed not provided him with any guidance. He had thought that a place as renowned as the Dragon Palace of the East Sea would not be difficult to locate, hence he did not proactively inquire. However, upon discovering the reality, he realized that the situation was far from simple. The East Sea was immense, and the Crystal Palace concealed celestial secrets, making it rare to find any being knowledgeable about the location of the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Nevertheless, the dilemma remained: who to ask for directions? Surely, it was not an option to turn back in embarrassment after just setting out to seek their master's guidance. Yuan Yi cast a glance at the Zhuxian's sword upon his back, which remained unresponsive, a clear indication that this aloof spiritual treasure chose to disregard him. Who else could possibly know the location of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? The Dragon Clan insisted on an explanation. Yet they failed to provide even their own address. How could one possibly pay a visit under such circumstances? Whom did his senior brother intend to consult? Observing Yuan Yi's expression, Zhao Gongming hesitated to inquire further, as he too was unaware of the whereabouts of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It seemed that only their master possessed accurate knowledge of its location. It was surprising that his senior brother had not thought to ask about it. Yuan Yi pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to calculate. He recalled that there was an individual who had visited the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, and he should be able to assist in guiding him. He remembered that on that fateful day, this individual was being pursued by the Dragonkin, who mentioned that he had wandered near the East Sea Dragon Palace, which led to his misfortune of being relentlessly chased. Indeed, he was thinking of that peculiar creature, the one-legged Kuei-Nyo. Unlike the elusive nature of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Kuei-Nyo evidently lacked the ability to conceal the secrets of heaven. Its cultivation was also inferior to Yuan Yi's, and since Yuan Yi had witnessed it firsthand, he could utilize its aura as a guide for his calculations. The interplay of Yin and Yang energies swirled and intertwined at his fingertips as Yuan Yi attempted to capture the traces between heaven and earth. Without the ability to obscure the secrets of heaven, its traces remained in the world, easily detectable and traceable by others. This was why cultivators often favored spiritual treasures that could conceal such secrets. For saints like Yuan Yi, their own heavenly secrets were influenced by their masters, making it challenging for outsiders below the saintly rank to extrapolate. Furthermore, such attempts could easily attract the attention of their master, the transcendent sage, alleviating such concerns. After several unsuccessful attempts, Yuan Yi finally gleaned insights from the secrets of heaven. As he dispersed his hand seals, Yuan Yi's golden eyes fixated on a particular direction. He had found it. Now, he would inquire about the way. Yuan Yi skillfully employed his art of concealment, with Zhao Gongming and the Black Tiger closely trailing behind. The two soared towards the deeper regions of the Eastern Sea at the speed characteristic of the Taiyu realm. While they could not effortlessly traverse the void, their pace was far from sluggish. In a mere span of 6 months, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming found themselves hovering above a vast expanse of water. This place harbored no celestial islands, only a tempest gathering strength, with mist enveloping the surroundings. Within the fog, flashes of lightning flickered ominously, occasionally accompanied by the rumble of distant thunder, as the air crackled with the ferocity of unleashed thunderbolts. It was a naturally occurring storm, wreaking havoc upon the surface of the sea. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming stood at the periphery of the thunderstorm, gazing into its depths, their mystical sight piercing through the watery mist, revealing the scene within in its entirety. At the heart of the tempest, a peculiar creature glided through the ocean, beckoning the power of thunder to descend upon it. It opened its massive jaws to consume the strikes, resulting in an unceasing cacophony of thunderous roars echoing from its belly. This extraordinary being was clad in azure scales, exuding a primal essence. It resembled a bull, yet bore no horns, possessing but a single leg beneath its abdomen. Quite an unusual sight. Is this the creature spoken of by my senior brother? It harnesses the forces of wind and water and devours thunder. Indeed, a being of rare caliber, akin to us as an innate spirit, albeit it has chosen the path of corporeal cultivation rather than manifesting a primordial body. Indeed, it is this entity that has evaded pursuit by several from the dragon clan, including multiple Tai realms and numerous golden immortals, showcasing remarkable aptitude in evasion techniques. Yuan Yi nodded in agreement. This Kuaijou possessed an imposing presence. Aside from its somewhat unappealing appearance, there were no discernible flaws. At that moment, the creature sensed the arrival of Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, and its first instinct was to turn and flee. Without the slightest hesitation, it did not even glance back at them. As soon as it detected their aura, it swiftly summoned the winds and thunder, vanishing into the depths of the sea. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming were taken aback. The speed of its escape was astonishing. Could it be that this creature had been pursued by the dragon clan for so long that fleeing had become second nature? Esteemed friend, please hold, Zhao Gongming called out, attempting to halt its flight. Yet, the creature accelerated even further, weaving through the thunderous tempest, leaving Zhao Gongming momentarily dumbfounded. Go! Yuan Yi, feeling somewhat helpless, immediately summoned the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope, borrowed from Bai Shao. It was imperative to restrain the opponent first, as he hoped to inquire about the route to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. In a flash of golden light, the Kuei-Nyo, which had just submerged into the ocean, was securely ensnared by the binding dragon rope and pulled out from the depths of the sea. One must concede, this binding dragon rope is remarkably effective for capturing individuals, even though the opponent is not of the dragon lineage and thus not inherently restrained. Its formidable power cannot be underestimated. The Kuei-Nyo appeared utterly terrified, its own magical powers sealed and suppressed, rendering it unable to escape. I apologize for the unintentional offense. We have crossed paths before, and I meant you no harm. I kindly ask for your understanding. Yuan Yi approached the Kuei-Nyo, retrieving the dragon-binding rope. The Kuei-Nyo gazed intently at Yuan Yi, then shifted its gaze to the rope at his waist before lowering its head in resignation. Yet it made no further attempt to flee, though it had never transformed into the primordial Tao form. Its spiritual awareness was no less profound, merely following a different path of cultivation. Naturally, it recognized Yuan Yi. Although Yuan Yi had not initially intended to assist it, his actions inadvertently facilitated its escape. Is it truly you? Are you indeed a disciple of the heavenly sage Tantian from the Jie sect? The voice of the Kuei-Nyo rumbled like thunder, deep and resonant, carrying an imposing weight. What business do you have with me? I wish to visit the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Clan, but I am unfamiliar with the path. I seek your guidance. The Kuei-Nyo's gaze swept over Yuan Yi, then lingered briefly on Zhao Gongming before finally settling upon the slaughter sword behind Yuan Yi. A flicker of recognition passed through its expression. Is this not the legendary artifact of the heavenly sage Tantian? Rather than answering directly, the Kuei-Nyo instead inquired about the ominous blade at Yuan Yi's back. Yuan Yi nodded and said, indeed. Very well, I shall accompany you and guide your way. However, you must ensure my safety, understood? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Kuei-Nyo directly nodded in agreement, not merely to provide directions, but to lead them. How could one so timid now dare to follow them to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? In truth, this fellow possesses a rather audacious spirit, does he not? Moreover, his intellect appears to be quite sharp. Given that Yuan Yi carries the treasures of the celestial saint, it is easy to deduce that this is a directive from the saint himself. By joining this expedition, he could wield the pretense of the saint's authority. And in the future, how many would still dare to provoke him? How much trouble might he thus evade? Yuan Yi, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned the intentions of Kuei-Nyo, yet chose to pay it no heed. After all, his journey to the Dragon Palace was not merely armed with the Excalibur meant for slaying, but also accompanied by Kuei-Nyo, a wanted fugitive of the Dragon Clan. Did this not appear rather unfriendly? Nevertheless, Yuan Yi had never been one for amiable relations. He was not there to forge friendships. And the opinions of the Dragon Clan were of little concern to him. Very well, he conceded. Thus, a partnership was forged in a most straightforward manner. With Kuei-Nyo as their guide, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming made their way directly to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Yuan Yi, a disciple of the celestial teacher of the, had come to pay his respects to the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan. Zhao Gongming, also a disciple under the same celestial teacher, accompanied him on this visit. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, guided by the Kuei-Nyo, successfully arrived at the entrance of the Crystal Palace, the lair of the East Sea Dragon Clan. Dressed in resplendent celestial armor, the aquatic soldiers stationed there halted their advance at the periphery. Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming exchanged introductions. Upon hearing their identities, the patrolling soldiers exchanged glances before their leader hastily departed to report the matter. The name of a sage was not something they could afford to slight. Simultaneously, the assembled troops regarded their arrival with heightened vigilance, particularly toward Yuan Yi. Though his demeanor appeared calm compared to Zhao Gongming's visible impatience, the chilling aura of slaughter radiating from his form commanded wary attention. The Kuei ox had diminished in size, its bulk mostly concealed behind Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, its eyes darting about with restless curiosity. Yuan Yi inquired about the long-standing enmity between the Dragon Clan and himself. It appeared that a precious spiritual root he had been safeguarding was seized by a member of the Dragon Clan. This individual stealthily infiltrated the Dragon Clan to reclaim his spiritual root, only to find himself pursued by the wrath of the dragons. The grudges forged by the Dragon Clan are indeed numerous, prompting Yuan Yi to reflect upon their arrogance. They regard the entire Eastern Sea as their dominion, wielding life and death as their assumed rightful authority. Thus their actions are often characterized by a domineering audacity, which seems inevitable. However, Yuan Yi held no particular thoughts on this matter. His mentor had remarked that since the emergence of the heavenly Tao, the order among the myriad beings of the primordial realm had improved significantly, though it was still merely a marked improvement. The entanglements of others were of little concern to him. The Dragon Clan exuded an undeniable grandeur, truly deserving of their status as one of the former sovereigns of the primordial era, with a heritage that was extraordinary. Zhao Gongming surveyed the distant Dragon Palace complex, which appeared to be a realm unto itself, where the precious materials of the outside world were cultivated as ornamental bonsai. The structures were opulent and magnificent, with jade towers and ethereal light swirling about, the divine radiance barely perceptible. The resplendent crystal palace nestled deep within was a marvel of grandeur, a perfect amalgamation of majestic force and delicate elegance, inscribed with intricate Tao patterns that emanated in overwhelming pressure, drawing upon the might of the ocean, embodying a timeless sense of indomitability. The formations and barriers arranged here were quite formidable, based on Yuan Yi's and his companions' estimations. Even a typical Great Luo figure would find it difficult to disrupt such a grand array. This was largely due to the current weakened state of the Dragon Clan, with their powerful members dwindling, leaving few capable of commanding such a significant formation to unleash its full potential. During their zenith, this array might have been employed to contend with quasi-saint entities. After all, the Eastern Sea is the ancestral ground of the Dragon Clan, a place of profound significance. It is no wonder that even in their decline, the Dragon Clan retains an air of arrogance. However, Zhao Gongming's gaze lingered on the Dragon Palace. His demeanor relaxed, and his words casual. There were indeed numerous Tai-level beings among the Dragon Clan, and they could sense a considerable number of such energies. Yet, Zhao Gongming regarded these Tai beings with disdain, acutely aware of the disparities between them. Moreover, these Tai figures bore faint traces of decay, evoking a sense of twilight, lacking the vigorous vitality of youth, while Yuan Yi and his companions were merely at the beginning of their journey as Tai beings. The dragons had nearly reached the end of theirs. The Dragon Clan had lost their fortune, even becoming entangled in karmic obstacles, their successors lacking the strength to advance further, resulting in a decline with each generation. If this trend continues, their downfall is already foreseeable. Without commensurate strength to match their deep-rooted heritage, their efforts would be in vain. Yuan Yi interjected, reminding Zhao Gongming that he was not merely communicating through thought, but rather engaging in open dialogue, awaiting a response from others. The guards left behind, upon hearing Zhao Gongming's unabashed critique of the Dragon Clan, wore expressions of discontent, their gazes rather unfriendly. Are we not here to stir up trouble? Should we fear their reactions? Zhao Gongming, puzzled by Yuan Yi's caution, glanced at the Excalibur behind him and opted to communicate via thought. Your words suggest we are akin to tyrants, and you speak with such boldness. How could we be here to incite discord? We are disciples of the sages. How can we belittle ourselves? I would prefer that all parties maintain cordiality, leave some room for each other, and resolve matters amicably, thus ensuring a clean slate. With no further disputes, Yuan Yi gently caressed the immortal slaying sword strapped to his back, his mind still clouded with uncertainty. Why had his master instructed him to confront the Dragon Clan? Merely because they had razed his dojo in a fit of rage and plundered its treasures? Knowing his master as he did, The venerable Tongtian seldom intervened directly in the personal affairs of his disciples, acting neither as a guardian nor a nursemaid. When disciples suffered setbacks, Master Tongtian was not one to hastily seek retribution on their behalf. Your choices, your battles, had always been his creed. Had it been their second uncle, the scenario might have held more plausibility. Though the god-slaying spear was indeed a formidable artifact, what remained was but a fractured fragment, hardly something to captivate his master's attention. Yet here he was, dispatched on this errand, leaving Yuan Yi with the distinct impression that his master's motives extended far beyond the mere retrieval of a broken spear. Regardless of his master's intentions, one thing was clear. "Senior brother, you adhere too rigidly to propriety," Yuan Yi remarked. "Because doing so often spares us unnecessary complications," he continued. "For now, we rely on our master's prestige, not our own strength. We lack the power to disregard convention." Zhao Gongming pondered this briefly before nodding in agreement. True enough. We are but Tai immortals, our cultivation remains shallow. As the two brothers conversed in quiet anticipation, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from the depths of the Dragon Palace, surging toward them with unmistakable hostility. "So, it is you two who dare provoke the Dragon Clan?" The voice was high-pitched and youthful, clearly belonging to a mere child. Yuan Yi was taken aback. Before he could await the arrival of the Dragon King of the East Sea, a young dragon had already appeared. As the golden light dissipated, a dragon youth, appearing to be around 10 years of age, was revealed. Adorned in splendid attire, with dragon horns sprouting from his head, he bore an air of premature maturity. Arms crossed before him, directing his gaze towards Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming. "Who is this little child?" Zhao Gongming inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the young dragon with an imposing presence. "I am Ao Guang, the 19th Prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Who are you to dare speak so boldly in my father's palace?" "State your names at once," the young dragon proclaimed, initially disinterested in engaging with the child. Yuan Yi paused, his eyes appraising the dragon youth from head to toe. "Ao Guang? Why does that name sound so familiar? It is said that dragons are inherently lustful. And indeed, the East Sea Dragon King seems to have an abundance of offspring if even the 19th Prince has appeared. I shall not trouble myself with a mere child. Go fetch your elders and remain quiet in the meantime," Yuan Yi replied, unfazed by the presence of the 19th Prince. Zhao Gongming felt a surge of annoyance at the youthful dragon's arrogance. As the self-proclaimed Ao Guang prepared to retort, Zhao Gongming gently waved his hand, sending the young dragon tumbling away to a distance. He had not intended to harm him, he simply found him tiresome. The young dragon's cultivation was rather low, merely that of an ordinary immortal, far removed from the realm of golden immortals, where they stood as innate beings. This indicated that not only the human race was striving to elevate their cultivation levels, but even the once great dragon clans were undergoing similar transformations. At that moment, the messenger who had departed earlier returned, accompanied by over 10 formidable dragons, not mere aquatic beings aligned with the dragon tribe, but pure dragons of noble lineage. Leading them was a young man of remarkable presence, possessing late-stage Tai cultivation, clad in resplendent robes. He caught Ao Guang as he fell, and then turned his gaze toward Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, his eyes narrowing slightly. "My father is currently engaged in important discussions with his brothers and is not available to receive guests. The sudden visit of two esteemed disciples of thee is unexpected. Allow me to extend my hospitality. I am Ao Yin, the Prince of the East Sea Dragon King." Yuan Yi let out a sigh, realizing that it was not the East Sea Dragon King who had come, and it seemed the latter had no intention of meeting him, leaving the matter to the prince. Since the East Sea Dragon King had previously mentioned him to senior brother Duobao, it was inconceivable that he was unaware of the purpose of Yuan Yi's visit. Yet he chose to avoid him. "The Dragon King had previously spoken to my senior brother about past events and had sought an explanation from me. Thus, I have come to provide one. If the Dragon King is indeed preoccupied with affairs, might Prince Ao Yin be able to take charge?" Although Yuan Yi harbored some confusion regarding his master Tongtian's intentions, he could not have anticipated that the Excalibur, which he bore, possessed a consciousness of its own. In the teachings of Jie Jiao, within the ethereal confines of Bo Palace, the master Tongtian sat casually upon the Dao platform. Before him a vivid scene unfolded, revealing the majestic dragon palace deep within the East Sea. Duobao was brewing tea nearby, occasionally casting furtive glances at the illuminated image. When a disciple suggested accompanying Yuan Yi to explore the Dragon Clan, he declined, only to be surprised by his junior Zhao Gongming's decision to follow him to the Dragon Palace. Duobao expressed a hint of regret. Simultaneously, he found himself perplexed. Having spent more time alongside their master than Yuan Yi and the three Shaos, they understood Tong Tian's nature better. Master, I am puzzled. Why must you send Yuan Yi to the Dragon Clan? Tong Tian did not turn around, his gaze still fixated on the unfolding scene. Duo Bao, what do you think of Yuan Yi? Duo Bao, taken aback, pondered the question, unsure of its implications. After some contemplation, he replied, Yuan Yi possesses considerable fortune and profound opportunities. His Dao skills surpass even Jin Ling's at present, making him the strongest among the disciples of Jie Jiao. I am not inquiring solely about his cultivation, but rather, not entirely about that, Tong Tian said, his tone contemplative. Duo Bao continued, Yuan Yi's demeanor is somewhat aloof. He seldom engages closely with others. Yet he is not ill-tempered and avoids disputes. His interactions are not difficult, and he prefers to adhere to rules. Tong Tian's gaze shifted toward Duo Bao, a smile playing on his lips. Indeed, his actions resemble those of your second master, yet his temperament is rather carefree, akin to your senior brother Xuandu. But unlike any disciple of mine, Duo Bao was startled. Master, Yuan Yi is simply, Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively. I do not imply this is a flaw. He has entered my fold, thus he shares a connection with me, in harmony with my great Tao. Duo Bao felt a sense of relief. Yet confusion loomed larger in his mind. Master, do you truly believe Yuan Yi enjoys adhering to rules? Tong Tian shook his head. Not quite. His actions bear a faint resemblance to my second brother's path, yet they do not genuinely align with this path. Yuan Yi does not genuinely seek to follow the will of heaven. Rather, he finds that operating within the confines of rules is simply more convenient and effortless, essentially an act of laziness, as you can see in his interactions with Zhao Gongming. Because he lacks the strength to establish his own order, he follows the existing one, indicating that in his heart, rules and order are not absolute mandates. He is not a character of resignation. Rather, should the need arise, he possesses the resolve to stake everything for a glimmer of hope. This is why he is my disciple. Duo Bao gazed at the figure clad in a white Dao robe, bearing the Excalibur. In his impression, this junior was not an extreme individual. Rather, he seemed to prefer leaving room for maneuver, disliking absolute resolutions. He found it hard to fathom that Yuan Yi would engage in actions that left no retreat, though he could imagine Jin Ling doing something similar. What does this have to do with your decision to send Yuan Yi to the Dragon Clan? Duo Bao inquired. The Yin Jie Jiao signifies seizing a sliver of opportunity. This is contention, whether for oneself or for others, it embodies the essence of my teachings. Regardless of the motive, one must possess a competitive spirit to walk the path of Jie Jiao. Duo Bao, you relish seizing opportunities. Jin Ling enjoys competing with one must exercise restraint. Even the sage cannot lay blame, merely revealing the incompetence of the disciple. Whom can one truly resent? As for the sage's transcendent temperament and conduct, thorough investigation has been conducted. If one does not comprehend what is to be done, does the Dragon Clan truly wish for my life and recompense? As for the need for proof, why should I be compelled to provide it? The golden pupils of Yuan Yi turned remarkably sharp, swirling with a blood-red aura that resonated faintly with the murderous intent emanating from the nearby Zhuxian sword. Zhao Gongming had initially intended to interject on Yuan Yi's behalf, as he had always known that despite his senior's formidable prowess, he was not overbearing and possessed a certain nonchalance. Engaging in such a confrontational manner could easily lead to adverse consequences, for his senior's gentle disposition might be perceived as weakness, inviting exploitation. However, Yuan Yi's words were utterly unforeseen. His tone, calm yet laced with an undeniable dominance, articulated a resolutely unreasonable stance. I am the one who is slain. And what will you do about it? What audacity does your Dragon Clan possess? I could have chosen not to seek an accounting from you. Yet you dare to approach me demanding one? This is my accounting to you, regardless of your satisfaction with this reckoning, since you have elected to request it. You must accept it, whether with approval or discontent, as Zhao Gongming observed Yuan Yi beside him. He recalled his senior's earlier assertion that they were not there to provoke the Dragon Clan. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that if the situation were reversed, he might have been even more extreme in his response. Is death merely a conclusion? His senior displayed a commendable magnanimity. Were it him in this predicament, he would insist on a thorough reckoning. Such matters are not easily dismissed. Nevertheless, this was a decision for his senior to make, and he would not voice his opinion. He simply noted another truth. Yuan Yi was not always inclined to reason. Indeed, he was willing to engage in discourse only when it suited him, in moments of defiance. He exhibited a complete disinterest in rational argument. Yuan Yi was oblivious to the intentions of Zhao Gongming's organization. However, at the moment Aoyin emerged, He comprehended that his desire to adhere to the established rules would only complicate matters further. The Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Wu, chose to remain hidden, sending a prince to engage in trivial disputes with him. What ulterior motive could this possibly imply? Yuan Yi was not inclined to entertain the simplistic thoughts of a purely primordial being, since engaging in a civil discussion based on principles and reason had become increasingly troublesome. He lost all interest in pursuing a cordial dialogue. If you are unwilling to conduct a proper conversation, then I shall overturn the table myself. Who do you think you are, demanding respect? Ao Yin's expression darkened. Is this how a disciple of a sage behaves? Using the name of the sage to perpetrate acts of oppression? My conduct is guided by my teacher's teachings. It would be prudent for outsiders to refrain from slandering. Or do you wish to instruct the sage on how to conduct himself? Yuan Yi sensed an increasing surge of malevolent energy within him, rendering his words increasingly uncouth, as turbulent emotions of fury swirled within his heart. Yet, inexplicably, he also felt his understanding of the profound truths of the universe becoming more lucid. The teachings imparted by his master, Tongdian, clearer than ever. I shall not dwell on the ways of your dragon clan, nor shall I recount how the dragon clan wronged me first, destroying my sacred grounds thereafter. I have taken the lives of several from your clan. Let this matter rest. I harbor no desire to engage in endless entanglements with you. I have conveyed my intentions. Your satisfaction holds no significance for me. Yuan Yi's fingers gently tapped upon the surface of the table, yet his mind was enveloped in a tumultuous surge of malevolence. Having concluded my discourse, it is now time to address your matters. After you have ravaged my sanctum and appropriated items from it, I demand their return. Ah, what a remarkable disciple of the sage. A member of the... How dare you act so unreasonably, oppressing my dragon kin? Where's the justice in this? Ao Yin's expression darkened considerably. This situation starkly contrasted with what my father had described. He claimed that Yuan Yi abhorred conflict and adhered to reasoned conduct. Yet, the adversary has been unreasonable from the outset, pressing aggressively, exhibiting a tyranny that surpasses even that of our dragon clan. According to my father's account, engaging in dialogue and negotiation should suffice, provided we refrain from tearing apart the facade of civility, for this individual would not instigate discord. But now, the prince must tread carefully. The path of the sage is sanctioned by the heavens, embodying the essence of justice. You not only question the sage, but also the supreme fairness of the celestial order. It is the dragon clan that has been forsaken by the heavens. Evidently, justice resides with the sage, not with our kin. What audacity! A mere junior of the Tai, he dares to speak ill of my dragon lineage. Have you lost your senses? Before Ao Yin could utter a word, a voice of authority resonated from the void, harmonizing with the essence of the Tao. As if the will of heaven and earth were encapsulated within it, upon its utterance, myriad laws sprang forth. The fabric of space twisted slightly, and 4 figures stepped forth. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings, with the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Wu, taking the lead in speech. Yuan Yi rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the Dragon King of the East Sea, his eyes subsequently sweeping over the other 3 figures. Although he did not recognize the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, it was undoubtedly the East Sea Dragon King who had spoken harshly to him. The attire and demeanor of the others clearly suggested that their status and standing were akin to his own, leading him to speculate. It was indeed an honor that such esteemed Dragon Kings, burdened with pressing matters, could spare the time to be present here. With the profound wisdom of the esteemed Deluo, I need not elaborate further. I trust you are aware of my purpose here. Might I inquire as to the Dragon King's intentions? Do you truly believe that your status as a disciple of a sage grants you immunity from peril? How dare you exhibit such arrogance within my dragon clan? The Dragon King's Deluo form, once entangled in the web of cause and effect, surely cannot be oblivious to the intricacies of fate. To demand an explanation from me suggests that the Dragon King had no intention of engaging in a civil discourse from the outset, does it not? What are your true intentions? Had you not raised this matter, I might not have deemed it necessary to come today. Yet, having arrived here at your behest, why then do you not extend a welcome and choose to elude my presence? Yuan Yi sensed an extreme aura of danger, however. This feeling did not instill fear within him. On the contrary, it ignited a surge of resentment in his heart. After all, he possessed the capital for gambling. What was there to fear? Could the Dragon King of the East Sea truly do anything to him? His confidence was unwavering. He simply preferred not to trouble his teacher with every little matter. There is a distinction between reluctance and fear. Moreover, Yuan Yi did not consider himself a gentleman easily deceived, nor did he have any particular fondness for preserving his reputation. The Dragon King's intentions regarding past events were of no concern to him. As for the question of fearing death, it was a matter of whether the Dragon King dared to take the risk. Let us wager the profound heritage of your dragon clan against the means of a sage. I shall bet on the Dragon King's courage, and you may wager the very lifeblood of your dragon lineage. Let us see who emerges victorious. As the words of Yuan Yi fell, an overwhelming aura of pressure surged forth. In that moment, Yuan Yi felt as though the heavens and earth were tilting. Time and space in disarray, and myriad paths collapsing into chaos. Terrifying phenomena reflected deep within his heart, painting a picture of utter despair, devoid of any glimmer of hope. A state of inevitable demise. Yet, in the next instant, a crisp sound of a sword's cry broke the silence, though not thunderous. It resonated like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, rippling outward in an unstoppable wave. In the outside world, the entire Dragon Palace was engulfed in the might of the East Sea, converging like a cataclysm from the heavens above. The terrifying aura reverberated. Shards of time and space danced in the air, and the pathways of the universe transformed into descending strands of order. Where Yin and Yang twisted and the five elements were inverted, presenting a myriad of frightful visions. This was not merely the overwhelming power of the East Sea Dragon King, but rather the colossal might he had amassed. In the depths of the Dragon Palace, there was a subtle, yet ominous, emanation hinting at revival. However, all was shattered by the sound of the sword, as a crimson celestial blade stood in the void, exuding wisps of blood-colored radiance. This radiance rippled forth, cleaving through all in its path, its brilliance unmatched, rendering all defenses futile. The sword's aura expanded, silently extinguishing all dreadful phenomena, as the principles of the great Tao dissipated. Within the vast expanse of the Dragon Palace, where the sword light enveloped, all creatures were reduced to mere specters of despair, unable to muster any will to resist. Resigned to their fate. The covert aura that had seeped from the depths of the palace was also subdued, returning to silence. Was this the realm of the transcendent sage? In that realm, a voice, unheard by any, echoed in the void, imbued with a complex blend of emotions, regret, unwillingness, yearning, bitterness, and a profound sense of solitude. Indeed, such heights are beyond our reach. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. The red extermination sword stood by Yuan Yi's side, its aura restrained. Yet an innate killing intent pervaded the silence, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The aura of the East Sea Dragon King, and indeed the entirety of the Dragon Palace, had long since vanished, leaving even the Dragon King himself in speechless trepidation. The might of the sage was something that the beings of the primordial world had only heard of. Only the 12 ancestral witches had truly felt its terror firsthand. It can be said that since the Tao ancestor opened the path to sagehood, such beings rarely intervened directly. The only notable instance was when Tao ancestor Hong Jun manifested to quell the conflict between the witches and the demons, enduring a strike from the 12 heavenly divine array, almost the singular occasion of a sage's intervention. While it is well known that sages transcend the deluo, the exact nature of their abilities remains elusive. The Four Seas Dragon King stood frozen in place, and Yuan Yi gazed at the extermination sword beside him, witnessing the majesty of the sage for the first time. Zhao Gongming appeared calm on the surface, yet inwardly he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated his senior brother would directly provoke the Dragon King. All his prior words were merely a ploy to incite action from the other party. Rumors suggested that before the sages attained their enlightenment, the Tao ancestor had decreed that they should not easily intervene in the grand affairs of the primordial world. Whether true or not, Zhao Gongming had heard such tales. His senior brother was clearly seeking to create an excuse for their teacher to intervene. They held the dragon race in contempt for their peers in the Tai realm, yet could not afford to underestimate the East Sea Dragon King, a deluo being whose prior display of power had instilled fear in him, despite knowing that his brother's presence was sanctioned by their teacher. And armed with the extermination sword, he could not entirely dispel his trepidation towards such a formidable opponent. The Dragon King chose to remain hidden, sending forth Prince Aoin. His intentions were not difficult to surmise, but how could I fulfill your plans? However, if you wish to test my abilities, there must be a cost. Yuan Yi shifted his gaze from the Zhuxian sword, sweeping a glance over the dragon disciples including Aoin before settling on the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Wu. Ao Wu remained silent, his eyes filled with barely suppressed trepidation as they moved away from the sword. What do you desire? Ao Wu finally spoke after a prolonged silence. I've heard the Dragon Clan possesses the primordial sea-calming pearl. Since my junior brother Gongming has accompanied me on this journey, it would only be fitting for the Dragon King to present the pearl as a token of gratitude. In return, I might consider offering some guidance to Crown Prince Aoin. Such audacity. Aoin bristled at Yuan Yi's proposition. Yuan Yi has merely reached the mid-stage of Tai, while he has already advanced to the later stage of Tai, with the prospect of attaining completeness. However, he still demands the Dragon Clan's sea-stabilizing pearl while offering guidance. Yuan Yi was indeed astonished. The other party did not deny the existence of the Dinghai Shinju. He had merely mentioned it in passing. Yet was it true that the Dragon Clan possessed such treasures? Did they not only exist in the hands of Zhao Gongming? Despite his surprise, Yuan Yi chose not to engage with Aoin. He presented two options: either return the items taken from my Taoist temple, allowing me to depart and put this matter to rest, or, as you wish, let him have a try, provided the Dinghai Shinju is produced. If you are unable to guide Aoin, what then? You shall leave henceforth and never set foot in my East Sea Dragon Palace again. Agreed. Yuan Yi replied without hesitation. The rationale was simple. To him, it was akin to a gift. Furthermore, he could not possibly ask his master Tong Tian to seize the Dragon Clan's treasures on his behalf. A legitimate justification was essential. The Jie Jiao represented the orthodox sect of the Xianmin and the teachings of the great sages, thus a semblance of propriety was necessary. Zhao Gongming, standing to the side, hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. As for Yuan Yi's abilities, he felt no concern, even if Aoin, the Dragon Prince, possessed a higher cultivation level. The East Sea Dragon King also refrained from further words, directly instructing someone to retrieve the segment of the god-slaying spear and the 3 Dinghai Shinju from the treasury. He had personally felt the might of the sage and dared not act recklessly. Since Yuan Yi sought a legitimate cause, if he found himself lacking, he could not be blamed. Even sages were reluctant to intervene. Reluctantly handing over the treasures was not something he relished, yet in the grand scheme, it was merely a few Dinghai Shinju. Despite the pain of parting with them, it was not a matter of grave importance. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming exited the East Sea Dragon Palace, accompanied by the Black Tiger and Kuei Niu. Zhao Gongming, cradling the 3 Dinghai Shinju in his hands, gazed at Yuan Yi with gratitude in his eyes. Yuan Yi, bearing the Zurian sword, was examining a fragment of an object no longer than a foot in length. It was the broken tip of the god-slaying spear, resembling a large dagger, entirely black with streaks of sanguine hue, emanating an intense and unadulterated aura of malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. Had it not been for a wisp of sword energy from the Zurian sword pressing down upon it, Yuan Yi, given his cultivation level, might have succumbed to such a fierce aura. Moreover, although Yuan Yi's essence had been tainted by its sinister energy, this remnant weapon reacted not at all to him. Unlike the 9, which would resonate with the 3 heavens, this object, akin to a lifeless entity, lacked the innate indestructible radiance of primordial existence. Now damaged, it had even lost its scant innate spiritual essence, rendering it devoid of substantial spiritual qualities. It was no wonder that Yuan Yi, despite having a connection to it, felt no response whatsoever. It was somewhat lamentable that, devoid of innate indestructibility and spiritual essence, it lacked the enduring qualities of a primordial spiritual treasure. Such an extraordinary origin now lay in such a diminished state. After stowing away the fragment of the god-slaying spear, Yuan Yi caressed the dragon-binding rope at his waist. This primordial spiritual treasure, previously indifferent towards him, had seemingly softened its demeanor, the intent directed at him diminishing somewhat. Perhaps it was due to Yuan Yi having recently awakened its awareness by binding a true dragon, allowing it to discern the true nature of the Dragon Clan. And by Zhao's hands, it had never bound a dragon, rendering its name somewhat misleading. Now it had become a true dragon-binding rope. Engaging in a contest of magic with Aoin, the Prince of the East Sea Dragon King, was rather effortless. Yuan Yi summoned the dragon-binding rope, compelling him to reveal his true dragon form in a mere encounter, subsequently binding him securely. The suppressive power it wielded was remarkably exaggerated, leaving him utterly defenseless. This artifact proved exceptionally effective against the Dragon Clan. It surely stood unparalleled among the finest primordial spiritual treasures. The marvels of heaven and earth are indeed fascinating. The dragon, as one of the fundamental forms of the Tao, has given rise to the extraordinary Dragon Clan, yet simultaneously birthed the dragon-binding rope, an artifact with such targeted efficacy. Its formidable might also rendered it particularly vulnerable, embodying the principle of one thing overcoming another. The East Sea Dragon King dared not dispute his debt. Yuan Yi took the item and departed, as the Dragon Clan now resembled mere dung beetles, and he preferred not to become overly entangled with them. For pressing them too far could only lead to mutual ruin. Yuan Yi directly gifted the sea-settling pearl to Zhao Gongming. This singular item did not possess particularly outstanding power. at most reaching the level of a low-grade primordial spiritual treasure, perhaps even falling short, and it held little value in Yuan Yi's hands. He had also discerned that the sea-settling pearl indeed contained the power of time and space, possessing suppressive capabilities. However, the chaos within it was overwhelming. To evolve it into a myriad of heavens without external assistance seemed utterly impossible, and it likely required specific fortuitous circumstances, which Yuan Yi did not believe he possessed. This object was not particularly attuned to him. The essence of Yuan Yi is imbued with malevolent energy. His mastery of the duality of Yin and Yang is more adept at destruction than creation. It is of little use to retain it. It would be more prudent to bestow it as a favor upon Zhao Gongming, for it would serve him far better, given that he already possesses 24C stabilizing pearls. Yuan Yi believes that the value of human emotions surpasses that of the 3C calming pearls themselves. As for what lies ahead, it will depend on Zhao Gongming's own fortune. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea possesses the sea calming pearls. Yet it remains uncertain whether the dragon clans of the other 3 seas share this treasure. Such matters are for Zhao Gongming to ponder. Yuan Yi returned to the Jia sect, his first act being to visit his master Tong Tian at the Bo Palace, incidentally returning the little ancestor on his back. Although the Zhuxian sword was exceedingly reliable and provided an immense sense of security, it was somewhat difficult to get along with. Lacking approachability and proving rather demanding to attend to. Unlike the dragon binding rope, which had no backing and could be bullied by him. This was after all an accessory of a primordial supreme treasure. Even standing alone, a single Zhuxian sword still ranked among the finest of primordial spiritual treasures. Within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian held the fragment of the god-slaying spear, rubbing it thoughtfully while his gaze scrutinized Yuan Yi. With a nod of approval, he remained silent. Offering no further words. Yuan Yi is not lacking in courage to contend. However, he engages in the struggle sparingly. Once he finds stability, his fervor diminishes, and his diligence in the pursuit of the Great Way wanes. While this cannot be deemed as negligence in practice, it reflects a deficiency in the pure aspiration for the path. The law is subordinate to the way, and one's own Great Way constitutes the foundation. Especially for an origin being like Yuan Yi, how could he be devoid of ambition? One may conceal their brilliance and possess a sheath for their sword. Yet one cannot truly lack radiance. Otherwise, the doctrines and paths of the teachings will become shackled, impeding one's cultivation. After all, Yuan Yi has not yet attained the elevation necessary to carve his own path in the way. The sage's path is the most expansive and level road in the universe, nearest to the Great Way. In this regard, Yuan Yi has gained some insight, although his master, Tong Tian, did not explicitly articulate it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi felt a tinge of disappointment. He had entertained the possibility of such an outcome. The name of the god-slaying spear was indeed alluring. However, he quickly found solace in the realization that an artifact of such legendary stature, nearly on par with innate treasures, would not easily fall into his hands. The question remained: how should this fragment of the god-slaying spear be utilized appropriately? His master's perspective suggested that this fragment could be reforged into a new spiritual treasure, particularly as it retained a trace of innate spiritual essence. If the malevolent aura were managed properly, there was a chance that this faint innate spirituality could flourish. Though the possibility seemed exceedingly slim, it was nonetheless plausible that it could give rise to a true, indestructible innate luminescence. After all, the origin of this object was indeed extraordinary, and innate spirituality was a rare commodity. Was it the teacher's intention to use this fragment of the god-slaying spear, along with its innate essence, as materials to potentially forge a genuine innate treasure imbued with spirituality? As his fingers glided over the spear's edge, the ever-present malice that permeated the air was subdued and sealed away, then returned to Yuan Yi. However, the process of reforging such an item was no simple task. His master was not adept in this area. Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, aside from the Tao ancestor, perhaps only one individual possessed the skill to forge such a relic. You should embark on a journey to Kunlun to seek your second master uncle, and afterward, proceed to the 8 Sceneries Palace on Shouyang Mountain. The nurturing of innate spirituality requires more than ordinary methods. Your master uncle excels in the art of alchemy, and few can rival him in fostering spirituality. The Western teachings friend, Kunti, is indeed more proficient in the awakening of spiritual essence, while Sister Inwa also has her merits in the path of creation. Yet, my relationship with them is rather tenuous, thus you must solicit your master uncle's assistance. At that time, I shall personally assist in sharpening the spear. This. Not only must I trouble my second master uncle, but also my master uncle. To have my second master uncle forge a weapon for me, My master uncle nurtured the innate essence, and my teacher performed the sharpening. Does this not seem excessively grand? It genuinely leaves me taken aback. If this indeed transpires, my treasure would be the product of a collaboration among 3 saints. Setting aside the artifact itself. Just this fact alone is astonishing, a display of considerable prestige. Even the mere thought of my teacher's involvement fills Yuan Yi with disbelief. Could such a feat truly be accomplished? What? Do you still wish for? Why? Yuan Yi hurriedly bowed respectfully, for this was all due to the teacher's influence. Without it, he would lack the qualifications to beseech the 2 esteemed seniors for assistance in crafting a treasure. Only with the teacher's endorsement could he embark on such a venture, a notion he had previously dared not entertain. Although the teacher had mentioned that the Western sage of purity was more adept in the art of enlightenment, Yuan Yi still believed that requesting the esteemed senior's intervention was the most prudent choice, as the intrinsic value of the magical artifact would be entirely different. Yuan Yi emerged from the Bo Palace, bearing the god-slaying spear, which was sealed with malevolent energy, and set out to visit the 3 Shaos. It struck him as peculiar how he was perpetually on the move, scarcely finding time to retreat and meditate within his own sanctum. He had only just returned. Yet his next journey was already meticulously planned. The alluring prospect of the grand vision his teacher had recently drawn, a spiritual treasure forged by the 3 saints, filled him with yearning. However, a wave of concern washed over him. The karmic implications of such an endeavor seemed overwhelmingly vast. Could he truly shoulder such a burden? Yet, this apprehension dissipated almost as swiftly as it had arisen. After all, how could he not grasp the fortune that had so fortuitously landed in his lap? To refuse such an opportunity would be a disservice to himself and his teacher. It is said that when one fails to seize the gifts of heaven, they may find themselves facing dire consequences. He had always subconsciously sought stability, preferring to evade challenges and, in doing so, had lost his ambitious spirit. Was it not time to awaken to this truth? With the god-slaying spear stowed away, Yuan Yi leisurely soared toward the location where the 3 Shaos had established their celestial island. Initially, he had hoped to encounter his teacher's mount, Kuan-Yo, to inform it of the arrival of an imitation with a shared name. Unfortunately, Kuan-Yo was nowhere to be found. After guiding him and Zhao Gongming to the Dragon Palace, Kuan-Yo had scampered off to the place of the Jiejiao. The Jiejiao, lacking strict regulations, presented no obstacles for Yuan Yi, especially since he noticed that Kuan-Yo bore no significant karmic burdens. He vaguely recalled that this creature had its own share of karmic entanglements, deeply intertwined with humanity. Perhaps he would explore this in due time. As for the idea of claiming Kuan-Yo as a steed, Yuan Yi dismissed it. Though swift, Kuan-Yo was also a primordial being, and he felt little inclination to take it as his own. Furthermore, the coincidence of its name with that of his teacher's mount felt somewhat irreverent. Additionally, Yuan Yi could not shake the impression that one of Kuan-Yo's legs appeared rather odd, lacking the imposing grandeur of his teacher's majestic steed, and paled in comparison to the striking appearance of his junior brother Zhao Gongming's magnificent black horse. The celestial island had been positioned near the Bo Palace, a testament to the close bond of a cherished disciple. The island itself was extraordinary, having been seamlessly integrated with the veins of heaven and earth, gathering spiritual essences in creation, shrouded in clouds and mist, exuding an ethereal ambience. After a brief arrangement, the 3 Shaos seemed to have hastily retreated into seclusion, leaving the island enveloped in serene tranquility. Yuan Yi stood above the celestial island, gazing upon the vast expanse that resembled a miniature continent. The tranquil atmosphere enveloped him in a sense of peace. His birthplace had been ravaged by the dragon clan, yet an intricate web of connections seemed to bind him to the Sanshao, as if an unbreakable thread linked their fates. Even the 9 Curves yellow river formation they were currently refining bore a connection to him. Yuan Yi had long since come to this realization and offered little resistance, abandoning his plans to seek another spiritual sanctuary elsewhere. Having companions nearby provided mutual support while also allowing him to keep a watchful eye over them. Yuan Yi, possessing a profound self-awareness, recognized that after such an extensive period of companionship, it was impossible for him to regard the 3 sisters as inconsequential strangers. Should anything truly befall them, he would undoubtedly find himself unable to remain detached, just as he understood that if misfortune were to strike him, the 3 Shaos would likely be ensnared by the repercussions of his plight. However, Yuan Yi did not believe he would encounter any calamity. He was not Zhao Gongming. Moreover, with his teacher having recently bestowed upon him a Danshu Taekwon of the 3 teachings, he had gained an additional layer of assurance. Yuan Yi visited the cave dwelling of the 3 Shaos and found it indeed in the midst of seclusion. He placed the dragon binding rope within and refrained from further disturbance. The haste in their retreat may be indicative of a newfound opportunity for breakthrough. The sisters, having previously preserved the potency of the ginseng fruit within their bodies, coupled with the fortuitous 9-curve yellow river formation, should find it not too difficult to attain a breakthrough. After strolling around the celestial island, he took the liberty of refining some hastily arranged formations and brought forth spiritual wood to construct several palatial structures, arranging them into courtyards. He also sought suitable locations to plant the spiritual fruit trees he had transported from Kunlun Mountain, a task that consumed considerable time. While engaged in these leisurely pursuits, he was simultaneously cultivating and controlling his own malevolent energy. He dared not casually imbibe the aura of the god-slaying spear, for he could not withstand the nefarious energy. Crafting treasures from the material of the god-slaying spear would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Should he succeed in forging the spiritual treasure only to find himself powerless to wield it, such a predicament would be far from amusing. Moreover, in seeking assistance from his second master uncle, it was imperative to leave a favorable impression, as the prolonged burden of the extermination sword had unwittingly caused him to exude a murderous aura, with the malevolent energy remaining exceedingly active. If he were to inadvertently displease his second master uncle, it would be a missed opportunity of great significance, as well as a loss of face for his own teacher. After several centuries, Yuan Yi finally ventured forth once more, his aura once again tranquil. Although it bore a sharper edge, it was no longer the uncontrollable malevolence of before. The three Shaos remained in seclusion, and Yuan Yi left behind a message before departing. The distance between the Eastern Sea and Kunlun Mountain spanned an endless expanse, and traversing it with his Tai cultivation would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. However, following the completion of the sect's mountain gate, his teacher, the Saint of Tong Tian, personally intervened to construct a spatial portal within the sect, essentially a teleportation array that allowed for traversal across the void. Crafted by the power of a saint, particularly one who excelled in the art of formations, the array's might was sufficient to enable one to cross vast stretches of the primordial land. The array, located beyond the mountain gate, activated once every millennium, rendering the island where it resided one of the most bustling places within the sect. This was also why the array was not situated near the Bo Palace. The island housing the array was known as Jinao Island, where several disciples, appointed by the senior brother, Duobao, who managed the sect's affairs, were stationed to guard the array, engage in cultivation, and oversee the area. Although Yuan Yi was not personally acquainted with these guardians, he was somewhat familiar with their names. They were none other than the renowned 10 Heavenly Lords, celebrated in later legends for establishing the formidable 10 Absolute Array. The 10 individuals shared a profound bond, dedicating themselves to cultivation together for many years, forming the most captivating small circle within the. In terms of individual prowess, they might not stand out remarkably, yet when united, their collective strength could be deemed extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not have been appointed by the Treasure Lord to safeguard this place. Leading the 10 Heavenly Lords was Qin Wan, but for Yuan Yi, the most notable among them was the sole female immortal, known as Golden Light, sharing the same name as his past abode within Kunlun. Yuan Yi made his appearance on Jinao Island, where many disciples of the Jie sect had gathered. Among them were entirely unfamiliar faces, as well as some familiar ones. Engaging in discussions of philosophy, magical duels, and the exchange of items were common activities, and Zhao Gongming was a frequent visitor to this locale. Aside from Zhao Gongming, however, the presence of other direct disciples was rather scarce. Yuan Yi donned a pristine white robe, adorned with a jade crown that elegantly secured his hair. At his waist hung a jade emblem signifying his affiliation with a privilege not granted to ordinary disciples. The itself is welcoming to all, imposing no barriers. Anyone who has attended a sermon, or even merely listened to a disciple of the expound, may claim to be a member of this esteemed sect. According to senior brother Duobao, there were intentions to create identity emblems for these individuals, yet the plan ultimately fell through. The identity emblems for several core disciples were crafted by their master Tong Tian, imbued with the essence of a sage. Duobao, however, did not dare to trouble his master with such matters. As the number of disciples continued to grow exponentially, it became increasingly unmanageable, leading to the abandonment of the idea to produce identity emblems for them. Those in possession of an identity emblem are the core disciples of the. Although Yuan Yi rarely made public appearances, his identity was easily discerned by others. Many gazes were cast in his direction, offering him salutations. Yet there lingered a hint of reverence in their expressions. The elevated cultivation realm of Yuan Yi is one aspect, while the sight of him brandishing the Excalibur of Xian and emerging from the Bo Palace with an imposing aura was another. Brother Yuan Yi called out 10 figures in unison, 9 men and 1 woman, who were none other than the 10 heavenly lords stationed at Golden Tortoise Island, guarding the Great Formation. Among them were Lord Qin, Lord Zhao, Lord Dong, Lord Yuan, and the Golden Radiant's Holy Mother. Leading the group was Lord Qin, a tall man whose demeanor was predominantly gentle, serving as the eldest among the 10. As for the sole female immortal, the Golden Radiance, adorned in resplendent golden celestial attire. She was strikingly radiant, a figure who could easily be confused with one of her direct disciples, Jin Ling. However, their temperaments were starkly different. Golden Radiance lacked the boldness and sharpness of Jin Ling, possessing a significantly softer aura, with the only similarity lying in their golden garb. Yuan Yi graciously reciprocated, noting down the names of these 10 individuals to avoid any future unfamiliarity. Brother Yuan Yi, are you planning to venture out during your visit to Golden Tortoise Island? Inquired Qinwan. Yuan Yi nodded slightly and said, I intend to journey to Kunlun. The appointed time for the Grand Formation's activation must be drawing near, should it not? Senior brother, you may still need to wait for some time. If you have urgent matters to attend to, you could proceed ahead of schedule. No need. I am in no haste. Let us adhere to the predetermined schedule. Yuan Yi shook his head, declining Qianwan's proposal for special privileges, deeming it unnecessary. Qianwan hesitated for a moment, but chose not to insist further. Instead, he invited Yuan Yi to their residence to wait. How about resting with us for a while? Senior brother? Such an opportunity is rare, and it would be a pleasure for us to host you. Forgive us for the intrusion, Yuan Yi replied. Not at all. Senior brother, please do come. Yuan Yi accompanied Qinwan and the others to their cave abode, where a considerable number of guests had already gathered. Guarding the Golden Ao Island and overseeing this grand formation, it was evident that these 10 individuals possessed remarkable charm and an extensive network of connections. As Yuan Yi observed the spirited discourse among them, exchanging insights and knowledge, the atmosphere was indeed vibrant. The mastery of formations displayed by Qinwan and his companions was truly remarkable. Although they could not rival the 3 Xiao sisters, they surpassed Yuan Yi, who had little expertise in the art of formations, by a considerable margin. While the principles of the Dao may intersect, each discipline possesses its own specializations and strengths. The period of time mentioned by Qinwan actually spans several years. However, for them, the difference was negligible. On this particular day, the grand formation on Jinao Island commenced, and Yuan Yi stepped into the array alongside those disciples of the who were preparing to venture forth. The formation radiated a brilliant light, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. A defensive crystal that allowed them to traverse the void. Without such a safeguard, their cultivation would not withstand the formidable forces of the laws governing the crossing of the void. Currently, this formation effectively connected only to Kunlun and was seldom activated. Most others determined their spatial coordinates independently, utilizing the formation's power to traverse the void, although the distances they could lock onto were quite limited. Thus, the actual range of the formation's teleportation capabilities was not extensive. For the return journey, one needed to employ specially crafted jade talismans to actively connect with the formation upon its activation. Such talismans were rare. Yet Yuan Yi and his fellow direct disciples possessed a few. For the majority, this formation was merely a one-way passage, with few ever utilizing the return talismans. As a multitude of figures vanished within the formation, its brilliance dimmed, gathering the celestial energies of the universe for the next activation. Yuan Yi stepped forth from the crevices of the dimensional void, discerning his surroundings, only to find himself not far from Kunlun Mountain. Why was there no direct passage to Kunlun? The departure of the from Kunlun was primarily due to the overwhelming number of disciples, rendering the mountain a place of unrest. How could the disciples be allowed to frequent Kunlun, even if there were formal gatherings for discourse between the two sects? Such exchanges would certainly not occur through clandestine means. Though less than 10,000 years had passed since his last departure from Kunlun, it felt but a fleeting moment in comparison to their perception of time. Navigating the familiar path to the gates of Kunlun, he found a figure awaiting him, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, yet his visage bore no trace of age, embodying the essence of a youthful immortal. This was his senior disciple, Nanji, who, due to his inherently youthful appearance, had earned the poetic title of Nanji Xianwen. He had entered Kunlun before Yuan Yi and the San Shao. Yuan Yi, my junior brother, you have arrived, Nanji greeted, a smile illuminating his face. Yuan Yi acknowledged his senior brother, surprised by Nanji's presence, as it appeared he had been waiting for him. The master is already aware of your arrival at Kunlun and has specifically sent me to welcome you into the mountain, Nanji remarked with a grin. Their exchanges had been frequent in the past. During those earlier days, the number of individuals within Kunlun had been limited, fostering a deeper camaraderie. The 3 teachings were inherently one, and despite their establishment of separate sects, the lineage and bond could not be severed. I appreciate your efforts, senior brother. Yuan Yi followed Nanji as they entered the Kunlun Mountain Gate, making their way directly toward the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Along the journey, the two engaged in light conversation. Yuan Yi shared insights regarding the East Sea, while Nanji divulged certain details about the. For instance, he learned that all 12 immortals of the had successfully entered the fold, or rather, the illustrious figures of the, renowned in legend, had gathered in their entirety. In addition to the 12 immortals, there was the venerable Nanji himself, as well as the famed master of Lingyao Mountain, Yuan Yi, who had yet to attain his title. Indeed, significant changes were afoot. Yuan Yi followed Nanji as they traversed the jade stone steps of Kunlun, a pathway that had not existed before, extending from the foot of the mountain into the clouds, leading directly to the Jade Void Palace. The surrounding spiritual mountains, beyond the main peak, appeared to have undergone meticulous reorganization, exuding a sense of orderly refinement. This place seemed far more magnificent than in times past, imbued with an additional air of solemnity. While some changes were evident, certain aspects remained unaltered. Nanji spoke, raising a hand to gesture towards the summit of Kunlun. At that moment, a resounding and melodious chime echoed, its reverberations cleansing the heart, reminiscent of the chimes of yore. However, the bell ringer must have changed. It was initially Nanji who struck the bell, but now it was likely that the esteemed Guangxingzi had taken up the task. Ascending the Kunlun Jade Steps, the grand and solemn Jade Void Palace loomed ahead, enveloped in auspicious clouds, with ethereal lights flickering. The inscription of the Great Tao on the plaque exuded the aura of a sage, presumably crafted by the venerable Yuan Shi Tianzun. Its structured and ancient elegance stood in stark contrast to the flamboyant style of Yuan Yi's own master, Tong Tian. Yuan Yi followed Nanji into the Jade Void Palace, where he beheld the Jade Pure Sage seated solemnly upon the sacred dais, the second elder, Primordial Heavenly Lord. Indeed, his demeanor differed greatly from their master's customary posture. While their teacher often reclined casually upon the dais, rarely would he sit with such dignified solemnity. Yuan Yi respectfully acknowledged the ceremonial attire, bowing in deference. I am already aware of the matter. Please bring forth those remnants of soldiers for my inspection. After the formalities, before Yuan Yi could articulate his intentions, Yuan Shi spoke up. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi immediately retrieved the segment of the god-slaying spear that was to be sealed and presented it. The spear soared before Yuan Shi, and as he pointed a finger, the seal was shattered. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted forth, captivating the soul. Yuan Shi contemplated the broken tip of the god-slaying spear, casting a glance at Yuan Yi, his brow furrowing slightly. This object is indeed a creation of utmost malevolence, forged from primordial evil energy. It would not pose a challenge for Tong Tian to assist in its refinement for you. However, the inherent ferocity of this malevolent essence, regardless of the method of crafting, would merely yield another sinister artifact. Moreover, the primordial evil energy is notoriously difficult to eradicate. To abandon it would only diminish its potency, which would be a great pity. Be wary not to let it influence you, for excessive ferocity harms both others and oneself, contravening the harmony of heaven. The disciple will heed this counsel with utmost sincerity, expressing gratitude for the guidance of the esteemed elder. Yuan Shi nodded, examining the segment of the god-slaying spear with keen interest, as if he were somewhat tempted by the prospect of forging it. I can certainly forge it for you, but it will require some time. In return, would you be willing to perform a task for me? Yuan Yi naturally harbored no objections to this matter. Who among us could possibly summon this esteemed sage to forge artifacts on our behalf? He is but a Tai, limited in capabilities. How could he be equated with the endeavor of enlisting a sage as assistance? I humbly request guidance from my esteemed uncle. It is worth mentioning that this matter bears some relation to your teacher. Once, the three of us collaborated to safeguard the remnants of the Qilin lineage, ensuring that it would not face extinction. The Qilin clan has since managed to reproduce, regaining a modicum of vitality. However, they now find themselves in a predicament, and I have dispatched Guangxingzi to address the issue. Since you have arrived at Kunlun, would you be willing to accompany Guangxingzi on behalf of your teacher? The Qilin clan, once a dominant faction alongside the Dragon and Phoenix clans, has faced a more tragic decline than either of those two. Although the Dragon and Phoenix clans have Yuan Yi acquiesce to this matter, for he found himself unable to refuse. Furthermore, he harbored a considerable curiosity towards one of the once dominant clans. Having already encountered the Dragon clan, he did not anticipate the opportunity to behold the Qilin clan so soon. It is said that the Qilin Cliff is a manifestation of the ancient Qilin's corporeal remains left behind after the fall of their progenitor. The veracity of this tale remains uncertain. Yuan Yi departed from the Yushu Palace, bidding farewell to the South Polar Immortal, and then harnessed the light of escape, following the guidance to the ancestral land of the Qilin clan at Qilin Cliff. It remains uncertain what predicament the Qilin clan encountered that rendered the second master uncle unable to intervene, while all the disciples of the Chan school, including Guangqingzi, proceeded there in full force, leaving only the South Polar Immortal to attend to matters within the Yushu Palace. Two beams of escape light descended, revealing the figures of Yuan Yi and Guangqingzi. Yuan Yi stood before a towering cliff, his golden eyes gazing upward. The precipice soared 1,000 fathoms, piercing the azure sky, and an overwhelming aura of majesty enveloped the surroundings, imparting a weightiness even to one of his stature in the Tai realm. This place was the ancestral land of the Qilin tribe, known as Qilin Cliff. Yuan Yi sensed the profound essence of the Tao in this place, where an endless expanse of Tao marks converged like an ocean, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed inexorably linked to the earth itself, enveloping everything in an indomitable majesty. Standing here, confronted by such formidable pressure, one could easily be deceived into believing they were facing the very essence of the primordial earth. Should one refine this energy, it could very well yield a formidable spiritual treasure akin to the heaven-toppling seal. After all, the weightiness of Qilin Cliff inherently possesses a potent suppressive power, Yuan Yi mused. He had already witnessed the grandeur of the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea, and today he beheld the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan. Truly, one could not deny the exceptional nature of a lineage that once reigned supreme among the realms. Among the three clans, the Dragon clan is renowned for its mastery of the Water Tao, enjoying a unique advantage in this regard. The Phoenix clan, on the other hand, commands respect through its Fire Tao, with few rivals to match its prowess. However, this does not imply that the Dragon clan solely cultivates the Water Tao, or that the Phoenix clan is confined to the mastery of fire. In fact, in the realm of immortal cultivation, it is rare to pursue a singular path to the exclusion of others, especially for golden immortals who have transcended mortality. Existing in harmony with the Tao, they have achieved a state of perfection in their understanding of a singular Tao principle. As one ascends to the Tai realm, they begin to construct a unique Tao of their own. Yuan Yi, for instance, seeks to forge his own path based on the principles of Yin and Yang, with aspirations of integrating the 5 elements into his personal Tao. The Qilin clan, too, possesses various branches embodying all 5 elements. Yet the naturally born Earth Qilin stands as the most esteemed. This is largely because the ancestral progenitors of the Qilin clan excelled in this particular Tao, leaving behind a legacy of formidable strength. Of course, they are not referred to as Earth Qilin, but rather as the Earth Qilin clan. The influence of ancestral Tao upon these bloodline-based clans is profound, and to a certain extent, the inheritance of bloodlines determines their innate potential. Yuan Yi gazed upon the nearby Qilin Cliff, a place adorned with traces of Tao, naturally forming a protective array, making it an exceptionally secure sanctuary. He certainly did not believe himself capable of recklessly intruding upon this realm. Though its might may not rival that of the Dragon clan's Dragon Palace, it was nonetheless formidable. What misfortune could befall a clan as sheltered as the Qilin? Or rather, what influence could a mid-stage Tai practitioner like him exert? With Guangqingzi guiding the way, the two entered Qilin Cliff, intending to first join the other members of the Chan sect present here to ascertain the situation. Upon presenting their names and origins to the Qilin clan's guards and verifying their identities, they were met with courteous politeness, ushered respectfully into the mountains. Their demeanor humble and attentive, devoid of any hint of negligence. This surprised Yuan Yi, for the Dragon clan exhibited none of this courtesy. Even when faced with their own esteemed disciples, they maintained a sense of superiority. According to senior brother Duo Bao, when the East Sea Dragon King Ao visited the Chan sect, he did so with great ostentation. Despite appearing to restrain himself, he hardly succeeded in concealing his pride. In contrast, the Qilin clan, once one of the 3 great tribes, displayed an entirely different attitude. At least Yuan Yi did not sense any arrogance among its members. Perhaps this illustrates that circumstances outweigh individual pride. It seemed the Qilin clan was the only one among the 3 that actively sought refuge from outsiders, even adopting a stance of subservience. The decision of an entire clan to willingly align themselves with others requires considerable audacity. Guided by the Qilin clan's youth, Yuan Yi and his companion ventured into the depths of Qilin Cliff. Although referred to as a cliff, it was, in truth, a vast expanse of mountain stretching for 100,000 miles. Centered around Qilin Cliff, it harbored a boundless space, rich in the essence of heaven and earth. Yuan Yi sensed the remnants of the path along his journey, feeling the convergence of the Earth's energy in this remarkable sanctuary. Soon, he encountered a group of disciples from the Chan teaching, some familiar faces and others unknown to him. Among them was his elder brother, a direct disciple of his esteemed master, Tong Tian. Guangqingzi introduced the newly met disciples to Yuan Yi as well, stating, "This is Brother Huanglong, this is Brother Jiu Lusun, and this one is Brother Puxian." The disciples respectfully greeted Yuan Yi, acknowledging his presence. Yuan Yi was quite familiar with these titles. The Huanglong Zhenren, humorously dubbed the three-no real person, was indeed a figure of considerable fortune, a quintessential embodiment of surviving great calamities. Though his Taoist name contained a character for dragon, he was not of true dragon lineage, but rather an innate being, clad in a bright yellow Taoist robe, with a sharply defined visage and a gentle demeanor, lacking any fierce aura. Despite his lack of true dragon heritage and the absence of ancestral bloodline or Taoist legacy, his Taoist form was undoubtedly reminiscent of the true dragons, making him a prime candidate for the binding dragon robe. As for Jiu Lusun, Yuan Yi recalled more vividly his disciple, Tu Xing Sun, who was short yet robust, exuding a composed aura. Puxian, on the other hand, bore no remarkable traits and was rather unremarkable. Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, Daoxing, Jiu Lusun, Wenchu, Puxian, Sihong, Tai, Yuding, Qingxiu, Lingbao, Huanglong, along with the Nanjixing Xian Wang and Yun Changzi, comprised the current direct disciples of the Chan teaching. What, then, could have transpired within the Qilin clan that prompted them to seek aid from Kunlun? After exchanging pleasantries, the assembly settled into their seats, and Yuan Yi inquired. As they exchanged glances, it was ultimately Qijingzi who addressed the matter. From our investigations during this time, it appears that this incident may be linked to the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan? Yuan Yi echoed. Indeed, over the years, the Qilin clan had experienced the mysterious disappearances of their young members with no means of contact, prompting them to seek assistance from Kunlun. How could the Qilin clan's disappearances be tied to the Demon Clan? Brother, you may not be aware that since establishing their dominion, the Demon Clan has been relentlessly expanding, with countless groups joining their ranks, identifying themselves as members of the Demon Clan. However, some factions, such as the once dominant primordial clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, have steadfastly refused to align with the Demon Clan. Yet, the might of the Demon Clan is such that ordinary groups find it difficult to resist. Although the Qilin clan has fallen from grace, they still possess a degree of heritage. As long as the formidable beings within the Demon Clan remain inactive, they cannot encroach upon the Qilin cliff. Furthermore, the progenitor of the Qilin clan once transformed into the Tao, mending the Earth's deficiencies and repaying the karmic debts from the great battle among the three clans. Unlike the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which are mired in karmic entanglements, the Qilin clan enjoys a certain degree of protection from the Earth. In the past, our master and uncles have also intervened to assist the Qilin clan, which has led the true powerful beings of the Demon Clan to maintain a measure of caution towards them. Yuan Yi grasped the essence of the matter. Qijingzi and the others suspected that the demonic tribes, coveting the Qilin clan, were behind these incidents. Among the three great clans, the Qilin lineage possessed the shallowest foundation and had always been the weakest. Their strongest members had perished, including even the primordial Qilin who had dissolved into the Tao. Though this meant the Qilin clan bore the least karmic burden from the ancient wars, their progenitor and remaining elders having sacrificed themselves to mend the Earth's fractures, their remaining legacy paled in comparison to the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Geographically, the dragons lurked deep within the seas, while the phoenixes secluded themselves in the undying volcanoes south of Mount Buzhou, both regions where the demonic tribe's influence was weakest. Only the Qilin, dwelling near Mount Buzhou, became the demon's target. For though the Qilin had declined, no other faction had yet risen to prominence. At this stage, few could challenge them without the intervention of primordial deities. The demon heavenly court was one exception, the witch tribe, another. Yet according to Qijingzi, the missing Qilin were not dead but captured, ruling out the witches, who never took prisoners. Traces of demonic activity had been found, implicating multiple tribes. Still, despite exhaustive efforts, the Qilin's whereabouts remained unknown, and the true orchestrators eluded identification. Some theorized these demons were mere pawns, testing the waters for a greater power. Ordinary demonic elders, mere innate beings, lacking profound cultivation or treasures, stood no chance against the Qilin. Their chieftain, after all, was a perfected Tai realm master, formidable by any measure. Moreover, the Qilin still possessed spiritual treasures and roots, including the supreme-grade innate treasure, the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, one of the 5 directions 5-colored banners. When unfurled, It summoned the Earth's power, manifesting indestructible golden lotuses to shield against all arts. Rumors also spoke of the Earth Elemental Pearl, one of the innate 5-element source orbs residing with the Qilin. Between these relics and the ancestral sanctuary of Qilin Cliff, only a mighty Deluo realm entity could threaten them. The primordial Qilin's legacy endured, though the clan now lacked a Deluo guardian, a deliberate outcome. As past covetous eyes had learned when the 3 pure ones intervened. Now that the trio had ascended to sainthood, few would dare provoke their former wards. So in truth, Yuan Yi mused, we need only remain here a while, signaling the elders' continued protection. Or should we capture demonic scouts to lure out or deter their master, then leave the rest to Uncle? Yuan Yi was still pondering the purpose behind his second uncle's summons, yet the matter appeared far less intricate than anticipated. Their role was merely to serve as a backdrop for the Qilin clan, a spectacle displayed before the demon tribes. The implicit message was clear, the Qilin clan had formidable allies, and the demonic forces would do well to restrain their ambitions. This was the unspoken retort to those testing the waters. Yuan Yi even suspected that his second uncle already knew precisely who was coveting the Qilin clan's domain. After all, how many affairs in this world could truly elude the foresight of a sage? Would this not be somewhat improper? He mused. We are, after all, the orthodox lineage of the mystic sect, disciples of the sagely teachings. All these conjectures remain mere speculation. To act against them on such uncertain grounds, would that not defy propriety? Guangqingzi did not refute the speculations of the group, yet he hesitated at Yuan Yi's suggestion. The weight of tradition and decorum lingered in the air, unspoken but undeniable. Yuan Yi remained indifferent to the matter, believing that simplicity was indeed preferable. However, he felt that neither he nor Guangqingzi were the key to resolving the issue. Without decisive action, the problem would persist, which boded ill for the Qilin clan. After meeting with the Qilin clan's patriarch, Yuan Yi and his companions departed from Qilin Cliff, dispersing across the land to investigate the disappearances of the clan's members. Their approach was straightforward, questioning neighboring demonic tribes one by one, leveraging their status as direct disciples of the 2 sacred sections. Their true purpose was not to locate the missing Qilin, but to send a message to certain unknown entities that they were aiding the Qilin clan in their search. 14 individuals, including Yuan Yi, scattered to act independently. Deep within the ancestral lands of the Qilin clan, the patriarch and several elders gathered, shielded by golden lotuses that veiled their discussions from divine scrutiny. Patriarch, are you truly resolved to this path? A hesitant elder trailed off, his expression conflicted. The patriarch's decision was one the entire clan would struggle to accept. Is there truly no other way? No, the patriarch replied without hesitation. Countless of our kin have fallen to hidden schemes. The glory of our ancestors has become a curse, drawing covetous eyes. Hiding within our ancestral lands will never restore our strength. Silence followed. Once, they had believed that with time and the legacy of their forebears, they could rise again. But reality proved otherwise. Those who coveted the Qilin clan would never allow them such an opportunity. You know as well as I, the patriarch continued, that the only reason they hesitate to strike openly is not out of fear for us. Were it not for certain considerations, even our ancestral lands could not shield us from the wrath of those quasi-saints. Extinction would be our fate. Since the Great War of the 3 clans, the Qilin had lived in obscurity, yet calamity could not be avoided by mere discretion. They had nowhere to flee, leaving their ancestral lands would only invite greater suffering. Though their ancestors had sacrificed themselves to cleanse the clan's karmic burden, granting them a chance to rise again, they lacked the strength to seize it. And the covetous gazes upon them never waned. Now, someone was testing whether any still stood to protect the Qilin. Fortunately, the primordial sage of the Chan sect had intervened, sparing them this crisis. But how many times would such protection last? The Qilin had no deep ties to the saints. Thus, the patriarch resolved to forge a stronger bond with those who could truly shield them, securing the clan's survival and a chance to rise anew. Only then could they recover and nurture new power. Even so, another elder protested, why must our kin submit to others? Would it not be better to seek entry into a saint's lineage? Easier said than done, the patriarch countered. To protect the entire clan, mere discipleship is insufficient. The Chan saint selects only those of profound destiny. How many innate beings have sought entry in vain? The Jia sect may accept more, but among their multitudes, how many are true disciples? Would an ordinary outer disciple truly suffice to shield us? His tone grew solemn. Do not underestimate the status of a saint's direct disciple. Though their cultivation is still young, backed by a saint, they have time and fortune on their side. In time, they will stand among the mightiest in the primordial world. We must look beyond the present. To follow these disciples was, in essence, to serve as attendants or mounts. Yet even that was preferable to the alternatives. Turning to the Western sect would mean forfeiting the Chan saints' protection, inviting annihilation before they could even reach the West. Let us choose our own path, the patriarch declared. The worst outcome cannot compare to what others would inflict upon us. Silence fell. These elders had witnessed the brutality of the primordial world. None doubted the need for a saint's shelter, only how to secure it. The true challenge lay within themselves, whether they could humble their pride enough to survive. Ideally, their kin would enter a saint's lineage, but that was unlikely. Even becoming a saint's mount required fortune they lacked. Thus, the patriarch turned his gaze to the saint's disciples. While the saints themselves might disdain the Qilin, these budding disciples offered a chance. Once they matured, even this opportunity would vanish. By forging deep ties with them, the Qilin would indirectly bind themselves to the saints, precisely his aim. Originally, only Chan sect disciples had arrived, but now a Jie sect disciple had joined, widening their prospects. The missing Qilin remained unfound, but the outcome was already clear. The moment the primordial saint declared his stance, the matter was settled. Now, the Qilin clan pondered their future, how to secure their survival. In a secluded realm, veiled from divine scrutiny, a figure sat in meditation. Clad in golden robes adorned with black patterns, his aura manifested a celestial phenomenon, yin and yang in flux, winds rising, waters churning. This was Kunping, the demon sage. A quasi-saint and one of the primordial world's foremost powers. Before him knelt a dozen figures, their numbers diminished since his last summons. Kunping knew where the absent had gone, and who had taken them. There were no disappearances. They had been captured by that Jie sect disciple and several from the Chan sect. A movement for his eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, he dismissed the remaining supplicants, leaving only himself in the empty space. So be it, he murmured. This endeavor shall not come to pass. Kunping sighed, relinquishing the intentions that had lingered in his heart. As a primordial deity of exceptional prowess, the innate demon master, he found himself at a disadvantage due to the absence of a suitable magical artifact. The wild innate treasures scattered throughout the cosmos had become increasingly elusive. With a plethora of treasures, one could wield formidable power, yet, lacking a strong backing, the opportunities were markedly scarce, with the Qilin clan undoubtedly among the few viable candidates. Integrating the once mighty Qilin clan into the demon race would represent a notable achievement attributed to Kunping in the eyes of the celestial court. The deep-rooted legacy of the Qilin clan, when successfully incorporated, would yield a dual benefit. What weighed upon Kunping's mind was the prior intervention of the three pure ones in safeguarding the Qilin clan. The stance of these three saints was paramount. Kunping surmised that while not entirely impossible, the situation was precarious. After all, Yuan Shi did not have particularly strong ties to the Qilin clan, having previously intervened. Yet this did not guarantee future assistance. Presently, among the three pure ones, Tai Ching had relocated to Shouyang Mountain, and Qing had journeyed to the Eastern Sea. Leaving Yuan Shi at Kunlun Mountain as the closest to Qilin Cliff, Kunping was well acquainted with him, understanding his adherence to rules and his lofty pride. Thus, he dared to probe the situation, for even if Yuan Shi had intentions to protect the Qilin clan, as long as he refrained from overt action and withdrew in a timely manner, he would likely abide by the edicts of the Dao ancestor and remain passive. As the Qilin clan sought aid from Kunlun, Yuan Shi summoned his disciples. Kunping remained uncertain whether this was a genuine effort to safeguard the Qilin clan or merely an act of preserving face. The disciples of the Chan teaching, under the constraints of Guangqingzi, also adhered to decorum. Kunping intended to maintain a stalemate for a while, assessing the situation before making further plans. As long as he refrained from taking any aggressive steps, Yuan Shi would not breach the Dao ancestors' prohibitions, a nuance that Kunping expertly managed. The disciples of Chan teaching would not allow matters to escalate. However, amidst this assembly of rule-abiding Chan disciples, an unruly disciple from the Jia teaching infiltrated the scene. Precisely at this juncture, Kunping felt exasperated. The intrusion of a Jia disciple altered the dynamics dramatically. While Yuan Shi adhered to the rules, Tong Tian was known for his disregard for them. Kunping could gauge Yuan Shi's boundaries, ensuring that he remained within limits that would prevent Yuan Shi from acting. Yet, the extent to which Tong Tian would refrain from direct involvement remained beyond Yuan. He found himself neither surprised nor unsurprised by the outcome. The second master clearly summoned him with the explicit intention of safeguarding the Qilin clan. The other party's cautious probing, evidenced by their decision not to kill even a single member of the Qilin tribe, revealed a deep-seated apprehension. They were not reckless individuals, unwilling to confront the sage directly. With such constraints in place, Yuan Yi felt liberated. If you clandestinely capture individuals, so shall I. I am aware that you have taken them. Just as you know I have done the same. If too many are seized, and the situation escalates, it will be impossible to conceal. Would you dare to let matters progress to that extent? It was evident that the other party did not possess such courage and chose to withdraw. Yuan Yi was left pondering which demon clan member harbored such covetous intentions towards the Qilin tribe, yet in the end, they revealed themselves not at all, opting instead for a decisive retreat. Thus, the crisis facing the Qilin clan came to a quiet conclusion. The demon clan members they had covertly captured lost their relevance. Yuan Yi and his companions released them, for there was no further purpose in holding them. With the opposing party retracting their actions, it was unlikely they would seek further trouble or meddle in the affairs of the demon clan. Within the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan, at Qilin Cliff, Yuan Yi gazed intently at an exotic creature before him, his eyes filled with scrutiny. The creature, having been captured, stubbornly refused to depart, which was quite peculiar. It resembled a leopard but bore a striking red coat, adorned with a single horn on its forehead and a pair of wings. Most bizarrely, it possessed 5 tails that swayed like feathers, exuding a fierce demeanor while simultaneously displaying an obsequious, ingratiating expression. This creature was one of the demon clan captives captured by Yuan Yi, its origins linked to a primordial being. Yuan Yi felt an undeniable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered a description of this creature somewhere before. Yuan Yi suddenly recalled that this creature was a notorious beast and divine entity recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Speaking of which, most of those they had captured this time were primordial beings, creatures like Zhuhai, Fei, Huaxi, and Gudiao. Those with inferior origins or insufficient strength were unworthy of being seized by them. Yuan Yi scrutinized the formidable figure before him, perplexed as to why this creature stubbornly insisted on accompanying him, vociferously proclaiming its desire to abandon its demonic nature. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that this being lacked any semblance of a kinship or clan. After Yuan Yi's emergence, he did not undergo much experience before early on becoming a disciple under the auspices of Tong Tian, even prior to the sage's attainment of enlightenment. Regarding the identity of the sage's disciples, there remains a certain lack of understanding, underestimating the intrinsic value of the pinnacle of the Hong Wang realm. Yuan Yi had yet to reach a decision. To be candid, he was not particularly fond of talking mounts. At that moment, the chieftain of the Qilin clan approached him, prompting Yuan Yi to set aside his current thoughts. He was uncertain as to what matters the chieftain wished to discuss, for he was neither the principal authority of this expedition nor affiliated with the Jie Jiao. He was merely present to lend his support. Yuan Yi surveyed his surroundings, finding no one else present. Only he, Guangxingzi, and the patriarch of the Qilin clan remained in that place. Yuan Yi and Guangxingzi sat on one side, while the chieftain of the Qilin clan occupied the other. In the center of the table lay 2 jade boxes, each exuding a rich primordial aura that made Yuan Yi raise an eyebrow. Guangxingzi exchanged a glance with him, yet Yuan Yi showed no inclination to speak. This gathering was primarily under the auspices of the Chan teaching, with Guangxingzi as the presiding authority. Yuan Yi was acutely aware that he was merely assisting and should not overshadow the main event. What could the chieftain's intentions be? We are merely executing our master's orders to aid the Qilin clan, and the chieftain need not go to such lengths. Noticing Yuan Yi's reluctance to speak, Guangxingzi inquired. The grace of the sage shall be forever etched in our hearts. The Qilin clan is immensely grateful for your assistance, which has spared us from covetous eyes and preserved our kin. As he spoke, the chieftain of the Qilin clan pushed the 2 jade boxes towards Guangxingzi and Yuan Yi, opening them. Inside was revealed a small flag of apricot yellow and a diminutive orb. The Qilin clan had nothing to thank for, thus presenting these 2 spiritual treasures to the esteemed sages, and requested that they convey their gratitude. Guangxingzi was taken aback, and Yuan Yi was equally astonished. He had anticipated that the Qilin clan might offer gifts to maintain their relationship, but he had not expected such audacity. It was not an exaggeration to say they had staked their very existence on this, though it was their first encounter with the flag. Both Yuan Yi and Guangxingzi were worldly enough to recognize its significance at a glance. It was a supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5 colors and 5 directions flags. As for the orb, it bore a striking resemblance to the one held by the Taoist of treasures, being one of the primordial 5-element source spiritual orbs, specifically the Earth spiritual orb, a superior primordial treasure. To offer such 2 treasures was not merely a gift. It was the very foundation of the Qilin clan's existence. Yuan Yi's gaze towards the clan leader shifted, and as his thoughts whirled, he managed to glean the other's intentions. Yet, he remained astonished. Could it be that this clan leader was a mad gambler? Or did he genuinely believe that such actions were worthwhile? Contemplating such notions was one thing, but executing them was an entirely different matter. To offer a supreme innate spiritual treasure and a high-grade innate spiritual treasure so freely was an extraordinary display of magnanimity. Yuan Yi cast a glance at Guang Chengzi beside him, who displayed a fleeting moment of inner turmoil before regaining his composure. As the clan leader, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I must consult my master and await his guidance. Guang Chengzi, though stern and traditional, was not a fool. He comprehended the implications of the proposition laid before him. The Qilin clan was effectively presenting their allegiance and resources to his master. Should he accept? It would signify a commitment to protect the Qilin clan, transcending their current status as mere outsiders providing assistance and establishing a profound bond of guardianship. The offer was explicitly intended for his revered master, the primordial heavenly venerable, and thus he lacked the authority to decide. The Qilin clan leader was not surprised by Guang Chengzi's response and shifted his gaze toward Yuan Yi, although his primary aim for protection was the primordial. Having connections with both the Jade Purity and Upper Purity sects would only serve to strengthen his position. After all, the two were kindred and did not conflict. In fact, establishing ties with one would likely enhance the chances of influence with the other. The same applies to me, he thought. Meeting the Qilin leader's gaze, Yuan Yi responded with a warm smile. Then I shall rely on your assistance. The Qilin leader rose, bowing sincerely, his demeanor reflecting genuine respect. Offering gifts was no simple task. While innate spiritual treasures were invaluable, swaying a sage was no easy feat, particularly for the three pure ones. Even the finest innate spiritual treasures might not suffice, especially considering that many disciples under the sages already possess such treasures. Subsequently, the Qilin leader humbly set aside his status and inquired whether they or their fellow disciples required any attendants or helpers, clearly indicating his desire for the younger members of his clan to accompany them. It is difficult to ascertain whether Yuan Yi has succumbed to a sense of despair, completely abandoning the dignified restraint of his former dominant clan, or if he possesses a profound foresight and unique insight. His actions resemble the audacious decision to package and sell the Qilin clan, a choice that, in its essence, may not inspire pride. However, the entity he has chosen to align with renders this decision extraordinarily sagacious. He is willing to forsake everything to seek the favor of the sage. To attain protection and secure the future of the Qilin clan, one must acknowledge that not only was the Qilin clan once among the three great dominant clans, but even an ordinary clan might find it challenging to muster such resolve. Yuan Yi became convinced that this chieftain was indeed a lucid man, to say nothing of other matters. As long as the second master nods in agreement, the Qilin clan will firmly establish its foothold in this primordial realm, relinquishing the past to secure a future. Given the second master's willingness to extend assistance and the knowledge concerning the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the central Wu Ji Xing Huang banner, there is no doubt that the Qilin clan has succeeded. Regarding the chieftain's request, Guang Chengzi did not make an immediate decision, and Yuan Yi naturally expressed, I too shall consult my master, indicating that they both needed to seek their teacher's counsel before proceeding. Thus, the matter was deemed settled. However, the fate of the Qilin clan hinges on the stance of the two saints, primarily that of the primordial supreme being. As the faction represented by Yuan Yi was merely an alternative, the proximity to Kunlun Mountain indicated that this assistance to the Qilin clan was indeed at the behest of the primordial supreme being. The chieftain truly possessed remarkable audacity. While engaging in casual conversation, Yuan Yi remarked. The chieftain merely chuckled and shook his head, displaying a hint of helplessness. My friend, you overestimate me. It is not audacity, but rather the exigencies of the situation that compel me, as I only seek the continuation of our clan. Not long ago, I visited the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, witnessing the profound heritage of the Dragon clan and the commanding presence it once wielded as the dominator of heaven and earth. How could our Qilin clan possibly compare to the Dragon clan? Once we stood shoulder to shoulder, but now the disparity is even greater. No matter how precious the spiritual treasures, they cannot shield our clan from peril. Rather, they may incite covetousness and invite annihilation, as has occurred this time. Were it not for your esteemed presence, matters would not have concluded so simply. Yuan Yi nodded slightly. The Qilin clan indeed holds great promise for the future. Though currently lacking in fortune and under the protection of the sage, they are not burdened by karmic obstacles, and the potential for fortune to coalesce is considerable. Among the three clans that were originally destined to be brothers in adversity, They were the weakest, yet they have emerged first from their plight, embarking on a path toward resurgence. After engaging in further casual conversation, Yuan Yi and Guangqingzi took their leave, needing to return and inform their master to decide whether to establish a deeper relationship with the Qilin clan. The identity jade talisman of Yuan Yi embodies the aura of a sage, meticulously crafted by his master, Tantian. Through this talisman, he conveyed the matter at hand. However, the response he received was merely to handle it as he deemed fit, suggesting a lack of interest from his master. Whether to accept it or not seemed inconsequential. Handle it as you see fit? Yuan Yi pondered, ultimately deciding to abide by his master's directive. Observing how the Chan Jiao would proceed and determining his own course of action thereafter. Pray tell, what would you do? Yuan Yi gazed at the mythical beast Zhang sitting upright before him and inquired. His master had already given a non-response, while Guangqingzi had yet to send any news. With time on his hands, Yuan Yi began interviewing this persistent creature who refused to leave. Its fur was glossy and vibrant, adorned with crimson patterns, exuding an air of flamboyance. Its 5 tails swayed gracefully like phoenix feathers. I can serve as your mount and guard your abode, it offered. Why choose to follow me? Yuan Yi was puzzled. Among so many disciples of the saints, this Zheng insisted on sticking with him. Because you're the strongest, and you're from the Jia sect. The rules of the Chan sect are too strict. Zheng answered honestly. Among the disciples of the saints, Yuan Yi's cultivation and strength stood out significantly. This was evident at a glance, not only in terms of mastery and divine abilities, but he also wielded a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, while the Chan sect disciples adhered to stricter discipline, Yuan Yi appeared far more relaxed, though he still followed his own principles. But was he truly one to indulge in excessive formalities? Compared to Guangqingzi and the others, Yuan Yi was far less rigid. I have my own rules, Yuan Yi remarked, sensing the implication that he lacked discipline. Understood. Zheng nodded vigorously, its massive head bobbing like a pestle. Despite its ferocious appearance, it tried to feign obedience. By the way, do you eat meat or plants? Zheng hesitated, then spat out a glimmer of jade green, a piece of jade. Mostly, plants, I suppose? It replied uncertainly. You eat rocks? Does that even suit your natural ferocity? No wonder its voice was so grating sharp and laced with a cutting edge. And retrieving things from its mouth, dripping with saliva, made Yuan Yi frown in distaste. Yet he also noted the creature's extraordinary nature, devouring metal and jade, refining their essence within its body. This was its innate talent, generating a fierce innate energy that likely made its offensive power formidable. Yuan Yi approached and scrutinized it closely. Its fur appeared sleek and smooth. Upon reaching out to touch it, he found the texture quite satisfactory, deeming it acceptable. Its appearance was rather imposing, though it seemed to lack courage, which might even be considered a positive trait. Yuan Yi examined the tail, which resembled a phoenix feather, and discovered that the 5 tails of this creature were not merely ornamental. The ethereal essence of gold and jade was intricately woven within them. What appeared to be a delicate tail was, in fact, its sharpest feature, surpassing even the finest set of teeth. Yuan Yi, what are you up to? A radiant beam of light pierced the heavens, heralding the arrival of Tai Yi, who observed Yuan Yi as he scrutinized the peculiar tail of the creature. Tai Yi smacked his forehead in sudden realization. Could it be, brother, that you intend to sever its tail for the purpose of forging a weapon? I perceive that its 5 tails exude a formidable sharpness. Surely, they could be fashioned into 5 exquisite celestial swords. Yuan Yi nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Junior brother speaks wisely. This is indeed superior material for crafting artifacts. Upon hearing this, the ferocious beast shuddered violently, its fur bristling along its back and tail in alarm. Yuan Yi released his tail, which swiftly retracted and concealed itself beneath his abdomen, no longer daring to reveal itself. Junior brother, have you come with a purpose? Yuan Yi paid no heed to the frightened ferocious beast and turned his gaze towards Tai Yi. Senior brother Guangqingzi has sent me to invite you. The master has already replied. Very well, let us proceed. Following Tai Yi, they made their way to the grand hall of the Qilin clan, where disciples of the Chan school were gathered, along with numerous members of the Qilin clan. Yuan Yi had already speculated on the response of his second master, and the unfolding events aligned with his expectations as his second master consented to the Qilin clan's request for sanctuary. Guangqingzi accepted the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the central Wuji yellow banner, and in accordance with his master's directive to proceed as deemed appropriate, Yuan Yi responded by receiving the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl. This was not a gift from the Qilin clan to him, but rather for his teacher, Although its value pales in comparison to that of the central Wuji yellow banner, it was evident that the Qilin clan could no longer offer another supreme innate spiritual treasure. Furthermore, it was only fitting that the most precious item be presented to his second master, representing the respect and admiration held by the Chan sect. Naturally, this also implied that his second master would have to invest more effort in the affairs of the Qilin clan, while Yuan Yi's teacher would thereby establish a bond of goodwill. Subsequently, Yuan Yi and his companions did not immediately depart from the Qilin clan to return to Kunlun. They remained at Qilin Cliff. This was due to the clan leader's prior mention of another matter, the collection of Qilin clan disciples to accompany them. Offering spiritual treasures to the sages was a means of forging relationships with them. In the eyes of this clan leader, the opportunity for clan disciples to follow the direct disciples of these sages was also a significant chance for growth and transformation. Moreover, as they had yet to mature, this was a moment where they could catch the sage's attention. The Qilin clan was extraordinary in its own right, yet in terms of foundational roots, it could not yet compare to a true innate being. The direct disciples of these sages would undoubtedly become the most formidable existences in the vast wilderness of the future. However, Guangxingzi and the others hesitated, for their own cultivation levels were not particularly high, merely attaining the Taiyu realm, which seemed insufficient to necessitate the assistance of a young disciple for management. More importantly, this implied a karmic connection with the Qilin clan. Should the clan require assistance in the future, one could not simply stand idly by. Yuan Yi is also confronted with such dilemmas. What the Qilin clan desires is to establish a clear relationship. Unfortunately, he stands as the sole disciple of the Jie Jiao in this place. Unlike Guangxingzi and others who can exchange glances with their fellow disciples, he has no brothers or sisters to share this burden. Particularly, this matter was something he accepted under his master's directive to handle it as you see fit, making it seem inescapable. Moreover, the clan leader of the Qilin is quite eager and attentive to his situation. Nonetheless, Yuan Yi recalls that, according to legend, the Jie Jiao had numerous disciples who were intertwined with the Qilin clan. After all, the Qilin clan has risen to become a renowned lineage of auspicious beasts, and their esteemed reputation has seemingly never waned, consistently enjoying extraordinary fortune. They have weathered their greatest tribulations, and after overcoming them, the Qilin clan remained largely unscathed. Furthermore, the Qilin clan genuinely differs from the Dragon clan, as evidenced by the attitude of their disciples towards the esteemed disciples of the holy teachings. They indeed harbor expectations towards the holy teachings. The arrogance characteristic of the Dragon clan has seemingly vanished entirely among them. A transformation that could not have occurred overnight but rather must be the result of prolonged change. Yuan Yi intended to observe further, as there was no harm in doing so. If he were to encounter something that captured his interest, he could simply take it with him. He had never before summoned mountain spirits and wild creatures to assist him. The presence of auspicious beasts would serve to affirm his virtue, unlike the fierce visage of Zheng, which would only lead superficial individuals to misjudge him. Moreover, the earthly Qilin clan possessed an extraordinary talent for communicating with and harmonizing the energies of the earth's fanes. Bringing back one to cultivate the land would prove beneficial, aiding in the growth of spiritual fruits. Previously, he had employed the sisters Qiong Shao and Bai Shao for labor, though they were not particularly inclined to do so. Guangxingzi and the others had not departed from Qilin Cliff. His second master uncle accepted the offerings from the Qilin clan, intending to relocate Qilin Cliff directly to Kunlun. This was undoubtedly splendid news for the Qilin clan, as it would allow them to reside in proximity to the sage's domain, ensuring the continuation of their lineage was no longer a concern. The reason for the wait was that, at this moment, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable was crafting magical artifacts for Yuan Yi, making it inconvenient for him to return to Kunlun. Thus, he remained with Guangxingzi and the others within the Qilin clan. The Qilin Cliff, adorned with traces of the Tao and the convergence of creation, was, in itself, an extraordinary locale. Yuan Yi cultivates in this locale, seeking to comprehend the profound truths embodied in the Qilin Cliff. He has mastered the 5 elements, and the earth's potent force here nurtures creation, with interwoven ley lines that greatly facilitate his understanding. The mischievous and persistent Jin has not departed, and observing its seemingly docile nature, Yuan Yi tacitly accepts its presence. Now, Yuan Yi watches a game reminiscent of whack-a-mole, though the one darting across the surface is Zhan. This creature scurries about, occasionally revealing a glimmer of white jade as it peeks above ground before swiftly retreating, resembling a nimble mole. Yuan Yi gently tapped his fingers upon the ground, solidifying his connection to it. In an instant, one hand delved into the earth as if piercing through tranquil waters, directly retrieving a small creature from below. Its scales shimmered like white jade, translucent and imbued with a subtle, warm luminescence. Yuan Yi grasped its delicate horns, while its 4 tiny legs flailed about in a frantic dance. Its clear, innocent eyes gazed up at him with an air of curiosity and intelligence. After a few futile struggles, it resigned itself, drooping its head in a defeated manner. This was a young Qilin, with remarkably pure ancestral blood and commendable potential. Yet, being quite young, it had a penchant for burrowing into the ground, adeptly utilizing its innate gifts and bloodline heritage to maneuver effortlessly through the soil. Displaying a nimbleness surpassing that of fish in water, Yuan Yi brought the small creature, which had been scurrying around him, closer for inspection. The chosen one from the Kirin tribe was anything but ordinary. "What can you do?" Yuan Yi inquired. The creature, with its large eyes, glanced at him, its pupils swirling as if deep in thought, before its 4 little legs began to twitch. "Earth manipulation," it replied in a youthful, almost childish voice. Yet its gaze was earnest. "Earth manipulation? Are you suggesting that the master should burrow underground with you?" Zheng interjected, eyeing the small creature that Yuan Yi was holding with a wary expression. "Is there anything else?" The little Kirin glanced at the fierce-looking beast nearby, pondered for a long moment, but ultimately remained silent. Yuan Yi set it down, and this little creature burrowed directly into the ground, revealing only its head. It resembled less a Qilin and more a burrowing mouse. Its aura was intimately connected to the earth, and Yuan Yi discerned that it possessed a unique aptitude for traversing hidden pathways. Yuan Yi observed for a while, noting that this innocent little creature was as naive and pure as its large, sparkling eyes, and it seemed to possess a certain fortune about it. Yuan Yi reached out to touch the little head that had emerged, then stood up. "All right, I see you possess a remarkable talent for digging. Since you are willing to follow me, you may accompany me back to the temple to assist me with various tasks." Yuan Yi believed that there was no harm in nurturing a mythical beast. This little creature excelled in manipulating the energies of the earth, making it quite suitable for excavation. As it eagerly sought to accompany him, he decided to take it on as a steed, granting its wish. He would bring this young Qilin back to serve as an attendant, as he himself was not particularly industrious. It is not necessarily a bad thing to be associated with the Qilin tribe, so there is no need for rejection. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, the little Qilin grinned widely, displaying an endearing yet comical expression on its Qilin face. This charming creature would indeed make a delightful pet, exuding an aura of joy and festivity. Yuan Yi beckoned to the little Qilin, who immediately scampered over with an air of eager servility. As the creature bent before him, its obsequious demeanor often provoked a desire within Yuan Yi to strike it, though he could not quite fathom why. With a swift motion, he mounted up, and a brilliant crimson light sliced through the void, rapidly vanishing from sight. Below, a glimmer of white jade brilliance intermittently peeked out, closely trailing behind with remarkable swiftness and agility. Yuan Yi has chosen a small white jade Qilin, bestowing upon it the name Yuji. This little creature possesses scales and armor that shimmer like jade, exuding a gentle and lustrous hue, making for an exquisite appearance. Meanwhile, on the side of Guangqingzi, Yuding selected a member of the Qilin clan to bring back to the dojo. Nearly a millennium later, a breath of energy wafted from the direction of Kunlun, enveloping Qilin Cliff. Subsequently, this Qilin Cliff, a remnant of the primordial Qilin's transformation into the Tao, vanished from its original location as if it had never existed, disappearing with remarkable naturalness. At that moment, Qilin Cliff had been effortlessly relocated to the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, where it took root. Even a quasi-saint would find it challenging to disturb Qilin Cliff, the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. Yuan Shi, without revealing his presence, directly shifted it to Kunlun, illustrating the profound and transformative capabilities of a saint, moving mountains and filling seas, altering the heavens and the earth, all accomplished with a mere gesture. Guangqingzi presides over numerous affairs within the teaching of the Tao, and it is also his responsibility to oversee the arrangements for the Qilin clan. Yuan Yi departed from Qilin Cliff alongside the other disciples of the exposition. Master Sherbua's efforts to relocate Qilin Cliff indicate that his magical artifact may have reached a significant stage of refinement. After all, this cannot be regarded as the complete forging of a spiritual treasure. The segment of the god-slaying spear still harbors traces of its original Tao, and the power of the great Tao remains intact. Master Sherbua's reforging is essentially a process of restoration and adjustment based on this foundation. Notably, this represents merely the initial phase of the crafting process, akin to shaping the very essence of a spiritual treasure. Otherwise, even a sage's intervention would not yield swift results. Yuan Yi once again arrived beneath the summit of Kunlun Mountain, where the Southern Immortal awaited his presence. Ascending with the Southern Immortal into the Jade Void Palace, Yuan Yi encountered his revered second master, Yuan Shi. At the same time, he beheld the ethereal treasure suspended at his side, emanating a familiar and fierce aura. A malevolent presence that permeated the air with a chilling intensity. A long sword, entirely obsidian in hue, was adorned with intricate crimson patterns that lent it an alluring quality. Its design, both ancient and grand, bore a certain dignity that did not seek to flaunt its uniqueness, exuding a natural beauty akin to that of dark jade. Embellished with red veins, resplendent and imposing, it also hinted at an alluring and sinister charm. Amidst the various manifestations, a spectral blue lotus flickered in and out of existence, radiating an unparalleled destructive power. The celestial sword was known for its mastery in wielding blades, and though the materials for the god-slaying spear were limited, the act of mingling other materials to forge it into a spear resulted in a tarnished creation, wasting its potential. Furthermore, the Tao patterns were incomplete, making it challenging to restore its full glory, thus detracting from its beauty. Consequently, this humble practitioner took the spear's sharp tip, preserving its edge, and transformed it into a sword, ultimately yielding this sword embryo. Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude to his master. The god-slaying spear had been forged into a sword, its murderous intent nearly rivaling that of his teacher's extermination sword, with an even greater malice, all while still unrefined. Whether it be a spear or a sword, both are instruments of the Tao. Yuan Yi found himself more accustomed to the latter in his cultivation. After all, the adage that a longer weapon is stronger does not apply to the realm of cultivation, and Yuan Yi held no particular fixation on the sword's appearance. He felt a burgeoning anticipation for the day this sword would take its true form. The innate power emanating from the sword embryo was already beyond that of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. What heights might it reach once fully realized? Upon departing from Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Yi first returned to the Eastern Seas Jez sect, rather than proceeding directly to the sanctum of his esteemed grandmaster, Tai Ching. At the 8th Scenic Palace of Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain lies to the east of the unreachable mountain, with a spatial distance from Jie sect to Chan sect that is comparable, if not closer, to that of Jie sect itself. Given Yuan Yi's level of cultivation, the journey was indeed arduous, unless he were to shamelessly beseech this second granduncle to escort him. Yuan Yi felt an undeniable sense of reluctance to speak up. Although his second master had forged a treasure for him under the pretext of requiring a favor, the reality was merely a matter of running an errand. His role as a disciple of the Jie sect was to make a brief appearance, prompting the one who tested him to withdraw more swiftly. Even in Yuan Yi's absence, the situation would have been resolved, albeit with a slight delay. By utilizing the Identity Jade Talisman, he could connect at the scheduled intervals of the grand formation of the Jie sect, seamlessly returning to its embrace. From there, he would journey to the Beijing Palace on Shouyang Mountain, which would prove to be a more efficient course of action. Moreover, he needed to retrieve the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl, and convey matters concerning the Qilin tribe to his master, Tongtian. Yuan Yi made a visit to the Bo Palace, where Tongtian exhibited little concern for the affairs of the Qilin clan. Similarly, he showed no interest in the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl, and simply cast it aside to Yuan Yi without reservation. Yuan Yi returned to the dojo with the Jin Beast and the little Qilin, only to see a figure approaching from the Immortal Island. "Senior brother, have you broken through the realm?" Yuan Yi gazed upon the figure of Yun Xiao before him, whose aura unmistakably indicated that he had reached the mid-stage of the Tai realm. The residual medicinal power of the ginseng fruit, coupled with the fortuitous circumstances presented by the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation, was largely attributable to the assistance of his senior brother. Yun Xiao responded with a smile, exuding an air of tranquility and grace, embodying both gentleness and poise. What of Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao? Yuan Yi was somewhat taken aback by the absence of the two sisters. It was unexpected that they had demonstrated greater diligence than Yun Xiao, who had already emerged from seclusion. This seemed rather illogical. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were slightly inferior in cultivation compared to me, and their breakthroughs would require additional time. They remained within the grand formation, engrossed in their comprehension. As she spoke, Yun Xiao's gaze shifted to the fierce beast behind Yuan Yi, as well as the little Qilin playfully swishing its tail against the formidable creature. Was this the mount that her senior brother had acquired? Yuan Yi nodded slightly, acknowledging that the Xing beast was indeed designated as a mount. Yuan Yi gestured towards the small creature hanging from the tail of the Jin beast. "This little Qilin, I intend to have her serve as a disciple, assisting with various chores and overseeing the cave dwelling. Moreover, this little one possesses an innate talent for manipulating the energy of the earth, making her well-suited for tending to the spiritual roots. This way, it will spare Xiao and the others from constantly complaining about me. What do you think, junior sister? If that is agreeable. I was just considering discussing with my senior brother whether we should summon some mountain spirits to assist with these trifles. As Yuan Yi approached, the Jin beast, understanding his intent, lay down. The small creature that had been clinging to its tail fell to the ground, quietly resting there, its large eyes gazing at Yuan Yi. He raised his hand and poked at its white, jade-like scales, inspecting it closely. This little Qilin exhibited commendable qualities, its aura pure and vibrant, untainted by any karmic hindrances, making it far more suitable than ordinary mountain spirits. Upon hearing the praise, the little creature grinned, displaying its Qilin-like smile, which brought an amused smile to Yuan Yi's face. Such beings often engage in secluded meditation for thousands of years. Having a disciple to assist with management would indeed simplify matters. Additionally, with the establishment of the Taoist sanctuary, it would be somewhat impolite to leave it unattended, especially when no one is present to receive visitors from among our peers. After all, it seems my senior brother hardly ever takes a break, rarely spending much time at the sanctuary. As they walked towards the island, Yuan Yi briefly recounted the purpose of their journey, mentioning that they would soon have to visit Yin Mountain's 8 scenic palace to request assistance from their grandmaster. Yunxiao listened attentively, occasionally responding with earnest remarks. Being with Yuan Yi felt distinctly different from interacting with Xiao and Baishao. The latter two often found it difficult to remain calm. Although Xiao appeared serene, she was anything but quiet and had a lively disposition. In contrast, Yunxiao emanated tranquility, instilling a sense of peace and comfort, reminiscent of the effortless grace of drifting clouds. By the way, junior sister, have you found some leisure time recently? Yuan Yi inquired, recalling certain matters. Is there anything you could assist my senior brother with? If not, perhaps you would accompany me to Yin Mountain to pay respects to our grandmaster and brother Xian. Do the mention of Qilin Cliff reminded Yuan Yi of this matter. He recalled that, according to legend, it was their grandmaster who had suppressed Yunxiao beneath Qilin Cliff. Although Yuan Yi believed he had altered certain fates to prevent the Sanshao sisters from meeting such a destiny, it would still be prudent to have Yunxiao accompany him, fostering positive connections with the grandmaster. This would serve as a safeguard, ensuring that, should circumstances turn dire, a glimmer of hope might remain. In the absence of such dire outcomes, that would be most fortunate. Based on his previous encounters with the grandmaster at Kunlun Mountain, he knew him to be a man of few words, yet possessing a temperament that was the most amiable among the 3 pure ones, even more so than his own teacher and second uncle. This may be due to his cultivation of the Tao of tranquility and non-action, making him more approachable. Brother Xiandu, the grandmaster of the Xiamen, was also easygoing, though seldom seen, often remaining within the confines of the sanctuary. When Yuan Yi extended the invitation to accompany him to Yin Mountain, a flicker of surprise crossed Yunxiao's eyes. She glanced back towards the direction of the cave, where Xiao and Baishao were in seclusion, hesitating for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. Of course, Yunxiao was willing to accompany her senior brother. With a twinkle of mischief in her eyes, she pointed towards the rear, remarking that Xiao and Baishao would likely complain about their senior brother and her. No matter, they will surely pester you first, she replied with a smile, acknowledging the truth in her senior brother's words. The ones most eager to venture out were indeed Xiao and Baishao, while she often kept them in check. Now that she was leaving the sanctuary, it was inevitable that they would express their grievances. With their plans settled, the two engaged in a brief exchange regarding their cultivation, recognizing that the presence of fellow practitioners was beneficial for their progress. Through discussing their insights and validating their understanding, they could either draw parallels or correct their paths, serving as an excellent reference for one another. As the time approached for the grand formation to be activated again, Yuan Yi and Yunxiao made their way to Golden Turtle Island, navigating with ease. The Jin beast accompanied them, as it would be unwise to travel without a mount after bringing it along. Crossing through the formation and traversing the void, Yuan Yi and Yunxiao arrived at the eastern region of Buzhou Mountain. They had never visited the Human Teachings Taoist Sanctuary at Yin Mountain's 8 Scenic Palace. This was their first official visit. The grand entrance of the Eastern Seas sect of the teachings was vast and imposing, while the Kunlun Taoist Sanctuary exuded a solemn and dignified atmosphere. In contrast, Yin Mountain, chosen by the Grandmaster as a sanctuary, possessed a unique charm. Though it was an extraordinary realm of celestial fortune, the Grandmaster seemed to have maintained its natural state, preserving its original beauty. This place emanated a tranquility distinct from that of Kunlun Mountain, exuding a sense of freedom and serenity, devoid of the constraints felt at Kunlun. The entrance to the human teaching sanctuary was also rather discreet and hard to find, hidden within the depths of the clouds. Without guidance, it would have proven quite challenging for Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao to locate the 8 Scenic Palace. As the Grandmaster's sanctuary, the 8 Scenic Palace stood alongside the Mystic Swimming Palace and the Jade Void Palace. While the Mystic Swimming Palace harbored an air of mystery and the Jade Void Palace radiated solemn elegance, the 8 Scenic Palace exuded an ancient simplicity that felt remarkably ordinary. Yet upon stepping into this realm, the resonance of the Tao within the heavens and earth was anything but ordinary. The aura was neither fierce nor imposing. Yet it permeated everywhere, blending seamlessly with all things, elusive yet omnipresent. In the courtyard, a great blue ox was grazing on the spiritual roots, while Brother Xian Du lounged nearby, resting on the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram, wandering through the 8 extremes. Beside him was a large red gourd filled with elixirs, akin to the water and fire gourd at Yuan Yi's waist, while the 3 pure ones each possessed a gourd. Yuan Yi's teacher had infused his with the 9 heavens profound fire and the 9 nethers dark water, transforming it into a powerful spiritual treasure. His second uncle's gourd, having not fully matured, was only of superior quality, yet it contained extraordinary fundamental Tao sources that could evolve chaos. Yuan Yi was unsure of its purpose, but it had ultimately been refined into a spiritual treasure. Other gourds were similarly impressive, but the Grandmaster's gourd was merely utilized as a container for elixirs. Scattered about were other spiritual treasures, radiating celestial light. Grandmaster Ta Ching, holding a floating dust, sat before a massive bagua furnace, appearing to be in a drowsy state though. Of course, this was merely an appearance. Yuan Yi paid his respects to the Grandmaster. Yun Xiao also bowed before him. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao greeted respectfully, and Tai Ching's gaze swept over the two of them before nodding slightly in acknowledgement. He then uttered a single word, permitted. Permitted? What could it mean? Soon, Yuan Yi realized that the master had already begun to respond to his unspoken request. However, was this not rather too straightforward? He had immediately delved into the crux of the matter, addressing it with such candor. Yuan Yi presented the sword embryo, which Tai Ching examined closely. With a gesture of his hand, he channeled mystical energy, and threads of Taoist essence began to permeate the air, unfolding profound mysteries. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao stood nearby, while the master had already begun preparations for an investigation. The atmosphere fell silent in that moment, as it seemed only a few words had been exchanged back and forth. Yuan Yi hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to inquire, "Master Uncle, is there anything I can assist you with?" While his second master uncle had actively helped him forge magical artifacts and send him on errands for the Qilin clan, here he was, merely observing. And Yuan Yi felt it was inappropriate to remain idle. Tai Ching shifted his gaze from the sword embryo to Yuan Yi, then to Yun Xiao, his expression serene, as if contemplating. After a brief silence, he finally replied, "Go and inquire at Xuandu." With that, he resumed his examination of the sword embryo, drawing out strands of Tao patterns, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy, as various traces of the great Tao manifested, evolving and coalescing into an array of wondrous phenomena. Subsequently, he gestured towards the outer courtyard, and a sound resembling something being cast away echoed. At the same time, a Taiji diagram, suffused with the essence of primordial energy, flew in, descending with the primordial dualities of Yin and Yang, the interplay of which nurtured creation itself. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering with a hint of peculiarity. Observing the demeanor of their master, who appeared to have concluded the matter at hand, the two felt compelled to withdraw. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they noticed Xian Du rising from the ground, stifling a yawn. Upon seeing Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao approaching, he brushed off his Taoist robe and adjusted his hairpin. It turned out that the younger disciple Yuan Yi and the junior sister Yun Xiao had come to pay a visit. "Are you here to seek the master?" Yuan Yi succinctly articulated the matter, yet Xian Du, upon hearing the final words, was filled with astonishment. Not for any other reason, but for the phrase "go ask Xian Du." Xian Du stepped forward, eagerly patting Yuan Yi on the shoulder. "You and your sister have arrived at the perfect moment. It is splendid that you shall accompany me." "Indeed, splendid, splendid." Yuan Yi gazed at Xuandu, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It resembled the time he had captured the sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao to serve as his laborers. Yet now, it appeared that he and Yun Xiao had become the ones subjected to toil. "Is there anything we might assist you with, senior brother Xuandu?" Yun Xiao inquired from the side. Xuandu sighed, his expression tinged with melancholy. Both my junior brother and junior sister are aware of my origins. I hail from the human race, one of the innate beings fashioned by the Holy Mother. Does this matter pertain to the human lineage of my senior brother? A flicker of curiosity stirred within Yuan Yi, as he had long held an interest in matters concerning the human race. However, he had only ever encountered Xian, rendering his understanding rather scant. Indeed, this was a personal affair for me. It seemed that Xian's gaze carried a hint of awkwardness because of this. No matter, since it pertains to my senior brother, I shall not hesitate to offer my modest assistance. Very well, since my junior brother has expressed it thus. I shall refrain from being overly formal with the two of you. Recently, however, there have been troubling matters arising among the human race that have caused me considerable distress. Xian, with his unceremonious nature, was not one to dwell on niceties. Previously, when troubles arose among the humans, they sought my help. Being of human descent myself, my master did not impede my involvement, and I hastened to assist in resolving the issue. Yet, two rascals emerged from nowhere, causing chaos, and Yuan Yi, however, discerned something deeper from their words. It was evident that these two individuals possessed considerable cultivation. Although Xian, due to his cultivation level, was unable to fully unleash the power of his treasured artifacts, his strength undoubtedly surpassed his own realm. Yuan Yi even harbored doubts that, beneath the great Luo, Xian could contend with anyone, should he rely on the Taiji diagram and the exquisite Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth. What could be the origins of these two? Why did his senior brother hesitate to act against them? Yuan Yi discerned that Xian had not initially exerted his full strength, suggesting that the opponent might possess considerable influence. Otherwise, how could one rely on the power of a treasured artifact to intimidate another? If one were to contest this, what recourse would there be? If you dare to entangle yourself further, you shall continue to be confronted by the might of the treasure. How could there be any allowance for your interference? They hail from the Phoenix clan, being descendants of the Phoenix ancestor. The bloodline of the Phoenix ancestor? The progeny of Yuan Feng? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow, recalling Kong Xian and Jin Ping. Xuandu expressed astonishment. Junior brother, are you acquainted with these two? Yuan Yi replied, I have heard of them, though I cannot claim to be well informed. Indeed, it is Jin Ping and Kong Xian. Should they not be residing in the ancestral grounds of the Southern Phoenix clan? What brings them to the east? And furthermore, why engage in combat with Xuandu? Are they simply devoid of purpose? Yuan Yi, though perplexed, felt a sense of intrigue. It is said that the deity Kong Xian wields the extraordinary power of the five-colored divine light, cultivated from the primordial energies of the five elements, capable of transforming all things. In a similar vein, the feathered celestial creature, the golden-winged Great Ping, is endowed with the primordial forces of Yin and Yang, which piqued Yuan Yi's desire to witness its grandeur. The teacher had mentioned that numerous primordial beings, born of the interplay of Yin, Yang, and the five elements, exist throughout the universe, for these elements form one of the foundational principles of cosmic evolution. However, it is rare for beings to embody a pure essence of a singular great path. Hence, those who amalgamate both Yin and Yang, or the five elements, are few. Both Kong Xian, who embodies the primordial five elements, and the Golden Ping, who embodies the primordial Yin and Yang, belong to this latter category. The essence of Yuan Yi is a fusion of the dualities of Yin and Yang, intermingled with a certain malevolent energy, suggesting a rare complexity. One cannot help but ponder how it measures against the dual energies of the golden rock, which is stronger and which is weaker. Yuan Yi finds it a rare opportunity to cultivate a sense of comparison. Yuan Yi held little interest in competing with others in the realm of magical combat. Yet, as the saying goes, rivals are often found among peers. He was intrigued to witness the prodigious abilities of this son of Yuan Feng, the golden-winged rock, and the mastery of the dual energies of Yin and Yang that he had cultivated. Although both possessed the dual energies, the manifestations that accompanied their respective backgrounds were merely fragments of the vastness that is Yin and Yang. The path of Yin and Yang is profoundly expansive, teeming with myriad transformations. Even the primordial sanctified beings cannot fully encompass the entirety of Yin and Yang. How much less so could beings of their lesser stature, who stand beneath the primordial sanctified. The profound principles encapsulated within the dual energies of Yin and Yang converge upon the direction of their intersection and transformation. The confluence of Yin and Yang embodies the essence, while their transformation signifies change. Thus, his very title elucidates the foundational tenets of his grand philosophy. The evolution he cultivates through Yin and Yang is paramount. Presently, he strides towards these two paths, toward the unity where Yin and Yang converge, and towards the differentiation of the five elements, exploring the extremities to expand his own journey. Unbeknownst to him, The existence of the golden-winged great ping bears a semblance to his own origin, yet he remains unaware of the path it traverses within the realm of Yin and Yang. According to Xiandu, although the cultivation of the two individuals surpasses theirs to some extent, Xiandu, wielding his treasured artifact, could pursue them relentlessly, which has incited their resentment. The lineage of the Phoenix clan, while formidable, does not instill excessive trepidation in Xiandu, a singular disciple of the sage, however. Akin to the Dragon clan, provoking them could lead to unwarranted complications, which is hardly advantageous. There is no necessity in such endeavors, and thus, it is a matter of desire rather than courage. Moreover, as Xiandu noted, the actions of those two individuals have not been excessively egregious, rendering the situation even less worthy of pursuit. Yuan Yi was eager to witness the prowess of Kong Xian and Jin Peng, and his curiosity regarding the human race was also considerable. Thus, he expressed his willingness to embark on a journey to observe them. Yunxiao nodded in agreement and decided to accompany them. With their resolution made, the trio set forth without delay. At that moment, the innate treasure, the Tai Chi diagram, was in the possession of Tai Ching, leaving Xiandu with one less treasure for their travels. They were left with only the Linglong Pagoda of Heaven, Earth, and the Yellow. Yuan Yi was uncertain about the number of other spiritual treasures, such as the wind and fire mat and the banana leaf fan, that this individual might have brought along. In contrast to the Taoist of many treasures, this individual seemed to truly embody the title of many treasures. After all, Master had taken only this one direct disciple, and the advantages of being a solitary seedling were evident. Few among the innate sanctified beings had the fortune to experience the might of a treasure. Yet this individual was able to utilize the Tai Chi diagram as a mere carpet, sitting upon it for meditation or even to take a nap. Yuan Yi had never witnessed the complete formation of the Zhuxian sword array, only being acquainted with the single killing sword known as the Zhuxian sword. Conversely, he was more familiar with the Taiji diagram, having visited the senior brother during his time at Kunlun and having engaged with it on numerous occasions. Since the emergence of humanity from the creation of the Saint Inhua, they initially resided near her sanctum, close to Mount Buzhou. However, with the rise of the heavenly court and the demon race, Saint Inhua established a new sanctum in the outer realms, prompting humanity to migrate eastward, distancing themselves from the tumultuous land of Mount Buzhou. For the present-day human race, living in proximity to the demon stronghold has rendered survival exceedingly arduous. Shiyang Mountain is neither too distant nor too close to the human settlements. A typical journey would require a moderate amount of time. Yet, a pragmatist like Xuandu would never adhere to the ordinary path. Instead, he summoned the exquisite treasure, the Tower of Primordial Yellow, enveloping both Yuan Yi and Yunxiao within its confines, forcefully shattering the fabric of space to traverse the void over a short distance. The three individuals vanished from outside the 8 scenery palace, leaving behind 2 peculiar beasts. A large azure bull, clutching a spiritual root, approached, feeling increasingly disregarded by Xuandu, who had denied it the privilege of carrying burdens. After much effort, it had managed to accompany them on this outing, only to find itself relegated to returning and gnawing on the spiritual root once more. As it chewed on the bland herb, the azure bull found it rather tasteless. Its master was a recluse, and even when taking on a disciple, he remained withdrawn. The bull cast a sidelong glance at the individual accompanying its master's nephew, noting with some trepidation the fierce appearance that belied an evident timidity. Under the scrutiny of the azure bull, Shin felt somewhat stiffened. This herbivorous azure bull was a mount of a saint, instilling a sense of intimidation in him. His master had departed without a second thought, leaving the mount behind. The two exchanged glances, one evaluating, the other uneasy. Yuan Yi indeed forgot his steed, though he carried his magical artifact with him. His junior sister, Yunxiao, was by his side, yet he remained oblivious to the absence of anyone until they had already set forth. However, this was not a significant concern, for that place was the dojo of his esteemed master, and getting lost was unlikely. At this moment, Yuan Yi's gaze was fixed upon the exquisite heaven and earth mystical tower above him. Although this object was indeed a treasure, it diverged from the Taiji diagram, for it appeared to be referred to as the post-heaven merit treasure. The only comparable entity might be the legendary primordial measuring ruler. However, Yuan Yi was perplexed, as his master Tong Tian had explicitly informed him that there was no such concept as the merit of the great Tao, only the merit of the heavenly Tao. Thus, what was the merit associated with this heaven and earth mystical tower? This tower had been possessed by his esteemed master, Ta Ching, for a long time, and it was inconceivable that Tong Tian was unaware of it, nor could he have spoken in error. Therefore, how did this treasure of merit come into existence? Yuan Yi understood that one could refine spiritual treasures using the merits of the heavenly Tao, resulting in the creation of post-heavenly merit spiritual treasures. However, the quality of such treasures is often not exceedingly high. Firstly, the acquisition of merit is a challenging endeavor, and the refining process for post-heavenly merit treasures incurs significant losses. Secondly, there exists a limit to the amount of merit that a spiritual treasure can bear. Brother Xuandu, this exquisite Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth, as a treasure of post-heavenly merit, must have been conceived prior to the revival of the heavenly Tao, correct? Was it not stated that before the revival of the heavenly Tao, there was no concept of merit and karmic obstacles? Yuan Yi inquired, casting a glance towards Xuandu. Are you foolish? The heavenly Tao has not yet revived, but it certainly has not ceased to exist. What is so strange about that? The one responding to Yuan Yi was neither Xuandu nor could it possibly be their junior sister, Yin Xiao. Yuan Yi lifted his gaze towards the exquisite, heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda above him, momentarily rendered speechless. Is this treasured artifact truly sentient? Can it genuinely engage in dialogue through divine consciousness? A congenital spiritual treasure, bearing the essence of spirit, nurtured by the indestructible primordial light, is indeed extraordinary. Yet, can a spiritual treasure converse directly with a person? Why has my master's Excalibur of celestial slaying never responded to me? You, young one, remain unaware of the essence of merit, do you not? Merit is merely a unique manifestation of the power of the great Tao. However, under the rules established in the primordial universe, its effects appear particularly significant in your eyes. The essence of merit? Are you referring to the nature of this peculiar power? Yuan Yi had indeed never contemplated this. After all, isn't merit just merit? Yet, the realization struck him that merit is but a distinctive force of the great Tao. Could it be possible for the world to give rise to a postnatal treasure of merit? Yuan Yi inquired. Of course, it is rather improbable. The merit required to forge a treasure is unattainable by any living being, not even by that Tao ancestor. Furthermore, do you assume that everyone possesses the capability to evolve a complete trace of the great Tao to create a treasure? Then, you possess scant understanding of the essence of the heavenly Tao and have a shallow grasp of the primordial universe. Indeed, you are merely at the Tai level, akin to that lad from Xuandu, with limited cultivation and narrow vision. Should you attain perfection in the great Tao one day, you will naturally comprehend everything. For now, the great Tao is vast, the heavenly Tao is lofty, and the universe is boundless. With that, the divine consciousness fell silent, no longer responding. The essence of the heavenly Tao? Yuan Yi had no time to ponder. The celestial yellow and black Linglong pagoda, which had enveloped and protected them, had already returned to Xuandu's hands, cradled delicately in his grasp. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that Shouyang Mountain had vanished without a trace. The celestial yellow and black Linglong pagoda had transported them across the void, bringing them to this very location. Yuan Yi and the two others stood suspended in midair, gazing down upon the sprawling settlement of the human race that unfurled beneath them. Yuan Yi released his divine consciousness, revealing that the human settlement was remarkably vast and populated. Various tribes, both large and small, were scattered throughout, and they had arrived at the central region. Yuan Yi had already encountered the tribes of the Witch Clan, and found that the tribes of humanity bore little distinction in comparison. However, within Yuan Yi's perception, it was evident that the innate starting point of the human race was exceedingly low, verging on the mortal realm. This area, however, harbored numerous formidable auras, with several approaching the peak of golden immortality. According to Xuandu's introduction, these were the ancestral figures of humanity, contemporaries of his, originating from the primordial human beings created by the sage Niwa. During that era, Niwa fashioned 3,000 primordial humans to resonate with the essence of the great Tao. Their creation profound and mysterious, allowing these beings to approach the level of innate spirits, inherently embodying the immortality of golden immortals. Thus, the formidable nature of this sage, the first to attain sainthood, and the power of her creative path were evident, nearly akin to the very creation of heaven and earth. Yet, the human race had commenced its journey too late, possessing far shallower roots than Yuan Yi and his kin. Xuandu, being the strongest among humanity, had entered the teachings of his master and thus attained his current level of cultivation, standing on a different tier compared to his peers. Yuan Yi, my junior brother, and Yun Xiao, my junior sister, I must first pay my respects to the Holy Mother at the Ancestral Hall. As we are here, it would be remiss not to pay our respects to Lady Niwa. Do you wish to accompany me? Of course, Yuan Yi, my junior brother, and Yun Xiao, my junior sister. Please lead the way. Xuandu took the lead, with Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao following closely behind, quietly blending into the human populace as they traversed towards the core area. Heading to the ancestral hall dedicated to the Holy Mother Nuwa. With Xuandu, a progenitor of humanity, leading the way, none of the guards dared to obstruct their passage, many of whom were Xuandu's contemporaries and acquaintances. Although this was the ancestral hall of humanity, Yuan Yi and his companions, as direct disciples of the celestial saint, could respectfully refer to this sage as uncle. Whether paying homage to the Holy Mother of humanity or to Sage Nuwa, the essence remained the same, differing only in the nature of their visit. The ancestral hall lay deep within, a grand edifice constructed of massive stones, exuding an ancient and weighty aura, etched with formations and prohibitions for protection. Yuan Yi journeyed onward, meticulously observing everything around him. The human race, inherently possessing a Taoist physique, indeed exhibited a semblance of nearing the Tao. However, the frailty of their essence remained a stark reality. A mere hint of approaching the Tao was insufficient to compensate for this weakness. In contrast to humanity, several other races could be deemed inherently formidable. So, where lies the advantage of the human race? What is the essential factor that determines their eventual emergence as the protagonists of the heavenly land? Yuan Yi sought to discern some clues. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized, he could not identify their advantage. It seemed that humanity was merely an unremarkable faction among myriad races, not particularly powerful, and their potential appeared equally limited. Does your senior brother often return to the human realm? Yuan Yi inquired. Xiandu shook his head. Not frequently. I have only returned recently due to certain matters requiring my attention. I previously saw my senior brother organizing the Golden Elixir Dao of our esteemed master. My master's Golden Elixir Dao permits me to share it with our kin. However, my master cautioned me against intervening in human affairs, stating it would yield no benefit for them. What does this mean? Then why are we here? Do not be overly concerned, junior brother. My master's intention is that I may extend protection to humanity or impart the Tao to them. However, regarding their governance and similar matters, my master has instructed me to refrain from interference, asserting that humanity has its own path to tread. Thus, our visit does not contravene my master's admonitions. Xiandu perceived that Yuan Yi was anxious about displeasing their master, hence he elaborated further. In truth, he too harbored doubts about certain matters. He had never been hindered from imparting the Tao to his own kin. Even when bestowing celestial elixirs upon them, he had received his master's consent. Yet, his master remarked that his actions would not fundamentally alter the path humanity was destined to follow. What, then, constitutes the essence of humanity's path? He had asked, but his master offered no response. He always sensed that, in his master's eyes, humanity was distinct, yet he could not articulate how. From his master's ambiguous demeanor, he only vaguely comprehended that this uniqueness did not stem from humanity's remarkable cultivation aptitude or formidable power, for in these aspects, they were not exceptional. Unbeknownst to Xiandu, Yuan Yi, trailing behind him, was also endeavoring to uncover the distinctive qualities of the human race. Was it merely that the time had not yet come for him to perceive their uniqueness? Or was it simply a matter of his own inability to discern that very distinction? Yuan Yi was unaware of the sentiments held by other saints. Yet he understood that in his teacher Tong Tian's eyes, humanity possessed a certain uniqueness. However, this uniqueness was rather commonplace. It appeared that Tong Tian did not hold this particular aspect in high regard. While humanity was indeed special, it was not the kind of distinction he sought, thus rendering it less exceptional in his perspective. Yuan Yi found himself perplexed by the teacher's demeanor. Initially, he presumed that the teacher, possessing immense knowledge, was unaware of the peculiarities of the human race, as the teacher's gaze seldom lingered upon them, displaying an attitude not dissimilar to that of other formidable beings. However, as time passed, Yuan Yi discerned otherwise, leading to his bemusement. An ancient stone hall stood majestically, within which a statue of the revered Inwa was enshrined. After Yuan Yi and Yun Shao paid their respects as juniors, they withdrew to await further developments. Upon arriving at this sacred site, it was only fitting for them to pay homage, albeit merely as younger generations. After a considerable interval, Xuandu emerged from the ancestral hall. He possessed no residence among the human populace, as he had previously stated. He offered protection within the realm of his capabilities and extended his watchful gaze over the humans, yet refrained from interfering in Yuan Yi. Yin Shao and Xiandu are all masters of the Tai realm. Among them, Xiandu, who wields the innate treasure. The Taiji diagram, as a mere rug, possesses remarkable expertise in the way of Yin and Yang, although his approach diverges entirely from that of Yuan Yi, who pursues the path of Yin and Yang in a direction that embraces evolution, destruction, and annihilation, Yin-Du embodies a tranquil energy that nurtures creation and fosters harmony. Yuan Yi pondered the innate malevolent energy, seeking to channel it to invoke the dual forces of Yin and Yang, emulating the dividing line of the Taiji diagram in a quest to unify these opposing forces. Yin-Du's unique insights in this regard bestowed upon him a significant degree of enlightenment. Seated upon a windfire mat, Yin-Du engaged in meditation. Traversing the vastness of the void, his breath naturally serene, harmonizing with the cosmos, coexisting with all living things, blending with their light and dust. In this state, he perceived himself as one with heaven and earth, unified with all creation. Observing Yin-Du's state of cultivation, Yuan Yi was reminded of such a description. Although he too could achieve a tranquil and serene breath, he found it challenging to attain that level of harmony. He lacked the intimate connection with the universe. And the innate malevolent energy, though subdued, still betrayed an underlying ferocity. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao was immersed in comprehending the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, which possessed the formidable power of returning to the origin, embodying both offense and defense. It held the capacity to neutralize an adversary's offensive abilities while simultaneously dismantling their defenses, even impacting their cultivation itself, a truly vicious means. This gentle and graceful fairy occasionally revealed a sharpness and strength that was equally impossible to overlook. Yet, Yuan Yi, her senior, had never confronted her brilliance and might directly, leaving him with only a faint impression of her formidable presence. Yuan Yi has not been idle either. He often takes shortcuts in various matters, preferring to recline when possible rather than standing, and opting to delegate laborious tasks rather than exerting himself. However, he has never shown any negligence in his cultivation. The primordial forces of Yin and Yang swirl at Yuan Yi's fingertips, intertwined with a strand of pure innate malevolence, which, under his guidance, separates Yin and Yang, allowing their convergence. Beyond the duality of Yin and Yang, the powers of the five elements encircle him, manifesting myriad mysteries. Engaging in a dynamic interplay of mutual generation and restraint, harmoniously unified and orderly, striving to evolve a power that resonates with his inner Yin and Yang, seeking to establish a connection. Yet, the distinction between Yin and Yang, as well as the five elements, remains stark. Yin and Yang exist in opposition, making the genuine convergence into a singularity exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, Yuan Yi's Yin and Yang stem from an innate Taoist foundation, while his understanding of the five elements is self-acquired. The disparity between the two is considerable, lacking the innate basis. Yuan Yi merely aspires to utilize it as an extension of his own path, rather than as its essence. Yuan Yi's aura was somewhat disordered, yet this only intensified the innate ferocity of his baleful energy. Yin-Du had come this time with the express purpose of seeking out Kongxian and Jinping, making no effort whatsoever to conceal his own presence. Indeed, he deliberately unleashed his essence, allowing it to permeate the very fabric of this realm. The response came with astonishing swiftness. Mere years after Yuan Yi and his companions arrived, two formidable auras came sweeping across the land. Yin-Du, protected by the heaven and earth profound yellow pagoda, was the first to sense their approach, withdrawing from his meditative trance with immediate awareness. At this moment, Yuan Yi also opened his eyes. The golden irises gradually dissipated the dual energies of Yin and Yang as the murderous aura receded. The chaotic chi settled into clearly defined states before quieting down. Yun Xiao, being the weakest in cultivation among them, subsequently awakened from his meditative enlightenment. His gaze shifted between Yuan Yi and Yin-Du with thoughtful observation. Yuan Yi nodded in acknowledgement, while Yin-Du promptly offered a response. It is those two, my junior brother Yuan Yi and junior sister Yun Xiao, who shall accompany me to meet with them. It shall be as you wish, senior brother. Yuan Yi and his companions were indeed there to offer assistance, and thus, they would not refuse. Very well. Today I shall not deceive them with treasures, lest they harbor discontent and become entangled in disputes. Yin-Du felt a sense of satisfaction and stepped forward, with Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao closely following. The three appeared in midair, their gazes directed towards the distance. There, two formidable energies surged forth, unabashedly displaying their might, entwining the forces of the heavenly path with utmost flamboyance. A radiant burst of multicolored light blossomed, suffusing the atmosphere with primordial energy, its power warping space as it swiftly approached. A golden arc followed closely, its aura sharp and pronounced. Yin-Du, I did not expect you to seek us out so proactively. This is indeed a rarity. As the multicolored light dissipated, a figure emerged. Adorned in a resplendent feathered garment, that shimmered with celestial radiance, with a proud demeanor reminiscent of a phoenix unfurling its wings. The individual exuded a formidable presence yet retained an innate nobility. Without the need for introduction from Xian Yuan Yi recognized this person as Kong Xian. Possessing the quintessence of the primordial five elements, Kong Xian was a descendant birthed from the bloodline of the Yuan Feng, inheriting its lineage and embracing its grand path. Truly extraordinary in nature. The golden light that had accompanied him also faded, revealing a young man clad in golden robes, exuding an unrestrained aura that surpassed the more subdued grandeur of Kong Xian. If Kong Xian's demeanor bore traces of the elegance and nobility attributed to the Phoenix clan, the Golden Peng was a pure embodiment of audacity and dominance, unabashedly aggressive, with wild, piercing eyes that radiated a fierce intensity. Could it be that you dare to seek us out because you have found two allies? The voice of the Golden Peng carried a primal wildness, sharp as the clash of metal, reminiscent of Yuan Yi's own mount that devoured gold and jade. The Golden Peng's gaze fell upon Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao, ultimately lingering on Yuan Yi, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Ah, you seem rather intriguing." As the two figures revealed themselves, Yuan Yi and his companions also scrutinized their counterparts. Yuan Yi's attention was first drawn to Kong Xian, whose appearance aligned closely with the descriptions he had heard of the Phoenix clan, exuding an air of noble elegance in every gesture. The exquisite features, which could not be easily distinguished as either male or female, were particularly striking, and their aura was evidently much stronger than that of Yuan Yi and his companions, having emerged into existence earlier than they had. Subsequently, Yuan Yi's gaze shifted to the Golden Peng, whose golden eyes conveyed an entirely different impression. Yuan Yi's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any wildness. His malevolent aura was restrained, not ostentatious. Even when the sinister energy enveloped him, only a pure ferocity lingered, with a thread of clarity that never dissipated. Yuan Yi was unwilling to let this dark energy dominate him. He constantly endeavored to master it completely. The feeling of being out of control was distasteful to him. He restrained himself from succumbing to the intoxicating essence he had brought back from the great witch Xingtian, striving to maintain his clarity of mind. "You possess some intrigue," Yuan Yi remarked with a smile in response to the scrutinizing gaze of the Golden Peng. He then averted his eyes, addressing the disciples of the celestial master of the "I am Yuan Yi, honored to meet you both." "Phoenix clan, Kong Xian," Kong Xian replied calmly, casting a fleeting glance at Yuan Yi. "Golden Peng." The encounter was brief, with little small talk exchanged. Xian had no desire for idle chatter, as they shared no previous rapport. One of the pair was aloof, while the other was rebellious. After the initial greeting, Kong Xian cut straight to the point, fixing his gaze on Xian. "You sought us out. What is your intention? Are you not dissatisfied with the heavenly treasure used against you by this Taoist? Today, let us engage in a contest. But you too must refrain from disturbing my tranquil cultivation henceforth." "Huh? Without the heavenly treasure? Were it not for the authority of the heavenly treasure that depleted our powers, how could you have triumphed? Let it be tested. Do you not wish to witness my Taiching celestial arts? Allow me to experience the divine abilities of your phoenix lineage once more." Xian did not summon the heavenly treasure, the celestial and earthly mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda. As celestial light enveloped him, his aura locking onto Kong Xian. In past confrontations against Kong Xian and the Golden Peng, he had no assurance of victory. Moreover, as a protector of the human race, he was not genuinely competing against them. He had merely relied on the power of the heavenly treasure to suppress them. Kong Xian's cultivation level surpassed his, and the Golden Peng was not an easy opponent. Given the safety of the human race at stake, Xian could not place his trust in these two, nor would he truly engage in a contest of skills. If they acted treacherously, he might not be able to salvage the situation. Besides him, the strongest beings among the human race were merely golden immortals if he did not contain both of them. How could humanity withstand their might? Especially since he remained unaware of why the two from the Phoenix clan, descendants of Yuan Feng, had come to the human realm. Faced with two enigmatic figures of the Tai realm, the human race appeared exceedingly fragile. Yuan Yi gazed intently at Jin Peng. As the primordial Yin and Yang energies nurtured within his water and fire gourd surged forth, enveloping him in a mystical aura. He had heard from his senior brother Xuandu that his companion's mastery of the Yin-Yang path was quite remarkable, and he was eager to witness such an extraordinary technique. Jin Peng's eyes narrowed slightly, fixating on the primordial energy swirling around Yuan Yi. A wild glint of amusement and a palpable sense of battle fervor igniting within his fierce gaze. Indeed, it was the essence of Yin and Yang. Thus, he thought to test your abilities. Upon his arrival, he had sensed a certain similarity in the aura emanating from this figure clad in white robes. Beneath the seemingly tranquil exterior, however, there lurked an undercurrent of pure ferocity, suggesting that he was not to be trifled with. "This place constrains our abilities. Follow me," Jin Peng said, casting a glance toward Xuandu and Kong Xian before striding away. Yuan Yi and Xiandu exchanged greetings before vanishing into the ether. It was understood that he would contend with the Golden Peng, a prior arrangement. Kong Xian was to be handled by Xiandu. He merely stated he would refrain from using his ultimate treasure, but did not mention abstaining from spiritual artifacts. Given Kong Xian's superior cultivation level, it was only logical for him to leverage the power of spiritual treasures. With the formidable foundation of his supreme innate spiritual treasures, his capabilities had long surpassed his own realm. Yun Xiao, having recently entered the mid-stage of Tai Yi, stood guard with the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, ready to respond should any unforeseen events arise. While it might not suffice to halt either Kong Xian or the Golden Peng, it would at least afford Xiandu and Yuan Yi a moment to react. In this matter, Xiandu exercised considerable caution. He held confidence in the abilities of Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao, both direct disciples of the Jiejiao. Kong Xian cast a glance at Yuan Yi, who had departed with the Golden Peng, furrowing his brow, and then looked at Yun Xiao behind Xiandu, his expression turning serious. Indeed, the disciples of the saints were extraordinary, far beyond the common man. The three saintly disciples he had encountered thus far were not to be trifled with. It was merely a matter of time before they would ascend to the pinnacle of power. If their cultivation levels were comparable, he could not be assured of an easy victory, particularly regarding spiritual treasures where he might find himself at a disadvantage. As the future of the Phoenix clan and the path of Yuan Feng, Kong Xian's aspirations were exceedingly high. Otherwise, he would not repeatedly engage in magical contests with Xian due to hone his own abilities. Besides these saintly disciples, others lacked the qualification to compete. Only by surpassing the teachings of these saintly traditions could he hope to become a peer among the most formidable beings, striving to achieve a realm transcending that of Deluo, a realm once contended by the three clans. As for why he appeared in the human realm, it was due to Yuan Feng's conjecture that the human race possessed unique attributes, a creation of the saints, entangled in unknown causality, and encountering Xiandu was merely fortuitous. "Please." Kong Xian stepped forward, a radiant aura shimmering behind him, resembling a world evolving amidst chaos. The innate five elements energy permeated the heavens, intertwining with the might of the Tao, effortlessly conjuring elemental spells. A peculiar divine bird's phantom coalesced behind him, its resplendent tail feathers unfurling like a celestial canopy, encompassing myriad wonders. Xiandu let out a cold snort, stepping upon the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the wind and fire mat, as the forces of wind and fire coalesced, refining the power of the Tao to shield himself. He had already experienced the opponent's innate five elements energy techniques and dared not exhibit any carelessness. With a hand gesture, the Yin-Yang fish took form, the interplay of Yin and Yang giving rise to all things, creation and dissolution, a cycle of perpetual existence. A single finger pointed forth, gathering Yin and Yang into a divine thunderbolt that tore through the void, the Tai Ching divine thunder, imbued with the essence of Yin and Yang to launch an assault. Seemingly tranquil yet targeting the obliteration of the Tao body and primordial spirit, unavoidable and difficult to defend against. Every movement Xiandu made resonated with the universe, his aura blending seamlessly with the essence of all things, tranquil and unassuming, yet omnipresent. In action, yet with the power to accomplish all, reaching the very roots of existence. The Tao embracing myriad phenomena, encompassing profound mysteries. This bestowed upon Xiandu an almost omniscient ability to perceive the essence of all things. His actions, though simple, invariably struck at the core, epitomizing the Tao's utmost simplicity, unadorned yet closest to the true nature of the Tao. The clash of their assaults unleashed a torrent of residual magical energy, engulfing the void in a wave of destructive force. While Xiandu and Kong Xian engaged in their magical duel, Yuan Yi and the Golden Peng stood in confrontation across a spatial divide. They shared a similar source of the Tao, yet their essences were entirely distinct. Both sensed the other's aura, rare beings embodying innate Yin and Yang within the cosmos. Moreover, their births were extraordinary. The Golden Peng was a creation of Yuan Feng, who stood merely a step away from transcendence. While Yuan Yi had replaced the dual dragons of Yin and Yang that were meant to exist, the aura of the golden pin was wild, displaying unrestrained ferocity at this moment. Yuan Yi's aura was no longer tranquil, but rather surged with a ferocious and malevolent energy. Behind the two figures, their colossal true forms manifested, creating a spectacle even more visually striking than the battle between Xiandu and Kong Xian. One was a majestic golden-winged rock, its feathers gleaming like celestial swords, razor-sharp and unyielding. Its wings stretched like clouds descending from the heavens, its thousand-zhang frame exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Behind Yuan Yi, the golden dragon coiled majestically in the void, its form even more colossal than that of the golden-winged great rock. Its scales, darkened by malevolent energy, radiated an oppressive aura, obscuring the serpentine body of the golden dragon and casting an enormous shadow that blotted out the sun, its tail hidden from view. Atop its head, horns sprouted, distinct from those of the dragon clan, for the golden dragon's horns lacked the branched elegance, exuding a fierceness akin to a resplendent celestial sword, capable of piercing the azure heavens. The golden rock surveyed the golden dragon's form with a smirk, a glimmer of excitement dancing in its eyes. This disciple of the truly surprised him. The resilience of the other's Tao body was not in the slightest inferior to his own. In fact, on the sheer plane of strength, the golden dragon exerted considerable pressure upon him. Among the ancient triad of dragon, phoenix, and qilin, their Tao bodies represented one of the most fundamental forms of the Tao, each possessing unique strengths. The Qilin clan was renowned for its tenacity, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, especially when anchored to the earth, channeling its power. The Dragon clan, on the other hand, was blessed with unparalleled strength, their divine might boundless, summoning the might of rivers and seas, the force they unleashed immeasurable. In contrast, the Phoenix clan, while lacking the raw strength of the Qilin and Dragon, possessed distinctive qualities of their own. The vitality of the Phoenix was unrivaled, an attribute absent in the other two clans. This inherent uniqueness bestowed upon them a near-immortal characteristic. Their recovery abilities astonishingly potent, far surpassing those of both the Qilin and Dragon clans. Yuan Feng, embodying its intrinsic nature, has pioneered the path of rebirth for the Phoenix lineage, achieving a sublime elevation of the essence of life amidst the realms of existence and oblivion, condensing the flames of nirvana. Even in the event of corporeal demise and spiritual dissolution, there exists the prospect of rebirth through the purifying fire. Indeed, there is potential for reconstruction following destruction, as one seeks transformation between life and death, elevating the self and breaking free from constraints. Once, the three clans were dominated by the Dragon clan, whose numbers were vast, reigning supreme across the seas. Endowed with unparalleled advantages in terms of lineage continuity and possessing a depth that surpassed both the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The Phoenix clan, while somewhat stronger than the Qilin, did not exhibit a markedly significant disparity. Both clans were few in number, especially when compared to the Dragons. However, following the conclusion of the Great War among the three clans, the Phoenix clan's heritage was preserved to a far greater extent than that of the Qilin, which greatly influenced their respective paths, granting them a multitude of choices in their journeys. As the son of Yuan Feng, Jin Peng possesses a form that is significantly more formidable than that of an ordinary phoenix, exhibiting a resilience that is almost alien to the phoenix lineage, even surpassing Kong Xian in this regard. In contrast, the individual before him, though a golden Jiao, does not inherit the legacy of the Dragon clan, yet he manifests a path form that bears a close resemblance, thus acquiring similar attributes. Notably, the ancestral dragon's formulation of the transformation into a dragon has profoundly influenced the characteristics of path forms akin to dragon, leading many to exhibit a tendency towards the dragon lineage. In Jin Peng's eyes, the resilience of Yuan Yi's golden Jiao form undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of worldly prowess. Please. Yuan Yi gazed at Jin Peng and spoke, refraining from employing the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the water and fire gourd. Instead summoning his own innate Yin and Yang energies. Jin Peng, not one to engage in idle chatter, merely allowed the wings of the golden-winged Dapeng behind him to stir. Each golden feather transformed into a sharp sword, inscribed with profound runes of the Tao, cascading through the void like a torrential downpour, illuminating the heavens with golden radiance. Invincible and omnipresent, enveloping a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. Yuan Yi gazed upon the myriad of descending sword feathers, shaking his head as he formed a sword seal with his hands. The power of the five elements surged forth, forging a sword formation in the void, where countless five-colored celestial swords coalesced into being, ceaselessly intercepting the golden sword feathers. When it comes to swordsmanship, who among the primordial heavens could claim superiority over his master? Tongtian. With the sword as his path, he excelled in offense. As a direct disciple of the Saint Tongtian, Yuan Yi primarily cultivated divine abilities, also utilizing the sword to embody the great Tao and showcase his might. However, he typically relied on the innate Yin and Yang energies for his assaults, lacking a spiritual treasure or celestial sword that resonated with him. As the five-colored celestial swords halted the cascade of golden feathers, Yuan Yi's presence vanished without a trace. Employing the five-element evasion technique, he concealed himself within the cosmos, blending with all of creation. The golden pung furrowed his brow, sprouting a pair of golden wings behind him, transforming into a beam of golden light that traversed the void with remarkable speed. His fingers morphed into claws, reaching into the emptiness, only to encounter two fingers, poised like swords, piercing towards him. The clash of his magically imbued palm and the deadly sword energy tore through his defenses, and before it reached him, blood streaks emerged upon his palm. The golden ping recoiled, yet the presence before him had already faded away. The five-element evasion technique and the Yin-Yang evasion technique, his lips twitched. The individual before him exuded a terrifying aura in their assaults, yet it was their evasion technique that truly vexed him. His speed was not inferior to that of his opponent, but the myriad of evasion techniques they employed, each embodying the five elements, rendered them unpredictable. The Yin-Yang evasion method was particularly elusive. The two towering forms collided, the golden jiao and the golden-winged pung grappling fiercely. Their true bodies were also engaged in a battle of magical prowess, though the golden jiao's form was evidently more formidable. It scaled armor radiating a malevolent aura that gradually eroded the magical abilities of the golden-winged ping, significantly diminishing its power and making it difficult to breach defenses. Conversely, the golden jiao's assaults were exceedingly fierce and challenging to counter. Reluctantly, the golden ping withdrew his magical form, merging it back into himself, rendering his physical body more resilient and amplifying his might. In response, Yuan Yi likewise retracted the golden jiao form, utilizing the Yin-Yang evasion technique to appear directly above the golden pung, delivering a powerful palm strike from the sky. The power of the five elements swirled within his palm, manifesting as the divine ability of the five thunders. Named the five thunders, they were, in essence, the five energies founded upon the five elements, evolving into thunder, with radiant spiritual light cascading down, leaving behind a series of distorted, blurred traces in the void, connecting heaven and earth. The thunder struck the golden pung, sending him crashing from the sky, the booming sound echoing incessantly. Yet, Yuan Yi did not relent. The golden pung had not even employed his innate Yin and Yang energies. Clearly, he was not exerting his full strength and still held back. Of course, Yuan Yi too was holding back, drawing upon his understanding of the five-element path, remaining concealed and unexposed. With the sword formation, the five-element divine abilities, and the power of his physical body, he had an array of techniques at his disposal. Various ordinary divine abilities were executed effortlessly, enhanced by his own malevolent aura.